Shangshu, Shangshu, please don't die. Promise your sister you won't die. You still want to become Hokage. A pungent odor wafted from his nostrils. Amidst the cacophony of wailing, tears of despair flowed freely. In the hospital of Konohagakure, Shangshu widened his eyes, staring at the weeping Tsunade beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth was happening? Aside from the searing pain radiating from his abdomen, which filled him with dread, a series of vivid memories surged forth. He clutched his head, and after a brief moment, realization dawned upon him. He had inexplicably transmigrated into Senju Shangshu, the unfortunate soul residing in Tsunade's memories. Just yesterday, after receiving a gift from Tsunade, his previous self had triggered an explosive tag and met his demise that very morning. It was only moments ago that he had crossed over. Now that he understood the situation, he found no joy in it. This body bore a fatal wound, and it was likely he would not survive much longer. Tsunade leaned over him, sobbing uncontrollably. In his moment of despair, a notification rang in his mind, unlocking the blessing of numerous offspring system. The greater the number of clan members, the more rewards. Rewards include bloodlines, ocular techniques, ninjutsu, chakra, and the potential for divine abilities. Beep. Host life is in critical danger. Please seek treatment promptly. Shangshu forced a smile. He wished he could heal. Beep. Detected that the number of clan members meets the criteria. Distributing rewards. Distribution complete. Current number of Senju clan members, 2. Unlocked reward. Constitution 10. Unlocking 10 Senju. Physique 10 Constitution equals the effort of Lee's 10 years of hard training. Suddenly, a warm sensation coursed through his abdomen. Shangshu's eyes widened as he instinctively felt the fatal wound rapidly healing. Shangshu was momentarily stunned, a smile breaking across his face in sheer delight. Indeed, this golden finger was true love. Although he had just transmigrated, Shangshu had already begun to embrace the present. He gently patted Tsunade's head, managing a weak smile. Sister, please stop crying. This fragile plea brought Tsunade back to her senses. Lifting her head, the surrounding medical staff of Konoha wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The person they had believed to be split in half just 3 minutes ago, kept alive solely by medical ninjutsu, was now miraculously alive. Seeing their reactions, Shangshu couldn't help but scratch his head and chuckle. After all, replenishing nutrients for an athlete would naturally allow one to survive even a grievous injury. Truth be told, if it weren't for the initial 10 boost to the Senju physique, he might not have recovered at all. Even a mere 10 had proven extraordinarily effective, not to mention the 10 constitution akin to the prowess achieved through Lee's decade of arduous training. Had the rewards come any later, he would have perished alongside his predecessor. Shangshu, I can't be seeing this wrong. You're alive, Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. She had witnessed Shangshu's injuries and, as a medical ninja, knew he should have been beyond saving. Shangshu, observing her expression, chuckled wryly. What's wrong? Do you wish I were truly dead? No, of course not. I'm just glad you're alive. Woo-woo. Tsunade embraced him, tears streaming down her face again, but Shangshu quickly interjected, Sister, please, my wounds haven't healed yet. Upon hearing this, Tsunade released him. She instinctively sensed that her brother was different this time. However, she paid little mind to it, considering it a normal reaction for someone who had danced with death. After examining Shangshu's body, she was astonished to find that only a trace of an unhealed scar remained on his waist, a mixture of surprise and joy filling her heart. Could it be that Shangshu had awakened their grandfather's abilities? Tsunade finally managed to muster a faint smile. Shangshu, you must be hungry. I'll go make you some porridge. With that, she hurried off, fully aware of the Senju physique's substantial appetite. It was time to replenish his strength. Shangshu smiled ruefully. Who would have thought I'd face such a situation right after coming back to life? Fortunately, I have some experience. He glanced at the system, his expression peculiar. It was currently the Second Shinobi World War, with brutal battles raging, even the youth being thrust onto the battlefield. Not to mention the lurking presence of the third Hokage and Danzo, both of whom were likely eyeing the Senju clan's genetic material. How could a mere child from Konoha inadvertently trigger an explosive tag? Were all the ninjas of Konoha selectively blind? Amidst the internal and external turmoil, Shengshu understood he had to break the cycle. Otherwise, today's misfortune could easily drag Tsunade down with him tomorrow. With the memories resurfacing, he felt a surge of emotion toward this adopted sister. When Tsunade returned, holding a bowl of porridge, her tear-streaked face lit with a smile. "Sister, I will surely revitalize Konoha. All right, just don't say too much right after waking up. You will undoubtedly become Hokage." No Tsunade looked at Shengshu in surprise. He sat up, clenching his fist, declaring, "Relying on one person's strength is far from sufficient. This is precisely the time our village needs people. Thus, I have decided to wholeheartedly contribute by raising children for Konoha." "Oh wait, what's Tsunade?" Momentarily stunned, didn't register his words as Shengshu seized the porridge and began to eat. Ignoring the heat, his abdominal wound rapidly healed. After a while, Tsunade finally processed his words. "Hold on a moment." Once Shengshu finished the porridge, he exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he had his own concerns. The more clan members, the better. Relying solely on Tsunade's efforts was evidently unrealistic. The Senju clan's philosophy differed entirely from that of the Uchiha. Both were prestigious bloodlines. Yet while the Uchiha pursued purity, the Senju embraced a more communal approach, allowing free intermarriage. Ultimately, the only true heirs of the Senju bloodline were Shengshu and Tsunade. The sole male descendant capable of inheriting was Shengshu, who would also eventually perish. In the original narrative, Tsunade remained unmarried throughout her life, leading to the true extinction of the Senju clan. The third Hokage and Danzo would likely be elated, having resolved such a significant clan issue merely through internal dissolution. They wouldn't even need to orchestrate a night of massacre, as the Uchiha had done. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. "Let's see if I can persuade my dear sister." Shengshu wore a facade of nonchalance, though internally he sighed. He was an experienced transmigrator. Yet this time, the time and place of his birth, as well as his character's identity, were hellish. Had it been another clan, it would have been fine. Why did it have to be the Senju? They possessed no means of protection for him. Given this, there was no choice but to sacrifice himself to shield his dear sister from harm. Of course, his words about Konoha were merely for show. News of Shengshu's revival reached the third Hokage's ears. In the Hokage building, "Shengshu is alive?" The third Hokage paused, then smiled kindly. "Indeed, the youth are formidable. I knew the first Hokage's bloodline would not be severed." The Umbu, hidden beneath their masks, looked at him with confusion. The third Hokage quickly realized his misstep, his expression tightening. "Quickly arrange personnel. For Shengshu, we must do everything in our power to care for the grandson of the first Hokage. Ensure he recovers as soon as possible, regardless of the cost, and send more personnel immediately." "Yes." The Umbu complied swiftly and departed in the shadows. Danzo remarked coolly, "Our speculation was correct. This child indeed possesses the first Hokage's bloodline, and the technology for bloodline extraction is now mature. It's you, not me." "Danzo, your reckless actions are ill-advised. We are in a state of war. Do not go too far." The third Hokage interjected. "Humph." Danzo chuckled sinisterly as he left the building. If the overt means were unfeasible, then the covert ones would suffice. If sacrificing one could save thousands, Danzo would be more than willing. Shengshu trembled as he rose from his bed, furrowing his brow. An incessant urge to sneeze plagued him undoubtedly. It was the old dog Danzo thinking of him. Although there was no concrete evidence, he felt compelled to confront his adversary, not for any particular reason, but simply out of displeasure. At that moment, another visitor arrived to see him. "Shengshu," Kato Dato approached with concern. "Many individuals at the school are expressing concern for you. Are you doing well?" Kato Dan initially approached to console Tsunade. The fact that Shoju is still alive brings him great relief. As Tsunade's boyfriend, Shoju feels they are quite well matched, especially considering that Kato Dan's character is even more commendable than that of Minato Namikaze. Shoju understands Tsunade's reasons for remaining a widow until death. Much of it stems from the unique bond she shared with Kato Dan, which no one else could replicate. Thus, her sentiments are understandable. Upon Kato Dan's arrival, Tsunade, as if finding a pillar of support, eagerly exclaimed, "What did you just say, Shoju? I didn't catch that." I want to have at least 100 children. Oh, hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. The girl who feared nothing suddenly felt an overwhelming shyness. Kato-dan chuckled, scratching his head. It seems, Shoju, you are quite spirited. That eases my worries. Shoju, don't change the subject. Were you serious about what you just said? Tsunade approached him, wanting to ruffle his hair. But seeing his frail appearance, she tenderly withdrew her hands, sighing, You, really? Never mind. Dan, please don't take this to heart. It's likely just Shoju's momentary folly. It's normal to be a bit disoriented after coming back to life. To everyone's surprise, Shoju thumped his chest and declared loudly, I am not speaking nonsense. I must have many children to revitalize Konoha. During times of war, we should act accordingly. Oh, Shoju, Tsunade exclaimed. No, wait, Tsunade, let Shoju explain. Kato-dan interjected, both irritated and anxious, eager to hear Shoju's rationale. Shoju, who had always aspired to be Hokage, would not change his mind without reason. He cast a grateful glance at Kato-dan and continued, Currently, even the vicinity around Konoha is unsafe. The chaos of war has encroached upon our village. If our population were larger, such occurrences might be avoided. I once read in ancient texts at home that when our Senju clan intermingles with others, the children born possess greater sensory perception and chakra capacity. A formidable ninja on the battlefield can withstand thousands, much like my grandfather, who could face 9-tailed beasts alone. Merely becoming Hokage will not suffice to protect everyone, but if our village grows stronger together, we can achieve that. His words resonated like the peal of a bell within the room. Each statement was logical and compelling, even leaving the surrounding doctors momentarily stunned. In this era, the family holds paramount importance, applicable everywhere. Tsunade found his arguments valid, yet felt something was amiss. Kato-dan astutely remarked, Shoju, your points are indeed valid, but you are merely 12 years old. This is not a burden for you to bear. Shoju immediately retorted, in a distant eastern nation. There is a prodigy who became a parent at just 13. I believe I can do the same. To revitalize Konoha and the Senju clan as the only male heir. I bear this responsibility. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could not help but respond, but Shoju, what if I were to die today? Then our Senju clan would face extinction, and our lineage would cease to exist. The rope tree interrupted Tsunade's words, rendering her speechless. Indeed, today could be considered fortunate. Yet, if the rope tree were to perish in the future, would the Senju clan truly face extinction? The weight of the family's legacy rested heavily upon Tsunade's shoulders. Traditional beliefs echoed incessantly within her mind. Casting a glance at the rope tree, she reminisced about her family and her grandfather's smiling face. She could not allow her clan to vanish. After much hesitation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Rope tree, I will not hinder your desires. If you wish for anything, just tell your sister. Women are made of water. The thought of the rope tree having survived a near-death experience softened her resolve, and she ceased to impose her will upon him. He may choose to do as he pleases, especially for the sake of the clan. Tsunade gently pressed a kiss upon the rope tree's forehead, who had intended to say something but found himself at a loss for words. He had received permission to form a harem. 3 days later, in the early morning, the rope tree emerged from Konoha Hospital as if nothing had happened. The surrounding people cast joyful glances, relieved that the direct descendant had survived. The Senju clan remained beloved within the village. Tsunade noticed the changes in the rope tree. He had grown taller and stronger. Could this be the result of awakening his bloodline? Nevertheless, she felt genuine happiness for him. Sister, yes, I'm here. After a moment of contemplation, the rope tree stated, Sister, to revitalize our Senju clan, we require additional support. Counting on his fingers, he began to enumerate the necessities for raising children, starting from birth, formula, cradles, toys. Each item was essential, and he could not manage so many children alone. Help would be needed. Tsunade was struck by the realization that nurturing a child involved much more than merely giving birth. It entailed a multitude of responsibilities. Moreover, from the rope tree's tone, it seemed he was not merely content with having 1 or 2 children. Unfolding a map of the Yen kingdom, the rope tree revealed a dagger. He grinned widely, exclaiming, Sister, I require the clan's funds to pursue this endeavor. Funds indeed. Tsunade thought. If she could delegate those tasks to a nanny, she could better focus on revitalizing the clan and selecting more willing women to bear children. Suddenly, beads of sweat formed on her brow. I have gambled away all the money. The rope tree's vivid depiction of their future abruptly ceased. Gambled it all away? He echoed in disbelief, confusion written all over his face. Oh, also, I recently struck it rich, Tsunade recalled, hurriedly producing a wallet brimming with gold vouchers. Sister has won 10 million taels at the casino. The rope tree's expression turned bewildered. Sister, our grandfather established a vast empire for us. At that time, all of Konoha was ours. How is it that only 10 million remains with you? A wave of anxiety surged from his feet to his heart. He nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was quite the disappointment for a brother. Tsunade quickly reassured him. Do not worry, Rope Tree. I will continue to undertake missions to earn back what was lost. With that, she stealthily slipped away. Good luck, Tsunade called earnestly. At this moment, only the tangled branches swayed in the wind. In his hand, he clutched a treasury note worth 10 million taels, on the verge of tears without a single drop to shed. Alas, this sum utterly fails to sustain his ambitions. It is barely enough to raise a few offspring. Surely, this is no jest. Just as he conceived the idea of forming a football team, it is about to be shattered, let alone the current circumstances during wartime. Even if these funds are issued by the Fire Nation, where ninjas instigate conflicts, the inevitable depreciation of currency cannot be avoided. In this chaotic era, gold and silver hold far greater value, and the purchasing power of this 10 million taels has significantly diminished. Under this dual blow, it is indeed as the branches lamented. One cannot bear many children without facing insurmountable challenges. Fortunately, this system is not discerning. It seems that as long as the number of clansmen is sufficient, that suffices. This greatly simplifies matters. There is no demand for quality, thus granting the branches a remarkable opportunity. After all, when compared, the number of talentless commoners is evidently greater than that of the gifted. Suddenly, a bold notion sparked in the branch's mind. While this amount may not be sufficient to wed and procreate with ninja clans, what are the common folk? Expanding the scope a little further, what if it involves the commoners within the Fire Nation? If he were to sow seeds far and wide, it would not be long before his family flourishes into a great clan, perhaps even a nation. What a splendid vision it would be. The branches quickly retracted this thought. Perhaps in times of peace, such an idea could be realized quite well. But in this tumultuous era, it is fraught with peril. Given his current predicament, stepping outside of Konoha as one of the last pure bloods of the Senju clan, he could easily fall victim to an enemy ambush the very next day. Helplessly, the branches could only fret over the treasure they held. The ninjas themselves are not in want of riches. Even the oldest ninja clans possess wealth exceeding 1 million taels. This sum is hardly substantial in their eyes. The commoners, however, require only 3,000 taels a month to live comfortably, rendering this 10 million an undeniable fortune. How could he convey this news to the common folk? Surely he cannot resort to the unreliable advertisements of his past life, plastering them everywhere. In a moment of serendipity, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ninja mission section, and he broke into a smile. Thus, within the Hokage building, Lord Hokage, I have resolved to issue this task. The third Hokage, taken aback, set aside his pipe in astonishment. Tsunade, standing nearby, covered her face, wishing to remain silent. Branches, are you certain you wish to publish this task? Absolutely. I am most certain, the branches affirmed. Through this life and death crisis, I have come to realize that an individual's strength is ultimately limited, while the collective power of many is boundless. Therefore, I intend to issue this matchmaking task. Any ninja who persuades a common woman to bear my offspring shall be rewarded with 500,000 taels. The common woman shall also receive a reward of 500,000 taels. Tsunade blushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Our Senju clan has dwindled to just the two of us. For the sake of grandfather, we must safeguard our lineage. And thus, it was decided. Moreover, our Senju clan possesses an abundance of resources to care for these children. We humbly request that the Hokage designate this mission as a long-term S-rank task and post it on the mission board. Upon finishing his plea, Shoju placed all his family's belongings upon the table. The third Hokage pinched the bridge of his nose, confirming that this was not a dream. He spoke calmly, stating that this was a time of dire need for ninjas, and such a mission could not be classified as S-rank. If it were to be deemed S-rank, one could only imagine how many ninjas would take it on to evade battle. Yet, the third Hokage ultimately acknowledged the favor owed to the second and first Hokages. Although he was aware of the chaotic deeds orchestrated by Danzo, he refrained from interfering. However, upon witnessing that only Shoju and Tsunade remained of the Senju clan, He eventually nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, this mission could only be classified as A rank. A rank is acceptable, Shoju exclaimed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hokage. Where the leaves dance, the flames endure. After exchanging pleasantries, he hurriedly departed with Tsunade, fearing that the third Hokage might retract his decision. After all, the viability of this mission was uncertain in his eyes. The third Hokage smiled helplessly as he watched their retreating figures, faintly recalling the prosperous days of Konoha. Oh, the first Hokage, he mused, shaking his head. Times have changed. Soon, a peculiar notice appeared rapidly on the Konoha Ninja mission board. It featured detailed illustrations and descriptions, resembling a matchmaking guide. A rank mission. I am Senju Shoju. Having recently undergone a life and death trial, I have come to deeply realize that Konoha requires a larger population. Let us revitalize Konoha and the Senju clan. Thus, I invite all ninjas to lend me their support in matchmaking. For every common woman willing to bear my child, a reward of 500,000 Ryo will be granted. A commoner who successfully gives birth to a child will also receive a reward of 500,000 Ryo. Requirements: under 25 years of age, fair-skinned and beautiful, in good health, with strong teeth and the ability to bear and raise children, ample bosom and hips, or exceptionally striking appearance. Even a flat-chested beauty will do. This mission is confidential. Multiple applications are welcome. The more effort, the greater the reward. As this substantial mission was posted, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Numerous ninjas of lesser strength gasped in disbelief. What? This is considered an A-rank mission? It seems far too easy. Why does this C-rank task possess the caliber of an A-rank? Wait a moment. The issuer of the mission is a member of the Senju clan. He is the grandchild of the first and second Hokages. It seems I simply must take on this task. The ninja's sentiments shifted from confusion to earnestness in mere minutes. The Senju clan holds a prestigious reputation in Konoha, being one of the founding families of the village and having their bloodline integrated into every ninja's being. Those who gather firewood cannot be frozen in the snow. In an instant, the atmosphere became fervent. Almost all ninjas, regardless of how peculiar the mission seemed, eagerly rushed to undertake it. The entire mission hall was abuzz with excitement, each participant's face radiating enthusiasm. It was an incredible opportunity to assist the first and second Hokages. Even Shoju had not anticipated the immense influence of his grandfather's legacies. There was no need for him to persuade anyone. I desire this task. It is mine. Do not contest with me. This task is firmly in my grasp. Revive the Senju clan. None of you are worthy. I shall take charge. Do not speak of how peculiar this task may be. The mere honor of an A-rank mission is enough to stir the ninja community. A reward of 500,000 Ryo is not insignificant. As the remaining ninjas of Konohagakure began to vie for it, Noboru observed with a smile. Tsunade, lurking nearby, felt a twinge of anxiety. Having already taken on over 50 assignments, she realized their funds were insufficient. She had not anticipated such fervor from the Konoha ninjas. This was her first encounter with the influence of the Senju clan. Yet, Noboru chuckled and assured her, "No worries, I have a solution." What is the solution? He merely smiled enigmatically, advising Tsunade not to fret over the matter. Now that the mission was accepted, financial concerns were unnecessary. He certainly had a way to generate income. Observing Tsunade's bewildered expression, Noboru whispered a few words to her. Her face paled, and she nervously inquired, "Is that truly viable? Do not bear any psychological burden. This is what we are entitled to," he replied with a hearty laugh. Tsunade thought to herself that her brother's heart must harbor darkness. Konohagakure, though named after the village, is much larger than many ordinary towns, boasting far superior infrastructure. All of this is attributed to the strength of the ninjas and Tsunade's contributions. The central area, especially near the Senju clan's residence, is bustling with vibrant casinos, a dreamland for the impractical. This vast expanse is largely a result of Tsunade's earlier contributions, which cannot be overstated. Even with the onset of war, these casinos remain ablaze with lights and revelry, seemingly unscathed. In fact, under increased pressure, they thrive even more. At the entrance of a casino, a graceful figure navigated through a throng of fervent gamblers. Her arrival elicited gasps of astonishment. It was Tsunade. Tsunade is here. Ha! Make way. I must gamble with her this time. Nonsense, I arrived first. Lady Tsunade may choose whomever she wishes to wager with. The attendant barked, and the ruckus diminished somewhat, though the avaricious gazes remained. Who in the gambling world does not know the illustrious name of Tsunade? Lady Tsunade, please enter. The attendant flashed a sycophantic smile, eager to seize the opportunity presented by such a lucrative patron. Gamble with me, Lady Tsunade. No, I was here first. Step aside, it should be me. I can surely ensure Lady Tsunade's enjoyment. The gamblers, flushed with excitement, surged towards Tsunade. With a haughty demeanor, Tsunade exuded a chakra-infused aura, causing the crowd to stagger back, deterred from their reckless advance. I am weary of this, she declared nonchalantly. A sudden silence enveloped the venue. The attendant's expression shifted dramatically, and the gamblers nearly lost their composure. Without Tsunade's benevolence, how could they have endured so long in this casino? In response, Tsunade produced a dice cup along with 3 dice. I wish to play something new. Let us compare sizes. Exceeding 9 is deemed large. Conversely, below 9 is considered small, while a roll of 9 signifies neutrality. At this juncture, a hooded youth emerged from beside Tsunade. This time, we shall initiate a betting pool, in which Lady Tsunade will wager against all of you. Upon the utterance of this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The overseer dared not question Tsunade's authority within the casino, for the last establishment that obstructed her had vanished entirely from the village of Konoha. Lady Tsunade, are you truly serious? Haha, indeed, absolutely. However, the dice cup must be shaken by the casino. Tsunade graciously acquiesced to the various opinions of the gamblers. Of course, the gamblers felt emboldened. Tsunade's luck had been notoriously dismal. Even without resorting to trickery, it was improbable for her to triumph against them. Her sole victory had occurred just days prior, yet the losses she had incurred far outweighed that singular win, a fact the gamblers scarcely acknowledged. The youth beside Tsunade spoke slowly. This wager differs from the usual. Betting on Lady Tsunade's victory yields odds of 1 to 11, while betting on her loss offers odds of 1 to 2. He produced a staggering 100 million ryo, stacking it high upon the table, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the gamblers. This is akin to giving away money, they exclaimed, nodding fervently. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Ha ha ha. Subsequently, the gamblers eagerly thrust their money into the youth's hands, shouting, I bet Tsunade will lose. So do I. I'm betting on her loss. All in, I wager she will continuously lose. 50 million, 60 million, 100 million, 110 million ryo. The pile of money on the table gradually reached astonishing heights, a result of gamblers from other establishments flocking in upon hearing the news. The cacophony of voices reached Tsunade's ears, yet she appeared indifferent. Rolling up her sleeves, she turned to the overseer and declared, All right, you are so confident? Open the betting. This time, I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced. I bet small. The overseer responded with a smile, one reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Soon, the overseer began to shake the dice. The gamblers instinctively blocked the doorway, preventing Tsunade and the youth from escaping, yet the two remained calm and composed, unfazed by the tension. As the dice rattled, most of the gamblers wore smiles, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this round. Ultimately, the overseer's hand came to a halt. The lid was slowly lifted, and Tsunade remained utterly expressionless, steadfast as a mountain. The lid was entirely removed. Small. Tsunade clapped her hands and let out a hearty laugh. The venue fell silent once more. It was known that upon hearing of the arrival of a lucrative target, the casino patrons could hardly resist investing their fortunes, often throwing in amounts of 50 million. With Tsunade's declaration of small, 5 million of their funds were instantly obliterated. The overseer felt a chill creep over him, while the gamblers grew increasingly agitated. There is foul play. There must be a scam. How could Tsunade possibly win? Silence. Tsunade erupted in response to the accusations. As a princess of the Senju clan, her presence commanded respect. I can afford to lose. I've lost billions. Yet you cannot endure a mere few million in losses? The atmosphere in the venue grew notably hushed, before Tsunade assertively proclaimed once more, If any of you dissent, then come forth. A gambler, gritting his teeth, produced a dice cup and declared, I shall roll. I shall shake it. You must be cheating. Tsunade let out a dismissive huff. Very well. This time, I shall wager small. The gambler frantically shook the dice cup, laughter escaping his lips. The stakes on the table continually escalated. 110 million. 150 million. 200 million. Those who had previously observed began to eagerly join in. Everyone knew he was a master of deception. and the weighted dice he employed would surely lead Tsunade to financial ruin. As the shaking intensified, a palpable tension enveloped the room, and all held their breath. Tsunade, with a confident smile, unveiled the lid. Small. The gambler, upon hearing her declaration, was left flabbergasted. How is this possible? I clearly tampered with it. How could you still prevail? You tampered with it? Tsunade furrowed her brow, interrogating the gambler, who instantly realized his blunder, noticing the murderous glares surrounding him. Panicked, he bolted from the casino. There was no doubt that had he lingered even a moment longer, he would have been torn to shreds by the frenzied gamblers. Enough. I shall cease gambling. Tsunade gathered all the money on the table and strode towards the exit. In an instant, the throng of gamblers obstructed her path. Their expressions contorted with fury, convinced she had manipulated the game. Unfazed, Tsunade stomped her foot, sending the gamblers before her screaming as they were violently propelled away. Bystanders halted in shock, staring at the thrown individuals in disbelief. If you cannot afford to gamble, then do not. Her commanding words resonated as she and the young man exited with a swagger, clutching 210 million in cash. The sheer volume of banknotes filled 10 large sacks. Following this brazen heist, the Senju clan's once thriving casino began to languish. With the substantial sum in tow, they swiftly turned into a narrow alley and entered a residence belonging to the Senju clan. Suddenly, Tsunade was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. With a resounding pop, she transformed into a rope tree, a rudimentary transformation technique. Meanwhile, the hooded youth morphed into Tsunade herself. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She exclaimed, "Rope tree, we have succeeded. Had I been the one gambling in the casino, I would surely have lost everything. Fortunately, it was not I, but rather you, rope tree." A ninja with a precise control over chakra can effortlessly alter the outcome of the game. Tsunade adhered to the gambler's code, despite the ability to cheat. She would never stoop to such levels. Rope tree, however, had no qualms about reaping the rewards from these gullible gamblers. Their success was largely thanks to Jiraiya, who provided the considerable funds necessary to entice the gamblers. "Ha! Truly, you are Tsunade's younger brother," boomed a jovial voice from the corner, revealing a man dressed in flamboyant attire, his head adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil, and sporting wild white hair. Jiraiya exclaimed, "Rope tree, I never imagined you possessed such talents. Truly remarkable for one so young. Not only have you engaged in deception, but you also use the ill-gotten gains to toy with naive maidens. How audacious." With an awkward smile, Senju remarked, "Brother Jiraiya, you are mistaken. This is a pursuit for the continuation of our lineage." Tsunade, however, pressed forward, glaring at Jiraiya. "You haven't changed at all." Jiraiya maintained his smile, responding, "Tsunade, it's my first time seeing you come to me for help." Tsunade, unwilling to engage further, fell silent. Senju, who held a great deal of respect for the seemingly unreliable Jiraiya, commented, "But brother Jiraiya, your books have become incredibly popular. 100 million Ryo just like that?" The original plan was for Senju to leverage Tsunade's connections to secure a loan, which he would then use to entice gamblers, reaping the rewards once they took the bait. However, upon hearing this request, Jiraiya generously lent him 100 million Ryo, displaying a rather extravagant demeanor. To his surprise, Jiraiya turned out to be a hidden wealthy benefactor. Jiraiya, chuckling with delight, nodded, "If it weren't for your youth, Senju, I would certainly recommend you my paradise of affection. It's truly worth every Ryo." Tsunade quickly embraced Senju, cautioning him, "Do not associate with this man. It could lead you astray." Senju scratched his head, finding the notion of a simple paradise of affection utterly unappealing for someone destined to be a great stallion. "Brother Jiraiya, let us celebrate with a feast. It's on me. A pure profit of 100 million 10,000 Ryo is in hand." Senju beamed with delight. As for the gamblers, he figured that if he did not reap the rewards, someone else inevitably would. So he might as well do it himself, at least contributing significantly to the revival of the Senju clan. After a series of maneuvers, the once barren accounts of the Senju clan suddenly boasted a substantial profit of 100 million Ryo. That day, Jiraiya and Senju joyfully drank together. Had Tsunade not been present, they might have declared brotherhood in the next instant. Observing all of this, the Umbu reported the events to the third Hokage. "This kid Senju. Truly one should not judge by appearances. After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, he seems transformed." The third Hokage mused with genuine admiration. He also recognized that following these events, Jiraiya held Senju in high regard. As one of the few elite ninjas in Konoha, Jiraiya's attitude was of paramount importance. With Tsunade and Jiraiya protecting him, other factions would think twice before acting against Senju, especially since Jiraiya was on his side. Tsunade, too, leaned toward him, devoid of any biases from other ninja clans. The third Hokage's side, since Senju harbored no ambitions, he had no plans to interfere with him, at least providing an explanation to the first Hokage. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. "Humph, Sarutobi, you have grown weak," Danzo remarked coolly from the sidelines, his expression ever so infuriating. "What you cannot do, I, as the shadow, shall undertake. Only in this manner can we maintain balance," Danzo asserted firmly. At present, the battlefield was rife with injuries and disabilities. Possessing the awakened bloodline of the Senju clan could dramatically alter the situation. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, setting down his pipe. "Towanzo, you must remember the kindness of the first Hokage and the teachings of your master. Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, was indeed their mentor, who sacrificed himself during a desperate last stand for their sake. The Senju clan is now in a state of weakness after the third Hokage's intervention and with Jiraiya's support. He is reluctant to take further action." Towanzo remains unfazed, calmly asserting that sacrificing one individual could save the entirety of Konohagakure. He believes that both the first and second Hokages would find solace in this decision. "If you are unwilling to act, then I shall step forward." As Towanzo spoke, his figure began to fade. The third Hokage sighed deeply upon witnessing this. Very well. Faced with immense benefits, the third Hokage chose not to obstruct Towanzo's intentions. If everyone possessed the extraordinary vitality of the first Hokage, perhaps Konohagakure could reign supreme in the ninja world. Sacrificing a Senju like Nagashi might indeed be a prudent choice. After a lively feast, Nagashi did not idle away his time. He ventured to the training grounds of his clan. Though the Senju clan had diminished, their residence remained expansive, featuring a forest created by the first Hokage for clan members to practice. It was here that Nagashi embarked on his first attempt at training. Following the memories of his predecessor, the process was remarkably effortless. In front of him lay a clearing large enough to accommodate half a football field, providing ample space for his endeavors. Drawing on a classic ninjutsu he had covertly learned, he swiftly began to form hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A mere exhalation produced a fireball 5 meters in diameter, towering at 2 stories high. The colossal fireball licked the earth, resembling a rolling mass of molten lava. Ultimately, it struck the center of the clearing, erupting in a dazzling blaze, leaving the surrounding area charred to a crisp. Nagashi was momentarily stunned, astonished by the effects of his technique. Moreover, he had expended less than 5 units of chakra, while an average genin would be utterly depleted after just one great fireball. Is this the result of a bloodline level of 10? Compared to before, his power had increased exponentially. Previously, Nagashi barely qualified as a genin, relying on the Senju clan's physique to execute a couple of techniques. Now, with his bloodline awakened, his chakra capacity had at least multiplied tenfold. Terrifying. Nagashi could only describe it thus. And what of his physique? What was it like after a decade of rigorous training like Xiao Li's? In an instant, Nagashi vanished at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, entirely eluding detection. The next moment, he reappeared before a tree thick enough to require 3 people to encircle. With a single kick, he struck. Boom. The tree was instantly cleaved, a massive gash forming along its trunk, the force effortlessly tearing it apart. The remaining trees, clinging to their resilience, swayed precariously. Nagashi was utterly astonished. His current strength had reached at least the level of a chunin. His predecessor had barely brushed against the threshold of a genin. One great fireball, one powerful kick, and the expansive training ground was left in disarray, the surrounding flora incinerated, and the previously standing tree now succumbed to the flames. Realizing the dire situation, Nagashi instinctively clapped his hands together in a moment of desperation. Like an instinct born of genes, a low growl escaped. Would release. Flowering tree emergence. As the chakra within resonated with the earth, a tree adorned with peculiar blossoms, impervious to the searing flames, burst forth from the soil. In the next moment, it cradled the great tree that was on the verge of toppling, simultaneously releasing its pollen. This pollen, tinged with green, did not ignite upon contact with the flames. Instead, it enveloped them, extinguishing the fire. Fire-resistant and remarkably resilient. It also possessed a hypnotic illusion effect, such as the essence of flowering tree emergence. The grander manifestation, the flowering tree realm, involves countless such trees erupting from the earth through this ninjutsu. Correspondingly, half of the chakra within Shoki was swiftly drained, leaving him momentarily astonished. This ninjutsu is immensely powerful. What level of strength might one attain if more children were to be born in the future? The very thought filled Shoki with exhilaration. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the Senju clan, and Shoki turned to investigate. His eyes brightened in anticipation of a revelry he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by a gathering of ninjas, but by a slender young girl. She was not introduced by any ninja. Gazing at her, Shoki felt a sense of familiarity, yet struggled to recall the specifics. "Shoki," the girl proclaimed firmly, "become my husband." Shoki was taken aback, staring at the lovely visage of the girl, who appeared to be around 16 years of age. In that instant, memories from his former life surged forth like a tidal wave. When Shoki was still a child, around 7 or 8 years old, the Senju clan had already begun to wither. At that time, a family had settled in Konoha, and their daughter was named Hanako. She seemed to be of similar size to Shoki, yet had a boyish demeanor. Naturally, the two became playmates. Approximately 2 years later, when Shoki turned 10 and learned that Hanako was indeed a girl, their bond remained strong. Until one fateful day, while playing on the mountains, they were ambushed by wild boars. Shoki, embodying the spirit of a true gentleman, urged Hanako to flee first while he held the rear. Had Tsunade not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. Eventually, Hanako left Konoha to accompany her parents in business. Setting aside the matter of marriage, Shoki pondered, "Hanako?" He gazed at the girl before him with a hint of confusion. He was quite familiar with her. She was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of the extraordinary abilities characteristic of ninjas, an aspect not mentioned in the original narrative. Furthermore, had he not arrived, Shoki would have already perished, leaving no opportunity for their reunion. "I heard you were gravely injured, though it seems they must have been lying," Hanako remarked, gently patting her chest with a soft laugh. Unable to contain herself, she grasped Shoki's hand tightly, embracing him with heartfelt warmth. Shoki's eyes widened as he felt the comforting heat radiating from her. "I'm so relieved you're safe," Hanako exclaimed, tears spilling down her cheeks. She had feared Shoki was truly gone. All right," Shoki stammered, awkwardly patting her head, unsure of what words could adequately convey his feelings. This girl was, after all, the childhood friend of his former self, his very own Hanako. Memories linger here, unmistakably. "Shinshu, I have reached the age where marriage beckons. Yet I resist the notion of being wed to those whom my parents have designated." Huazi hesitated, her words caught in her throat. "I understood." Shinshu nodded. "It fortuitously aligns with my desire to strengthen the Senju clan, and I require a wife like you." Upon hearing this, Huazi's complexion blossomed with a rosy hue, as she tilted her head to inhale Shinshu's scent. "If you are willing, then I too shall acquiesce. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time, and indeed, you have grown significantly." Shinshu listened, comprehending her sentiments. In this era, young women are often compelled to marry and bear children according to their parents' wishes, forming families under duress. Instances of genuine affection are rare. In these backward times, girls possess little in the way of rights. Huazi's decision was certainly understandable to Shinshu. However, her visit was entirely unexpected. Initially, he had presumed their relationship would be a mere superficial transaction devoid of emotional depth. Yet, Huazi's arrival prompted a subtle shift in his perspective. "Huazi, you must realize that as the last male heir of the Senju clan, my duty is to rejuvenate our lineage. Thus, with you by my side, you shall conceive a child." Shinshu chuckled softly, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Indeed, as their conversation continued, Huazi's cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears, her gaze lowered as she buried her head against Shinshu's robust chest, her heart having belonged to him long before. Shinshu willingly accepted this affection. Should he refuse, she would be left with no choice but to marry an old man or a portly uncle. Could he bear such an outcome? This tender display did not go unnoticed by the recently awakened Tsunade. "Shinshu, go for it. Win her heart," Tsunade whispered in encouragement. When Huazi's parents arrived, the two had already engaged in conversation for quite some time. Tsunade and Jiraiya wore indulgent smiles. After both sets of parents convened and discussed the circumstances, Tsunade presented a betrothal gift of a substantial sum, completely winning over Huazi's mother and father. Soon, With the assistance of the third Hokage, Huazi became Shinshu's first wife, and their bond was already delightfully intimate. Though the wedding ceremony was initially planned to be extravagant, due to the tumult of war, it was held rather modestly. Under the auspices of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and numerous supporters of the Senju clan, the couple completed their marriage vows. That evening, as Shinshu donned his groom's attire, he marveled at the reality of this day. The door creaked open. Huazi, clad in her wedding gown, stealthily entered. In Shinshu's astonished gaze, she lay beside him, almost too shy to show her face. Huazi's lips trembled, her body quivering as if she might flee at any moment. Her bashfulness palpable, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Shinshu, I can finally unveil my true feelings. This night belongs to you. Breathing in the fragrance of her hair, Shinshu shivered with anticipation. This night promised to be one where he would need to exert a little effort. It is often said that lovers ultimately become united. This sentiment rings true, as Hanako shyly reclines beside Shinshu, her face still adorned with the lingering essence of their shared moments. The sun has just begun to rise, casting an extraordinary light upon the scene. The phrase 7 times a night aptly describes him, Shinshu. Setting everything else aside, at this moment, Hanako's heart is entirely devoted to Shinshu. Our family must continue to flourish, and I will rely on you in the future, Hanako. With a gentle laugh, she nestles shyly in his embrace. You rogue, you used to bully me. And now you still do, she exclaims with laughter. Shinshu cannot help but burst into hearty laughter. The sparkle in Hanako's eyes is undeniable. Shinshu has truly transformed into someone entirely different from before. This change, however, is most certainly for the better. From this day forth, she shall be known as Chiyo Hanako. Here, it is customary for women to take their husband's surname. As noon approaches, joyous news resonates through the streets, relaying messages from the front lines. Our forces have advanced once again. Victory is now within our grasp. Such delightful tidings bring smiles to the faces of the villagers of Konoha, all eagerly awaiting the swift return of their comrades from the battlefield. In these tumultuous times, no one yearns for peace more than they do. Observing this scene, Shinshu feels a sense of joy as well. The more peaceful the era, the safer he will be. He dreams of a time when he can have a bountiful lineage. At that moment, Tsunade enters, casting a glance at Shinshu and then at Hanako, who is yet to emerge from within. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Shinshu, did you? She inquires. Shinshu replies with a knowing smile. This only adds to Tsunade's fluster, though she feels a sense of comfort as well. Not to mention, since awakening the Senju bloodline, Shinshu has grown taller than her, appearing much more like an adult. It is hard to believe he was once just a small child. Tsunade reflects on this with a sense of nostalgia. She quickly accepts this new sister-in-law, having grown up alongside Shinshu, and feels little resistance. In fact, during these times of conflict, the urgency for marriage and childbearing is even greater. Tsunade feels she is fulfilling the family's mission. Shinshu, although the ninjas have informed the civilians about this matter, many are reluctant to come forward. They do not wish to participate, she reveals. This surprises Shinshu. Not a single one. He asks. Tsunade shakes her head. There are a few. Then why have they not been introduced? Shinshu queries, puzzled. They are all ninjas. At this revelation, Shinshu immediately comprehends the situation. It seems that the ninja clans are eager to acquire the Senju lineage from him, especially now that it is evident that he has awakened his abilities. In a world where bloodlines are paramount, many ninjas will go to great lengths to obtain the blood of prestigious clans. The Senju clan is no exception. Due to their ancestor Hashirama Senju's strong advocacy for integrating their lineage into the village of Konoha, the number of pure blood members has dwindled significantly, leaving only Shinshu and Tsunade as the remaining representatives of their clan. The bloodline of others has become so diluted that it can scarcely be referred to as a true lineage. The bloodline limit, if not inherited beyond one generation, experiences a significant rupture in strength, let alone after 3 generations. Furthermore, during the war, the Senju clan suffered immense losses, resulting in a present-day lineage that is more symbolic than substantive. Rope Tree recalls that in the original narrative, he was detonated by an explosive tag, which directly resulted in his organs being hollowed out, leading Tsunade to develop a phobia of blood. Wait a moment. Rope Tree realizes that he has, in fact, acquired a different disposition. Where are his organs now? He quickly shakes his head, discarding this horrifying thought. Turning to Tsunade, he addresses her. Sister, even ninjas are acceptable. as long as they can carry on the Senju lineage. Did not grandfather once advocate for such practices? Tsunade, no longer hesitating, invites the women waiting outside to come in. Allow me to introduce you, Rope Tree. Upon learning more, it becomes evident that due to the enduring legacy of Hashirama Senju, the ninja clans of Konohagakure still hold the Senju bloodline in high esteem. This time, 5 clans have come: the Inuzuka, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. The absence of the Uchiha clan does not surprise Rope Tree. Given their proud nature, this was to be expected. Nevertheless, the clans present encompass nearly all the prominent families of Konoha. The clans with secret techniques, such as the Inuzuka's beast mastery and the Byakugan of the Hyuga, are represented by a group of young maidens, each around 16 years of age. I apologize for not hosting you properly. Please, come and have some tea. Rope Tree smiles gently at them, prompting the timid girls, accompanied by their parents, to begin moving. As for the parents, they naturally leave the negotiations to Tsunade, all smiles as they seek to arrange a marriage for their daughters. Families that witnessed the era of the first Hokage would not let such an opportunity slip by. While Tsunade engages with the adults, Rope Tree attends to the younger girls. Although they are all older than him, none appear as mature as he does, a benefit of his bloodline that affords him the confidence to look down upon them. Hello. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, named Hinata, speaks first. Her shy demeanor compels Rope Tree to glance at her a bit longer. Wow, so handsome, exclaims a girl from the Nara clan, unable to contain her infatuation upon seeing Rope Tree. According to rumors, he is a hero who survived an ambush by enemies. Now face to face with him, nearly all the girls gaze at him with idolizing admiration. Are we going to do that kind of thing? You know, breeding. The girl from the Inuzuka clan exclaims with a sunlit smile, clearly unfazed by the topic, as her dog barks in agreement. You're being too crude, interjects a girl from the Nara clan, her expression clearly one of impatience. I just want to go back and eat something, ponders a girl from the Akimichi clan, her mind filled with delicious food. Her physique was distinctly different from that of her kin, remarkably proportionate and charming. Yet she remained an avid gourmand. Clearly, she was the quintessential representative of the Akimichi clan. In the midst of the girl's lively chatter, Shoju felt no discomfort. Instead, she graciously began to elucidate her thoughts. I aspire to revitalize our Senju clan, thus I must pass on my lineage. Regardless of what the future holds, the child shall remain with me, and I will take on the responsibility of their care. Naturally, we shall ensure that your feelings are respected during the period of childbirth, which is one of the conditions, and we will also provide you with a reward of 1 million, for you are both ninjas and mothers. Shoju's words were forthright and devoid of pretense, instilling a sense of comfort among the young women present. Their eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. Within their clan, they had no shortage of admirers, yet none possessed the charisma and unpretentiousness of Shoju, coupled with the noble quality of being willing to sacrifice everything for his family. Such attributes left them in awe. Truly, he was a remarkable individual. Young girls are often drawn to the extraordinary. Of course, if you are unwilling, you may. She trailed off. Inuzuka Asahi, a girl from the Inuzuka family, suddenly lunged at Shoju like an exuberant puppy, knocking him to the ground with a thud. I've taken a liking to you. Be my husband. Inuzuka Asahi's cheeks flushed slightly, her embarrassment evident, yet her tone was resolute. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Hyuga Hikari instinctively covered her eyes and exclaimed, How indecent. The surrounding girls exhibited various reactions to the unexpected turn of events, all gazing in innocent bewilderment. In this era, parental commands were akin to decrees. Before their departure, the elders of their clan had instructed them to secure Shoju, or they would not be permitted to return. Initially, they felt disheartened and resistant, but upon arriving, they discovered that Shoju was not only understanding, but also strikingly handsome. Any lingering feelings of discontent vanished without a trace. With her soft form sprawled atop Shoju, she gazed wide-eyed. The distance between them was barely the width of 2 fingers, almost close enough to feel each other's breath. Sniff, sniff. I must remember your scent, so I won't mistake you. My husband. What? Shoju could not help but exclaim, his previously calm heart now aflame with heat. What is this? Inuzuka Asahi looked at him in confusion, shifting her legs and continuing, by the way, what should we do next? The other girls, possessing a modicum of common sense, could hardly bear to watch and covered their eyes. Shoju could not have anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Was he to be overwhelmed right here? No. With a determined effort, he flipped over. This very action caused Inuzuka Asahi to squeal as he inadvertently pinned her down again. She curled up, despondently muttering, "I concede. My strength pales in comparison to yours." Observing their master's surrender, the large dog beside him rolled over, barking joyfully. The sudden display almost caused Shingshu to lose his composure. This cannot be right. At that moment, Tsunade arrived with the heads of 5 ninja clans, chatting and laughing. "Ah, indeed, Shingshu is truly a well-behaved child. You need not worry." With Tsunade's reassuring words, we felt a wave of relief wash over us. Just then, the 5 clan leaders caught sight of Shingshu's awkward predicament. The leader of the Akimichi clan, a woman with a jovial demeanor, turned her head with a smile. "This child is remarkably obedient." "Oh, well done. Ayakashi, take him down." The leader of the Inuzuka clan, a middle-aged man, clenched his fists and laughed heartily. "He is indeed his daughter's son. A truly admirable young man." The leader of the Hyuga clan, with his Byakugan activated, easily discerned the immense chakra within Shingshu, further solidifying his satisfaction with this son-in-law. The Senju bloodline remains formidable. Crackling sounds echoed as the Akimichi clan leader continued to indulge in food. Will the Nara clan leader be able to endure this? "My head aches," he mused, contemplating the future and Shingshu's robust demeanor. "Wait, this situation is not as you perceive." Shingshu quickly interjected, realizing this was his first time feeling overwhelmed. "Darling, do you know how to propagate?" Ayakashi from the Inuzuka clan, her cheeks flushed, asked with a playful smile. "Yes, I understand." The 5 clan leaders nodded in unison, echoing the same sentiment. Shingshu covered his face, utterly embarrassed. After handling the 5 clan leaders, he felt utterly drained. Each of these young women possessed remarkable skills, and the Inuzuka girl was particularly overwhelming. What a farce. After a brief bout of interaction, they agreed that until Hanako became pregnant, there was no further discussion. Shingshu silently mocked the situation while sipping tea with Hanako. "What do you think of them?" Hanako gently inquired, tilting her head adorably. In this era, polygamy is commonplace, and she harbors no qualms about it. As long as she remains the principal wife, it matters not. "They are all good girls, but none surpass you, Hanako." Shingshu chuckled, continuing his playful banter. "You were not always like this, Shingshu. Now I am." He teased Hanako, pulling her into his embrace. Tsunade watched this with a smile, clearly amused. A month passed, and Hanako became pregnant. The moment Shingshu received this news, he joyfully distributed sweets on the street. Hanako, radiating happiness, gently caressed her belly, smiling softly. "You did beautifully. Ha! This is simply wonderful." "Hanako!" Shingshu exclaimed, but Hanako playfully nipped his ear, reproaching him. "You bully me every day." "Of course, it happened. Each time. We'll discuss it later." Both were immensely happy, pondering how their child would turn out. Hanako stroked her belly, filled with anticipation. Tsunade, both surprised and delighted, exclaimed, "Shingshu, so soon? It feels like just yesterday." As a woman, she promptly prepared everything for her younger brother, gathering various infant medications and essential safety equipment. In a moment of both laughter and tears, she even utilized her identity as a medical ninja to secure a hospital bed for 10 months hence, demonstrating that even in times of turmoil, the impending birth of a child is a rare joy. Regarding the mission, it continued to bear significance. On that day, the 3rd generation expressed their congratulations to Shoju and presented a gift. The villagers were all smiles, for the situation at the front was favorable. And now there was this momentous occasion in the rear. Everyone flocked to partake in the joyous celebration at Shoju's home. This joyous scene seemed to distance them from the ravages of war. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the roots, Senju Shoju lacked the qualities of the first Hokage. There had been hopes for his growth, but it now seemed unnecessary. Danzo boldly declared Shoju's future achievements with a sinister demeanor. Before him lay the remnants of a human's entrails, most of which were in a state of ruin, scattered and fragmented. Not a single usable part had been overlooked. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Danzo's expression was malevolent. A root member clad in a white coat appeared from behind, respectfully reporting, "Lord Danzo, the research is progressing smoothly, and we have successfully obtained a substantial amount of vitality. However, once the injured recover, they are immediately forced to transform into trees with even more vitality. We are in urgent need of new materials." Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded slightly. "You have done well. I shall resolve the matter of research materials. You may leave." His tone was dismissive, as if discussing a trivial matter. Understood. The white coat quickly returned to the research. The area was cluttered with components from various ninja clans. As war approached, these items began to accumulate. Danzo squinted slightly and murmured, "Let us dispose of these today. They cannot remain any longer." The situation at the front was becoming increasingly tense, contrasting sharply with the reports from the village. The conflict with the Rain Ninja village was escalating, fraught with poison, feigned attacks, traps, and cunning explosives. Personnel losses were steadily increasing, and the war had reached a boiling point. There was an urgent need for a capability to break the deadlock. If they could harness the regenerative abilities of the Senju clan, it would resolve most of the issues at hand. Naturally, Danzo had no intention of turning to Tsunade. She was a powerful jonin in the village, and seeking her assistance would be tantamount to courting death. His focus was on Shoju, a specimen of remarkable lineage, who had even awakened, a perfect subject for experimentation. He chuckled to himself, gradually departing from the base. A week later, the ninja clans received an urgent mobilization order. Intelligence regarding the Rain Ninja village had been sufficiently gathered. Once the civilian ninjas had exhausted their resources, it would be the turn of these clans to take action. The leaders of the 5 great clans wasted no time in heading to the battlefield, determined to confront the Rain Ninja village. Their daughters had also been entrusted to Shoju, who naturally promised to take excellent care of them. Otherwise, without the command of 3 generations, they would still be sent to the battlefield. It was on this very day that Tsunade stood before Shinsuke, fully equipped for battle. Kunai, explosive tags, food pills, forehead protectors, and armor were all in place. Sitting in front of Shinsuke, she gently spoke, "Shinsuke, I am going to fight for Konoha. You must take care, be vigilant. Without me, you must remain strong." Grasping the pendant that belonged to Hashirama, Shinsuke nodded in affirmation. "Of course, I am a man now. Do not underestimate me." Upon hearing this, Tsunade smiled with warmth, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. "I will love you forever, Shinsuke." Kato Dan stood fully armed at the entrance. "Tsunade, it is time for us to depart." Tsunade nodded and rose to her feet. "Then let us bid farewell. Take care, sister. Be safe. You must return alive," Shinsuke urged with conviction. Tsunade nodded and, accompanied by Kato Dan, headed to the village entrance to join the troops. In no more than 3 days, they would officially enter the heart of the war. From the entrance, Shinsuke also spotted Orochimaru and Jiraiya joining the ranks. Everything was for the sake of the village, indicating that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. In the original storyline, Kato Dan would perish in this battle, leaving Tsunade a widow. No matter what, Shinsuke could not allow this to happen. Yet, his strength was too feeble, and on the battlefield, he would only meet his demise. Time was too tight. Fortunately, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate. Just 7 days prior, during an intimate moment, before Hanako announced her pregnancy, the system awarded him. Ding. Clan Member 1. Current clan members. 3. Reward. 10 Constitution. 10 Bloodline Density. Ninjutsu. Rasengan. This reward was even more generous. His strength had once again grown. Previously, he was merely a chunin, but after this enhancement, he had attained the might of a half-step jonin. It was termed half-step jonin due to his lack of combat experience, akin to a fledgling, lacking true prowess. However, when it came to raw strength, Shinsuke was not deficient at all. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards the 5 young women. "Sister has already gone to the front lines. We must hasten our pace." With that, a mischievous smile spread across his face. The 5 girls, including Hanako, blushed slightly. Yet now, Shinsuke was the head of the household, possessing the authority to make such decisions. Tsunade had already arranged for them to join the Senju clan. Although their surname would remain unchanged, their children would bear the Senju name. Shinsuke had no objections to this. This might also be the intent of other ninja clans. But as long as the children were his, it mattered little. The war raged on. The frontline battles were urgent, and Shinsuke's fighting prowess was commendable. Throughout the night, he hardly paused. With his enhanced physique, he seemed even more formidable. Though the rewards were straightforward, their impact was immensely powerful. Not to mention he had effortlessly acquired the Rasengan technique. He possessed the destructive power akin to that of a jonin. The shortcomings are merely a matter of technique. Once again, a sleepless night unfolds. A dragon dances among 6 phoenixes effortlessly. Following this night, one of the girls has conceived his offspring. Remarkably, she has also acquired the 8 gates technique. In essence, he has now attained the physical prowess equivalent to 30 years of arduous training of Little Lee. Though Little Lee's innate talent may be lacking, his relentless 30-year dedication has nonetheless led to an extraordinary level of physical capability. A gentle breeze wafts through the air. The girls stand in awe. A venerable ancient tree is decisively severed by Shoshu's kick, leaving a massive dent in its place. A faint green vapor emanates from Shoshu, who beams with satisfaction. With the addition of 2 children, his strength ascends to the level of a high-ranking ninja. Well done, everyone. This is the first time Shoshu has experienced such a gratifying start. Shoshu is impressive. Wow, how incredibly powerful. The girls express their profound admiration for a formidable figure like Shoshu. They realize that besides his striking appearance, his strength is indeed remarkable. Perhaps even the elders of their clan do not possess such formidable prowess. Having witnessed it, they feel justified in their assertions. Shoshu nods in satisfaction, smiling as he proclaims, "Another one of my little treasures is on the way." Upon hearing this, the girls chatter excitedly. Someone else is expecting? In the next moment, Inuzuka Asahi gently touches her belly. I feel as though something has settled within me. His power has significantly increased. This is all thanks to these girls. Shoshu believes that his future strength will undoubtedly surpass his current capabilities. He will certainly not neglect them. Immediately, he embraces Hanako and bestows a kiss upon Inuzuka Asahi, declaring, "From now on, you shall be my second wife." Second wife? Asahi stammers in surprise. Hanako giggles, "I am the first wife." The other girls display expressions of envy. The Senju clan welcomes yet another expectant mother. At that moment, the roots can no longer bear to watch. While they are engaged in fierce combat, Shoshu indulges in his harem. Without hesitation, a shuriken is launched directly at Shoshu. Outside, the air is filled with excitement and chatter. The news of Shoshu's victory over the invaders spreads rapidly through the village, conveyed by the 3rd Hokage. "Have you heard? Our village has been invaded by the Cloud-Hidden Village. Damn the Cloud-Hidden Village. They must not be spared." Thankfully, Lord Shoshu has resolved the crisis. Not only did he dismantle the traps, but he also vanquished the invaders. He is our hero. The villagers' admiration has surged 1,000-fold. Previously, they marveled at his resilience in surviving the traps, but now, their respect for the Senju clan has deepened. This explains why, after the task was announced, only members from the 5 great clans appeared, driven by their bloodlines. The common folk remained largely unperturbed, as many of the girls meeting Shoshu's criteria were yet to bear children. These young maidens are the cherished darlings of their families. The first time must not be wasted thus. However, now, the news of Shengshu leading his family to repel the invaders conveys a deeper meaning. In an instant, countless young maidens secretly admired this dashing youth. Possessing both strength and wealth, he truly embodies the archetype of the affluent and handsome. Consequently, Shengshu became a hero in the village of Konoha. Yet, he felt little sentiment towards this accolade. His sole desire was to strive alongside his wives and bear more children, for such was the means to secure stability in tumultuous times. Strength is the true currency of discourse. Everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Within the territory of the Senju clan, Hanako gazed dreamily at the Konoha Anbu who were investigating. These individuals, once beyond her reach, now numbered 10 within this very courtyard. Clearly, the 3rd Hokage regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. It appears that Shengshu holds substantial weight in the 3rd's esteem. A warm sensation enveloped Hanako, affirming that the 3rd Hokage indeed values her husband. Standing outside the courtyard, Shengshu shook his head and chuckled softly. The burden of such esteem was one he felt wholly unprepared to bear. However, upon gaining a clearer understanding of his own abilities, Shengshu devised another plan. He could not allow his elder sister to remain a widow for life. Thus, he required sufficient strategy and power. In the original narrative, Kato Dan and his predecessor perished in the same year, both dying after Tsunade bestowed upon them a cursed necklace. It was akin to a tragic hex. Shengshu grasped the invaluable necklace at his neck, realizing that only Naruto Uzumaki would be able to wield it in the future. Yet, he too was destined. A child of fate. Confidence blossomed within him as he entered the room. Upon seeing him, Hanako's face lit up with joy. "Shengshu, are you all right?" She leaped into his arms, her timidity dissipating since the arrival of her sister, Chaoyang. Careful, careful, our child is still in my belly." He chuckled gently as he embraced her, swirling her around a couple of times before gently setting her down. Hanako beamed, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. I understand. The Umbu, witnessing this tender moment, averted their gazes in envy. Shengshu glanced around the courtyard, puzzled. Where are Chao Yang and the others? Where have they gone? They have been invited by the Umbu for questioning regarding the events that transpired. However, their investigation is nearly concluded. One of the Umbu approached Shengshu. The third Hokage requests your presence, Lord Shengshu. Unconsciously, the Umbu's tone shifted. After a preliminary examination, they were astonished to discover that aside from the traces of physical combat, the most notable evidence was that of Mokutan. Only one individual, Senju Hashirama, could wield such a technique. Aside from him, no one else could utilize this bloodline limit. Now, with Shengshu having employed it, coupled with his lineage as the grandson of the first Hokage, it was not an exaggeration to address him as Lord in advance. Perhaps, he possesses the ability to lead the entire Hidden Leaf Village once again to ascend to the throne of dominance in the ninja world. He is quite pleased with the utmost respect shown by the Umbu. Such an exceptional team of ninjas should not be under the control of some old fool. It should be he who takes charge. However, the time is not yet ripe. Returning to the present, he inquired, "Is there something that the third Hokage wishes to discuss with me?" His sunny disposition was well received by the Umbu. Lord Third has summoned Lord Shoju to the Hokage's office. Though I am unaware of the specifics, only upon his arrival will he know, came the reply. Why does he seek me? What could it possibly be? Shoju mused, furrowing his brow. It seemed implausible that they would call on him at such a critical juncture. Surely they must suspect his involvement. Considering the current composition. In that earlier scenario, the 5 Kunoichi possessed no means of resistance as they were merely genin. With a special jonin and a chunin, they were more than capable of overcoming 5 powerless genin girls. The only variable was Shoju himself. This reasoning led to but one conclusion. Shoju must have attained the strength of a jonin to have dispatched both adversaries unscathed. Such prowess further attested to Shoju's status as a paragon among jonin, especially given his prior standing as an insignificant genin. Upon witnessing this transformation, the third Hokage was evidently moved. He had initially thought Shoju would not rise to the stature of someone like Hashirama, yet now, following the awakening of his bloodline, he had proven to be extraordinarily formidable. Single-handedly, he had vanquished 2 members of the root. The third was clearly touched by compassion. After a moment of reflection, Shoju comprehended the situation, a gentle smile gracing his face. He remained composed, nodding to the Umbu. Very well, I understand. I shall proceed to the Hokage's office forthwith to meet with Lord Third. Then, with a jesting tone, he remarked, I wonder if Lord Third intends to bestow upon me the title of Hokage. Ha! The Umbu captain chuckled in response. I have faith that you, Lord Shoju, will undoubtedly become Hokage. After all, you have mastered wood release and inherited the legacy of the first Hokage. With a smile, Shoju politely acknowledged the Umbu, then turned to Hanako, waving her off. I shall return shortly. Do not worry about me too much, Hanako. Take care of your health. Hanako nodded blissfully, perceiving this as the third's desire to promote Shoju once more. In that instant, she was filled with boundless hope for the future. Upon exiting, she waved goodbye to Shoju, wishing for the war to end soon. She gently placed a hand on her abdomen, murmuring, This way, the child shall not be born amidst the chaos of war. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat in his chair, his expression a mixture of excitement and concern. This child, Shoju, is indeed different. I should have intervened to stop Danzo. I should not have allowed him to engage in such actions. The third Hokage was filled with regret and some self-reproach. After awakening his bloodline, Shinshu had not anticipated the remarkable strength he possessed. Had he known sooner, he would not have acted so recklessly. He could only hope that Shinshu remained unaware of this matter. Third Grandpa, at that moment, Shinshu's voice resonated from outside the door. The third Hokage quickly responded, Ah, Shinshu. Come in quickly. I have something to discuss with you. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Shinshu feigned ignorance and inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss, third Grandpa? Is it about the intruders from the village hidden in the clouds? The third Hokage let out a soft hum, feeling somewhat reassured by Shinshu's demeanor. Despite being a cunning old fox, he could not fathom the thoughts of a mere 12-year-old boy. Thus, he spoke candidly, Shinshu. You were the one who defeated those ninja from the village hidden in the clouds, weren't you? Truly commendable. You successfully protected our leaf village. Shinshu shyly chuckled and replied, It is my duty. After all, I aspire to become Hokage one day. Furthermore, I aim to restore the glory of the Senju clan. While saying this, Shinshu mimicked playing an accordion, his enthusiasm palpable. Seeing Shinshu's youthful vigor, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the situation was indeed as Danzo had described. These root ninjas possessed unique self-destructive techniques. Shinshu genuinely seemed oblivious to any connection to this matter. Encouraged, the third Hokage hastily asked, Shinshu, how do you perceive your current strength? You are now the hero who vanquished the intruders. We have assessed their strength, and their chakra levels are above that of a Chunin. You possess that strength, and given the special circumstances, there are exceptional procedures in place. You previously submitted an application, did you not? An application to become a genin. Shinshu recalled that the application had been initiated by his predecessor, intending to hasten his entry into the front line and join the battle against the village hidden in the clouds. However, he had knelt down before he could even embark. This application now became a means for the third Hokage to leverage. Upon hearing this news, Shinshu was overjoyed. It felt as though a pillow had been presented just as he was drowsy. He had been worrying about how to infiltrate the ninja ranks. And now this opportunity was perfectly timed. With newfound excitement, Shinshu eagerly asked, Third Grandpa, does that mean I can directly become a Chunin? Well, the third Hokage hesitated. He had initially intended for Shinshu to start as a genin and progress gradually. He had not expected Shinshu to immediately request to become a Chunin. After contemplating for a moment, the third Hokage replied, Originally, you should have begun as a genin, but since you have achieved the feat of defeating the intruders, I can certainly promote you to Chunin. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Shinshu's lips. However, he quickly composed himself and continued to question the third Hokage, Third Grandpa. Once I become a Chunin, will I be able to act alongside Brother Kato Dan? I wish to contribute to the Leaf Village. This, indeed, epitomizes the aspirations of Rope Tree. Upon attaining the rank of Chunin, he could seamlessly integrate into an elite Jonin team to commence his endeavors. Kato Dan, fortuitously, happened to be a Jonin. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage found himself in a state of bemusement. So, Rope Tree yearned to be by Kato Dan's side. A notion that was undoubtedly permissible. Rope Tree nodded, visibly elated. In truth, he was already contemplating how to distinguish himself in the throes of war, ultimately earning accolades that would elevate him to the esteemed position of the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Consequently, he would have the authority to issue missions, negotiate with the Land of Fire, and even make demands of the defeated Cloud Village. In such a scenario, he would first collaborate with countless maidens, hoping to conceive at least one child to inherit the Senju bloodline. Upon becoming Hokage, he envisioned dedicating 4 days a week to procreation, leaving the remaining 3 days for indulgence and merriment. Such a life of leisure, is it not the ideal way to exist? It is said that the most prolific fathers have scarcely managed to sire a few hundred offspring. He, Senju Rope Tree, aspired to shatter that record, aiming for thousands. Envisioning such a splendid future, Rope Tree exited the Hokage's office with a smile. Having secured his Chunin credentials, it was imperative for him to exert even greater effort moving forward. Following this incident, Danzo fell into a profound silence. He dared not target Rope Tree again, especially with the third Hokage issuing a stern command that he must not interfere with Rope Tree, lest he face expulsion. This was no jest. Danzo could discern the shift in the third's demeanor. He felt a sense of frustration, for he was so close to the success of his experiment. Why, at such a critical juncture, had it all unraveled? Yet, for the time being, he could only retreat into the shadows. Currently, Senju Rope Tree basked in his prime. After delivering a resounding slap to Danzo, Rope Tree chose not to expose the situation, for doing so would not serve his interests. After all, once the war concluded, all debts would be settled. The news of his promotion to Chunin spread throughout Konohagakure, and scarcely anyone voiced dissent. This was indeed a commendable achievement. It would have been peculiar had he not been promoted. However, some questioned whether Rope Tree truly possessed the requisite strength. Rope Tree merely smiled, unperturbed. Strength would be revealed on the battlefield. In the span of a week, the only flourishing entity in Konohagakure was the Senju clan. During this week, not only did medical ninjas from the hospital arrive, but even civilian girls from the village flocked to him. Rope Tree welcomed them all, to the point where his bed became nearly overcrowded. In response, Rope Tree could only proclaim that he was the most formidable man. These girls were all his wings. At one instance, he single-handedly engaged 50 girls in broad daylight. Such absurdity would compel even the most notorious of studs to bow in reverence. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage remained indifferent. If he had the vigor to revel in such pursuits, then let him do so. The number of expectant mothers continued to swell. Surrounded by a throng of beauties, this figure escalated at an astonishing rate. Clan Member 1. Clan Member 1. Clan Member 1. Reward, Constitution 10. Bloodline Unlocked 10. Clan Member 1. Reward, Constitution 10. Bloodline Unlocked 10. Unlocking would release Divine Gate. The first 3 clansmen each received a reward, while the subsequent 3 children were required to earn a single reward. Nevertheless, Shoju felt quite satisfied. Apart from Hanako and the initial 7, numerous commoners and ninjas had become pregnant with his children, totaling 10 offspring. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with this number, it was still manageable. The most crucial aspect was that he had attained a quasi-kage level of power. With such strength, he possessed the ability to influence the battlefield. Not long ago, he hadn't even been considered a genin. However, Shoju remained humble, although his quasi-kage power was sufficient in the early stages of the Hokage. In the later stages where the 6 paths roamed freely and kage-level strength was as common as dirt, his power would be inadequate. After cautioning himself, Shoju set aside his fleeting thoughts and gazed into the distance. According to reliable rumors, excessive indulgence in a single day could diminish his virility. To avert such a situation, Shoju resolved to participate in the upcoming war, armed with sufficient strength for self-preservation, allowing him to worry less. The time required for his virility to replenish was 7 days. Once that period elapsed, he could return to Konoha and present his progeny to the ladies. The mere thought of this brought a smile to his face. Coincidentally, he also wished for Kato Danzen to remain alive. Tomorrow, he would officially enlist in the military. Yet tonight, he had an important matter to address. Those who had offended him would not be easily forgiven. He harbored grand ambitions regarding Danzo's estate. Did his opponent not relish exploiting the vulnerable? Had he been a mere genin, he might have truly met his demise. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Shoju's lips. He had never been a person of straightforwardness. To survive in such a world, one must possess various means. Meanwhile, within Danzo's quarters, frustration loomed. He had not anticipated Shoju's rapid ascent in power following his awakening, to the extent that he had slain both a Chunin and a special Jonin. Damn that brat. Could he not simply die at my hands? Dark clouds gathered in Danzo's eyes. These 2 ninjas were talents he had painstakingly preserved from the 3rd Hokage during this tumultuous war. Now both lay dead. Danzo's remaining forces amounted to merely a handful, and his only viable combat strength centered on himself, who was merely at a quasi-kage level. Once on the battlefield, there was a real possibility of his own demise. Danzo harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. How could he allow himself to perish here? Originally, he had intended to eliminate Shoju to acquire his bloodline, thereby enhancing his own power and gaining a significant advantage in future Hokage selections. Just as he wallowed in despair, a shocking revelation reached his ears from one of his subordinates. Lord Danzo, a grave matter has arisen. Observing the urgency in his subordinate's demeanor, Danzo felt displeased. What is it? Must you make such a fuss? Lord Danzo, your home has been attacked by ninjas from the Cloud Village. It has been blown to bits. What? Tuan Zhang's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Could such a thing truly occur? Yet, he remained unconcerned, for he had no intention of returning home. Even if his house were to be destroyed, it would hardly cause him any harm. However, the subsequent remark from his subordinate shattered his composure completely. Not only that, Lord Tuanzong, your ancestral grave has also been exhumed. A change swept over Tuanzang's countenance, prompting him to rush home. Upon his arrival, he was met with the chaotic aftermath of an explosion, where numerous Umbu were diligently investigating the scene. Fortunately, there were no further confidential materials at stake. If destruction was to befall him, so be it. Yet, what unfolded next incited an overwhelming fury within him. His ancestral grave had indeed been unearthed, with the bones of his forebears scattered across the ground, subjected to the ravages of wild dogs. The most egregious affront was the sight of a pile of refuse resting atop one of the skulls of his ancestors. In that moment, Tuanzong clutched his chest, his chakra spiraling into disarray. Even the most nefarious souls would struggle to withstand such a sight. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he nearly succumbed to rage-induced apoplexy. Lord Tuanzong, quickly, take him to the hospital. The 3rd Hokage stood by, silently observing the scene, unable to find joy in the chaos. The earlier antics of the Cloud Village ninja had been tolerable, knowing they were orchestrated by Tuanzang himself. However, the Rain Village ninja's precise demolition of Tuanzang's residence raised unsettling questions. Did this imply they possessed the capability to strike at the Hokage's office with equal precision? Or was it possible that this entire incident was a self-directed ruse by Tuanzang to secure additional resources? The third frowned, a flicker of discontent stirring within him as he regarded Tuanzang. As expected, Tuanzang soon demanded an increase in the number of ninjas assigned to the route. All such requests were summarily rejected by the third. Tuanzang's resentment grew. After all, his ancestral grave had been desecrated. What was wrong with seeking reinforcements? The camaraderie between the two had decidedly soured. Unbeknownst to Senju, who was merely seeking to indulge in unscrupulous deeds, his actions had inadvertently begun to fracture their relationship. Had he been aware, he would likely have reveled in the prospect. The two old men would be better off perishing on the spot, for otherwise, they would only obstruct his path to a harem. After avenging Tuanzang, Senju had no intention of sparing him in the future. Yet, the time was not ripe. He would bide his moment. That night, the desecration of Tuanzang's ancestral grave was truly a source of collective satisfaction. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Senju entered the Hokage's office and expressed his desire to join the war. The third outwardly opposed the notion, yet inwardly reveled in delight. Should Senju perish on the battlefield, he would provide an abundance of experimental material. Conversely, should he survive and achieve merit, it would not be a loss. After feigning a few words of counsel, he acquiesced to Shinju's request to join the front lines. Senju was acutely aware of the third's ulterior motives, yet remained unfazed. As for why the third did not directly demand Shinju's blood, it was a matter of utmost importance. A ninja's lineage was their lifeblood. If Senju were compelled to comply this time, would the next demand fall upon the Hyuga clan, and then the Uchiha? Regardless of who it may be, should such a request be made, it is likely that they would be compelled to resign by the following day. This holds true even for the third Hokage. The power of the ninja clans within the village is formidable. Moreover, in these times of war, even the third Hokage cannot voice such sentiments, as the contributions of the Senju clan to the village are well known among the older generation. Such statements would only serve to dishearten. In an instant, the third Hokage contemplated many things. Shoju merely nodded in response, deflecting the matter. The girls seeking children from his household often left after a night of fervent experience, intending to return weekly. Shoju had stipulated that visits would occur only once a week, leaving them with no choice but to return after the week's end. The girls departed with a sense of satisfaction. The commoner girls planned to discreetly conceive and bear children to enter the prestigious Senju household. Apart from the 6 girls who had formally entered into matrimonial agreements, the courtyard was devoid of others. Shoju, do you truly intend to go to the front lines? Hanako asked, her hand grasping his with concern. Is it not the duty of a man to shoulder such burdens? Shoju laughed heartily, though he recognized the need for caution in this forthcoming endeavor. The front lines harbor ninjas capable of inflicting harm upon him. Notably, Hanzo, the salamander, renowned for his prowess, possesses formidable strength, and lurking in the shadows are Tezuko and White Zetsu, each a formidable adversary. Shoju was not one to underestimate the gravity of the situation. Despite his thoughts, his previous remarks had significantly increased the affection of the girls present. In this tumultuous era, the status of women within families, even among female ninjas, is exceedingly low. It was a rarity to hear someone express a desire to protect them. Within their clans, they were often regarded as mere cannon fodder. Shoju, I am determined to follow you from now on, Inuzuka Asahi declared, affectionately leaning against him. Shoju, you must exercise caution on this journey, Nara Keiko shyly added. Having also conceived, once a girl experiences such moments, it becomes difficult to extricate herself from them. If possible, do return. Hyuga Hinata similarly expressed, her face adorned with a gentle glow, having also conceived within the Senju lineage. Very well. Indeed, I cherish each of you. Remember, not a single one should be missing. Shoju smiled warmly. Shoju, the other girls chattered excitedly, completely regarding him as the center of their universe. It was only Shoju who treated them with such kindness. In their families, they were merely tools for alliances, yet in Shoju's eyes, they were truly valued individuals. Very well, indeed. Shoju laughed heartily. Having these wives was truly a blessing. He promised them, I vow that upon reaching the battlefield, I shall return bearing accolades, and then we shall joyfully welcome more children. Upon hearing this, the other girls who were not yet with child felt a surge of joy. They surrounded Shoju, embracing him and planting kisses upon him. Even the rope tree did not refuse the fragrant kiss of the beautiful maidens. He gently leaned down, and before he knew it, he was enveloped in a symphony of birdsong and floral scents. At last, he understood why the emperor became so enamored with beauties that he could not extricate himself. Were he in the same position, he too would find it difficult to break free. Observing the blushing maidens sprawled on the ground, the rope tree felt a touch of shyness. When Tsunade was still around, he had dared not indulge so freely, limiting himself to cautious fitness games with Hanako. However, with no one watching, he had inadvertently fallen into a realm of tenderness. Fortunately, due to the dwindling state of his little brother, no system notification echoed, and no one became pregnant. Nevertheless, this was acceptable. The rope tree let out a hearty laugh, straightened his attire, and stepped outside. "Await my return, my wives." The girls behind him nodded in unison, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. "And feel free to utilize the household assets for your purchases. It is of no concern to me." With this final remark, the rope tree departed from the somewhat desolate Senju estate, heading towards the battlefield, ready to cultivate his reputation as the fourth Hokage. After all, the third Hokage had only recently assumed his role. It was only a few years ago that his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, passed away, paving the way for him. Years had passed, yet the Second Shinobi World War remained unresolved. The rope tree resolved to bring an end to this conflict. On the battlefield's front line, Tsunade and her companions arrived at the base, where a nearby ninja promptly briefed them on the situation. The Rain ninjas had established a stronghold ahead, safeguarding their front lines, and all that remained for them was to advance. The ninjas' words illuminated the urgency of the circumstance for the trio. The front line of Konoha had been significantly pushed back. What had once been an advantageous position had drastically shifted with the personal intervention of the salamander. With a wave of ominous toxic mist and unpredictable puppets, the ninjas of Konoha found themselves retreating steadily. Inviting Tsunade and her companions was a desperate measure indeed. "Leave everything here to us," Tsunade asserted to the ninjas before her, her tone resolute. "And if you possess any samples of the poison, please hand them over to me." Orochimaru, lurking nearby, ominously remarked, "Tsunade's ability to neutralize toxins is formidable. I shall assist her." Jiraiya nodded in agreement. "Once the antidote is prepared, I shall push forward." Their words ignited a flicker of hope in the eyes of the ninjas who had been holding their ground. Truly remarkable, as expected from the disciple of the third Hokage. They respectfully presented a vial of poison, stating, "This poison was extracted from our fallen comrades. We were powerless to prevent their demise, forced to watch them perish." At this, tears welled in the corner of his eye. Tsunade solemnly accepted the toxic substance and addressed Orochimaru, "Time is of the essence. We must act quickly to neutralize this poison." Orochimaru nodded, determination flashing in his gaze. Life is indeed fragile. Even a trace of poison can claim it. Fortunately, his parents, despite their roles as ninjas, remain alive. I hope they can survive this ordeal. Meanwhile, Jiraiya draws upon the strength he acquired from his training in Mount Myaboku, taking on the role of a sensing ninja as he begins to survey the surroundings. The ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village stand on high alert, while the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village, shrouded in a veil of mist, stealthily approach this stronghold. The father of the Scorpion of the Red Sand arrives, manipulating his puppets with deft control. The crystalline chakra threads are nearly imperceptible amidst the toxic fog. The Hidden Rain Village has long since formed a clandestine alliance with the Sand Village, conspiring against the Hidden Leaf for profit. This time, they are determined to annihilate the leaf without leaving a trace. In the next moment, a puppet lunges forward. The sound of wood scraping fills the air, silent yet ominous. Several ninjas from the Hidden Leaf have their heads severed in an instant. Jiraiya's eyes snap open wide, and he bellows in alarm. Enemy attack. This dense fog can obscure our senses. The sensing ninjas widen their eyes in disbelief. How could they have not detected this? Yet, in the next instant, an image flashes in their minds. An ambush. The beasts from the Hidden Rain Village have come. Eliminate them all. A thunderous roar erupts from the stronghold of the Hidden Leaf. In an instant, countless ninjas surge forth, unleashing jutsu and projectiles in a frenzied assault. Amidst the chaos of battle, innumerable lives are extinguished by unseen attacks. Blood and severed limbs litter the ground. The clash of ninjas is indeed a brutal affair. Witnessing the carnage, Jiraiya bites his finger and slams it onto the ground, Summoning Jutsu. Bunta. Intricate patterns materialize, and a 10-meter-tall toad, wielding a massive sword, descends from the heavens. Leave it to me. With a colossal swing of the sword, the beleaguered ninjas of the Hidden Leaf regain their footing. Some recognize the toad's origin. It hails from Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. We are saved. The morale of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf surges. With such a formidable summoning beast, they need not fear those treacherous puppets any longer. These puppets are ruthlessly obliterated by the toad, taking down their controllers alongside them. These puppets, with their formidable defenses and high attack power, are challenging for ordinary ninjas to confront, and they can also unleash puppet techniques. Now that the puppets have been neutralized, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf press forward, and in the blink of an eye, dozens more lives are lost here. Orochimaru and Tsunade arrive just in time to confront the father of the scorpion of the red sand. They exchange a glance and unleash their most devastating techniques. Tsunade, with a fierce glare, charges forward with a punch. Thud. The puppet barely withstands the impact, but in the next moment, Orochimaru morphs into a serpent, appearing behind the scorpion's father. With a swift strike, he aims to deliver a lethal blow. In a critical moment, a Jounin from the Hidden Rain village intervenes, blocking the attack with a kunai. Water release. Waterfall jutsu. He forms hand seals and shouts, unleashing torrents of water that surge toward the 2 combatants. A deluge of water indiscriminately sweeps across the battlefield, completely disrupting their formations. Is all of this merely a ploy for that puppet master? Tsunade and Orochimaru swiftly retreated, suddenly realizing the significance of their opponent. The other party might possess an extraordinary identity. They contemplated pursuing, but soon, more Rain Village ninjas arrived. This stronghold barely housed 40 Leaf Village ninjas, while their adversaries numbered over 100. Tsunade exclaimed, "Rain Village aims to seize this high ground in one fell swoop? The situation was dire. We must withdraw." The other Leaf ninjas, including Jiraiya, shared the sentiment of retreat. The 3rd Hokage merely advised them to hold their ground, not to fight to the death. Typically, this was the moment to retreat. With such a disparity in forces, Tsunade and her companions were the highest-ranking officials present. Witnessing the Rain Village's audacity, Tsunade shouted, "Everyone, fall back." At her command, the engaged Leaf ninjas sighed in relief and swiftly began to withdraw. Seeing this, the Rain ninjas immediately pursued. Following the order, a few more Leaf ninjas perished. Tsunade watched in despair, feeling helpless. Their opponents also had formidable experts. A forced defense would only lead to annihilation. As the Leaf ninjas began their retreat, a loud laugh echoed from behind. "No need to withdraw. I have arrived." Both Leaf and Rain ninjas turned to look. Was there reinforcements? Splendid. The Leaf ninjas were filled with joy, but their elation turned to disappointment upon seeing only one person. "Why is it just you? Retreat. Hurry back. No need to come over." Tsunade's eyes widened in recognition. "Shoju, what are you doing here?" Shoju leaped forward with a hearty laugh. "The 3rd sent me. Don't worry. I'm here." While the allied forces retreated, Shoju resolutely advanced. "Retreat," Tsunade shouted urgently. It was an order. However, Shoju seemed to ignore her, continuing his charge forward. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Damn it. This is not the time for bravado. Though she scolded him, she followed Shoju without hesitation. The enemy ninjas were just ahead, and retreating was no longer an option. Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused, equally following suit. "Damn that arrogant brat," Jiraiya muttered helplessly. "Kill," Orochimaru stated flatly. The Rain Village ninjas, witnessing the audacity of the 4, nearly laughed out loud. "We have reinforcements from the Sand Village. Fear not. They are but 4. They were emboldened, completely dismissing the 4. In this treacherous forest, perilous ninjas lay hidden. As Shoju passed a certain point, a ninja lunged at the back of his head. "Shoju!" Tsunade screamed urgently. Yet, Shoju smiled slightly, and a green light erupted from his body. Suddenly, the enemy seemed to collide with something, their forward momentum shifting to a retreat. In the next instant, his head exploded. Tsunade and the others were stunned. However, the scene that followed left them even more bewildered. A puppet charged in, aiming to slay Shoju. A blue orb suddenly emerged from the single hand of the rope tree, crashing directly onto the puppet's head. The overwhelming wind attribute shattered the puppet's skull. The villagers of Rain Shinobi were utterly astonished. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why does he not even need to announce the name of the technique? A master. Truly a master. Upon hearing this, the rope tree chuckled. "You are all about to die, yet you still have so much to say?" He clapped his hands, and an immense surge of chakra flowed from his body. Tsunade found herself momentarily frozen, as if she had glimpsed the shadow of her grandfather. Hashirama Senju would release. The flower world tree descends. Crack, crack, buzz. Countless towering trees sprang forth from the earth, ensnaring the enemies still on the ground. Fire release and wind release had no effect on these trees. In the next moment, the trees sprouted additional branches, mercilessly strangling the enemies they had ensnared. No, please. No. What kind of monstrous thing is this? The screams echoed continuously, and all the enemies still on the ground perished. One ninjutsu claimed the lives of at least 60 people. This scene left both sides in shock. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. After the colossal trees had strangled the enemies hiding in the bushes, the rope tree chose not to continue. Blooming requires an immense amount of chakra, and this was just right. Now, the position of the great trees equated to his temporary extension. In this area, there was nowhere to hide. The 8th gate of opening. The gate of view. Open. Boom. The steam emanating from the rope tree revitalized him. Before the ninjas of Rain Shinobi could react, a lithe figure emerged from the side, and with each appearance, a head would burst or limbs would shatter. It was either death or crippling injury. Even the puppets could not withstand a single blow. After dispatching one foe, the rope tree leaned against the unbloomed flower world tree. His body melded into the tree, and when he re-emerged, he brought unparalleled power to wreak havoc across the battlefield. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the Leaf Ninjas stood in stunned silence. They dared not advance, fearful of becoming collateral damage. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi felt as though they were facing a beast emerging silently from the trees. After kicking down a few more opponents, the pressure finally became too much for someone to bear. Damn it. Retreat quickly. A monster. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi retreated at breakneck speed. Yet the rope tree had no intention of letting them escape, bringing his hands together with a faint smile. Would release. The technique of Wooden Man. Tsunade was left dumbfounded. Rope tree. With just one technique, the entire Rain Shinobi village descended into chaos. No one could withstand the might of such a jutsu, and moreover, the opponent had more than just this method at his disposal. The technique of Wooden Man. Accompanied by a great roar from behind, a giant towering 30 meters appeared before the ninjas of Rain Shinobi. Even the Leaf Ninjas stood in awe. Even the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique seems to yield only half the height of this wooden giant, which was as tall as a 15-story building. Its emergence instilled profound fear in all the ninjas of Rain Shinobi present. Nothing is more terrifying than this enemy. The towering wooden figure loomed over the Rain Ninja of Amigakure, gazing down upon them with a dismissive air, as if regarding mere ants, a soft chuckle escaping its lips. "Is it you who bullied my brother?" The words, laced with an overwhelming aura of dominance, sent a tremor through the spirits of the Leaf Village ninjas, exuding an undeniable majesty. However, the ninjas of Amigakure felt nothing but profound dread. "Run! Hurry, flee!" Panicked voices echoed from all directions. In this dense jungle, the end was nigh. "It seems you are unaware of the principle of blood for blood," the wooden figure sneered, hands clasped together. With so many Leaf Ninjas present, he could not afford to let this group escape. The colossal wooden form snapped 2 nearby trees as effortlessly as a child toys with twigs, sweeping towards the Rain Ninjas. In an instant, the area ravaged by the trees bore witness to a scene of carnage, strewn with the remnants of the Amigakure ninjas, a sight too horrific to behold. Yet the ninjas from the Leaf Village erupted in jubilant shouts. "Well done! Annihilate them all! Avenge our brother! Splendid, splendid!" At that moment, in the eyes of these ninjas, the wooden figure was the true Hokage, unlike the third Hokage, who remained hidden miles away, his presence scarcely discernible. Listening to the cheers below, a smile crept across the wooden figure's face. This was the essence of Harvest. As long as he could establish his authority, achieve military merit, and forge friendships, he would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable influence. A rough estimate suggested that the remaining foes were capable chunin, well known throughout the Leaf Village. Once he rescued them and bestowed some favors, it was likely they would not obstruct his ascension to the Hokage position, even if they did not offer their assistance. While the wooden figure calculated his gains with a smile, the Amigakure ninjas were not idle. Formation. Release. Water Dragon Jutsu. A team of about 5 or 6 ninjas emerged atop the treetops, wielding their jutsu as they charged toward the wooden figure. Boom. A water dragon, half the height of the wooden figure, roared forth, propelled by relentless chakra, aimed directly at him. Any ordinary ninja struck by such a jutsu would undoubtedly be obliterated. With no chance of survival, the Leaf Ninjas, realizing the impending threat, prepared to counter with their own jutsu. Yet their hand seals were executed far slower than their adversaries. On the opposite side, a squad of elite ninjas, composed of 5 or 6 jonin, was unleashing their jutsu. Tsunade felt urgency swell within her. She bit her finger to summon a slug, but the enemy acted too swiftly for her to keep up. Wanta drew his blade, attempting to intercept the water dragon, but he was merely a young toad. Faced with the combined might of 5 or 6 jonin unleashing their jutsu, he barely managed to resist before being sent flying. Blade and toad alike. The water dragon, fueled by chakra, surged forth with undiminished ferocity, charging towards the wooden figure. The ninja across the way revealed a cruel smile. What does the hidden card of Konoha village matter? They shall still perish at their hands, destined to descend into hell and regret their actions. Shoki stood frozen in shock, until he finally uttered a gentle remark. Why do you spit indiscriminately? Can we not exhibit some civility? In the next moment, Shoki formed hand seals and remarked, then, let us engage in reciprocity. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball, with a diameter of 15 meters, erupted from the top of the wooden figure, aimed directly at the elite shinobi team below. The two sides seemed evenly matched. The water dragon and the fireball collided, emitting a piercing crackle as water and fire clashed. Small explosions erupted continuously, and countless steam clouds billowed from the crevices. The ninjas of Konoha were left dumbfounded. One person could stand against an entire team, and not be at a disadvantage? Such dominance was truly overwhelming. The Konoha ninjas completed their hand seals, unleashing their own scorching fireballs towards the sky, executing their fire style, great fireball technique. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, smaller fireballs continuously merged into that blazing sun above. For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand. However, Shoki preferred not to confront them openly. As expected of the ninjas from the village hidden in the rain, their use of water was indeed exceptional. Shoki smiled faintly, having already arrived behind the elite ninjas. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone release such immense chakra and still be able to move? The water dragon technique, once hindered, required the caster to maintain it, or they would perish instantly. They could only watch helplessly as Shoki approached them step by step. The captain of the elite team trembled, his lips quivering as he spoke with a pale face. Just give me a quick end. What kind of monster are you? Defeated, they had resigned themselves to face death, and Shoki had no intention of subduing them. A smile crept across his lips. I can't be bothered to leave my mark upon you or control you. Let me grant you a swift end. With a swift motion, Shoki struck one of them. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted, and that person vanished without a trace. The others trembled uncontrollably. Yet none pleaded for mercy. Shoki appreciated their resolve. Without the means to implant a mark, they could never be of use to him. Since they could not be allies, they were simply enemies. Without further ado, Shoki began to strike at the locations where their chakra was concentrated. They were instantly killed, their gathered water dragon techniques dissipating before the arrival of the great fireball. In a flash, Shoki departed from the scene, as the colossal fireball swept through the area, igniting a wildfire that surged forth with terrifying heat. Following this battle, due to the elite team's rear guard, a portion of the puppet masters managed to escape back to the village hidden in the rain. Shoki earned fame through this battle. As those he killed were forever fused into the wood, he was dubbed the god of trees of Konoha. Days later, Shoki perused the report in his hands, raising an eyebrow. What a ridiculous name. Katsuyu couldn't help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, Senju, you have truly excelled. I need not worry about you anymore. The fact that your enemies have given you a nickname is a testament to their fear of you. Her demeanor softened considerably, though initially taken aback. Her shock subsided after a few days, allowing her to embrace the situation with remarkable ease. Having such a powerful younger brother was indeed a source of immense pride for her. It was astonishing that merely awakening a fragment of the Senju clan's bloodline could bestow such strength. Katsuyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Jiraiya, ever the jester, chimed in. Katsuyu, perhaps Shinju's potential was only unlocked after sustaining a grave injury. Why not let yourself be blown up a couple of times? Who knows? You might also awaken your wood release. Upon hearing this, Katsuyu rolled her eyes and playfully punched Jiraiya on the head. You foolish man, even on the battlefield. You failed to learn. Jiraiya, however, could not contain his laughter. Senju observed the scene with a wry smile, reflecting on the lively camaraderie they shared before they ascended to the legendary status of the three Sannin. Would he, Senju, then be considered the legendary wooden man? The thought prompted an involuntary chuckle. At that moment, Orochimaru approached stealthily, his expression as stern as ever. Senju, might I have a glimpse of your blood? He inquired in a raspy voice, addressing him directly in Katsu's presence without a hint of subtlety. Surprised by Orochimaru's forthright request, Senju replied, Brother Orochimaru, you do understand what it means to possess the bloodline of a ninja clan, don't you? Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Katsu interjected, Orochimaru, you wouldn't dare use Senju for experiments, would you? I cannot allow that. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Senju smiled and extended his arm. It's fine, go ahead and draw it. The words left both Katsuyu and Jiraiya dumbfounded. As his elder sister, Katsuyu exclaimed, wait, why would you allow this? Had it been anyone else, Senju would have dismissed them outright, but this was Orochimaru. Surviving from the early days of the Hokage era to the chaotic times filled with monstrous entities and extraterrestrials. He could extract crucial blood from anyone, even the likes of Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, Orochimaru stood at the pinnacle of civilian ninjas, while another peak was represented by Might Guy. Seeing Shinju's lack of concern, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile as he produced a syringe and began to draw blood without hesitation. Thank you. However, what is your purpose for my blood? Senju inquired. Orochimaru revealed his intentions. For research, specifically to explore the restoration of human anatomy. It is said that Hashirama Senju could instantaneously regenerate an entire arm. If this technology could be perfected, it would undoubtedly benefit Konoha. Ah, so it is immortality you seek. Senju remarked candidly, a smile gracing his face. Orochimaru's hand trembled slightly as he drew blood, but he quickly regained composure. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his serpent-like eyes. A kindred spirit. I never expected to find someone who understands me so well. Until today, no one had truly grasped my essence. Though Orochimaru maintained a calm exterior, internally, he was overwhelmed with a surge of exhilaration, rendering him almost speechless. He gazed at Senju with a mix of excitement and solemnity, saying, Senju, there's no need to call me elder brother anymore. Once the war concludes, do come and visit my home. With that, he carefully cradled Shinju's blood sample and departed the tent. Jiraiya, attempting to ease the atmosphere, remarked, do not be misled by Orochimaru's eccentricities. He is fundamentally a good person. Tsunade observed Orochimaru's retreating figure and shook her head. Despite having spent so much time with him, we remain oblivious to his thoughts. Nevertheless, he would never act against Konoha. Senju, you can rest assured. Senju nodded, feeling quite at ease. Excellent. Now, having established connections with several Chunin and with Orochimaru's influence backing him, he has gained considerable prestige within the village. Moreover, due to his remarkable achievements in defending the heights single-handedly, the village has decided to promote him. Though he has only held the Chunin rank for a brief period, he has swiftly ascended to Special Jonin, just a step behind Orochimaru and the others. Meanwhile, Kato Dan was engaged in reconnaissance in the Rain Village. After spending a few days with Tsunade, Senju departed towards the direction of Kato Dan. Heading into the heart of the Rain Village, he had a foreboding feeling that Kato Dan might have perished during this investigation. Within the Rain Village, relentless rain poured down, obscuring visibility throughout the town. Lord Hanzo, here is the latest report on the battle. One of his subordinates presented a document. The man, donned in a gas mask and wielding a scythe, slowly perused the battle report. Hanzo, the legendary Sannin, also known as the demigod, remained unmoved until he reached the last word. Have the Konoha ninja advanced in layers? What of our breakthrough squad? The ninjas below stammered, drawing Hanzo's ire. Speak plainly. What is there to hide? Forgive us, Lord Hanzo. Our squad was completely annihilated. Only the puppet master from Tsunade remains. What? On the battlefield? An enemy known as Senju Shinshu appeared, utilizing would release to eliminate everyone. Would release? I see. Hanzo's initial agitation dissipated as he contemplated the situation. It appears we have lost this round. However, Konoha should not expect an easy victory. He rose, gazing out at the relentless downpour, his expression inscrutable. Amidst the puzzled glances of his subordinates, he slowly grasped his scythe. Prepare for negotiations. After uttering this phrase, Hanzo exited the shadowy office, striding towards the door. His subordinates were left in shock. My lord, are you truly going to take action? On the battlefield against the Rain Village. The scales of balance that once favored Konoha were now upended by the involvement of a shadow-level ninja. Even in defeat, it must be dignified, otherwise, should they lose under such conditions, the reparations demanded by Konoha would be utterly ruthless. As soon as Hanzo emerges, the village of Konoha dares not act so boldly. Such is the mindset of Hanzo, a mere warrior. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, the third Hokage lay motionless in his office. Without comparison, there can be no distinction. The team led by Kato Dan, endowed with the art of spiritual manifestation, possesses the unique ability to project their souls. This technique is ideal for probing the depths of the Rain Ninja Village. However, Kato Dan found himself in a state of confusion, unable to traverse the rain-soaked terrain. The downpour seemed to possess a quality that obscured perception. Nestled between the land of fire and the land of waves, this region frequently experiences torrential rains due to temperature differentials. Yet, this particular rain, capable of cloaking sensory awareness, was unprecedented. With his rain hat donned, Kato Dan dared not advance further. If his spirit strayed too far and lost its way, his body would perish, a significant drawback of the technique. His subordinates, accompanied by a cadre of sensory ninjas, shook their heads in unison, acknowledging their inability to perceive anything within the village. In this deluge, all semblance of visibility was shrouded. Hesitation gripped Kato Dan. It appeared that the only course of action was to press onward. Prepare yourselves, we must delve deeper. Suddenly, a soft voice called from behind him. Brother Dan. The call startled Kato Dan, causing him to turn and behold the figure of Nara Shoju. Shoju, what brings you here? I was summoned by Lord Third to assist. Very well, stay close. They found themselves in a location devoid of any incoming intelligence, leaving Kato Dan unaware of Shoju's recent exploits or his current prowess. He assumed Shoju was merely accompanying them, yet concern gnawed at him. They were in a perilous position at the enemy's core. Should Shoju remain here, he would surely meet his demise. Before Kato Dan could venture forward, Shoju interjected. Brother Dan, as a special jonin of Konoha, I must insist that you withdraw and abandon this reconnaissance mission. Kato Dan was taken aback, glancing at Shoju. Aren't you a chunin? How did you achieve the rank of special jonin? Show me your credentials, Shoju. Without further ado, Kato Dan demanded proof, which Shoju readily provided. After reviewing the documents, Kato Dan finally accepted Shoju's words. Very well, we shall retreat. The team members expressed disbelief. Captain Dan, after expending so much effort to arrive here, are we to simply turn back? We have yet to gather any relevant intelligence. Moreover, I was unaware that the village had such a special jonin. Kato Dan nodded, acknowledging their experiences in battle. Indeed, you have faced much, but this is a direct order from the Hokage. Once these words were spoken, coupled with the credentials, the ninjas who had previously voiced their dissent fell silent. Shoju added, if you wish to court death, you may freely enter. The rain here possesses an awareness of its own. The moment you step inside, you will be detected. Even if you carry vital intelligence, you will perish within. The sensory ninjas were taken aback. Indeed, this rain was extraordinary. They believed it to a considerable extent. Just as they were about to depart, a voice resonated. You come and go as you please, yet you seem to regard me with such disregard? A wave of toxic mist surged forth, and Shunshu glared. Has Hanzo the Salamander arrived? He was a formidable presence that Shunshu could never hope to defeat. Even if victory were within reach, escape would be impossible. Formation. Defensive stance. Kato Dato bellowed. As the entire squad braced for confrontation, he clapped his hands together. Wood release. Flowering world tree descends. From the ground before them, countless flower trees erupted, covering a quarter of the Rain Ninja Village. The ninjas of the Rain Village were stirred from their duties and rushed to investigate. In the next moment, Shunshu formed another seal. Blossom. A vast amount of chakra was drawn from Shunshu, releasing a fragrant pollen that mingled with the rain. Anyone inhaling it would instantly collapse. Those who remained standing would be forcibly drawn into a jinjutsu, with only those stronger than Shunshu able to evade its effects. More importantly, the pollen significantly impeded the poison of the salamander, thereby providing Shunshu and his comrades a path for retreat. You are Senju Shunshu? Hanzo furrowed his brow. Before he could utter another word, Shunshu shouted once more. 8 gates of Duinjia. The door of death, open. The door of view, open. After 30 years of arduous training, Li could barely open the door of view. indicating that his talent for taijutsu was not exceptional, yet it sufficed. After opening the sixth gate, Shinju used a supple piece of wood to bundle Kato Dato and his team together, as if pulling a bag, and fled at great speed. Hanzo's eyes widened as he chased a few steps in that direction. However, with the door of view opened, pursuit was futile. In the blink of an eye, Shinju vanished into the horizon. The ninjas of the Rain Village who had surrounded them were left bewildered. They felt a gust of wind pass by, and upon regaining their senses, Shinju had already escaped. Hanzo could not help but laugh in exasperation. You, Senju Shinju, how dare you come to our village to toy with me? When I catch you, you shall pay dearly. The weak must submit to the strong. Had Shinju heard his taunts, he might have retorted that the swift escape of the weak negated their need to submit. After rescuing Kato Dato, Shinju, having exhausted himself, requested to return to Konoha for rest. The third Hokage granted this request. In truth, Shinju had faced no significant trials. It was merely that he had fought for 7 consecutive days. Upon returning to Konoha, the first thing Shinju did was blow up the ancestral grave of Danzo. After finishing the excavation with his wood clone, Shinju cheerfully returned to the Senju compound. Come, guess what your husband has accomplished. His first words upon entering the courtyard were a boastful proclamation. Hanako gazed at him with admiration and remarked, Shinju, you have achieved so much in such a short time. Inuzuka Asahi approached him, exclaiming, My lord, how remarkable, truly remarkable. The village is abuzz with talk of Shoju. Oh, everyone is unaware of Shoju's deeds. Yet they all recognize his prowess, for not long ago, the third Hokage personally acknowledged Shoju's family for their contributions. Hyuga Hinata's cheeks flushed. He had single-handedly thwarted the entire assault on the Hidden Rain village and had escaped from Hanzo of the Salamander's grasp, rescuing a team of sensory ninjas in the process. Don't look at me. I merely heard about it. As everyone gazed at him, Hinata quickly interjected. Shoju, without hesitation, planted a kiss on her, exclaiming, As expected of my wife, always well informed. The other girls began chattering excitedly. That's not fair. I want that too. My lord. Mua. The girls clung to Shoju, who responded to each with a genial smile. In just a week's time, the courtyard of their home had been tidied up by the girls. The flower beds were adorned with blossoms, and fish were now swimming in the pond, making the place seem less desolate. Shoju felt a sense of satisfaction when a knock echoed at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Outside, numerous admiring commoner girls were knocking eagerly. Is Lord Shoju in? I wish to bear your child. Please open the door, Lord Shoju. Upon opening the door, Shoju was taken aback by the sight before him. The line of girls extended from the Senju estate all the way to the Uchiha territory. Shoju could hardly contain his joy and promptly invited all the girls inside. Everyone, come in, come in. It's all right. Let us all gather today. The 7 kunoichi in the courtyard blushed as they gazed at Shoju. After having tasted that particular delight for the first time, they found themselves unable to part from him. With a wicked grin, Shoju, ensuring no one was watching, led the group into the courtyard and closed the door. It was destined to be yet another day of merriment. Within the Uchiha territory, countless wounded single men lamented their fate. Since the village's inception, the 2 clans had been in close proximity. It was only due to the Senju clan's decline in numbers that no conflicts arose. However, ever since Shoju had been injured in that explosion, he seemed transformed. First, he issued that nefarious mission, enticing countless ninjas to vie for the role of matchmaker. Following that, the ninja clans sending their daughters only further emboldened Shoju. The Uchiha clan was seething with indignation, their noses nearly curling in anger, yet they could not voice their grievances. After all, being of the same esteemed bloodline, they understood the significance of lineage. However, must he be so brazen as to disturb the peace? Previously, it was manageable at night, but now, in broad daylight. The sounds of their amorous activities were utterly shameless. Those fresh from the front lines of battle were nearly blinded by envy. Even a boar wouldn't indulge in such behavior. As the sun rose high in the sky, the relentless sounds continued, pushing the Uchiha to their limits. Is this fellow truly that formidable? The Uchiha bachelors had witnessed him leading dozens of commoner girls into his abode. After deliberation, they concluded that this was not a viable solution. How could the Shoju, with its myriad hands, possess such boundless energy? It is high time for it to quiet down. I can no longer endure this. You there, come here for a moment. A Uchiha ninja with a double tomo summoned a girl he pointed to. Initially taken aback, she gradually approached him. Lord Noda. Within the Uchiha clan, Hierarchy is strictly enforced. Those of the main branch, especially those possessing double tomo or higher, are the bedrock of the family. The branch members must obediently comply. Though they may not engage in the madness akin to the Hyuga clan, their status remains equally lowly. The branch girl approached timidly. You must speak to that shoju and request that he calm down for a bit. Our people still need to rest. He held a cup of fine wine. His expression stern. He certainly could not admit to harboring disdain for the shoju. He was merely playing a prank on him. How could he endure such prolonged antics each night? The branch girl appeared visibly flustered. She hastily replied, Lord Noda. But that is the shoju. I. Her face paled with anxiety. With such a notorious lecher nearby, wouldn't he rushing over to him be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den? Surely, he could break her spirit in mere moments. With all your chatter, just go over there when instructed. But, there are no buts here, you useless women. While we fight valiantly on the front lines, you hide behind, indulging in leisure. One more word, and I shall send you to the battlefield. The branch girl fell silent, her eyes brimming with tears, too frightened to utter a word. Observing her state, Noda couldn't help but chuckle. Now that is more like it. A bystander interjected, Noda, do exercise some caution. After all, she is still a girl. Indeed, that shoju is a veritable fiend. Every girl in the village has fallen prey to his advances. Who knows what might happen if she approaches? Other Uchiha clan members offered their warnings. Although she was a branch member, the Uchiha bloodline could not be so easily forsaken. Let us not forget, do you wish to hear the sounds from that direction? If our Uchiha clan were to voice our concerns, at least some semblance of order might be restored. Noda pointed towards the courtyard, which was filled with a cacophony of voices. Just then, a prolonged cry resonated from that area, accompanied by the shoju's mocking laughter. Oh, dear little one. Is that all you have? You've already fallen? Or could it be that Lord Shoju is simply too formidable? That's not acceptable. You just claimed you would bring me down. The sound of laughter continued to echo. The expressions of the Uchiha members twisted in discomfort. Typically, this group consisted of either solitary bachelors who could only indulge in their own company or those incapable of properly attending to their wives. Such provocative sounds were beyond their capacity to endure. China, you must go over there. Yes, just a gentle reminder will suffice. Good luck. Their gazes all turned to Uchiha China, their faces filled with pleading. They simply wished for this rascal to temper his arrogance. Uchiha China glanced around, nearly brought to tears, his legs trembling. Such matters were unwelcome. During the intermission, Senju took a shower and had a sip of water. The girls, one after another, satisfied, made their way to the various rooms in the Senju estate to rest and have a meal. Yet, despite the morning's passage, no one had conceived. This left Senju somewhat disheartened. However, it was to be expected. With continued effort, success was inevitable. Yet a lingering gloom clouded Senju's expression. Just days prior, he had encountered Hanzo of the Salamander, with only flight as his option. Senju did not believe he possessed the capability to confront Hanzo, for even the third Hokage might struggle against him. The most one could do was resort to the corpse sealing technique, departing this world simultaneously. Hanzo, known as a demigod, was not a foe to be reckoned with by a single individual early on. However, if only he could obtain a Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps all his troubles would be swiftly resolved. One Hanzo posed a challenge, let alone two. Furthermore, the Sharingan and the Senju clan's physical prowess complemented each other. The Sharingan was inherently linked to the Senju lineage, both enhancing one another. Should he possess the Senju physique, using the Sharingan, even without an eternal Mangekyo, would not lead to blindness. With such recuperative abilities, anyone would kneel before him. Should he consider acquiring a pair of eyes? Senju couldn't help but entertain this notion. The Sharingan was indeed the most fitting means to bolster his strength in the short term. In the original narrative, the Sharingan functioned almost like a plugin, accessible to anyone who claimed it, quite absurdly so. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head. The Uchiha clan held no grudge against him. It was unnecessary. Moreover, the source would be challenging to explain. Just then, the system issued a new task. Task: Blessings of Progeny. Having children is a blessing, but sometimes a little variety is welcome. Task: Biodiversity. Task reward: After engaging with a girl possessing a special bloodline, you shall obtain her bloodline. Senju was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the reward, he became visibly agitated. To acquire another's bloodline? Did this mean he could obtain the Byakugan alongside it? The Byakugan, indeed, stemmed from the Otsutsuki bloodline. However, upon further reflection, he deemed the conditions for evolving the Byakugan into the Tenseigan rather stringent. Firstly, one would require an untainted Byakugan bloodline, and then ascend to the heavens. If the system provided it, it would undoubtedly be a pure Byakugan bloodline. Following that would be the guidance of the Otsutsuki clan. By that time, Senju would have already fathered children to the point of evolving into a terrestrial deity. No matter if they were of the Otsutsuki or the second Otsutsuki, he would likely have them all under his thumb. There was no reason to wait so long. What he needed now was immediate combat prowess. After much contemplation, he concluded that acquiring the Sharingan would be the most advantageous course of action. However, after much deliberation, it became evident that what one cultivates oneself is ultimately the most valuable. Who knows what the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan might evolve into? Have you not seen Tobi's dual eyes, both embodying the Kamui dimension? And we have yet to witness Kakashi's eye manifesting as Susanoo. After contemplating these thoughts, Shoju resolved to first ensnare a heartbroken Uchiha maiden. As fortune would have it, just as he was pondering this, a knock echoed at the gate, coinciding with the girl's moments of repose. Upon opening the door, Shoju was greeted by a striking young lady, trembling with trepidation at his threshold. "Please, do refrain from causing such a commotion. You shall disturb others at rest," she stammered, her voice fluctuating in pitch, as if fearful of inciting Shoju's ire. He pulled her into the courtyard, intending to use her as bait. Shoju regarded her with curiosity. "Pray tell, what brings you here?" "It's merely to implore you to quiet down the Uchiha maiden," Kina responded softly. "The adults from our side believe you to be excessively loud." With a slight furrow of his brow, Shoju noticed the Uchiha clan members nearby, reveling in their mischief. A glance back at the girl illuminated the situation. "You have been bullied by them, haven't you?" he inquired with a smile. "And no, not at all. However, in this time of war, these ineffectual beings indeed only know how to vent their frustrations upon us girls," she replied, shaking her head. "Tell them I am here. What can they do to me? Should you find yourself in distress again, do not hesitate to inform me." With that, he began to close the door. Kina, anxious yet hopeful, found herself disheartened by Shoju's apparent dismissal. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and uttered, "Wait, Lord Shoju." What is it?" Shoju asked, puzzled as he reopened the door, his expression a tapestry of queries. To speak candidly, he held no particular intentions toward this girl. Who among men would so readily pursue a maiden upon their first encounter? Shoju prided himself on the principle of mutual consent. Given his own circumstances, coupled with his family's amicable relations with the Uchiha, he could certainly secure a suitable Uchiha bride, albeit with some effort. "Pray tell, are you truly quite lecherous?" Kina asked, her face aflame with embarrassment. Shoju was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled with resignation. "Do you perceive me as a gentleman of ill repute, my lady?" His expression was remarkably candid, which, paradoxically, stirred feelings within Kina, who had grown weary of the Uchiha clan's hypocrisy. This man possessed an exquisite visage, sharp brows, striking eyes, and a countenance that exuded an irresistible charm. Tall and imbued with a mischievous aura, having come from humble beginnings, she found herself utterly unprepared for such allure. Casting another glance at the grinning figures of Nidhi and others, she pondered that rather than enduring further humiliation within the Uchiha household, ultimately to be wed to an unfamiliar man, it would be far more prudent to offer herself to this charming suitor before her. Thus, she boldly declared, "Lord Shoju, may I serve you? Did you not post a notice outside? I wish to dedicate myself to you." "Oh." Shangshu gazed at the girl, a serene smile gracing his lips. "If you do not find me objectionable, please, come in and sit for a while." "Oh, how could I ever disapprove of you? It is you who should not find me bothersome." Shangshu showed no reluctance, fully aware that entanglements with the Uchiha clan could lead to trouble. Yet, he was utterly indifferent. After the war's conclusion, what kind of storms could the Uchiha stir in his wake? By that time, he would have ascended to the position of Hokage. Not to mention, it would then be the Uchiha who would need to heed his judgment. The presence of multiple girls was hardly an issue. Upon witnessing Uchiha Kina being playfully drawn inside by Shangshu, the expressions of Noda and his companions shifted dramatically. Reports were already being sent to the clan leader. This union with outsiders was a grievous offense. The diligent efforts of the afternoon had finally borne fruit. A good number of girls had conceived his offspring, resulting in a myriad of rewards that filled Shangshu with warmth and vigor, his face aglow and his limbs brimming with strength. In total, He had undergone 3 enhancements. Evaluating the rewards, he found his physique had surged to 30. His Senju bloodline concentration had also reached 30, along with the acquisition of Sage Mode and a vast reservoir of Sage Chakra. Now, the concentration of Senju bloodline within Shongshu had soared to 60. He could unleash more wood release without fatigue, and his chakra had received a significant boost. Coupled with the 30 years of arduous training from Li, he could now open the 8th gate, delivering a kick powerful enough to rival the legendary Night Guy. Shongshu, in a pose akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, reveled in the newfound strength, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. This enhancement far surpassed his expectations. His physique and chakra had been completely fortified, not to mention the Sage Chakra. He recalled Naruto in Sage Mode, strikingly handsome and formidable. Even the Rinnegan, when absorbing Sage Chakra, would be instantly transformed into a statue. Furthermore, Sage techniques possessed immense destructive power, distinct from ninjutsu, as they drew upon the natural energies of the world. If Shongshu could harness the natural energies of the entire planet, he could likely unleash a spirit bomb within the realm of Hokage, leaving anyone who dared approach in utter defeat. At this moment, Shongshu had undeniably stepped into the realm of shadows. This rapid advancement left him somewhat incredulous, yet he felt it was only natural. After all, the system he possessed was one that genuinely rewarded abundance, unlike previous systems that were miserly in their offerings. With a smile, Shongshu recalled a primary objective. Uchiha Kena spoke. "Lord Shongshu, please be gentle." "Of course," he replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ding. Mission accomplished. Acquired Uchiha bloodline. Obtained Sharingan. As the performance concluded, Shongshu adjusted his attire, sensing a slight peculiarity in his vision, as if his sight had become acutely refined. With a smile, he mused. Is this the enhancement bestowed by the Sharingan? It is indeed evident that Senju Rope has not been idle. He promptly stepped outside. "Senju Rope, you deserve a fate worse than death. Why must you involve the women of the Uchiha clan? Hand over Uchiha Kena, or you shall face the consequences." The Uchiha clan had evidently formed a long queue outside. The girls remained hidden within the courtyard, too fearful to move, lest they provoke the adversaries. They urged Rope, "Rope, do not open the door. They have gone mad." Indeed, upon learning that Rope had brought back an Uchiha girl, they seemed to lose their sanity. "Husband, I have heard that the Uchiha are exceedingly obstinate. Please do not open the door." Rope dismissed the girl's pleas with a scoff. Feigning ignorance? "Apologies, I cannot allow that." His strength had now reached the level of a Kage. It was time for him to assert his dominance over the world. What of the saying? The tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind? That can only be the fate of the mediocre. Those who have made a name for themselves in history are invariably resilient and tenacious. He, Senju Rope, considered himself to be of that caliber. As he opened the door, he could not suppress a triumphant laugh. "What? Is it forbidden for me to associate with the Uchiha?" His words reverberated with a powerful surge of chakra, nearly overwhelming the Uchiha present. This chakra. The Uchiha clan members shifted in demeanor, their faces paling. After a few days' absence, Rope seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Most Uchiha members were adept at sensing chakra and could discern that Rope's chakra surpassed their own. Their arrogant demeanor quickly dissipated, and they tucked their tails between their legs, silenced by fear. With a roar akin to a tiger, Rope made it clear that any foolishness would result in dire consequences. "Since you have chosen to behave civilly, let's discuss your circumstances." Observing their newfound compliance, Rope nodded, shedding his former arrogance to regard them with a gentler demeanor. An elder from the Uchiha clan stepped forward, inhaling deeply before addressing Rope. "Senju Rope, our clan's rules prohibit the mingling of Uchiha blood with outsiders. This has been our tradition since time immemorial. You must be aware of the traditions of the Senju clan, yes?" The Uchiha elder quickly added, "Indeed. Your clan permits intermarriage." He could not help but reflect on the matter further. Moreover, the intermarriage had nearly eradicated the Senju bloodline, leaving only you and Tsunade. Additionally, in their generation, the two clans were bitter enemies. It can be inferred that this Uchiha elder was of the same generation as Senju Hashirama, having witnessed the battles between their clans. Since that is the case, there is no issue. "You may all leave," Rope said, gesturing lightly with his hand. "By the way, I should address you as elder." The Uchiha clan was taken aback by Rope's sudden humility, yet they quickly sensed something amiss. "Wait a moment. The matter concerning the Senju Rope tree cannot simply be dismissed. Our clan's bloodline has been diluted. However, Rope Tree chuckled, asserting that there was no dilution, as we are all one family. With that, he fetched a small bowl and, before the Uchiha members, scooped a bowl of clear water from the pool, placing it upon the table. The Uchiha clan members were perplexed by his actions until he casually pierced his skin with chakra, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the water. Elder, why not drop your blood in as well? Blood recognition? The Uchiha elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Rope Tree replied. Yet, the elder hesitated, pondering the implications. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly let a drop of his blood fall into the bowl. To their astonishment, the 2 drops of blood merged seamlessly. What? How is this possible? Rope Tree chuckled softly, recounting, in times past, my grandfather, Senju Hashirama, had his own romantic entanglements. He continued, since Hashirama could befriend Uchiha Madara, it stands to reason he had a childhood companion from the Uchiha clan. After their marriage, that Uchiha, who had yet to awaken her eyes, chose to live under the name Senju. This unawakened Uchiha lived her life like an ordinary person, and together with Hashirama, they bore descendants who carry the Uchiha bloodline within the Senju clan. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was left utterly astonished. Such a twist of fate. Of course, Rope Tree secretly chuckled, willing to sacrifice a bit of his grandfather's reputation for his grandson's happiness. The Uchiha members stood agape, realizing that the Senju clan members now also possessed Uchiha blood. Suddenly, they felt a sense of pride, recognizing it as a tremendous blessing. With this maneuver, Rope Tree effortlessly showcased the 3 tomo to the Uchiha clan members, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. In that moment, astonishment gripped all present. Subsequently, Rope Tree earnestly declared, nonetheless, I remain a member of the Senju clan, and I shall continue to uphold the legacy of the Senju lineage. I am still the clan leader of the Senju. I hope this matter remains within the Uchiha clan. The unexpected addition of a new clan member was truly delightful. The Uchiha members regarded him with newfound respect, nodding in agreement. This was akin to the formal unification of the Senju and Uchiha clans. They eagerly inquired whether more Uchiha maidens should be brought forth to carry on the Senju lineage, the implications clear to both parties. A talented blood relative capable of utilizing wood release and awakening the Sharingan was a formidable asset on the battlefield. The Uchiha clan, having once viewed the Senju as adversaries, found themselves drawn to the prospect of their bloodline. After this event, everything unfolded naturally, leading to an influx of Uchiha maidens arriving to join the Senju clan. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan generously bestowed upon Shunshu substantial financial support, alleviating his concerns regarding the expenses of raising an infant. Unlike the Senju clan, which suffers from the extravagance of Tsunade, the Uchiha clan now revels in opulence. With a slight concession in pride and the acknowledgement of a distant kinship, such immense backing was secured, liberating him from the burden of financial worries. A grin stretched across Shinshu's face, nearly skewing his features in delight. Not only that, the Uchiha clan was equally amused. This situation epitomized a win-win scenario. Had it been another, it might have resulted in a bitter confrontation. Moreover, he could continue to intermarry with commoners, for after 3 generations, the Sharingan bloodline would become significantly diluted. The Uchiha clan felt no apprehension. Subsequently, after successfully resolving the matter, Shinshu was suddenly reminded of a certain individual, Danzo. With the Uchiha clan now as family and bolstering his influence, would it not be prudent to apply some pressure? A smile crept across Shinshu's face. He was certainly intent on eliminating him. Thus, a meticulously crafted scheme began to take shape in Shinshu's mind, embodying pure and unadulterated cunning. He did not intend to crush Danzo through sheer force, as that would reflect poorly on his capabilities. Instead, with the amassed support, he saw a perfect opportunity to act. A devious grin emerged at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of Danzo's tactics, he would undoubtedly fall prey to this stratagem. Soon, whispers of Shinshu's collaboration with the Uchiha clan reached the ears of the Umbu and Root. In this village, no intelligence could escape the watchful eyes of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Upon discovering that Shinshu possessed Uchiha blood, Danzo's urgency escalated. What? That little brat has Uchiha blood? This is intolerable. He must have been a significant loss. At that moment, he should have resolved to eliminate him at any cost. Securing the bloodline from Shinshu would pave the way for Danzo's ascension to Hokage. Now that Shinshu had escaped, Danzo was filled with regret, not to mention Shinshu's repeated accomplishments on the battlefield. A mere child, not even a genin, had achieved such formidable feats in a matter of months. The influence of his bloodline was undeniably invaluable. At present, Danzo's sole concern was how to extract the blood from Shinju. To commence genuine research, one required the deepest marrow and hematopoietic cells from a ninja's body. Merely acquiring blood would yield no significant insights. He contemplated eliminating Shinju for this very reason, intending to eviscerate him and dismantle his bones in the process. Danzo schemed maliciously when suddenly, a piece of news reached his ears. "Lord Danzo, that Shinju has requested to pay you a visit." His subordinate rushed in, bowing respectfully. Danzo's eyes widened, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a fortuitous turn of events. Shinju's arrival was akin to being presented with a pillow for rest. Coincidentally, he also had a comprehensive plan. Currently, the majority of the village spoke of Shinju in terms of praise. If these praises could be transformed into curses, the recipient would surely be unable to endure the weight of such disdain and might choose to end their life. This time, he resolved to confront the matter head-on. A child like Shinju would undoubtedly crumble under such immense pressure. He was assigned a task that disregarded the accusations against his comrades, branded as someone who showed no regard for his companions. In a reckless charge into the enemy ranks, all of his allies fell, and the deaths should be blamed on Shinju. Even the third Hokage and Tsunade would be unable to shield this boy from the repercussions. Danzo thought maliciously. After all, the common folk were merely a fickle crowd, easily swayed by the winds of rumor. With a mere word from him, the young Senju Shinju would be at his mercy. Outside the window, Shinju's arrival drew a throng of onlookers, their admiration for the village's great hero palpable. Each face flushed with excitement, as though witnessing a miracle. "Lord Shinju, charge forth with Konoha. Lord Shinju, you are incredible. I shall bear your children." I never expected to witness another miracle beyond the first Hokage. Seeing the crowd's adulation, Danzo could not suppress a disdainful scoff. The higher Shinju was exalted now, the more devastating his fall would be. With a stern visage and barely concealed amusement, Danzo approached Shinju, envisioning the panic that would soon envelop him. "You ugh. Danzo, why must you kill me?" Before he could utter another word, Shinju, seemingly entranced, collapsed to the ground, his neck gripped tightly. Blood gushed visibly from his throat. In mere seconds, a pool of congealed blood formed, and Shinju lay lifeless in its embrace, his eyes forever closed. Most alarmingly, Danzo held a blood-stained kunai in his hand. The commoners were momentarily stunned, but soon a cacophony of screams and curses erupted. "Lord Shinju? An enemy. An enemy has slain Lord Shinju." Danzo furrowed his brow, gazing at the bloodied kunai in his grasp. This was undoubtedly Shinju's doing, a ploy to frame him. He hastily discarded the kunai, exclaiming, "Do not be deceived by him. This is likely just a clone. He, Senju Shinju, is merely a petty individual, a beast inheriting the blood of the first Hokage." Upon hearing this, the crowd's fury intensified. Not only did he insult Shinju, but he also dared to demean the first Hokage. They seized whatever they could and hurled it at Danzo. He had not anticipated such audacity from the masses and was struck squarely by a brick. Danzo's wrath ignited. He drew his kunai, prepared to retaliate. Meanwhile, the third Hokage observed from a distance, witnessing the scene unfold. "Danzo, what is the meaning of this?" Danzo, astonished at his own impulsiveness, stared at the kunai in his hand. How could he have acted so recklessly? "Listen to my explanation. It was Shinju who sought to frame me," Danzo exclaimed urgently. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, gazing at Danzo with a look of confusion. From his perspective, Shinjiki merely approached Danzo to greet him, yet Danzo, in a fit of madness, brutally struck Shinjiki down with a kunai. When the villagers resisted, Danzo sought to eliminate them as well, had the third not intervened. Calling out to him, the scene would surely have devolved into a river of blood. Danzo could not help but justify his actions, stating, "I merely sought to hollow out Shinjiki's body, shatter his bones, and extract his bloodline to erase him from existence." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the root ninjas, witnessing their leader's deranged demeanor, could not refrain from glancing up in disbelief. At that moment, Shinjiki slowly emerged from behind the trees, accompanied by representatives from various ninja clans. "Third Hokage, you have witnessed it yourself. Danzo's mental state appears rather unstable. I suggest that the Senju clan take charge of him." The instant Shinjiki appeared, the cloud of darkness in Danzo's eyes dissipated. His gaze sharpened, and clarity returned to his mind. Was all of this merely an illusion conjured by Shinjiki? With a mischievous grin, Shinjiki intended to confront the situation head-on, regardless of whether the third Hokage and Danzo were aware of his intentions. With so many eyes upon them, it would be inconceivable for Danzo to act without consequence. Clans such as the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and even the Uchiha, totaling 7 clans alongside a scattering of Chunin, bore witness to this unfolding drama. These clans represented the backbone of the village, far surpassing the common folk in significance. This was the source of Shinjiki's confidence. In times of war, an old dog who only strikes from the shadows pales in comparison to a fierce tiger like Shinjiki, who achieves victories on the front lines. Weighing the situation carefully, the third sighed as he addressed the crowd. Danzo's assault on the villagers and on Shinjiki warrants his removal from his position. I shall oversee him. His declaration sparked discontent among those present. What? If it weren't for Shinjiki sending a wooden clone, it would be him lying on the ground now. Third Hokage, you must remember, this village is called Konohagakure, not Sarutobi. The ninja clans rallied behind this sentiment, swiftly pushing the third into a precarious position. At that moment, the third comprehended why Shinjiki wore such a confident smile. The village of Konoha had only been established for a century. Most of the villagers had once looked up to the figure of Hashirama Senju, with his unmatched prowess and indomitable spirit, inspiring boundless admiration. Yet, by the time of the third Hokage, even the smallest of villages, like the Rain Village, dared to wage war. The stark contrast between these eras nearly shattered the villagers' morale. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at his core, was not the true heir of Konoha. The genuine legacy in this age was clear to all. The Senju clan. As the grandson of Hashirama Senju, Shinjiki naturally became the focal point of everyone's expectations. During the founding of Konoha, to put it bluntly, had the Senju clan not been present in this village. Thus, these ninja clans would not follow him. The true legitimacy should belong to Senju Rope Tree. It is only fitting that the Hokage position be held by Senju Rope Tree. Much like the ancient ideologies of China, the world of Hokage also places great importance on bloodlines and legitimacy. As the sole grandson of Senju Hashirama, Senju Rope Tree is akin to a royal heir. The first and second Hokage hailed from the Senju clan, yet by the third Hokage, it had suddenly transitioned to the Sarutobi clan. Were anyone to assume this role, they would surely perceive Sarutobi Hiruzen as usurping power. Unless, of course, the notion of legitimacy had vanished entirely. The third Hokage, upon realizing this, sensed ominous signs of a coup. Were it not for the first Hokage's establishment of rules allowing anyone to become Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's own formidable strength, it is likely that this assembly of ninja clans would have already rebelled, plunging the entire Hidden Leaf village into chaos. The root of all this turmoil can be traced back to one individual, Senju Rope Tree. With a subtle smile, Rope Tree gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression serene, as though he had foreseen the current predicament. He, Senju Rope Tree, embodies the true essence of the Hidden Leaf village. The forces rallying behind him are equally inclined to support him. As his progeny multiply, the Senju clan becomes increasingly robust, and the situation will only become clearer. The third Hokage has finally grasped why Danzo advocated for Rope Tree's demise. If Rope Tree were to live, one day, circumstances akin to the present would arise. Should Rope Tree perish, the legitimacy in the hearts of the people would dissipate, leaving only the Senju bloodline, represented solely by Tsunade, a woman who, no matter how powerful, cannot be deemed legitimate unless she possesses sufficient strength to become Hokage. Rope Tree and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation as they regarded Rope Tree. Everyone, let us remain calm. Rope Tree also raised his hand to quell the discussions among the ninja clans regarding Danzo. The third Hokage must have some pressing reason for refraining from passing judgment of death upon Danzo, correct? This declaration astonished the assembly. After all, Danzo is a favored subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a member of his faction. Regardless of the circumstances, they had not considered the option of executing Danzo. Even if Rope Tree orchestrated a scheme, their utmost intention would have been to imprison Danzo. Upon hearing this, even Danzo could not contain himself. He stood up, darkly glaring at Rope Tree. You, malicious wretch, truly deserving of your Uchiha blood. Did you eavesdrop? Rope Tree chuckled. Danzo, in a fit of rage, had never felt so stifled in his life. Immediately, before the crowd, he began to form hand seals. Even Saratobi Hiruzen was caught off guard. Wind style? Vacuum wave. A wave of lethal vacuum energy surged toward Rope Tree's face. This seemingly simple jutsu harbored immense power, with countless wind blades concealed within. Should it strike, it would be little better than being tossed into a meat grinder. Danzo intends to eliminate Rope Tree. When a rat is dragged from the shadows, it naturally seeks to bite. Execute my final command. Eliminate Senju Rope Tree. Upon hearing this, a multitude of root ninjas surged from all directions. The third Hokage's expression shifted, yet he merely uttered a command. Danzo, what are you doing? Umbu, protect the populace from harm. He did not utter a word about safeguarding Senju, but rather harbored intentions to eliminate him. The ninja clans, witnessing the unfolding chaos, dared not take sides. No matter how one regarded Saratobi, he remained the emperor of this era. Those who defied him would undoubtedly face retribution. Only one ninja clan stood apart from the rest. The elder of the Uchiha clan, with fierce determination, made his move, his Sharingan gleaming with a mesmerizing three-tomo pattern. Humph! You insolent youth! Do you dare to harm my clansmen? Wind release, vacuum wave. As he spoke, his long white beard danced in the wind. He unleashed a gust of wind that collided forcefully with Danzo's own technique. The two forces clashed, instantly transforming into a swirling tempest that vanished without a trace. As one of the founding ninja clans, the Uchiha would not tolerate Danzo's display of arrogance. The elder, having once served under Uchiha Madara, understood that only Senju posed a potential threat to the power of those two. Neither that old dog Danzo nor that old dog Saratobi could compare. Upon witnessing this, Danzo immediately shouted, Uchiha clan, how dare you? You filthy brat, do you dare to label our esteemed Uchiha as evil blood? Kill him. The chakra that Senju had just gathered began to coalesce. He had not anticipated the Uchiha's intervention. Originally, he had prepared for the possibility of facing this alone, intending to win them over after the fact. To his surprise, the Uchiha clan exemplified loyalty. Their stubbornness was genuine, but their fierce protection of their own was equally real, even if it was for a false child. Haha, this kindness, I, Senju Hashirama, shall remember. As the root ninjas closed in, the Uchiha clansmen fought valiantly in resistance. Yet Senju roared, his chakra erupting in a magnificent display. True Thousand Hands, Buddha of the Summit. Upon hearing this familiar technique, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Saratobi and Danzo bore expressions of utter disbelief. In the next moment, a colossal Buddha began to ascend, gazing down at Danzo with serene eyes. Its overwhelming size shadowed the entirety of Konoha. Standing a towering 500 meters tall, it surpassed even the hills formed by Hokage Rock. An oppressive aura descended upon Danzo and the root ninjas, rendering them incapable of movement. Senju's display was nothing short of a blatant exhibition of power. Should his hand strike down, the entire village of Konoha would be obliterated, a fate not unlike that which befell the village after being devastated by Shinra Tensei. This majestic figure evoked reverence among countless Konoha civilians. Some of the village's elders trembled as they murmured, the first Hokage has returned. Our village is invincible. Such sentiments were etched deeply in the minds of the youth. Now, with Senju's chakra, he could summon the thousand-handed Buddha for a single attack. Yet that was more than sufficient. In this current age, it was undoubtedly a dimensional assault. No one dares to confront the thousand-handed Buddha head-on, especially when this formidable technique is unleashed by a descendant of the Senju clan. The power of this move is beyond question. Danzo trembles in fear, scarcely daring to utter a word. From the colossal figure, he perceives an overwhelming pressure akin to that of the first Hokage, evoking memories of an invincible era. Saratobi Hiruzen is equally stricken, rendered speechless, his expression frozen in shock. His previous actions now seem like the folly of a jester. No one could have anticipated that a mere genin could evolve into such a terrifying entity in such a short span of time. Furthermore, no one comprehends that this transformation is intricately linked to his relentless pursuit of women. Are you done making a scene? The thousand-handed Buddha dissipates, and the ropes gently lower from the sky. On his face, there is not a trace of resentment. In the moment of Danzo's astonishment, he is seized by the Uchiha clan members and pinned to the ground. I know it was you who nearly obliterated me, Danzo. The sight of Danzo, resembling a defeated dog, holds no interest for the ropes. What evidence do you have? Danzo stammers, but the ropes interrupt him, gesturing as if lost in reminiscence. He recounts a seemingly unrelated tale. When I was on the brink of death, My grandfather appeared in a dream, urging me to revitalize the Senju clan and serve Konoha. But with vermin like you in the village, how can I fulfill that duty? He shares this revelation with his grandfather, asking, "What do you think he said?" Curiosity flickers among the onlookers, who trust the ropes implicitly, unable to fathom how he has become so powerful. Danzo, pale as a ghost, queries, "What did Lord First Hokage say?" The ropes shake their finger. "It was my grandfather Tobarama who spoke. He said to leave you here, to let you witness the state of the village." The crowd erupts in astonishment. Could Tobarama truly have uttered such words? Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who survived by the grace of the second Hokage, grasped the full weight of this revelation. Tears fill Hiruzen's eyes as he comes to believe. The ropes shake their head, preparing to depart. "I do not comprehend my grandfather Tobarama, but since I have mentioned him, I shall spare your life." A sigh escapes the ropes, as if in pity. "If you wish to continue your schemes for power, so be it. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs." He gestures for the Uchiha clan members to release Danzo. Danzo lies on the ground, his eyes quivering in disbelief. He is certain he has not fallen victim to any illusion. Yet, that heart of iron trembles incessantly. Is this the second Hokage's disappointment in him? The disappointment of his mentor? To truly observe the village? He raises his head, seeing a palpable suffocation permeating the village, a result of the war. This is the manifestation of his inadequacy, Danzo's own failure. Ultimately unable to endure the overwhelming humiliation, he throws back his head and laughs maniacally. Master, have I truly erred? Ha ha ha." As he spoke, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and ultimately, he drew forth a kunai, resolutely slashing his own throat. A torrent of crimson gushed forth. Even in his final moments, he laughed aloud, proclaiming, "Then let my death pave the way for your grandson, master. This time, the disciple shall not falter. I will surely protect Konoha." With these words, he fell silent, lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. Shosuke wore an enigmatic smile at the corner of his mouth. To take a life, one need not always wield a blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Danzo's suicide, stood frozen, unable to move, his mind in a daze. Eventually, he raised his head to gaze at the visage of the second Hokage carved into Hokage rock, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. "Handle the aftermath of Danzo's demise. I am weary." In an instant, Sarutobi seemed to age a decade, appearing despondent. The day after, Shosuke was officially crowned as the fourth Hokage, Senju Shosuke. Adorned with the Hokage hat and a confident smile, he stood amid the war-torn remnants, still exuding a sense of grandeur. His wives looked on with deep admiration as he undertook the Hokage ceremony. Below, the children of the Ninja Academy gazed up at Shosuke with boundless aspiration. "Fourth Hokage, Lord Fourth, Hokage, so handsome, so striking." Among the throng of children, Minato Namikaze also watched Shosuke, his face brimming with anticipation. Senju Shosuke donned the Hokage hat and the ceremonial garb of the Hokage. Behind him stood the Uchiha clan, still residing in the village, alongside several members of the Sarutobi family and some from the root. These were the gifts bestowed upon him by Sarutobi and Danzo. "I shall lead Konoha and bring an end to the war. With the name of my clan, the Senju, I vow." Instantly, the air erupted with exuberant cheers. As everyone shouted with fervor, the elders, too, shouted with excitement, even if their mouths bore few teeth. The spoils of this endeavor far exceeded Shosuke's expectations. Danzo's suicide and Sarutobi's withdrawal to support him. The 7 great ninja clans were steadfastly by his side. Konoha was now firmly under the dominion of Senju Shosuke. Moreover, that particular mission was designated as an S-rank task, remaining posted on the mission board. This time, not only commoners, but even some ninjas sought out the Shosuke family. Clan Member 1. Clan Member 1. Number of clan members, 40. Another sleepless night followed another, and the number of clan members quietly reached 40. Once again, Shosuke underwent several enhancements, tripling his strength. The required number of clan members for each enhancement increased from 3 to 10. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Senju Bloodline 10, Constitution 20. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Senju Bloodline 10, Constitution 20. Forbidden Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Senju Bloodline 10, Constitution 20. Congratulations. Complete acquisition of the Senju Bloodline. You have learned a special skill, Shosuke Cells. Shosuke Cells. All your future offspring will inherit a 30 expression of your bloodline. Certain children will be born with a 50 expression of the bloodline. In simpler terms, these are the children of the future, endowed with the combat prowess reminiscent of the time when the Senju clan boasted 30 bloodlines. Senju was overjoyed, for indeed, many children bring many blessings. Furthermore, he has acquired the divine technique of Edo Tensei. Is there any reason he cannot emerge victorious? Rising from the girls, Senju adjusted his attire. It was time to bring devastation to the Rain Ninja village. Do you comprehend the weight of a Hokage during wartime? Senju reclined in the Hokage's chair, his legs crossed. In solitude, it is often said that being Hokage is a daunting task, yet with sufficient strength, the position is easily attainable. However, this also aligns with the will of the people. What must be done should indeed be executed flawlessly. Given the circumstances, even if Danzo had not chosen a dignified demise, Senju would not have permitted his adversary such grace. It is likely that he would have sought them out that very night, orchestrating a massacre. Following Danzo's demise, the third Hokage was equally disheartened, yet he sheltered Senju, pushing him towards the Hokage title. Without the third, it is uncertain whether he would have ascended to the position so swiftly. With Danzo and the third resolved, the situation within Konoha became crystal clear. However, the Elder Council harbored doubts regarding this development. While others are deemed geniuses for becoming Umbu at the age of 12, what does it signify for him to attain the Hokage title at the same age? Could Senju truly fulfill such a role? This was the sentiment among the elders. Yet the third assured them of his support for Senju. This slightly eased their concerns, though they still questioned Senju's capability to shoulder this responsibility. Among the villagers, some shared similar sentiments. Senju's task was to dispel such notions. It is not that he could immediately transform Konoha into a breeding ground. Rather, the time was not yet ripe. Long-term development is the essence of true progress. The most suitable target for immediate action was, of course, the Rain Ninja village. By quelling this war, he could secure his position within the village. Coupled with his legitimate heritage from the Senju clan, dissent within the village would cease to exist. He summoned the Elder Council and invited the third Hokage to join him. Senju turned to the Uchiha elder beside him. The Uchiha clan had evidently become his initial support base, as they were the only ones willing to aid him in the midst of uncertainty. The troublesome Elder Council expressed doubts regarding the Uchiha's role in supporting the Hokage. However, Senju countered, stating that if anyone could become Hokage, why should the Uchiha not be allowed to serve as Hokage's guard? He decisively crushed the Elder Council's objections, denying them the opportunity to voice their concerns, insisting instead on addressing the entire conflict. Yes, Lord Senju. The Uchiha elder bowed respectfully, fully aware that this was a pivotal moment for the Uchiha clan's destiny within the village. A Senju clan leader possessing Uchiha blood was undoubtedly the Uchiha's greatest opportunity. Before he could depart, Senju waved his hand and inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" In response to Lord Senju, "I am Uchiha General. Very well, go forth." Uncle General. The corners of Uchiha Gen's wrinkled eyes sparkled with gratitude as he replied, "Yes, Lord Senju." With a swift motion, he distanced himself from the tree of ropes. Uchiha. The tree of ropes wrapped the Hokage's desk, deep in contemplation. The recognition from the Uchiha clan towards him was still rather limited. Thus, he intended to utilize the elder Uchiha as a stepping stone to deepen the ties with the Uchiha lineage. In due time, he would freely select girls from the Uchiha clan for marriage alliances. Soon, the Uchiha clan would follow closely behind him. The other clans allied with the Tree of Ropes shared similar sentiments. A smile crept onto his lips. The village of Konoha ought to embody such a vision, a realm of clans. Eventually, a small opportunity for the common folk to ascend should be retained. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Rope, I have brought them in. Very well, please enter. The door creaked open, revealing the scene behind it. They were the upper echelons of the entire village of Konoha, now gathered in unison. The newly appointed attendant, Haru, was bewildered by the situation. Konoha had undergone a tumultuous transformation. She was now quite anxious, as were many of the other high-ranking individuals. Behind this assembly of people, the shadows of their respective clans loomed large. The Tree of Ropes was unperturbed by the multitude of factions. He simply minded their lack of acceptance of his Hokage status. "Please, take a seat. Do not be so constrained." Uncle Shien brought over a dozen small stools and placed them by the Hokage's desk. Just as the Elder Council was about to voice their opinions, they were met with the icy gaze of the Tree of Ropes. instantly recalling the fate of Danzo. One by one, they settled down, while Sarutobi Hisashi stood beside the tree of ropes, observing the Elder Council. I have summoned you all today to address the matter concerning the Rain Village. Please share your thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Elder Council lifted their heads in unison. The man seated before them bore an air of maturity far beyond that of a mere 12-year-old boy. After a brief silence, one individual spoke. I believe we should pursue negotiations. Prolonging the current situation is detrimental to our village. Well said, please continue. The tree of ropes waved his hand, a smile gracing his features. In that moment, the Elder Council exchanged glances and began to voice their opinions. I believe Konoha should fight to the bitter end against the Rain Village. We must demand more resources from them. Otherwise, the sacrifices of our fallen shinobi will be in vain. I too agree with the notion of negotiation. The cacophony of voices from this assembly lacked the gravitas expected from high-ranking officials. The tree of ropes silently shook his head in disappointment. After all, they were merely the upper echelons of a village, exhibiting disorganization and lack of discipline. Enough. The tree of ropes' haughty tone cut through the chatter. He decisively declared, I have resolved to annihilate the Rain Village, leaving no survivors. A sudden silence enveloped the room. Even Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes were filled with disbelief as he gazed at the man seated before them. Not a single soul could muster a response. Outside the window, a flurry of commotion arose. A dark shadow hurriedly retreated into the distance. Is that a reconnaissance ninja from the Rain Village? Pursue. As two of them moved to act, they felt a powerful hand pressing down on their shoulders, warm yet firm. They turned in shock to find the tree of ropes, smiling as he watched the receding shadow. No need. Let him carry the news. The only thought lingering in their minds was, so powerful. When the rope tree approached them, they were utterly oblivious to its presence. This indicated that should the rope tree desire to snap their necks, it could do so in an instant. A cold sweat broke out on both of them. As highly astute individuals, they did not consult the rope tree before launching their pursuit, driven by an urge to challenge its authority. If it could not suppress such actions, it would imply that the position of Hokage was beyond its grasp. However, the current circumstances left the Council of Elders thoroughly convinced. Should there be any dissenters in the future, their fate would likely be one of reckoning. In any realm, might is respected as a fundamental truth. First comes the gun, then the pen. The rope tree understood this principle well. History is replete with emperors, and it merely emulated their strategies. Yet, for this humble village of Konoha, it displayed an exceptionally sophisticated imperial mindset. After securing the allegiance of the gathered minds, the rope tree spoke softly, instructing them to prepare for negotiations with the Rain Ninja Village. Upon uttering these words, the ensuing spectacle left everyone in awe. After placing the Hokage hat upon the table, the rope tree formed hand seals, a confident smile gracing its face. The Hokage cloak billowed majestically behind it, and its long hair danced in the chakra-laden air. Reanimation jutsu. A resounding hum filled the room as all present stood transfixed, trembling in astonishment. What manner of ninjutsu was this? How had they never heard of it before? This was, indeed, understandable. During the time when Tsunade had not yet departed, the forbidden techniques created by Hashirama Senju had been sealed within the clan's library. It was not until the third Hokage's tenure that these jutsus were transferred to the public library, encased within sealing scrolls. Before long, a coffin manifested within the Hokage's office. The jutsu bestowed by the system was already masterful. The rope tree needed no corpse to perform the reanimation, merely a fragment of the individual's genetic material. Conveniently, within the Senju clan's quarters, nothing had been disturbed. On the bed, strands of hair could be found. Under the collective gaze of astonishment, the coffin lid was lifted, releasing a wave of serene energy. A figure clad in Warring State's armor emerged slowly. It was none other than Hashirama Senju. Grandfather. The rope tree affectionately grasped Hashirama's hand. Where am I? Hashirama was momentarily disoriented, but upon recognizing the familiar decor, he quickly surmised that he was in the Hokage's office. Instantly, he felt a profound connection to the individual before him, clarity dawning upon him. You are the rope tree? Grandfather Hashirama. As Hashirama scrutinized the rope tree's attire, he burst into hearty laughter. You have become Hokage, rope tree. Ha ha ha. Ah. The rope tree scratched its head, at a loss for words. This whimsical grandfather exceeded its memories of him. Meanwhile, those surrounding them could hardly contain their excitement. They had succeeded in reviving the first Hokage. The first Hokage. The first Hokage. Please, you must save Konoha. After listening to Hashirama, Rope Tree cast another glance at him. You have utilized the impure world reincarnation. There must be something of great importance at hand. Rope Tree nodded. The Hidden Leaf village is mired in the quagmire of war. Countless young lives are being lost. How could this be? Hashirama exclaimed in shock, naively believing that distributing the tailed beasts among the various ninja villages would permanently end the conflict. It now seemed nothing more than wishful thinking. Lord First Hokage, you must take action, Jinshu pleaded, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed deeply toward Hashirama. Hashirama regarded him thoughtfully, a member of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Rope Tree smiled, conveying unspoken understanding, seeing his grandson so determined. Even graciously treating a member of the Uchiha clan, Hashirama felt compelled to assist the younger generation. At that moment, he glanced around absently. By the way, where is Tobarama? Rope Tree scratched his nose. I lack sufficient chakra to summon Grandfather Tobarama. I see. Hashirama nodded, unaware that it was Rope Tree's reluctance to call Tobarama forth. Forming connections with the Uchiha clan could lead to displeasure on their part, potentially souring relationships at this crucial developmental stage. It would be better to summon him later, once matters solidified. By the way, Sarutobi, are you well? I haven't seen Danzo. Hashirama turned to his disciple, who hesitated momentarily, unable to find words. He is well. He has gone out on a mission. I understand, Hashirama acknowledged, and Rope Tree also nodded, feeling satisfied with the performance of the third Hokage. That day, the news of Senju Hashirama's resurrection spread throughout the Hidden Leaf, prompting spies within the village to withdraw one by one. Here stood Senju Hashirama, boldly in the open. Who could remain unfazed? This news would soon ignite the entire ninja world. Senju Hashirama's renown endures. After greeting his grandfather and the 6 girls in the courtyard, Hashirama sighed. Feeling the weight of responsibility, he promptly inquired about Tsunade's situation. Rope Tree replied, Tsunade has gone to the front lines and has yet to return, and it is in the most intense and brutal area of the battlefield. Hashirama immediately resolved to join the fray. A torrential downpour drenched the plains. Damn it, why are there so many enemies? Tsunade gritted her teeth, fighting while retreating, not daring to pause for a moment. Behind her, she carried an injured Jiraiya. The Rain Village was at its limit. They prepared to force a breakthrough. Orochimaru unleashed a multitude of poisonous snakes to hinder the advance of their pursuing ninjas. The sheer number of enemies overwhelmed them, intensifying their sense of the horrors of war. They felt as if they were mere floating weeds, helpless against the tide. What about the other ninjas? A figure flickered in Tsunade's mind. If only Rope Tree were here. She quickly dismissed the thought. It was better for Rope Tree to remain in the rear. Hold on. Reports from the back say reinforcements are on their way soon. Kato stood beside Tsunade, offering her comfort. Tsunade could not help but curse. Reinforcements are on their way soon. How long will it actually take? I suppose I won't be returning, Orochimaru remarked, surveying the countless corpses of Konoha ninjas scattered across the landscape, shaking his head. Abandon me. You must flee quickly, Jiraiya said, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he spoke weakly. No, how could I possibly leave you behind? Jiraiya, hold on. Kato Dan and Tsunade chimed in unison to comfort Jiraiya, though he felt nothing but a burden. A glimmer of light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He believed that leaving Jiraiya behind was the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, with no reinforcements, all 3 would meet their demise. Ah, help! The air was filled with anguished cries as they succumbed to a peculiar poison, rendering them unable to stand. Tsunade could not bear to witness it and turned away. At that moment, a vast cloud of smoke billowed forth, and a figure emerged before the 4. They were momentarily startled, lifting their heads in surprise. Perched atop an unusual summoning beast was a shadowy silhouette. You have slain so many of my ninjas, yet you think you can simply depart? Kato Dan recognized the figure instantly. Hanzo of the Salamander. No wonder the Konoha ninjas had crumbled. The enemy possessed a shadow-level ninja. Hardly any squad could withstand their might. Let us engage. Indeed, he must not be allowed to pass. Taking a deep breath, the 4 steeled themselves for battle. Ready to face death, Jiraiya, with great effort, utilized the sage art of Mount Myaboku to staunch his wounds, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Strike first. 8-headed serpent technique. Sage art. Hair needle technique. Spirit transformation technique. Spirit body detonation. Release. They confronted Hanzo, with Tsunade taking the lead. As a master of taijutsu, she charged directly at Hanzo, delivering a devastating punch that would leave him severely injured. Jiraiya's sage-infused hair followed suit, aimed at Hanzo. A single strike would lead to instant petrification. Orochimaru summoned 3 massive serpents to fight alongside him, attempting to swallow the enemy whole. Kaido Dan retreated, his spirit body erupting beside Hanzo, capable of obliterating anyone caught in its wake. Hanzo squinted his eyes in response to their onslaught. Water body flicker technique. Fire release, exploding flame array. Hanzo chose not to receive the barrage of attacks. With a single flicker, he evaded them all. This time, he appeared directly behind Kaido Dan, unleashing his most powerful fire technique, intent on obliterating him. Lacking any means to defend against the spirit body, annihilating him seemed the most effective strategy. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed to Kaido Dan's side to intercept the blow. Ninja art, Needle Earth God. The hair enveloped him completely, followed by a resounding explosion that sent him flying. Kaido Dan was also propelled away, the sheer force of the residual blast indicating the immense power behind the attack. Damn it! Jiraiya spat blood, struggling to rise. Hanzo, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Oh, you survived the exploding flame array? The foundation of Konoha village exceeds my expectations. In days past, such an attack would have guaranteed the demise of both opponents. Yet their resilience surpassed even Danzo's imagination." Tsunade, with a somber expression, shielded Jiraiya and Kaido Dan, while Orochimaru stood by her side, presenting a passive situation. 4 against 1 proved insufficient, and they had narrowly avoided death. The name Hanzo was indeed not without merit. With a cold snort, Hanzo prepared to strike again, but was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure that rendered him motionless. His pupils quivered as he raised his head, witnessing 2 figures descending from the sky, one clad in crimson armor, the other draped in Hokage robes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hanzo felt a chill run down his spine. The Hokage had descended? Tsunade, upon recognizing the newcomers, stood in stunned disbelief. "Grandfather? And Hashirama? You have become Hokage?" The other 3 turned to look, and upon seeing Senju Hashirama and Tobirama in their Hokage attire, they were left speechless. "Tobirama? And the first Hokage?" they exclaimed in unison. Tobirama simply stated, "I have resurrected grandfather," albeit it was a mere illusion of resurrection. Nevertheless, this news brought immense joy to Tsunade, who, under the tremendous pressure of war, suddenly found 2 reliable pillars of support. She immediately embraced Hashirama, weeping, "Grandfather." Wah! Hashirama tenderly stroked her head, saying, "Little Tsunade, you must not be so headstrong as you grow." Tobirama patted her shoulder, casting a vigilant glance at Hanzo. "Sister, do not worry. Grandfather and I will handle this. Be cautious, for Hanzo wields a terrifying poison." Kaido Dan stepped forward, offering a warning. "Oh, you must be Tsunade's boyfriend?" Hashirama chuckled heartily, clapping Dan on the shoulder. "After my demise, I often heard Tsunade mention you. Treat her well, she can be quite willful." Tsunade, embarrassed yet amused, blushed deeply, playfully striking Hashirama. "Grandfather." Tobirama shook his head with a gentle laugh, bemused by the situation. However, their camaraderie irked Hanzo. What did it matter if Senju Hashirama had arrived? He was determined to defeat them. Chakra surged within Hanzo as he unleashed an imposing aura upon the group, preparing to strike down everyone present. The 4 immediately braced themselves. Yet only Tobirama and Hashirama remained unfazed. "Senjutsu, Myo Jinmen," they chanted in unison, their faces adorned with distinct masks, and as their hands clapped together, 2 red ritual gates descended from above. Boom! The rain ceased. The smaller gates swiftly ensnared Hanzo, one locking his head and the other his rear. The larger gate ensnared the salamander, similarly binding its head and tail. The grandfather and grandson exchanged astonished glances, soon erupting into laughter. As expected of grandfather, little Tobirama has grown. "Sister, you must take good care of him." Only Hanzo and his salamander were left in disbelief, trapped beneath the weight of the gates, unable to mobilize his chakra. As the gates sealed him, his power was utterly confined, rendering him immobile. The salamander roared in protest. Having experienced the treatment befitting a tailed beast, now ensnared by this bizarre trap. Having relinquished his position to Shoju, the esteemed Senju Hashirama donned the Hokage cloak, a duty that rightfully belonged to him. Shoju nodded, his gaze fixed upon the restrained Hanzo. "What is your intention?" he inquired. Hanzo, utterly prostrate and powerless, was engulfed in humiliation. I submit willingly," he stammered. To be candid, Shoju was tempted to unleash a torrent upon him. given the wounds adorning his sister's body. However, with Hashirama present, he refrained. He could not tarnish the elder's perception of him. With a slight motion of his hands, the two mysterious gates on his person spontaneously unlocked. The situation escalated dramatically. Hanzo sprang to his feet, launching a kunai aimed at Shoju's eyes. "Ha! Die!" he roared. However, the overwhelming sense of defeat from being so swiftly thwarted shattered Hanzo's sanity. The kunai, nevertheless, was deftly caught by Shoju, halting mere inches from his eye. Commendable strength. Though your precision leaves much to be desired, he remarked. In a fit of desperation, Hanzo drew another kunai, aiming for Shoju's temple. The gate continued to suppress his chakra, and the effects remained potent. Yet, Shoju seized Hanzo's right hand with his left, nodding approvingly. This time, your precision is commendable, though your strength is lacking. Soon, a radiant smile illuminated Shoju's face. Little rascal, when your chakra fails, you resort to stabbing with kunai, do you? With a swift kick to Hanzo's groin, he sent him tumbling to the ground, his eyes rolling back in agony. I've come to realize that those with Hanzo in their name are seldom virtuous. Casting a glance at the pitiful figure of Hanzo sprawled on the floor, Shoju dismissed him with indifference, unceremoniously tossing him into a sack, bereft of any Hokage dignity. With Hanzo as a hostage, the conflict with the Rain Village reached a decisive conclusion. Hashirama continually reflected on the unfolding events. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War came to an end, leaving the entire shinobi world in awe of Shoju's prowess. In a shadowy cavern, an elderly man with silvery hair listened intently to Kurizetsu's account, his expression a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. The revelation of Hashirama's Edo Tensei was indeed remarkable. The Senju clan was replete with exceptional individuals. Kurizetsu, he directed, inform me of any movements. Yes, Shoju also entered the purview of Uchiha Madara. Following the cessation of hostilities, the village of Konohagakure began to flourish rapidly. Atop the Hokage rock, a likeness of Shoju was gradually being sculpted. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Hashirama expressed his desire to meet with Tobirama once more, only to be released from the jutsu by Shoju. If Hashirama lingered too long, he would be unable to employ Edo Tensei again, resulting in significant losses in strength during the impending battles against the undead. All was tranquil in the passage of time. Policies were continually enacted by Shoju, all for the sake of Konoha and, in part, for his own ambitions. Within his household, 7 wives and numerous civilians, along with a faction of shinobi, found themselves bearing Shoju's children. 9 months later, the first wave of infants arrived, with the first to conceive being Asahi and Hanako, each giving birth to their offspring. Shoju could not contain his eagerness to witness his eldest son and second daughter. The resolution of matters concerning the Rain Village and the territorial reparations were entrusted to the Council of Elders. The rope tree can take a brief respite. Time in this world is fleeting, and it seems there is hardly a moment to rest. At this time, summer is in full bloom. Escaping the incessant rain of the Rain Ninja Village, sunlight bathes the streets, casting an extraordinary radiance. A familiar scent wafts through the air, yet upon reflection, I cannot recall when I last encountered it. The rope tree strides gracefully towards the Senju compound as dusk approaches, draped in the mantle of the Hokage. Lord Rope Tree. Hero, come in and have a meal. The surrounding villagers exude warmth, but Rope Tree gently shakes his head and chuckles lightly. No, my wife has given birth. I must hurry home. Instantly, the crowd erupts in joyous congratulations. The sensation of his feet touching the muddy path evokes an unprecedented tranquility. The twilight sky, a blend of yellow and wisps of white clouds, brings with it a touch of warmth. Occasionally, the sound of young musicians playing instruments graces his ears. Rope Tree seldom experiences such serenity. This body, merely a 12-year-old boy, is akin to a 6th grader in his previous life. Yet, Rope Tree does not confine himself to such a perspective. A man's responsibilities are not dictated by age. However, perhaps I can afford to relax a little now. Aside from the lurking presence of Uchiha Madara, he has already reached the pinnacle of power. With a sigh, he reflects on the imminent arrival of his son and daughter. Upon entering the Senju compound, he finds Tsunade attending to the deliveries of the 2 women. As the finest medical ninja in all of Konoha, it is only fitting that she oversees the births. Upon noticing Rope Tree's arrival, Tsunade teases, let me see. Our 4th Hokage has returned. Haha, sister, Rope Tree chuckles, approaching to inquire about the well-being of the mothers. Tsunade nods. All is well. The children have been delivered. With that, She steps aside to reveal the scene behind the curtain. Hanako and Asahi cradle two infants, the fruits of their labor for Rope Tree. My husband. I have given birth to our little baby. Hanako beams with joy. Both women radiate happiness, and Rope Tree comforts them, saying, you have worked hard. Now focus on raising the children. The other wives, also with prominent bellies, look on with satisfaction, yearning to bear Rope Tree's children as well, hoping to receive his affection. Their names have also been changed to Senju, a decision proposed by the ninja clans in light of Rope Tree's ascension to Hokage. Rope Tree is no longer merely a breeding tool, but a true powerhouse. These ninja clans are undoubtedly astute, for otherwise, they could not have endured for so long. Come, let me see my precious son and daughter. Hanako has given birth to a boy, while Asahi has welcomed a girl. As he gazes at the children in their arms, an instinctual sense of bloodline connection washes over him. Rope Tree gently pinches his son's tiny cheek and smiles, wrinkled and yet not unlovable. Hanako playfully protests, feigning annoyance. No matter how ugly, he is still your son. Laughter ensues as he turns away. In the radiant embrace of the morning sun, Xiaoyang eagerly presented her daughter. Her expression one of yearning for praise. Xingtong gently caressed the child's head, gazing at her with affection, swaying her softly. Little cotton-padded jacket. Oh, little cotton-padded jacket, he cooed. The child burst into joyous laughter, warming the hearts of all present. Unable to contain herself, Xiaoyang wrapped her arms around Xingtong's thigh, exclaiming, I want to turn too. My dear husband, how can a mother feel jealous of her own daughter? She teased playfully. Rar, I shall nibble on you. Xiaoyang threatened, prompting Xingtong to reluctantly set the child down and plant a firm kiss on Xiaoyang. With a silly grin, she then cradled their daughter back into her arms, tenderly protecting her. Huazi received similar treatment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Xingtong found the scene amusing, even as a mother. She was overjoyed by a simple kiss. Both women experienced an overwhelming sense of happiness. Huazi then proposed, my dear, let you name our child. Yes, the child deserves a name, they echoed. Considering their request and the gazes of surrounding friends and family, Xingtong deliberated. He felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that a name should not be chosen lightly. Thus, he raised his hands and declared, I shall consult the classics to find a fitting name for them. In this manner, Xingtong managed to escape the bustling confines of the family estate. The arrival of a child brought both joy and a sense of surrealism. Currently, they had only welcomed their eldest son and second daughter, but in a few months, they could expect the birth of over 50 infants, leading to considerable expenses. Xingtong wished for his children to grow up surrounded by paternal love, even as a time traveler. He preferred to share everything equally among all his children. It is often said that time travelers, after marrying and having children with the protagonist, see their stories conclude. Yet reality was different. Xingtong could not simply abandon them. At the very least, he must provide them with a bright future. A chuckle escaped him as he thought about the impending challenges. With a family, even burdensome responsibilities became a reason to strive for strength. Just as Xingtong sighed in relief, a subordinate, donning a dark mask, appeared before him, kneeling respectfully. The subordinate delivered a message. Reporting to you, 4th Hokage, the Hidden Cloud Village requests negotiations with Konoha by the end of this month. They wish to discuss matters regarding territorial claims. Understood. Agree to their request, Xingtong replied, his expression impassive. The territorial disputes between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha had lingered for far too long. It was time to bring this farce to an end. As Xingtong walked, he caught sight of a familiar face. The individual was presenting flowers to a young girl, their playful banter filling the air. Suzuki, stop fooling around. My dear lady, please accept this rose as a token of my affection. The white-haired ninja, flamboyantly holding a rose, teased the girl who blushed and giggled. As Xingtong paused to observe, the young man noticed him. 4th Hokage. Kagami Suzuki immediately saluted. The White Fang of Konoha had made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. Undoubtedly a formidable ninja of the highest caliber. However, Senju harbored no particular thoughts about him. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, there's no need for that. I am not here to assign tasks. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Speaking of which, I have a concern. Upon hearing this, Chimu Siyun immediately inquired with curiosity. Even someone as formidable as you, Lord Senju, has worries? I am but a human, not a deity. Naturally, I have my troubles. Could you elaborate, Lord Senju? At this, Senju let out a light huff and whispered in his ear, how did you name your son? This question caused the seasoned ninja to blush. He hurriedly waved his hands. responding, Lord Shinshu, I am not contemplating fatherhood just yet. No. I meant to ask, hypothetically, if you were to have a son, what name would you choose? Suyun pondered for a moment, finally suggesting, perhaps Kakashi. Why is that? Because it rolls off the tongue quite smoothly. Shinshu nodded thoughtfully. Should he consider a name for his own son that is equally easy to pronounce? He felt a slight conflict, but quickly dismissed the thought. Such a sentiment was not to his liking. After Shinshu departed, Suyun sighed, embracing his girlfriend. Lord Shinshu is truly formidable. I can sense the danger emanating from him. Thankfully, he is our Hokage. Suyun chuckled softly, relieved that Shinshu was on their side in Konohagakure. In an unexpected twist of fate, he found himself at the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds. Upon seeing Suyun, the Uchiha members eagerly invited him in. Initially, Shinshu intended to decline, but after a moment's reflection, he decided to enter. He had no particular motives. He was merely curious about the Uchiha's naming techniques, given their numbers. One of the clan's youths obliged Shinshu's request and guided him around the Uchiha estate. By the way, why isn't Uncle Shin here today? Shinshu inquired. He had grown accustomed to addressing him this way. Upon hearing the title, the Uchiha members straightened their postures. After all, he was secretly their clan's Hokage. He is feeling a bit unwell today. I see. Then there's no need to trouble him. I would like to ask a question. Shinshu whispered something to the clan member, who promptly replied with sincerity, perhaps the clan library holds some insights on naming conventions. Allow me to take you there. Shinshu nodded and followed him to the Uchiha clan library, a repository of many tales from the Warring States period, rich with historical gravitas. However, Shinshu was not there to delve into such knowledge. He opened a book on naming conventions. It described the Uchiha tradition of naming children after ancestors when they achieve greatness, believing it would bestow upon them corresponding strength, a unique blessing of the Uchiha clan. This prompted Shinshu to recall that the name Sasuke seemed to have been used many times. Then why not simply name him Senju Sasuke? As soon as the thought crossed Xingtian's mind, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle, the incongruity overwhelming him and leaving him at a loss for words. You may leave for now. I will take a moment to examine this. He gestured to the clansman beside him. Had it been anyone else, the clansman would have never vacated the premises so easily. However, the visitor was Xingtian, a member of the Uchiha clan and a holder of the coveted three-tomo Sharingan, with a lineage as pure as it was formidable. Hence, he complied without hesitation. Xingtian remained in place, slowly perusing the Uchiha family tree, hoping to discern naming patterns or perhaps revive some long-forgotten names to bestow upon his own offspring the strength of their ancestors. As he leafed through the volumes, he passed a bookshelf and brushed shoulders with an elderly man, his hair white yet vibrant. Instinctively, Xingtian became alert. The presence of this individual had gone unnoticed by him until now. He feigned indifference and opened a family record. Good sir, he inquired of the elderly gentleman. What name would you suggest for a child? A frail voice responded. If you are amenable, let the child be named Madara. The power of your ancestors will descend upon him. Madara. Thank you, kind elder, Xingtian replied, resuming his examination of the family tree, revealing no hint of his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the old man departed unnoticed by Xingtian. Good heavens! How could Uchiha Madara have appeared here? Xingtian's actions faltered as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Who would have anticipated that Madara would manifest so swiftly? He speculated that his own remarkable performance might have drawn the man's attention. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the elder had not taken action against him. Should a confrontation arise, Xingtian surmised the outcome would be uncertain. After all, Madara was a formidable figure, capable of rivaling his grandfather, with battle experience that was undoubtedly vast. He was a man untroubled by the prospect of open conflict within Konoha. Xingtian pondered the elder's motivations but recognized the necessity of focusing on procreation to enhance his strength and fulfill his duties. After hastily naming his two children, he resolved to return to the path he had chosen. Becoming Hokage was, after all, about the legitimate expansion of his family. Emerging from the shadows was a dark figure, a smiling silhouette who addressed the white-haired elder. You encountered that fellow, didn't you, Madara? Indeed, replied Uchiha Madara, his expression inscrutable. It was merely a chance encounter while I was amending the clan monument. The figure inquired further, do you not wish to eliminate him? I sense he poses a threat. Madara scoffed lightly. A mere junior is not worth my effort. However, I can indeed perceive the Uchiha bloodline within him. Hashirama. Ha. Uchiha Madara could not restrain his laughter. He had not anticipated that Senju Hashirama, this stout and expressive fellow, would engage in an extramarital affair, and with a member of the Uchiha clan no less. Despite the severance of their ties, Madara felt a surge of amusement. The mere fact that the other party belonged to the Uchiha clan sparked a flicker of intrigue within him. Perhaps he could leverage this connection to further his own ambitions. The individual in question was merely 12 years old, with an immature mind, an opportune moment for manipulation. Madara had ascended to the position of Hokage, after all. Kurizetsu seemed to sense Madara's thoughts and remarked, "Indeed, those who attain such heights are far from ordinary." Madara crossed his arms, offering an unusual affirmation. "In that case, let me gauge his true capabilities. Let us see what merit he possesses to hold this esteemed position." A smile graced Madara's face. Within the Senju compound, in a modest room, a group of girls looked on with satisfaction at the man before them. After a period of diligent effort, the number of children had reached a new milestone. "Congratulations on your reward. Uchiha Bloodline 10, Special Skill, Shinra Tensei awarded." This time, it was the reward of Shinra Tensei? Wasn't this skill exclusive to those who possessed the Rinnegan? He bore no trace of the Rinnegan at all. How could he possibly wield such power? Nonetheless, Shoju felt a surge of joy. His recent harvest had indeed been fruitful. Recently, Tsunade had taken residence in the household, which constrained Shoju from indulging as he once did. Now, they merely expanded their clan within the confines of their room, somewhat limiting Shoju's endeavors. Yet, the paramount goal remained, to bear many children. Shoju finally grasped a profound truth. There are no fields that cannot yield, only oxen that tire. Despite his numerous efforts, only 65 girls had been affected. The actual number he had engaged with was far greater. Furthermore, with Madara's sudden appearance, he felt a wave of concern. If the number of children increased, even if the Uchiha clan offered financial support, it might not suffice. According to Shoju's calculations, raising a child from birth to adulthood, capable of self-sustenance, would cost at least 1,000,000 ryo, a veritable gold-consuming beast. The family could barely sustain its assets, which had dwindled from approximately 100 million ryo to around 50 million. A significant expenditure could easily shatter his current economic standing. After a brief contemplation, Shoju resolved that he needed a lucrative avenue. Coincidentally, the ammunition was depleted each time, requiring a week for replenishment, a prime opportunity for profit. He would seek advice from the Uchiha clan on any easy means of earning money. If that proved unfruitful, he would venture into the land of fire. Should he encounter a girl to his liking, and if she consented, he would bring her back and arrange for her to become a concubine, thereby contributing to the Senju clan. Initially, the 6 ninja girls were all regarded as wives. Even for the sake of his wives, it was essential to eliminate Uchiha Madara. The adversary is a seasoned monster, and his methods are unknown in number. There seems to be no recourse against him. At this moment, a member of the Umbu approaches Lord Shinshu. "Lord Shinshu, the envoy from the Cloud-Hidden Village has arrived to pay their respects. They are currently awaiting you in the Hokage's negotiation chamber." "I understand. Please lead the way." The Umbu had previously made the necessary arrangements, and Shinshu was prepared. He firmly believed that this territory rightfully belonged to Konoha, and that the Cloud-Hidden Village was merely occupying it by force. Had it not been for the demise of the second Hokage the previous year, and the subsequent rise of the inept third Hokage, even the diminutive Rain Shinobi village would not have dared to wage war against Konoha. The audacity of the Cloud-Hidden Village in encroaching upon their land was truly laughable. Shinshu was ready to confront them, eager to gauge their true strength before they dared to lay claim to his Konoha. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of several brutish figures. The third Raikage and his entourage surrounded him, their expressions decidedly hostile, with the Raikage himself wearing a look of disdain. "Is this the Hokage of Konoha? A mere child can become Hokage? How the mighty have fallen." One of his subordinates scoffed without restraint. "Ah, a show of intimidation?" Shinshu retorted, unfazed, as he clapped his hands together, neglecting even to employ his sage arts. "Divine Gate." The resounding boom echoed, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, the brash subordinate who sought to intimidate Shinshu was rendered powerless, as though he were a lifeless dog tethered to the ground. The members of the Cloud-Hidden Village glared at Shinshu, their faces contorted with fury, ready to engage in battle. The Umbu swiftly positioned themselves around Shinshu, while the surrounding ninjas began to encircle them subtly. The tension in the air became palpable. Shinshu, calm and composed, crossed his legs and smiled at the third Raikage. "Have you come to Konoha merely to flaunt your bravado before me? If there is no pressing matter, shall we initiate conflict?" His words instantly quelled the Raikage's restless heart. The cloud-hidden village could not withstand Konoha's unilateral aggression. You are well aware of my purpose here, the third Raikage declared, disregarding his subordinates as he took a seat. That land belongs to us, Konoha. Senju made his intentions clear. He sought that very territory. He realized that discussing politics with these brutish ninjas was futile. It was far more effective to demonstrate his strength directly. You claim it is yours simply because you say so? The Raikage's forehead bulged with veins, his demeanor suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. Relying on his mastery of lightning release, he felt emboldened, typical of those who wield such power. In response to these brutes, Senju chuckled lightly. Very well. Let us dispense with the pretense and see who prevails through strength. Extending his hand towards the third Raikage, he proposed a test of strength, a wager. If I win, you concede this land to me. If I lose, it will be yours. Upon hearing this, the Konoha officials immediately urged caution. Lord Hokage, you must not. They excel in taijutsu. Lord Hokage. Everyone knew that the cloud-hidden village was renowned for its speed and strength, and Senju was fully aware of this as well. In the original work, Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan, possesses innate divine strength. Later, she even engaged in a contest of strength with the fourth Raikage. Were it not for the fourth Raikage's cunning, he would have found himself outmatched by Tsunade's might. The strength of Senju is indeed a natural attribute of the Senju lineage. Not to mention that he also possesses an extraordinarily formidable physique. When faced with Senju's outstretched hand, the third Raikage could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Very well. However, recognizing the opportunity presented, he graciously accepted. To be candid, Senju's character was quite to the third Raikage's liking. If it weren't for the recent turmoil concerning the tailed beasts, which had led to extensive destruction in the village and a dire need for land resources, the third Raikage might not have been so inclined to antagonize Konoha. As Senju extended his hand, he released his subordinate, who appeared as lifeless as a discarded dog. With great strides, he stepped outside, where the anxious denizens of Konoha and the confident inhabitants of Kumogakure gathered. Upon a stone, Senju placed his hand, and the third Raikage followed suit. If you lose, do not attempt to dishonor the outcome. The third Raikage asserted, aware that dealings with these Konoha individuals often involved convoluted exchanges. Of course, Senju replied with a smirk. Are you so certain of your victory over me? The third Raikage's eyelid twitched at the jest. In direct combat, Senju primarily showcased his wood release, making it difficult to discern any remarkable accomplishments in taijutsu. The third Raikage felt assured of his superiority. As their hands met, the third Raikage prepared himself for the contest. Activating his lightning release, a formidable shockwave struck the faces of the Konoha crowd, rendering their complexions pale. The speed and strength of the Raikage were unparalleled. How could they possibly prevail? Yet, Senju recognized that while the opponent's speed was indeed impressive, their strength was far from exceptional. As a member of the Senju clan, he was even more formidable. Upon the activation of the lightning release, Senju merely smiled. He promptly unleashed the 8 gates. A torrent of chakra, more aggressive than the lightning release, surged forth, pressing against the third Raikage's visage. He couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Senju. What kind of taijutsu was this? The 8 gates had been activated in an instant, and the third Raikage's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the overwhelming power coursing through their connection. How could the opponent possess such strength? He had never heard of a technique of this caliber emerging from Konoha. It rivaled their own lightning release. Seemingly perceiving the Raikage's thoughts, Senju shook his head. This is merely a fraction of my strength. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The third Raikage gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he desperately attempted to subdue Senju. Surrounding ninjas, confronted with such an imposing aura, instinctively retreated. The friction between their bones generated tremors in the air, while waves of impact reverberated continuously. Any reckless approach could result in immediate internal injury. The onlookers from both sides stood in stunned silence. The fourth Raikage possessed such power. I have never witnessed such taijutsu on the battlefield. It must be a creation of Lord Senju. The Konoha side was filled with astonishment and admiration, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Previously, Senju had relied solely on wood release, rarely exhibiting any taijutsu prowess. But now, the scene unfolded anew. Their fourth Hokage appears to be exceptionally versatile. The third Raikage exudes a formidable chakra, a power capable of matching the 8 tails in a contest of strength. Yet, even wielding such might, he merely managed to nudge Shoju's hand slightly. Under ordinary circumstances, a typical ninja would have likely had their entire body broken. Shoju furrowed his brow. The Raikage truly lives up to his reputation as a paragon of speed and strength, undeniably at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even with the 60 years of arduous training that Lee had undergone, and in the state of the 8 gates, how could he expect to move his hand even a little against the full force of the Raikage? Initially, Shoju believed that his opponent lacked the means to even rattle him. It seems I have underestimated you. Shoju narrowed his eyes as the third Raikage struggled to speak, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting himself to the utmost. The people of Kumogakure stood in stunned silence, astonished to see someone withstand the might of the Raikage, merely appearing to be at a slight disadvantage. How could he maintain such a relaxed expression? Is the Hokage of Konohagakure a collection of monsters? Not only their ninjutsu, but even their taijutsu is so formidable. Kumogakure found it hard to accept. It must be noted that Raikage is the very foundation of their village. To be subdued by a ninja skilled in wood release is a blow to their pride. Kid, you are remarkably strong, the third Raikage grunted, straining to grip Shoju's hand, fearing that any lapse in concentration might lead to his defeat. Shoju raised an eyebrow. Why not concede? He suggested with a chuckle. Suddenly, the situation shifted. The Raikage loosened his grip. Shoju's eyes widened as their hands no longer clasped tightly, but instead, a slight gap emerged between them. The Raikage's advantage lies in his speed and strength. Arm wrestling merely compares physical power, and the advantage of speed has yet to be realized. Shoju grasped his opponent's intent. The third Raikage was attempting to accelerate his impact by exploiting this minuscule distance. Boom! A fierce cloud of smoke erupted, instantly clearing the surrounding ninjas and creating a circular expanse. When everyone regained their senses, they were astonished to see Shoju firmly holding his ground against the Raikage. What? Shoju sighed. Indeed, there are many exceptional talents in the ninja world, compelling me to open the gate of shock. In that brief moment, he felt as if a truck had collided with his palm. In a moment of desperation, he activated the gate of shock to prevent himself from being thrown off balance. The gate of shock is the closest to the death gate and causes permanent damage to the body. However, such injuries can be repaired through the cellular vitality of the Senju clan. Shoju once again marveled at the benefits of his physique. Observing that the third Raikage was unwilling to give up, Shoju deliberately eased his grip. The third Raikage, witnessing this, was filled with both confusion and astonishment. Their hands quickly returned to the same level, neither higher nor lower. It appeared less as a contest of strength and more like a cooperative endeavor. In truth, this piece of land is not beyond sharing with Kumogakure. Upon hearing this, the people of Konohagakure were taken aback. The land of their village was to be offered to others? In the village of Yunin, laughter blossomed among the villagers, for this land promised considerable economic prosperity. Yet, Senju understood deeply that in the world of shinobi, land held little significance. What truly mattered was the formidable strength of the ninjas. I have taken a liking to you, old chap, he remarked, so I can grant you this land, but you must indulge me with a drink. A hearty laugh escaped from the third Raikage, who, taken aback momentarily, then loosened his grip, allowing Senju to topple him with ease. This land, let it belong to the fourth Hokage instead. We of Yunin village shall forego it. The entourage from Yunin was left in bewilderment, as their purpose for visiting had been to acquire this very territory. Why the sudden change of heart? Indeed, one must recognize that to ascend to the position of Raikage, the third had long grasped the laws governing the ninja world. Strength was paramount. Here, mere numbers could not secure victory as they might in the realm of common folk. From the moment the Raikage had single-handedly faced 1,000 foes, he had come to appreciate this truth. The camaraderie of a powerful ally outweighed the value of land. Senju discerned the unspoken meaning in the Raikage's eyes and responded with a hearty laugh. Very well, you old rascal. Tonight, you shall not fall beneath the table. We shall partake of the strong liquor unique to Yunin village. Was he jesting? The Senju clan feared not even the fiercest of spirits. Senju found the third Raikage increasingly agreeable. Forging such a friendship would undoubtedly benefit Konoha in the future. Sarutobi, observing quietly from the side, felt a twinge of confusion. Yet he acquiesced to Senju's lead. After all, he was the Hokage of Konoha, the one who had brought an end to the Second Shinobi World War. That evening, Senju and the third Raikage clinked cups, while the leaders of Yunin and Konoha reveled in merriment, the atmosphere growing far more congenial than at the outset. The third Raikage assured Senju that should Konoha face a crisis, he would steadfastly offer assistance, to which Senju reciprocated with a similar vow. It dawned upon Sarutobi that sometimes, yielding could yield unexpected benefits. Ultimately, this was not merely a matter of nations. Rather, it resembled a gathering of two small towns, making everything seem considerably lighter. Shinshu felt certain that the night would culminate in joy for all. The guests, employing chakra to mitigate the effects of alcohol, sought only to foster an atmosphere of camaraderie and mild euphoria. After all, this was a diplomatic occasion and excess was to be avoided. In private, however, they might indulge to their heart's content. At that moment, a deafening roar jolted the spirits of all present. The thunderous bellow nearly collapsed the room, rousing everyone from their revelry. What was that? Shinshu turned towards the source of the sound, sensing a formidable chakra presence. The third Raikage too sensed it, his heart filled with uncertainty. The fourth Hokage? I cannot say for certain. Let us venture outside. As they stepped out, Shinshu was left utterly astounded. In the heart of Konoha, a colossal crimson fox rampaged uncontrollably, its 9 tails swaying ominously behind it. It was none other than the 9 tails. Beneath its might, countless civilians were crying out in despair. As the rope tree observed, the distance to the Senju stronghold was merely a street away. The situation was dire. A calamity involving the tailed beasts was upon them. The third Raikage, upon witnessing this, adopted a grave expression and uttered a single remark. Beside him, Sarutobi immediately began mobilizing personnel to address the impending chaos caused by the tailed beasts. Reports had already surfaced revealing the cause. The Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, being of advanced age, could no longer contain its formidable power. The third Hokage must seek another member of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi's countenance shifted upon hearing this news. The situation had escalated far quicker than anticipated. The plan to manage the tailed beasts was initially set for a month later, yet the 9 tails had already gone berserk. Standing atop the Konoha building, the rope tree gazed down at the rampaging 9 tails. He had assessed the condition of the Jinchuriki, and it was clear they had the capacity to hold for a month. Containing a tailed beast was of utmost importance for any village. However, the sudden eruption of chaos was perplexing. As he surveyed the scene, he caught sight of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the 9 tails' eyes, unmistakably indicating manipulation by a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. The realization struck him. Only he possessed the audacity to orchestrate such an act. The current rapport between the Uchiha clan and himself was shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, within the Uchiha clan, none had the capability to control the 9 tails. This scenario led the rope tree to ponder the future turmoil involving the 9 tails. Was his interference the catalyst that prompted Uchiha Madara to act prematurely? With a thunderous roar, the 9 tails slammed its paw down, decimating a vast area of the marketplace. Leaving little intact, the rope tree formed hand seals, and the visage of the sage mode emerged. Before all, he bellowed, "Sage art, gate of enlightenment." This was the most effective sealing technique. Once ensnared, even the 10 tails would struggle to escape. Boom. Massive wooden stakes, akin to the gates of a city, descended from the heavens, first embedding themselves into the 9 tails' head, then its limbs, until the tailed beast was completely restrained. The rope tree could not help but grit his teeth. The effort to bind a tailed beast's chakra nearly drained his own reserves. He now found it challenging to even move a single finger. The distance between him and Hashirama was still considerable. What? The third Raikage, observing the 9 tails securely bound, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the grandson of Senju Hashirama possessed such formidable power. Generally, I am still far inferior to my grandfather. With the 9 tails contained, the surviving civilians looked on with trepidation, yet their hearts found solace as they beheld the rope tree suppressing the beast. Cheers erupted from below. Lord Rope Tree is magnificent. Lord Rope Tree, the 4th Hokage. At the very moment the rope tree succeeded in restraining the 9 tails, a transformation began to unfold within the beast. The crimson glow in its eyes intensified, and an inexplicable chakra emanated from its form. A blue armor began to spread from its eyes, enveloping its entire fox-like body. Susanoo. The rope tree gasped, nearly losing his composure. Was this a secret technique of the Uchiha clan? Someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. I shall assist you. Before the rope tree could utter a word, the third Raikage lunged forward with remarkable agility. The formidable Raikage collided with the 9 tails, extending a finger that pierced through, creating a gaping wound with a flash of light. The 9 tails writhed in fury, striking the third Raikage with its tail, sending him skidding across the ground for dozens of meters before he finally came to a halt. A mere trickle of blood graced the corner of his mouth as he turned back to the position of the rope tree. The third Raikage epitomized the pinnacle of strength. Lord Third. Quickly. Assist Lord. Medical ninjutsu. The onlookers from the hidden cloud village could no longer remain idle and sprang into action to provide aid. Even they were taken aback by the third Raikage's audacity. The rope tree understood that this was the third Raikage's declaration of allegiance, proving his capability to assist Konoha. In the future, the rope tree would also need to extend his hand to the hidden cloud village, with hands forming seals. The rope tree reinforced the divine gate once more. Empowered by the Susanoo, the Ninetales grew increasingly ferocious. The chakra that had been firmly obstructed began to flow freely again. A destructive force began to coalesce within the Ninetales maw. The tailed beast bomb. If it detonated within the village, it would spell doom for all. The rope tree could not afford to hesitate. His wives were nearby, and should it explode, everything would be lost. In the Senju compound, Inazuka Asahi and Hanako clutched their child in the basement, listening to the commotion above with heavy hearts. They prayed for their husband's safety. The expectant girls surrounding the rope tree were equally troubled. The tailed beast bomb loomed perilously close to them. A single strike could annihilate their clan. Should they lose their strength, the rope tree too would meet his demise. A deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Madara consumed the rope tree. How dare he disturb the peace he sought to cultivate? Uchiha Madara loomed ominously in the shadows. With a decisive clap, the rope tree summoned a coffin with the last remnants of his chakra, the impure world reincarnation technique. The coffin emerged, revealing none other than Senju Tobarama, his granduncle. The rope tree-s version of the impure world reincarnation required no corpse, only a fragment of DNA, a significantly simplified process compared to the traditional method. However, the cost was immense chakra consumption. After this, the only technique he could utilize was the almighty push, a passive skill. Witnessing such a divine technique, the Hidden Cloud Village abandoned any notions of hostility. Establishing amicable relations with Konoha was the wisest choice. Upon awakening, Senju Tobarama quickly grasped the situation. The impure world reincarnation technique. Indeed, granduncle. Tobarama glanced at the rope tree and paused at the sight of the Hokage cloak adorning him. The rope tree? He nodded affirmatively. Yes, granduncle, I have become the Hokage, the fourth. Do not concern yourself with details for now. Konoha is in peril. The rope tree urgently gestured toward another direction. In the heart of Konoha, a colossal beast was seemingly pinned down. The surrounding earth cracked, and on the brink of collapse. The Ninetales. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the rope tree. The rope tree affirmed, the Ninetales has erupted. Tobarama nodded, realizing that you summoned me for this beast. Where is my elder brother? My chakra is insufficient to call him forth. Tobarama was taken aback, glancing at the colossal Myojin gate. So, this was crafted by Hashirama? Haha, truly impressive. With that, Tobarama surged forward. Flying Thunder God. His figure darted swiftly, instantly arriving atop the Ninetales' head. He struck down with his blade, recognizing the familiar armor and furrowing his brow. Is that Madara's Susanoo? The Ninetales roared and lunged at Tobarama, but he deftly evaded the attack. It was at this moment that Hashirama realized Tobarama had inscribed Flying Thunder God marks all over the Ninetales' body. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Tobarama quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable water dragon that shattered a portion of the Susanoo, revealing the true form of the Ninetales. Tobarama elegantly and swiftly plunged his blade into the Ninetales' body. Yet despite this, the Ninetales gaped wide, aiming a tailed beast bomb in a specific direction, and that direction was none other than the Senju Great Hall. Damn it! Hashirama couldn't help but curse, horrified at the thought of losing everything. His eyes began to change imperceptibly. The Uchiha's eyes, wielding the Uchiha bloodline, could only be fully realized under certain circumstances. Otherwise, their true power remained dormant. The more chakra possessed, the easier it was to break through. Emotions were merely an inconsequential outlet. Ultimately, Hashirama's eyes transformed entirely, first into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, then instantly shifting to the circular Rinnegan. Tobarama keenly sensed Hashirama's transformation and turned in shock. Shinra Tensei. Hashirama faced the tailed beast bomb, unleashing a powerful Shinra Tensei that sent the tailed beast bomb hurtling away, landing at a considerable distance. The chakra consumption of the Rinnegan was minuscule, as if it were an innate ability. Hashirama had no time to savor the moment. He immediately extended a hand towards the Ninetales, trapped beneath the Myojin gate. Chibaku Tensei. Crumbling sounds echoed as distant mountains began to collapse, massive chunks of debris converging upon the Ninetales. The Ninetales, both astonished and enraged, found itself utterly immobile, even in the armor of Uchiha Madara. It was swiftly ensnared by this technique, far more potent than the Myojin gate. Hashirama sent the Ninetales along with the debris far away. The Rinnegan seemed to exert an overwhelming restraint over the tailed beasts. No matter their actions, they were futile. Soon, Hashirama had completely ensnared the Ninetales within the Chibaku Tensei. Yet this was not the end. If released, the Nine Tails could easily escape. Before all present, Hashirama decisively sealed the Nine Tails within his own body. The Nine Tails roared as it was sealed once more, and Hashirama took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the Rinnegan had vanished, unlike anyone else's. The Rinnegan could not typically be deactivated, yet Hashirama managed to do so. This was solely due to his exceptionally pure bloodline, which, after systematic refinement, surpassed all others in purity. At this moment, Konoha lay in utter ruin. After hastily sealing the Nine Tails within himself, Shashu exhaled a heavy breath, while the onlookers were already filled with reverence. Upon witnessing the Susanoo left by Uchiha Madara, Tobirama's initial desire to depart vanished instantly. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Shashu, it seems I shall remain here for a while longer. I intend to investigate Uchiha Madara's situation. He surely cannot be dead." Impure World Reincarnation, release. In the presence of Shashu, Tobirama chose to stay. Shashu nodded in response. "Then I entrust this to you, Grandpa." Gasping for breath and clutching his head, Shashu remarked, "Uchiha Madara is truly terrifying. Were it not for the awakening of the Rinnegan in the end, perhaps my whole family would have perished here." This realization deepened Shashu's understanding of Madara's formidable nature. An entity capable of effortlessly controlling tailed beasts was beyond his reach. Just a single Nine Tails could overwhelm him, let alone if Madara himself were to appear. However, given some time, Shashu believed he could eventually contend with Uchiha Madara. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, Shashu felt no pride, but rather a heightened sense of caution. After parting ways with Konoha, the group from the Hidden Cloud Village promptly announced their alliance with Konoha. Tobirama Senju was revived in an unconventional manner, yet he did not linger long in Konoha, instead assisting Shashu in investigating Uchiha Madara's affairs. The revelation that Madara had faked his death perplexed Tobirama, who had clearly witnessed Madara's demise. Before this, he had also encountered Shashu's numerous wives, leading him to reflect on the vitality of youth. After affirming Shashu's intentions to revive his clan, he set out to investigate Uchiha Madara, maintaining regular contact with Shashu. With the crisis averted, the villagers increasingly hailed Shashu, recognizing him as the most formidable Hokage aside from the first. Smiles adorned the faces of all the common folk. Simultaneously, the number of civilians from the Senju clan reached new heights, not only from the village but even from neighboring ones. Shashu welcomed all with open arms. The negotiations with the Rain Shinobi village reached a satisfactory conclusion for Konoha. Even the representatives from Konoha expressed their bewilderment at the developments. Yet, Shashu had previously declared his intent to annihilate the Rain Shinobi village. Now, with Shashu consistently demonstrating such prowess, the Rain Shinobi village was thoroughly intimidated. Nearly eager to become a subordinate of Konoha, fearful that Shashu might wipe them out in a fit of rage, leaving none alive. However, Shashu soon encountered a bottleneck. He could manage training with a maximum of 70 girls at once. Any more would stretch his time too thin. With limited resources and personnel, the challenge of a 1vn scenario became increasingly awkward. The number of his clan members began to rise steadily. Clan members, 110. Uchiha Bloodline 10, Physique 20. Uchiha Bloodline 10, Physique 20. Uchiha Bloodline fully awakened. Senju Bloodline merged with Uchiha Bloodline. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the Otsutsuki Bloodline. Acquired special time ninjutsu. Time-space reversal. Shashu did not anticipate that this time would bring him even more surprises. He unexpectedly acquired the bloodline of Otsutsuki, transforming him into an extraterrestrial being. A warm current surged within him, a power seemingly boundless, yet he could not yet wield it freely. He opened the system panel, where rows of data unfolded before him. Senju Shoju, age, 12, super shadow level strength. Physique, 100. Every 10 points equates to a decade of arduous training for Shaoli. Bloodline, Senju Bloodline max level. Uchiha Bloodline max level. Current bloodline, Otsutsuki Bloodline. Ninjutsu, Rasengan, Edo Tensei. Would release, Uchiha Genjutsu, Shinra Tensei. Universal Pull, Sage Mode, 8 gates. Temporal Ninjutsu. Time reversal. Shoju's gaze lingered on the final entry, a ninjutsu he had never possessed before. Time Ninjutsu. Upon witnessing the effects of this technique, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. Such an extraordinary ability? Shoju suddenly pondered whether he was truly on the path to invincibility. Reversal. Designate a specific time point. Upon sustaining severe injuries, automatically revert to this time point over a duration of 3 days, consuming half of one's chakra. Usable once per day? In simpler terms, this was a complementary version of Izanami. Originally, The cost required a Sharingan, yet here it merely demanded the expenditure of half his chakra. Now, with the Rinnegan at his disposal, he wielded its power with minimal chakra consumption. For instance, the chakra required for techniques like Chibaku Tensei was negligible compared to the vast amounts needed by others such as Nagato. To a great extent, Shoju's ease in utilizing such abilities was intrinsically linked to the purity of his chakra. Could it be that I could first unlock the 8th gate, and then utilize this technique to revert back to a state of perfection? The mere thought of this was revolutionary. Upon opening the 8th gate, only the means of yin-yang release could barely salvage the user's life. In the original narrative, it was Naruto who saved Guy after he opened the 8th gate. Shoju's skill, when fully accounted for, resembled an upper-tier 6 paths ninjutsu. Time reversal, merely reverting one's own time. It appeared to be even more advanced than Izanami. Even if time and space were sealed, it would remain effective. Shoju speculated that Izanami might not be as sophisticated. Otherwise, Madara, with his multitude of Sharingan, would not have found himself in dire straits. A single use of Izanami should have brought him back to the starting point, rendering failure impossible. And he would not have been reduced to the state of being heartlessly betrayed by Kaguya. Shoju nodded slightly, aware that preemptively activating this technique would require half of his chakra. However, it was also stated that the technique had a duration of 3 days. From activation to conclusion, there was a span of 3 days. Could this equate to Shoju having 3 lives to utilize? The thought of Madara, having barely withstood a night guy, soon facing another night guy, made Shoju chuckle. Indeed, the immediate priority was to multiply offspring and enhance his strength. Then, he could develop further and seek trouble with Madara. The economical second uncle has already been searching for his whereabouts. Should any misfortune befall him, Xingtri would easily receive the signal. Xingtri positioned his hands in a manner reminiscent of a seal and invoked the technique of time reversal. The name is simple, yet its efficacy is formidable. His eyes transformed into those of the Rinnegan, the perfect circles within beginning to rotate. At the moment he seemed to freeze time. His chakra was drawn out as if by a siphon, leaving him with half of his energy depleted. Even Xingtri felt as though he were on the brink of being emptied. Goodness, how powerful! His complexion turned pale, and he forced a smile while clutching his waist. Despite never wavering in front of 70 girls, he found himself faltering for a brief moment. Fortunately, this was merely temporary. Under the perfectly fused Otsutsuki lineage, Xingtri's chakra replenished at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, he had regained a significant portion. Xingtri was astounded. If this were at 100, he could likely restore himself instantly. This was not merely a slight enhancement over the Senju clan's physique. It was at least a 1,000-fold increase in recovery capacity. It was utterly extraordinary. In the event of an alien invasion in the future, Xingtri's combat prowess would certainly secure him a place of significance. However, he tempered his excitement. Taking a deep breath, regardless of his augmented strength, caution was paramount. A reckless attitude could lead to defeat. After calming himself, he turned his gaze towards the kunai on the table. Well then, let us put this to the test. Given the effect of time reversal, it was only prudent to experiment. What if he were to sustain grave injuries in the future and was unable to recover? After all, this technique wasn't he learned through direct experience. It required careful experimentation. Summoning his courage, Xingtri picked up the kunai from the table. He swallowed hard, pointing the weapon toward his throat. He grimaced, unable to fully commit to the decision. He could harm others without a second thought. Yet inflicting pain upon himself instilled a measure of trepidation. It was merely a matter of drawing some blood. There was nothing too severe about it. Ultimately, with a mindset of no pain, no gain, Xingtri poised the kunai at his throat and infused it with potent chakra. Bang! Suddenly, a clear sound resonated within the Hokage's office. Husband! Husband! In a flurry, Inuzuka Asahi rushed in, accompanied by her ninja dog, which bore a swaddled infant. Oh, with that, Xingtri inadvertently plunged the kunai into his neck. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Asahi, unable to utter a sound, merely spewing forth droplets of blood. Asahi was taken aback, her eyes wide as she stared at Xingtri. Husband? She hurried over, flustered and unsure how to proceed, bouncing anxiously in place. Her fingers rendered utterly helpless. Xingtri quickly extended his hand to stop her, but blood was already gushing from his neck, spraying forth in abundance. The kunai, enhanced by his chakra, could infinitely damage cells, causing his blood to flow as freely as that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, not a single drop would have escaped within 3 seconds. What is happening? Someone, hurry. My husband has been attacked by an assassin. Asahi rushed to Xingtri's side. sitting upon him to extract the kunai from his throat. It is often said that a blade should not be drawn hastily. However, kunai are equipped with blood channels. When a kunai is lodged in such a critical position, it must be removed immediately. What does it mean to suffocate to death? Yet, unbeknownst to her, this kunai, after special treatment, would integrate with Shoki's entire chakra network. Once extracted, it would unleash chakra throughout his meridians, resulting in a fate even more dire than death. As Koyo exerted force to withdraw the kunai, Shoki's eyes rolled back, and he perished on the spot. Koyo, overwhelmed with urgency, shed tears and hastily reinserted the kunai. Husband. As soon as it was plunged back in, the meridians reconnected, and Shoki revived instantly. However, blood continued to flow profusely, unable to endure any longer. Shoki pointed at the kunai embedded in his neck and uttered with great difficulty, "Remove it, pull it out." Upon hearing this, Koyo swiftly complied and extracted the kunai. Shoki's head tilted once more, and he departed from this world again. The Umbu, alerted by the commotion, surrounded the entire Hokage building. "Lord Shoki! Oh my! Lord Shoki! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, search the surroundings and ensure the assailant does not escape." The Umbu, now in a frenzy, sprang into action. The incident had occurred so unexpectedly that it left everyone astounded. When Koyo noticed that withdrawing the kunai caused Shoki to lose consciousness, she covered her mouth, uncertain of what to do. Remembering that the kunai was still lodged in Shoki's neck, she raised it once again and reinserted it. The meridians reconnected. Shoki's eyes rolled back, and he came to life once more. His nostrils flared with indignation as he listened to the cacophony of crying infants and frantic shouts. Initially, he had only intended to test the effects of a ninjutsu, yet it had escalated into this chaos. To prevent Koyo from further tormenting him, he resolved to sever his own chakra pathways, leading to a genuine demise this time. Alas, Shoki breathed his last, his head tilting to the side. Around him, blood pooled into a crimson sea. Koyo, drenched in blood, sat dazed upon Shoki, uncertain of what to do. However, in a peculiar turn of events, the blood covering her body seemed to flow back, as if played in reverse. In the blink of an eye, Shoki appeared unharmed, standing before the table, forming the hand seals for the noonday jutsu. "Well, did I scare you? This was merely a jinjutsu of my experimental domain." Using the illusion as a pretext to gloss over the incident was quite fitting. Koyo paused in surprise, then pouted silently. She playfully bit Shoki's ear, her eyes misty with tears. "Husband, you mustn't jest like this again. Ha ha ha, everyone disperse. This was merely my domain illusion. Everything is perfectly fine." Witnessing Shoki acting as if nothing had happened while embracing Koyo affectionately left the Umbu in a state of shock. Nevertheless, they complied with the orders to retract their previous arrangements, simultaneously expressing admiration for Shoki's exceptional jinjutsu skills, capable of deceiving so many elite shinobi. Having such a powerful leader in the village brought immense comfort. Konoha village continued to flourish. Observing that he had successfully navigated the situation, Shoki gently released the enchanting beauty in his arms and inquired with concern, "What is it, Koyo? What brings you here, my dear?" "The Hokage is quite busy and cannot be disturbed at all times," Senju gently reminded her, urging her not to recklessly burst in again. Nevertheless, this technique proved to be quite useful. In the future, Senju could even revive himself thrice if he timed it just right. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Seeing his delight, Chaoyang mistakenly assumed it was at her expense. Unable to resist, she playfully bit his cheek, exclaiming, "You naughty one, always picking on me. Ha ha. I'm nearly drenched with saliva. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Chaoyang then slowly began. "It seems that little Shia is having some trouble with her eyes. Dear husband, look." She lifted the infant bound to the ninja dog. Senju silently criticized the unconventional method of raising the child. However, upon holding her, he noticed that the baby seemed quite delighted, despite having cried a few moments ago due to the noise. Cradling his daughter, he looked into her eyes, which appeared to possess the Rinnegan. A sudden shock coursed through Senju as he recalled a reward from the system that could grant his descendants a bloodline of at least 38 and a maximum of 50. Could it be that this ability could evolve alongside his lineage? What about a Do Emperor? Senju attempted to touch his daughter's cheek, seeking to draw out the power of the Rinnegan within her. In a gentle exploration, the little face of Senju puckered as she let out a small burp and even blew some drool. "Uft, how adorable," Senju exclaimed, not at all annoyed as he was splashed with saliva. Instead, he chuckled and gave her a little shake. "My dear daughter, you must not treat your father this way. When you grow up, you shall tug at the old man's beard too." Bob upped. Little Senju extended her tiny hand, giggling and revealing her toothless gums. Suddenly, Shinshu felt a peculiar sensation on his hand. Ah! Chaoyang gasped, and Shinshu was taken aback as he heard the sound of liquid dripping. He glanced at his right hand, now covered in a mess. Giggling, little Senju laughed. Shinshu's eyes widened in shock. You rascal! The two hurriedly scrambled to clean up, narrowly avoiding a major catastrophe. Afterward, they couldn't help but wash their hands and wipe their foreheads. When their gazes met again, it was filled with helplessness. My hands are smeared with Shia's mess. Chaoyang laughed heartily. Well, so are yours, my little sweetheart, Shinshu replied playfully. After casting a water technique to cleanse their stains, he changed his daughter's diaper and looked into her eyes, inquiring of Chaoyang, are all babies like Shia? No, only Shia has turned out this way. Then there's nothing to worry about. This is a normal occurrence for the Senju clan. Shinshu smiled softly, unknowingly deflecting the concern. Little Shia did not possess the pure bloodline like Shinshu. Upon awakening the Rinnegan, not only was her power diminished, but she could not actively close her eyes either. Shinshu gently patted her belly, locating the chakra-gathering spot, and pressed lightly. Instantly, the peculiar dual Rinnegan in Shia's eyes vanished. In the future, should Shia awaken, she shall convey her thoughts to me. For the time being, I have sealed her gaze, which will automatically unfasten when she requires it. Chaoyang nodded with an air of understanding, and upon learning that her daughter was well, she lovingly ensured her comfort. Subsequently, Chaoyang ventured alone to the Hokage's office. Casting a shy glance at Shinshu, my dear husband, would you be so kind as to spend some time alone with me? After becoming a mother, Chaoyang had noticeably tempered her demeanor. Observing this, Shinshu gently wrapped his arms around her waist. What manner of companionship do you desire? Just like this. Chaoyang unexpectedly pressed herself against Shinshu again, reminiscent of their previous encounter. If our next child happens to be a boy, please allow me the honor of naming him. Of course, he replied. Outside, the Umbu operatives fumbled awkwardly, wiping their brows. The Hokage truly is becoming increasingly audacious. Yet, all this is for the prosperity of our clan. They thought, wholeheartedly in agreement. After a fleeting moment in the mortal realm, those who meet must eventually part. Shinshu was astonished that a female ninja could retain her youthful beauty even after childbirth, free from unsightly scars. He sighed in gratitude, thinking, what more could a husband desire than a wife such as this? Not to mention, he was blessed with 7 such remarkable women. In the future, there could be even more than 7. Speaking of which, since the Nine Tails resides within me, I wonder how Mito is faring. Mito, the grandmother of both Shinshu and Tsunade, is also the wife of Hashirama Senju and a member of the Uzumaki clan. Currently, Tsunade was attending to her, and Shinshu felt it inappropriate to intervene. Yet, calculating the time, it was nearly that moment. 3 days is the longest survival period for a Jinchuriki after the tailed beast has been extracted, and already a day and a half had passed. According to the perception inherent in the Rinnegan, Mito should be able to endure for about 2 more days. The strength of the Uzumaki clan, combined with Tsunade's medical prowess, had brought her to this point. Now, having gained control over the Rinnegan's power, Shinshu resolved to visit his beloved grandmother. Soon, within the hidden chambers of Konoha, a figure appeared quietly. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, lay upon a sickbed, surrounded by numerous medical ninjas. Mito, hold on, Tsunade urged, gripping her hand tightly, her face etched with anxiety. Little Tsunade cannot hold out much longer. Perhaps it is time to let go. How could you say that, grandmother? I will save you, Tsunade insisted. I am aware of my situation, and my only regret is not witnessing little Shinshu become Hokage, Mito replied with a smile. He must be quite handsome. Suddenly, Shinshu appeared behind them, startling everyone. Upon realizing his presence, Mito gazed at him in his Hokage robes, tears welling in her eyes. She had endured a lengthy confinement in the basement for the sake of the villagers, to prevent the Nine Tails from unleashing devastation upon Konoha. Isolated in a remote location, anyone would feel a profound sense of loneliness. Yet, she never anticipated the Nine Tails would manifest, and in the very heart of Konoha, no less. Mito was overwhelmed with guilt. Shinshu, however, refrained from elaborating, merely extending his hand towards Mizuhito, with the Rinnegan manifesting in his eyes. Mizuhito, being well-versed in the ways of the world, instantly recognized the nature of Shinshu's ocular prowess. A surge of colossal chakra flowed continuously from Shinshu's hand into Mizuhito's body. The demise of a Jinchuriki occurs because the extraction of the tailed beast inevitably drains them of all their chakra. Chakra, being the essence of life. poses a grave danger when depleted. It is akin to surpassing a threshold. Once an ordinary individual exhausts their chakra, recovery within a brief period becomes impossible. Even consuming chakra restorative supplements proves futile. It is reminiscent of blood. Once lost beyond a certain point, no amount of rain fusion can avert peril. Yet, Shengshu harbored no such concerns. Even if the nine tails were extracted, taking with it all of his chakra, he would remain unscathed, merely requiring a brief respite of 3 minutes. Boom. Shengshu merely extended his hand, channeling a substantial flow of chakra into Mizuhito. In a short span, Mizuhito's hair transformed from white to red, and her face regained its vitality. The attending medical ninjas could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. How did Lord Shengshu accomplish this? I can sense the life force radiating from Lord Mizuhito. How peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Even Tsunade wore a perplexed expression. Yet, her bewilderment quickly turned into ecstatic joy as she embraced Mizuhito, playfully exclaiming, "Wonderful, Granny, you have been saved by Shengshu." What was initially intended as a final farewell for Mizuhito had unexpectedly culminated in her complete recovery. Who could witness such a miraculous event without confusion? Even Mizuhito herself appeared bewildered, feeling an abundance of chakra within her, as if she could live another century. Mizuhito gazed at Shengshu, who simply returned her a smile. The Rinnegan promptly vanished. "Well then, since you are well, Granny, it's time for you to eat and drink. I must attend to this matter. Before everyone." Shengshu lifted his robe, revealing his chiseled six-pack abs. Mizuhito and Tsunade stared in awe, while the other female ninjas flushed crimson at the sight of his strikingly handsome and resolute visage. However, Shengshu's intention was not to showcase this. Instead, he revealed the sealing technique that spiraled from his navel. "I must seek the assistance of the Uzumaki clan to resolve the situation with the nine tails within me." As for the land of whirlpools, he was uncertain of its whereabouts. The only recourse was to appeal to the third Hokage, but Shengshu felt too prideful to do so and resolved to request Mizuhito's aid instead. Mizuhito could not help but chuckle, her aged face faintly reminiscent of her youthful self. "Ah, if only I were 50 years younger, I would choose to marry you instead of that wooden Hashirama." Shengshu felt a twinge of embarrassment at her jest. Now that Mizuhito had recovered, there was no reason for her to linger. She sat up, retrieving a few pieces of candy and some trinkets from her pocket, offering them to Shengshu. He was taken aback. "Granny, what is this?" "These are the candies you cherish, specially left for you by your grandmother. In just 3 days, it will be the 13th birthday of Shengshu." Mito's eyes brimmed with affection as she held the soft candies in her hands. In this place, devoid of sunlight, these treats must have been collected and preserved by her for a long time. He accepted the candies, smiled, and tucked them into his pocket. "Grandmother, would you like to see what your great-grandson looks like?" Upon hearing this, Mito's eyes sparkled with excitement. After ensuring Mito had a good look at the current state of the Senju compound, she exclaimed in admiration, "Truly my grandson, arriving and marrying 7 wives, haha." The elderly woman appeared quite lively, leaving Shengshu at a loss for words. At that moment, Tobirama returned from outside, coincidentally encountering Mito. Without a word, he instinctively turned to flee upon their first eye contact, but fortunately, Tsunade held him back. "Great-grandfather, you have come as well." Tobirama's face instantly displayed disdain and pretentiousness, assuming a haughty demeanor. "Little Tsunade, how could this old woman be here?" He gazed at Mito, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "You haven't changed at all. However, why do you seem to have so many fragments on you?" Mito responded to Tobirama, equally bemused. Tsunade and Shengshu, unaware of the history between the two, decided to refrain from intervening. Tobirama and Mito turned their heads away from one another. "I am already dead. There is no need to converse with a corpse. I was just moments away from death myself." They both fell into silence. Tsunade quietly explained that in the past, Tobirama and Mito had a contentious relationship, believing that Hashirama should have chosen a better wife. Upon hearing this, Shengshu suddenly realized the underlying family drama within the Senju clan. Fortunately, the silence did not linger for long. Mito broke it first, saying, "My little grandson wishes to go to the land of waves to resolve the matter of the 9 tails within him. I am concerned about potential dangers along the way. Would you accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Tobirama turned his serious gaze toward Shengshu. "You intend to extract the tailed beast?" Shengshu nodded affirmatively. "Having a large fox residing within me is neither practical nor beneficial. Do not worry. I shall manage the extraction without issue." The 9 tails obstruct Shenshu's ability to unleash the dead door, creating a blockage akin to a foul stone in a river that must be addressed. For others, the 9 tails may be an enhancement, but for him, it is merely a burden. The data panel elucidated everything. Name, Senju Shinshu, shadow level, previously an ultra shadow. Yet after consuming the Nine Tails, he has regressed. Understanding Shinshu's request, Tobirama paused his investigation into Uchiha Obito, as he had yet to find any clues. Obito seemed to have evaporated, disappearing without a trace. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tobirama replied calmly. Shinshu regarded him, contemplating that perhaps employing the rebirth of the earth technique to restore him from death might not be such a bad idea. After all, Shinshu could be revived, and using the rebirth of the earth bore no cost. With this thought, Shinshu felt a sense of reassurance and nodded in agreement. Accompanied by a multitude of family members, along with Kato, they journeyed to the land of waves. Along the way, they encountered a few petty thieves, but these nuisances were swiftly vanquished. At this moment, within the land of waves, the chieftain of the Senju clan had not made an appearance in quite some time. Are you referring to Hashirama Senju? Indeed, he would come by in previous years, yet recently he has been noticeably absent. The elders of the Uzumaki clan conversed among themselves, letting out a collective sigh. Long ago, their clan and the Senju clan were of the same lineage. Now, they could only consider themselves distant relatives. Decades prior, the Senju clan maintained a close relationship with the Uzumaki clan, but inexplicably, they had not visited in 10 years, nor had they sent any emissaries. Were it not for the names of the Senju clan still inscribed in their family tree, they might have almost forgotten. Their fervent desire for the Senju clan's return stemmed largely from the increasing pressures they faced. Originally, they had negotiated to provide the Leaf Village with a vessel for the Jinchuriki in exchange for protection. The then chieftain of the Senju clan had consented. As relatives, it was natural for both clans to support one another, each establishing their own powers. While the Senju clan founded the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uzumaki clan established the Hidden Eddy Village, with both aiding each other. Yet now, the Uzumaki clan had not even caught a glimpse of the Senju clan. The surrounding forces had grown increasingly audacious, particularly the rising Hidden Grass Village, which was uniting various nations and factions to launch an assault against them. Were it not for their formidable sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan might have faced annihilation. Report: we have detected enemy activity. At this news, the elders of the Land of Waves were instantly invigorated. They hurried to ascertain the location of the threat. In the vast expanse of the sea, a large ship was slowly approaching, devoid of any flags or indications. Damn it, they are attacking via the waterways. Do they truly believe the Uzumaki clan is easy prey? Form the diamond sealing formation. Seal both the vessel and its crew. Yes. As the commands echoed, the Uzumaki ninjas at the port swiftly began forming hand seals. Their innate sealing abilities were in full swing. Although most of them possessed only the strength of Chunin, a collective effort could potentially seal even the mightiest of foes. This was the terrifying prowess of the Uzumaki clan. They could even bind the Nine Tails. The overwhelming chakra signatures immediately caught the attention of the reconnaissance ninjas aboard the ship. Lord Shoju, a significant amount of chakra has been detected on the shore. Shoju, cradling the young Shia, sat calmly. This journey was intended for Shoju to familiarize the child with the Uzumaki clan, laying the groundwork for the future. Coincidentally, Shoju also planned to claim the Uzumaki clan for his own. Their sealing abilities were indeed invaluable, and with the familial connection to the Senju clan, it should pose no significant issue. Well, it seems we have indeed arrived, Shoju remarked with a smile, handing the beaming Shia to the nearby Asahi. She smiled radiantly, gently swaying Shirya. Lord Shintong. Observing Shintong's calm demeanor, the sensing ninja grew anxious. I am Senju Shintong, the leader of the Senju clan, and the Hokage of Konohagakure, Shintong said, patting his shoulder with nonchalance. With that, he exited the cabin and stepped outside, arriving at the Vortex clan's vicinity. They too noticed an additional silhouette aboard the ship. Wait, his attire resembles that of the Hokage? What? Stop. No, this technique cannot be halted. Urgent shouts echoed around as the elder gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to use his own body to shield against the sealing technique. Once sealed, he would be eternally confined to this land. The Vortex clan lacked the means to counter such a formidable sealing jutsu. Though they were masters of sealing techniques, they were utterly powerless against this combination technique formed by multiple clan members. In order to preserve the friendship with Konohagakure, the elder resolved to sacrifice himself to conclude this debacle. But at that moment, Shintong unexpectedly soared into the air, gracefully gliding towards the bow of the ship, estimating the distance to be sufficient. His eyes transformed first into the Rinnegan and then gradually shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Curiously, Shangtong's Mangekyo appeared devoid of any abilities, a phenomenon he attributed to the simultaneous emergence of the Mangekyo and Rinnegan, likely resulting in the absorption of his ocular power by the Rinnegan. Yet, despite lacking any extraordinary capabilities, those eyes remained the Mangekyo, naturally, a technique exclusive to the Uchiha. Susanoo. Centered around Shangtong, a torrent of blue chakra surged forth, enveloping his form. To the outside observer, this vibrant red chakra manifested as an armored figure wielding an unusual weapon, with Shangtong ensconced within. The chakra's shape instantaneously revealed a distinct physique, reminiscent of one of the door gods that adorned his entrance prior to his journey, specifically the one wielding a mace. While Shangtong had little knowledge of the door gods, he recognized this weapon as a divine artifact, impossibly heavy for an ordinary person to wield, specifically designed for shattering armor. The mace, a product of the late Cold Weapon era, was crafted for the express purpose of breaching full armor. As Shangtong pondered, he felt this was not yet sufficient. Senjutsu, wood clone technique. A wooden figure, nearly the same height as Susanoo, began to sprout from the center of the chakra, ultimately filling the entire space within Susanoo. Would release combined with Susanoo? Should Shangtong desire, he could even transform Susanoo into its complete form, subsequently transmuting the wooden figure into a colossal Buddha. At that moment, it would undoubtedly exude an overwhelming presence, rivaling even the might of the Nine Tails. Thinking of the Nine Tails ignited Shangtong's playful spirit. Without regard for the Nine Tails' consent, he immediately drew forth a substantial amount of chakra from within it. Instantly, the blue armor became interspersed with red, particularly the weapon, now imbued with an intense chakra from the Nine Tails, appearing even more resplendent and formidable. After a series of actions, the surrounding sea was pressed down several meters by the immense chakra. The surface of the water appeared as if it were frozen in time, utterly motionless. Witnessing such formidable power, the Uzumaki clan members were left completely dumbfounded. Before them stood what resembled a high-spec Hokage mech, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. In that moment, they forgot that their sealing techniques were still in the process of gathering energy, and when unleashed, they would be uncontrollable, shooting directly towards the direction of Shoju. In the face of the incoming chains, Shoju manipulated the Susanoo's hand and gently tapped it with his weapon. This technique, capable of sealing even shadow-level ninjas, was effortlessly shattered by Shoju, leaving no chance for even the slightest resistance. The elder of the Uzumaki clan was rendered utterly speechless. Could it be that Hashirama Senju still lived? Shoju did not keep them waiting. He dissipated the Susanoo, releasing the chakra and maneuvering the wooden figure closer to the location of the Uzumaki clan. Upon reaching the shore, the faces of the Uzumaki clan were filled with excitement, particularly the younger generation, who bore expressions of sheer astonishment. They would surely never forget this day. Shoju nodded in satisfaction at their reaction. As he disembarked, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Erasure, approached him with evident joy. His hair had turned gray, adorned with a bit of facial hair, and he was clad in samurai armor. Uzumaki Erasure greeted him warmly. "Brother Hashirama, you seem to have regained quite a youthfulness lately." Shoju coughed lightly. As the elder Uchiha Jin, who had been accompanying him, interjected, "He is not the first Hokage, but rather the fourth Hokage." "The fourth?" Uzumaki Erasure paused momentarily, scrutinizing Shoju closely. Indeed, although traces of Hashirama were evident on his face, he was handsomer still. "Is that too much praise?" Uzumaki Erasure said, becoming more amiable. "Oh, so you are a descendant of Brother Hashirama. Please, come in, come in. Truly, the youth are formidable. Your sealing techniques are also impressive. I find them quite commendable." "Flattery, flattery. In comparison to the fourth Hokage, you are still somewhat lacking," Uzumaki Erasure replied, his complexion growing rosier. He became even more enthusiastic, realizing that if he could serve this heir well, considering the long lifespans of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, he could protect their entire lineage from oppression for at least 80 years. He quickly prepared a cup of hot tea, hoping to reminisce about the old ties between the Uzumaki and Senju clans. "May I inquire your name?" "I am Shoju Senju, the leader of the Senju clan. However, there is no need for such formality. You are older than I, so it is only fitting for you to call me nephew." Shoju smiled politely and quickly shook his head. "That cannot be. Those with merit should take precedence. I should refer to you as clan leader cousin instead." Seeing the situation, Shoju had no choice but to relent. "Did you come specifically to visit us, clan leader cousin?" Uzumaki Erasure said with a light huff, This is indeed our oversight. We have not provided you with fine wine and delicacies. Shoju waved his hand. Not at all. To be honest, I do have a purpose for this visit. Shoju felt somewhat uneasy. I no longer wish to engage in endless discussions with this cunning individual. Let us be direct and proceed straightforwardly. Join the Senju clan. I have witnessed the plight of the Uzumaki clan, and it will not be long before they are besieged. Shinchu continued, asserting that joining the Senju clan would undoubtedly benefit you. Aside from the issue of the Nine Tails, I harbor a faint suspicion in my heart. I wonder if, apart from direct descendants, the system allows for the inclusion of distant relatives into the clan to increase our numbers. If this is indeed feasible, given the current population of the Uzumaki clan, which exceeds 300, Shinchu could potentially become invincible in this world in an instant. Although Shinchu is uncertain of this possibility, he recognizes the potential loophole. After all, the clan is not solely comprised of his offspring. Faced with Shinshu's proposal, Uzumaki Ruma hesitated for a moment. Agreeing would mean the Uzumaki clan would be fully integrated into the Senju clan. He instinctively sensed that the handsome youth before him was genuinely considering the welfare of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, with their strength, providing protection for the Uzumaki clan would be more than sufficient. Yet, this is still a significant decision. As the clan leader, Uzumaki Ruma took a moment to deliberate. Please allow me to consider this further and discuss it with the elders. Of course, I can wait. Shinshu nodded, not expecting immediate success. Nevertheless, he realized that merely relying on childbirth for power growth was too slow. The system's reward mechanism is incremental. Initially, one child increases strength by a small amount, then 3, and now 10. While the rewards increase exponentially with the number of children, what if the requirement escalates to 100 or even 1,000 children to gain strength? The duration of the bottleneck would be considerable. Shinshu can only dance with 70 girls at most, with each girl dancing 7 times in one night. Even under such circumstances, the probability of success remains quite low. Furthermore, the girls require time to conceive and bear children, extending the timeline significantly. The total number of girls in Konoha is merely over 340. To raise children to maturity and have them reproduce would take many years. After careful contemplation, Shinshu suddenly realized that this endeavor is not as simple as it seems. Honestly, after dancing extensively, the repertoire consists of just a few hundred variations, and it inevitably becomes monotonous. He, Shinshu, is in dire need of a break. He finally comprehended the meaning of being fierce before marriage yet complacent afterward. Thus, he conceived the idea of integrating the Uzumaki clan into the Senju clan. If successful, it would directly alleviate his efforts for the next decade, allowing the Uzumaki clan to flourish in Konoha. Relying on his own influence in quelling wars, he could further expand their lineage throughout the Land of Fire. This would be a scene of remarkable prosperity. Just imagining it brings Shinshu delight, not to mention that his daughters will also require suitable matches in the future. Proximity is not an option, and Konoha is insufficiently populated. The inclusion of the Uzumaki clan would effectively resolve this pressing concern. Naturally, the foundation of everything lies in the recognition of these clans by the system. However, even if rejected, Shinshu incurs no loss. He calmly sips tea indoors, unperturbed. At that moment, Uzumaki Suihui, unable to contain herself, hastens outside. She is well aware of the current plight of the Uzumaki clan. Swiftly, she approaches Uzumaki Aruna, saying, "Brother, you must seriously consider Shushu's words. He speaks for your own benefit. Little sister, you are here too? Of course. Shushu has the ability to extract the tailed beast from my body and spare my life. Just look at my hair. The red is not right. Should it not be white when chakra is depleted? This is all thanks to Shushu." As Uzumaki Suihui steps outside, she begins to persuade the higher-ups of the Uzumaki clan and even delves into an analysis of their circumstances. Shinshu, somewhat surprised, continues to enjoy his tea. It must be said that knowing many people certainly has its advantages. The Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the 4 great secret technique families of Konoha. If the Uzumaki clan were to join them, Konoha would indeed be a veritable tapestry of bloodlines. Shinshu's influence would also become more solidified. The sensation of wielding such control is truly intoxicating. However, Shinshu does not become overly enamored with it. All of this is earned through strength. Had he been killed in the beginning, there would have been no future. Even if he had remained a mere genin, the current situation would not exist. Fortunately, he has a prodigious offspring. Otherwise, Shinshu would have had nothing to do with it all. He understands the significance of seizing opportunities. Should the Uzumaki clan refuse, he would discreetly ignite the powder keg on this island of the land of whirlpools. At that point, when nations converge in conflict, Senju would extend his assistance. Simple measures often yield the most splendid results. The Uzumaki clan is destined for annihilation. Joining Konoha would be preferable to a future where only Uzumaki Naruto and a few others remain. Senju cannot help but cover his face, feeling increasingly reminiscent of Danzo. In summary, they must await the results of the Uzumaki clan's deliberations. Eventually, Uzumaki Aruna, with a heart full of trepidation, approaches Senju to convey the final outcome of their discussions. They have decided to send a girl to marry Senju, akin to the union between Uzumaki Suihui and Senju Hashirama of yore. This would afford them some protection from Konoha while still preserving their bloodline. Nevertheless, they opt not to join Konoha, for they possess a substantial foundation in the land of whirlpools, something not easily relinquished. Just as they are about to articulate this decision, an unexpected sound erupts from outside. The Uzumaki clan stronghold is under attack. Explosive tags and ninjutsu relentlessly collide against the city walls. A messenger arrives, reporting, "The grass village has allied with surrounding forces to launch an assault against our Uzumaki clan. The front line is on the verge of collapse." Tobirama cannot help but furrow his brow. How dare they act thus? Do they not fear retaliation from Konoha? At this moment, Uzumaki Ashina realized that Tobirama was also present. Hastily, he inquired, "Are you here too, cousin? And what of your face?" Tobirama quickly gestured dismissively, having no intention of making an appearance. Were it not for Mito's insistence, he would not have come at all. After all, he was a man long departed from life. Excessive interference in this realm could invite the wrath of the Shinigami of the spirit world, a truth he had witnessed firsthand. However, this was a matter he could not disclose to anyone, including Rope Tree. Thus, Tobirama merely remarked, "It is but a trivial issue. You should hasten to lead your clan in assessing the situation of the attack." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Ashina nodded vigorously. He then added, "However, I sincerely hope that you will not need to engage in battle. I wish to first observe the strength of our Uzumaki clan. If we find ourselves unable to withstand the onslaught, we shall accompany you. I implore you to lend us assistance in such a case." This statement was a heartfelt expression from Uzumaki Ashina. Had it not been for the elders of his clan largely opposing his desires, he would have sought refuge in Konoha long ago. In response, Rope Tree nodded in agreement. "You need not worry. Should casualties arise, I will covertly lend my support." Uzumaki Ashina expressed his gratitude with a nod and then, armed with his katana, rushed to the front lines to protect the Uzumaki clan. Witnessing this, Tobirama could not help but reflect how far the Senju clan has fallen, that even this small village of grass ninjas dares to bully our relatives. "Rest assured, for I am still here," Rope Tree replied with a smile. "Indeed, with you and little Ganji, I can find solace," Tobirama affirmed, feeling a deep fondness for this young grandson. Even in the zenith of the Senju clan's power, none were more fitting to inherit than he. Tobirama observed Rope Tree's actions closely. He was both learning new techniques and demonstrating sufficient strength to establish his own authority, even managing to forge a strong bond with the historically adversarial Uchiha clan. Compared to his elder brother's rather inept demeanor, Tobirama found himself smiling brightly. His current task, having been resurrected through Rope Tree's Edo Tensei, was straightforward: to confront Uchiha Madara and eliminate him to pave the way for Rope Tree's future. Otherwise, he could not find peace. Rope Tree, of course, remained unaware of Tobirama's high regard for him and continued to silently observe the battlefield. The assault from the allied forces of the grass village was exceedingly fierce, bolstered by their numerical superiority. Many members of the Uzumaki clan were being overwhelmed, losing their composure in the fray. Rope Tree, witnessing this, could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. Had the Uzumaki clan truly isolated themselves? The opposing side had managed to gather such a considerable force, and yet the Uzumaki clan, a notable presence in the land of whirlpools, had not allied with any other faction to deter their aggressors. This had devolved into an unfair one against many scenario. Indeed, one must cultivate numerous friendships, otherwise, the fate of the Uzumaki clan would mirror that of Konoha. Rope Tree etched this scene into his memory, vowing never to repeat such a mistake. He then activated his Rinnegan, beginning to covertly take command of the battle. The Vortex clan finds itself burdened by an inexplicably lowly relative. One must take some responsibility. A member of the Vortex clan had his shuriken knocked from his grasp. In the midst of his panic, he prepared to employ a sealing technique for defense. However, Foes emerged from every direction, plunging him into despair. Just as his body was about to be pierced, an initial instance of bloodshed ensued. With a mere flick of his hand, Shoki executed a swift maneuver. In an instant, the assailants surrounding him exploded into pieces, oil and fragments scattering across the ground. This spectacle left all witnesses utterly astounded. Vortex Aruna turned his head, pondering the nature of such covert intervention. Simultaneously, he observed Shoki's brutality, which surpassed even that of Hashirama by several magnitudes. He silently expressed his relief at not having offended Shoki. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others on the battlefield, Shoki safely relocated the terrified young Vortex clansman to a secure position. Do not move. You have already experienced death once, and are not permitted to re-enter the fray. The young man dared not utter a word, nodding fervently, fearful that he might be the next to be crushed by Shoki's wrath. This scene was mirrored across various locations on the battlefield. The grass ninja and their allies were struck with terror. What was happening? Was there truly a phenomenon of spontaneous combustion? They noted a chilling detail. These occurrences transpired at the very moment they were poised to extinguish the Vortex clan. As such events unfolded repeatedly, the grass ninja and their allies were gripped by sheer panic and fled the battlefield in haste. Even a defiant leader from Grass Ninja Village approached, only to meet a similarly grim fate. The members of the Vortex clan exchanged bewildered glances, observing the inexplicable cessation of hostilities. They turned their gaze towards the youthful leader of the Senju clan and the 14 compatriots beside him, who appeared somewhat flustered. They had all been destined for death, yet now they had been saved. You were prepared to lose 14 ninjas in one fell swoop. And your clan comprises merely around 300 individuals, with only 100 ninjas among them. If I were to depart now, how long until the annihilation of the Vortex clan? Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Vortex clan fell into silence. They had witnessed the unfolding scene and felt the potency of Shoki's strength. However, it was Vortex Aruna who first approached Shoki, saluting him with a deep bow before unexpectedly kneeling. In a resonant tone, he declared, "I wish to join the Senju clan." The elders of the Vortex clan snapped back to reality and stepped forward, echoing Aruna's sentiment. "I wish to join the Senju clan. I wish to join the Senju clan." Their collective voices reverberated through the air like waves. A smile graced Shoki's lips. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Achievement unlocked. Flourishing branches and leaves. Condition: successfully recruit a major clan with no more than 3 generations of blood relations and become its leader. Reward: God-level skill, free and unfettered mastery. Contrary to Shoki's expectations, he had anticipated a direct increase in the number of clan members. Yet the reality far exceeded his predictions. The system merely presented a reward. However, upon catching sight of the prefix, Shoki's composure was immediately shaken. Free and unfettered mastery? This technique emerged in the later stages of Dragon Ball, and it is exceptionally formidable. Its prowess is beyond the ordinary. In a realm where stars are obliterated with ease, possessing such a bizarre ability in the later stages is nothing short of remarkable. Who could resist such a lure? At present, Shinchu's power merely reaches the super shadow level. At best, he could annihilate a region, but the destruction of stars is far beyond his capabilities. In the world of Naruto, achieving such a feat would likely require one to attain the level of the Sage of Six Paths, taking a deep breath to calm his ecstatic heart. Shinchu reflected on how, although it did not grant him a multitude of clan members as he had envisioned, acquiring such an extraordinary skill was already quite commendable. In just a few days, he had successively obtained the abilities of saving and complete evasion. His grin was almost crooked with delight. Unless Kagaya Otsutsuki were to confront him directly, his demise seemed improbable. Even if she did, it would not guarantee his death. After all, he possessed the 8 gates technique, capable of opening the death gate, along with the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. He was already considered a pinnacle of martial arts ninjas. Without further ado, Shinchu began to wield the ultimate freedom technique. Having acquired it, he felt compelled to experiment. Closing his eyes, everything around him became astonishingly vivid. Even without the use of chakra perception, he could sense the world surrounding him, the insects on the ground, the roots of the plants, and the subtle breaths of those nearby. He endeavored to delve deeper into the minutiae, perceiving the fine hairs on the insects and the delicate tendrils of the plant roots. Deeper still, into the very cells and molecules. He was astounded. The perception capability of the ultimate freedom technique was indeed outrageous, reaching down to the molecular level. It was only fitting. Without such mastery, how could it claim to be the epitome of evasion? gasping in astonishment. Senju returned to himself after briefly activating the ultimate freedom technique for half a minute, nearly depleting his chakra reserves. As expected, the greater the effect, the more significant the consumption. He carefully observed the members of the Uzumaki clan kneeling before him and spoke gently. "Rise, there is no need for such formality. We are all brothers." The Uzumaki clan members looked at Senju with gratitude, touched by the unwavering support of the Senju clan's leader in their plight. "Come back to Konoha with me. I also need assistance with the Nine Tails within me," Senju said calmly. To him, the Nine Tails was merely a burden, hindering the normal flow of his chakra. His objectives for this journey were twofold. First, to eliminate the Nine Tails without waste, and second, to gather the Uzumaki clan, thereby confirming his suspicions. Now that the Uzumaki clan had been integrated into the Senju clan, Senju found no reason to linger any longer, especially with Uchiha Madara still watching him closely. The ancient coin, Black Absolute, may very well lie buried underground. Senju possesses a clear understanding of all matters within the Naruto world. To speak candidly, ever since Obito began to pose a threat to him, Senju's desire to eliminate him has only intensified. Presently, it seems that finding Obito and unleashing the Death Gate to deliver a fatal kick is the solution. The current Obito is but a shadow of his former self, far from the formidable figure depicted in the original narrative. Senju is confident in his ability to activate the Death Gate and deliver a decisive blow. The power of the Sage of Six Paths surpasses that of the Kage, making him easily crushable. Moreover, once the Death Gate is opened, Senju can even reverse time, resurrecting without injury. The only remaining challenge lies in locating Uchiha Obito. At that moment, a voice interrupted Senju's thoughts. Among the crowd stood his grandfather, Tobirama. "What is it, grandfather?" Senju inquired as he approached. Tobirama nodded affirmatively. "I have witnessed your growth and am at ease." What do you mean, grandfather Tobirama?" Sensing Tobirama's inclination to relinquish his earthly ties, Senju felt a wave of unease wash over him. "The spirit realm is calling me back. The Edo Tensei technique is not perfect," Tobirama replied, shaking his head. However, a smile soon graced his lips. "Yet, whether I am here or not makes little difference, Senju. Just witnessing what I have seen since my resurrection is enough to leave me in awe. You have taken in the Uzumaki clan and demonstrated decisive leadership. You are destined to be a great Hokage and an even greater clan leader." Senju regarded Tobirama with solemnity. Tobirama then produced a key from his robes, stating, "This key is the ancestral seal of the Senju clan, intended to unlock the clan's secret chambers. Since the death of my elder brother, I have been its custodian. But I never anticipated my own demise. I have retrieved it from the realm of the deceased, and now I entrust it to you." In the presence of the Uzumaki clan, and even Tsunade, Tobirama solemnly handed the key to Senju. The surface of the key was smooth, appearing to be crafted from iron. Yet it possessed the tactile quality of jade, distinguishing it as an extraordinary object. This is the emblem of the Senju clan's leadership. Henceforth, Senju Senju. You are the 16th leader of the Senju clan. Senju nodded gravely. "I understand. Do not worry, grandfather Tobirama. I shall fulfill my duties as clan leader. I will ensure the revival of the Senju clan." Tobirama chuckled softly. "If only I could witness that day, Senju. Be cautious of Uchiha Obito. He still lives. He is the sworn enemy of the Senju clan, and should you encounter him, do not hesitate to flee immediately." Senju nodded silently. As Tobirama's Edo Tensei body began to dissipate into flecks of white paper, it ultimately vanished into the skies. The Uzumaki clan stood in astonishment, while Tsunade nodded with a smile. With this ceremony, Senju embraced the clan's legacy. Everything began to fall into place, and he resolved to maintain the facade before the Uzumaki clan before departing. Tobirama's intentions were undeniably heartfelt, demonstrating profound affection for his young grandson. If only his grandfather's proud demeanor could be adjusted a tad. Senju chuckled softly twice, beginning to examine the key in his hand. The secret chamber of the Senju clan? He had never heard of such a thing. Senju resolved to return and investigate further. A few days later, in Konohagakure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, realized that ever since Senju had ascended to the position of Hokage, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Recently, the birth rate had been steadily increasing. Naturally, much of this was attributable to Senju's efforts. Sarutobi found himself both amused and incredulous. Moreover, after a visit to the Land of Waves, he had conveniently brought the Uzumaki clan back, who now resided within the territory of the Senju clan. The fourth Hokage was indeed quite devoted to revitalizing the clan. achieving substantial results in such a short time. Sarutobi couldn't help but reflect on how recently Senju had merely been a callow youth. Since being bombarded by Danzo, everything had taken a bizarre turn. He had faced off against a small squad, awakened would release, quelled wars, and forced Danzo's demise, ultimately summoning the first and second Hokage while fostering amicable relations with the Cloud Village. Now, he had further augmented the village's formidable sealing techniques. Sarutobi had once attempted to bring the Uzumaki clan into Konoha, but they were as obstinate as mules, steadfast in their belief that ancestral practices should remain unchanged. They had been unwilling to enter Konoha even when besieged. During the dual conflicts with the rain and sand villages, Konoha found itself stretched thin. The Uzumaki clan's population had plummeted from 1,000 to just over 300. It was only then that Senju had successfully invited them back. A smile adorned Sarutobi's face. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the fourth Hokage performed admirably, the village had indeed improved following Danzo's death. Sarutobi held Senju in high regard, believing there to be no Hokage more exceptional than he. Not even the first and second Hokage could compare. Sarutobi had contemplated imparting certain techniques to him, but ultimately decided they were merely the tools of the ineffectual. If one possessed strength akin to the first Hokage, such tactics would be unnecessary. Sarutobi picked up his pipe, gazing at the splendid scene of Konoha, taking a deep puff. As he exhaled, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, he squinted, pondering how Senju would reconcile the tensions with the Uchiha clan. While the issues were not apparent now, they would undoubtedly arise in the future. Sarutobi held a pessimistic view on Senju's ability to pacify the Uchiha clan, known for their propensity for madness. Those who awakened their Sharingan often exhibited psychological ailments. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Uchiha were a clan of lunatics. If Senju could hear Sarutobi's inner thoughts, he would surely commend him. In the original narrative, Tobi had completely lost his sanity after Rin was killed by Kakashi, first eliminating his beloved mentor and mistress, turning Naruto into an orphan, and ultimately seeking to annihilate the world to create a realm with Rin, Kakashi, and Minato. The third Hokage appeared to be enjoying a leisurely time recently. Sarutobi turned towards the source of the voice, his face breaking into a smile. What a surprise, Jiraiya. Ha. You certainly seem less serious today than when we last met the third Hokage. Jiraiya laughed heartily. All thanks to Senju. The third Hokage shook his head and gestured with the pipe in his hand. Jiraiya, speak your mind. What brings you to seek me? Can we have the Umbu step outside for a moment? I wish to converse privately. Jiraiya's previously carefree demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness, resembling a soldier preparing for battle. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling for all the Umbu lurking in the shadows to depart. Indeed, I have discovered traces of an unknown Uchiha ninja, likely none other than the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara. What? Jiraiya quickly retrieved a scroll and began to elaborate in detail. At the Senju estate, within the residence of Shoju, my dear, are you truly certain there are no issues? Rest assured, see, it is all taken care of, replied Shoju, effortlessly placing a couplet onto the wall. The gathering of wives looked on in blank astonishment, unable to comprehend the meaning of the characters inscribed. As the new year approached, they questioned the significance of such decorations. My husband, what purpose does this serve? With a flourish, Koyo approached Shoju, her eyes sparkling with delight. It holds no particular significance, merely an embellishment, Shoju chuckled lightly. The women, however, appeared less than satisfied with this response. Nonetheless, they found solace in the fact that Shoju was able to remain at home for a few days. A rare occurrence given his usual brief visits. Typically, he would entertain them briefly before departing, or spend time frolicking with a group of common girls, or perhaps indulge in a day of amusement. In essence, he seldom dedicated serious time at home. Now, however, Shoju's unprecedented extended stay brought joy to the girls. Their fondness for him was palpable, particularly for Hanako, who had specially crafted a scarf for him, eager to present it before anyone else. As Shoju exhaled a breath of cold air, he remarked, "Do you not sense the lively atmosphere here?" The Senju estate was bustling with spirited children with bright red hair, as well as infants just learning to walk, an exuberant scene indeed. Shoju had deliberately circumscribed his residence, generously accommodating the Uzumaki clan elsewhere. Compared to its initial desolate state, the Senju estate was now thriving with life. Of course it is lively, my dear, for you have brought so many along, Hanako smiled softly. It feels quite crowded. I'm somewhat bashful, Hinata, her belly round with child, timidly confessed. Fear not, Remain comfortably at home. They shall not intrude, Shoju reassured her, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Shoju couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation, even as she was to become a mother. Her shyness still persisted. Because I adore you so much, Shoju, Hinata stammered, her words drawing astonished gazes from the other girls. Realizing the boldness of her admission, she promptly covered her face. Let us pretend we didn't hear that. Laughter erupted, with Shoju's rich chuckle echoing amidst the smiles of the other girls. They settled in for a few days, ensuring the girls were well taken care of. Shengshu held the key in his hand, and despite several days of searching, he had yet to uncover the location of the secret chamber. He felt utterly despondent. Grandfather Tobarama, could you at least reveal to me where the hidden chamber lies? Even if it requires the use of the most advanced techniques. He had scoured the Senju clan's grounds, but found nothing that could be deemed a secret chamber, only slightly larger basements. After toiling for half a day, Shengshu felt a pang of disappointment. The only silver lining was that the girls remained warmly affectionate towards him. Being handsome certainly had its perks. He pondered his own reflection in the water, momentarily indulging in self-admiration as he switched his contact lenses, kaleidoscope Sharingan, then Rinnegan. Gazing at the mesmerizing patterns in the water, an epiphany struck him. He lifted his head. Wait a moment. Shengshu suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The Uchiha and Senju clans had been at odds for generations, with their conflict ultimately culminating in the hands of the legendary leaders Madara and Hashirama. During this tumultuous period, the location of the secret chamber would have undoubtedly shifted. The clan grounds were not static. They transformed in response to the ongoing strife between the two factions. Could it be that the secret chamber he sought was indeed the one within the Uchiha clan? During a previous visit to the Uchiha, Shengshu had detected the presence of a hidden chamber beneath their clan monument, sealed with powerful barriers that would self-destruct if forcefully breached. It was during that visit that he had encountered Uchiha Madara. Initially, he had been perplexed by Madara's presence, but now, with the key in hand, the pieces began to fall into place. The Senju key was likely the true key to the Uchiha secret chamber. Furthermore, it was quite possible that Madara possessed a key of his own. He must have entered the chamber to engage in some clandestine activities. After clarifying the connections, Shengshu resolved to visit the Uchiha clan grounds. Conveniently, the Uchiha territory was located near the Senju lands. Upon seeing Shengshu, Uchiha Jin was overjoyed. Fourth Hokage, you have arrived. I heard you have integrated the Uzumaki clan and even become their leader. Calm down, Uncle Jin, Shengshu responded quickly, holding great respect for the elder. Uchiha Jin, however, was positively beaming. How could I not be excited? This is the clan of the strongest sealing techniques, and we Uchiha are in dire need of such skills. Uncle Jin, is that truly wise? Shengshu replied, feeling a bit exasperated. Don't be so formal, we are family. Jin regarded Shengshu as one of his own. Given his Uchiha bloodline and the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, little did he know, Shengshu had already unlocked the kaleidoscope, and even the Rinnegan. In light of the urgency surrounding Uchiha Madara, Shengshu felt no inclination to prolong the suspense. Actually, I have a request of you, Uncle General HM. Is it that the girls are all expecting, and you find yourself overwhelmed? Jin queried, puzzled. Shengshu felt a moment of embarrassment and quickly waved his hand. It's not that kind of matter. That's good, he replied, relieved. I was just pondering how to lure a few more girls over. Haha. Uchiha Shin burst into laughter and, stroking his beard, inquired, Fourth Hokage, could you elaborate on what exactly is the matter? There's no need for such formality. Just call me Shengshu, he said. In truth, I wish to enter the Uchiha library once more to study the clan monument. I thought it was something significant. There's no need to be so anxious. Go ahead. Uchiha Shin nodded with a smile. With permission granted, Shengshu re-entered the Uchiha library. Initially, he had anticipated needing to exert considerable effort to gain entry. Was it truly this simple? Suddenly, Shengshu felt that his assumptions had been utterly misguided. Perhaps this place bore no relation to the Senju clan. However, since Uchiha Madara had visited, there must be some hidden secrets within. Approaching the Uchiha clan monument, Shengshu activated his free and unfettered technique to scrutinize it closely. As before, beneath the monument lay a vast, hollowed-out space. The specifics of its contents were unclear to him, but it resembled a perfectly square object. The chakra surrounding it obscured his vision, allowing him to discern only a fraction of what lay within. The concealed techniques of the shinobi were indeed remarkable. Yet, if only Shengshu possessed a greater reserve of chakra, Perhaps he could see it directly. This was merely a fraction of the technique's true potential. Without hesitation, Shu approached the monument, extending his hand to explore the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was present, he cautiously exerted pressure. Eventually, he lifted a stone slab before the monument, revealing a hidden hole, evidently a keyhole. Comparing it to the key in his possession, he realized it did not match in design. Another fruitless endeavor, he thought, rolling his eyes, feeling that this place bore no connection to the Senju clan. Just as he contemplated this, an inexplicable force emanated from the key in his hand. Shu's eyes widened as he tightly gripped the key, noticing its tremors seemed to align with the lock. No, this doesn't match at all. He pondered, yet he still inserted the key. Before his eyes, the lock began to morph in shape. With a resounding rumble, the space beneath the monument gradually opened. Shu quickly cast an illusion technique to mask any anomalies from detection. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly aware of the secrets hidden beneath their monument, but the method to unlock it had vanished with Uchiha Madara. It remained untouched until today. The Uchiha clan members could never have imagined that the Senju clan's leader's beacon could unlock their hidden chamber. Clearly, this was an indication of the clandestine dealings between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Upon discovering the passage, Shu meticulously examined it. Finding no traps, he cautiously descended step by step. What secrets lay within this chamber that Tobirama had long yearned to uncover? Shu was equally intrigued. Upon entering the hidden chamber, his eyes widened in awe. A colossal clan monument materialized before him, adorned with peculiar artifacts. "How is the investigation progressing?" inquired a venerable elder. His hair as white as snow, reclining in his chair. Below ground, Kurizetsu promptly nodded in response, revealing that the current generation of the Senju clan possesses the bloodline of Uchiha and has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. This ocular power was something he had attained only through the transplantation of numerous Hashirama cells and by pushing his own ocular prowess to its absolute limits. The notion that a mere child could wield such power was beyond his belief, yet he felt an undeniable admiration. This kid is truly remarkable. I trust he hasn't discovered your presence? Kurizetsu chuckled darkly. Of course not. In this world, there is no one capable of detecting me. Uchiha Madara held Kurizetsu's words in high regard, as indeed, no one could uncover his existence, not even Madara himself. He placed substantial faith in Kurizetsu's concealment abilities. You must have shown him that object, correct? He asked with a laugh. That foolish boy believes he can use their key to unlock the Uchiha clan's domain. I merely lend a slight assistance. The key of Hashirama, you mean? That object unlocks the dragon vein. Regardless, it is imperative that he seize that item. Everything has transpired as you anticipated. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara reclined further in his chair, his ambitions nearly spilling forth from his gaze. Is this little white mouse now in my grasp? Before Senju stood the ancestral tablet of the Uchiha clan, inscribed with the great secrets exclusive to them. As he touched the black stone tablet, he quickly sensed something amiss. It appeared that this tablet had been tampered with, not once, but twice. Had Kurizetsu and Madara alternately altered it? How peculiar. Senju couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had he not been aware of the original storyline and possessed the ability of Zazaiji, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that such a thing could be altered. What was Uchiha Madara so fixated on with modifying this ancestral tablet? Senju found it perplexing, yet he could vaguely surmise a reason. In this world, everyone places immense value on the customs of their clan. Some even regard the words of their ancestors as sacred decrees. Almost everyone holds an unwavering belief in the contents inscribed on their family's ancestral tablet, as it is handed down from their forebears. The black tablet bore several lines of text, declaring that the continuation of hatred would persist until the end of Uchiha ninjas. And only one method could shatter the cycle, achieve rebirth, and annihilate the cycle, through an endless dream that dissolves the cycle. A simple line of text. Yet Senju understood that this was Madara's way of advocating for the initiation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In his perspective, if everyone were to be submerged in dreams, all conflicts, all suffering, and all hatred would dissipate into oblivion. Senju found this notion rather incomprehensible. Wasn't this akin to eradicating humanity altogether? And then claiming, look, everyone is gone. Thus there exists no injustice or hatred. Madara, indeed, your posterior does not ache in the tree. This thought made Senju unable to suppress a chuckle. He certainly would not heed the inscriptions upon the clan monument. Instead, he placed his hand upon it. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly discovered something peculiar on the monument, an unusual mass of chakra. This revelation was made possible through his meticulous investigation at the molecular level using the technique of free and unfettered ultimate skill. Drawing this chakra forth from within, Nobu was astonished to find that it retained an extraordinary vitality. One thing Nobu was certain of was that this chakra did not belong to Madara. Whose chakra could this be, and how did it end up within the Uchiha clan's monument? Nobu concentrated intently on the chakra in his hand. Little did he know, this action had caught someone's attention. Kurizetsu, lurking in the shadows, watched in disbelief as Nobu extracted the chakra, his eyes wide with astonishment. This boy, had he truly found Indra's chakra within the Uchiha clan's monument? It must be noted that only those of the Otsutsuki bloodline could successfully uncover such a chakra. Could this boy possibly possess the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan? No, that was implausible. The Otsutsuki bloodline was not easily assimilated. Who goes there? Kurizetsu whispered, not realizing that his hushed voice had been overheard by Nobu. Stricken with fear, Kurizetsu found himself at a loss for words. How could Nobu detect him from 1,000 meters underground? Hastily, he retreated to a greater distance, preferring to believe this was merely a coincidence. Nobu could not possibly discover him. Since Kurizetsu's inception, no one had ever unveiled his presence. This had been true in the past, and remained so in the present. After all, he was covertly observing from a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Nobu, holding the Indra chakra, furrowed his brow slightly. He was certain that something was indeed watching him. Kurizetsu, perhaps? Nobu silently mused within himself. He had indeed drawn attention, and was now a focal point of interest. However, due to the presence of the nine tails within him, he found it challenging to concentrate and locate Kurizetsu's position. Gazing at the Indra chakra before him, he considered that regardless of its owner, the fact that it had retained such terrifying vitality over the ages suggested that its master was far from ordinary. Nobu surmised that this chakra was likely a remnant from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Nobu had no intention of absorbing it. Rather, he lifted the chakra. In an instant, the skies outside of Konohagakure darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering. The villagers collectively looked up, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet they could sense a formidable energy brewing. Summoning technique. Arise, Nine Tails. Nobu grasped the Indra chakra and slammed it onto the ground. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Centered around Nobu, an unprecedentedly powerful presence surged forth from the summoning array before him. Kurizetsu was taken aback. What was he planning? With a smile gracing his lips, Nobu intended to use this chakra to bring forth its master into the world once more. That is to say, he aimed to summon the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Nobu understood that locating Madara and Kurizetsu would not be a simple endeavor, unless they willingly exposed themselves. Otherwise, it would be impossible to apprehend them. It might be more prudent to lay everything bare and put an end to the charade. This scene quickly unsettled an ancient entity. Cease at once. An inexplicable voice resonated within Shinshu's mind. Upon hearing this command, Shinshu halted his actions. The terrifying aura emanating from him dissipated, yet the celestial anomalies outside remained unyielding. This was merely a pause in Shinshu's endeavors. Should he desire, he could resume at any moment. This surge of chakra could only be utilized once, and thus, it should not be squandered carelessly. The Sage of Six Paths, you say? A smile crept upon Shinshu's lips as he addressed the empty chamber. A profound silence ensued. If you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall proceed with the ritual, using the body of the Nine Tails to resurrect your beloved brother. What say you? How could you possibly know it is I? At these words, the Sage of Six Paths could no longer remain passive. A phantom materialized before Shinshu, manifesting as a soul-like entity, quietly seated before him. The Rinnegan, the chakra fruit, and that otherworldly visage all corroborated the identity of the being. Shinshu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Sage of Six Paths to truly manifest. Instinctively, he sensed that this apparition exuded a subtle yet palpable danger, and should the being so wish, it could very well claim his head in an instant. No one in this world had ever instilled such a sense of existential dread within him as the Sage of Six Paths did, a sensation akin to the brink of life and death. Shinshu harbored a foreboding sense that should he be struck by the sage's attack, no technique would likely save him. Taking a deep breath, he mused. I have heard tales of the Sage of Six Paths long ago. I never imagined you were here, observing the mortal realm from the spirit world. The sage raised an eyebrow. Young one, are you deliberately luring me out? To be candid, indeed. Your third brother has significantly disrupted my existence. A hearty laugh erupted from the sage. The fact that you can sense my third brother and are aware of his existence is truly remarkable. The sage of six paths could not suppress his amusement, expressing considerable admiration for the young man before him. His spiritual form emerged, pondering the true nature of this individual named Senju, who possessed such profound knowledge of secrets. Meanwhile, in the depths of darkness 1,000 meters below, Kagaya's shadow felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He realized he had been nothing more than a jester, with all his actions laid bare before Shinju's watchful gaze. Suddenly, Kagaya felt an urge to flee. He resolved never to reveal himself before Senju until the latter's demise. However, upon reflection, he deemed Senju a prime candidate for resurrecting Kagaya. Thus, he forcefully stifled his impulse to escape and remained. He was confident that even if the Sage of Six Paths attempted to capture him, it would not be a simple endeavor, especially since the latter was merely a spiritual entity. Kagaya, in his covert observation, was inevitably detected by the sage. Yet, he had no inclination to alert Senju. Nor could he, for even if Senju were aware, his current prowess would be insufficient to ensnare him. "You are indeed intriguing," the Sage of Six Paths remarked, a rare compliment directed at Senju. The latter, utterly astonished, had not expected the Sage of Six Paths to truly appear. It appears that the other party harbors no ill intentions towards him, allowing Senju to continue speaking. "Ancestor, I merely wish to bear more children and live a tranquil life. This is an unavoidable circumstance," Senju respectfully addressed the Sage of Six Paths. His demeanor exuded humility, devoid of any hint of disrespect. Indeed, there are always individuals beyond one's comprehension, and the Sage of Six Paths stands as the quintessential example. He has managed to endure from ancient times, having adapted in a different manner to survive into the present day. This realization reinforces Senju's understanding of the hidden talents that exist within this world. "There is no need for such modesty. I can sense that your lineage is remarkably close to my own," the Sage of Six Paths observed Senju with utmost seriousness. "I possess merely a trace of Otsutsuki blood, while you have half of it coursing through your veins." Senju, the current patriarch of the Senju clan, offered a respectful bow, acknowledging the truth in the sage's words. His own bloodline was merely at a level of 10, and if he wished to elevate it further, he believed he would need to sire 100 children. He contemplated that the system might possess alternative methods to expedite his strength. There is no need for such self-effacement. As a human, reaching this stage is truly remarkable. The Sage of Six Paths laughed heartily, his words resonating with sincerity. Here stood a mere 13-year-old, already privy to the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, leading the sage to suspect that this individual was a deeply concealed ancient being. However, he chose not to expose the truth. Researching a method of reincarnation is trivial for beings of their caliber. In truth, the sage has been quietly observing this world from the spirit realm for many years, all to prevent the day when Kagaya might truly be resurrected by Black Zetsu. Despite Black Zetsu's relentless efforts over the years, humanity has proven utterly incapable of reviving Kagaya, lacking even the qualifications to serve as a vessel. This state of affairs persisted for several generations until Senju appeared before the sage. The sage understood that should Senju desire to resurrect Kagaya, it would be a simple endeavor. With the energy of his current spiritual form, he could accomplish it with just a handful of actions in the physical realm. The sage, uncertain of his ability to fully control Senju, inquired, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yui, the founder of the Shinobi sect. What is your name?" Senju. The current leader of the Senju clan, Senju responded, uncertain of the sage's true intentions. Upon hearing this, the sage nodded. "Are you concerned about Black Zetsu and the reincarnation of Indra? You need not worry. He lacks the capability to harm you in the slightest." The sage's gaze was piercing, as if he could effortlessly discern the abilities that resided within Senju. Such prowess even elicited admiration from the sage. Currently, Senju's abilities were only at the level of a Kage. However, during a moment of explosive power, he might just graze the threshold of the sage's own prowess. Possessing such strength, regardless of the era, be it the present or the future, is undeniably significant. The rope tree stands as an unparalleled entity in the world. The Sage of Six Paths is resolute in this understanding. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. My desire to summon Indra is merely rooted in the wish to protect. The rope tree continued, stating that among the forces I have assembled, None can withstand the onslaught of Uchiha Madara. Should he stealthily strike at my wife or my children, I would be utterly powerless. The rope tree felt a deep sense of helplessness. Currently, the enhancement of strength available to him from Konoha village is quite limited. A significant portion of the village's finances has been allocated by the rope tree for the upbringing of children. The landlord's household is now devoid of surplus. If he wishes to expand the number of children, he must venture out. During this period, if Uchiha Madara were to conduct a surprise attack, the rope tree would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. After listening to the rope tree, the Sage of Six Paths pondered for a moment. In that case, why not learn the space-time ninjutsu you created? I cannot, replied the rope tree, exuding a sense of resignation. His innate talent is limited. He had seen the Flying Thunder God scroll, but could not grasp it at all. The rope tree felt a sense of futility, realizing that his potential was quite restricted. Akin to reading a foreign script. It seems I must resort to procreation to bolster my power, he inwardly lamented. Observing the rope tree's demeanor, the Sage of Six Paths contemplated for a while. Soon, he extended both hands. Before the rope tree could fully comprehend, a mark shot toward him. The technique of the free and boundless skill was instantaneously activated, allowing the rope tree to narrowly evade the mark. What is this? The rope tree furrowed his brow and inquired. The Sage of Six Paths appeared equally astonished. You actually managed to evade it. You are indeed quite capable. Just as the rope tree suspected that the Sage of Six Paths might become hostile, he continued, that mark was a divine technique of my own creation. Anyone who accepts this technique can freely traverse within the confines of space. There remains an unspoken aspect of this divine technique. It was conceived by the sage in his quest to transcend the barriers of this world. His thoughts have long since drifted beyond this realm of ninjutsu. He has already engaged with other Otsutsuki and various races across the cosmos. Driven by an insatiable desire for advancement, he is constantly amassing strength, hoping for the day when he can transcend this world, which, in the rope tree's words, could be described as ascension. The Sage of Six Paths yearns to ascend, even if it means becoming a spiritual entity. Yet, the time of existence is also finite. Even if he were to find a physical form to inhabit, the spiritual essence would inevitably disperse. Having witnessed this, the Sage of Six Paths developed the notion of transcending this world, leading to the creation of this divine technique. Upon hearing this, and after confirming that the Sage of Six Paths did not intend to sever ties, the sage manifested the mark once more and gently placed it in the rope tree's hands. The rope tree examined the mark closely. After employing the free and boundless skill to thoroughly sense it and finding no hidden dangers, he frowned. Are you certain that absorbing this mark will grant me the ability to master space? Certainly. I am intrigued by how someone like you could struggle with mastering ninjutsu. However, that is not for you to concern yourself with. I must conduct another test. Shashu held his breath and focused his attention inward on the Nine Tails. He summoned all the chakra within him, extracting the Nine Tails from his body. Once freed, the Nine Tails paused, momentarily stunned, then felt an urge to roar. Yet, upon sensing a familiar aura, its eyes widened in surprise. What? The Nine Tails murmured, bending down to take a look. Upon seeing the Sage of Six Paths, the sage made a shushing gesture. Instantly, the Nine Tails obediently sat on the ground, gazing up at the sage, its form gradually shrinking into that of a diminutive fox. Have you returned, Sage of Six Paths? I have endured much injustice. The Nine Tails lamented, disregarding the circumstances, and leaped into the sage's embrace in its tiny form. The sage caught the Nine Tails and gently stroked it as one would a cat, offering soothing words. I understand, but it is best to remain silent for now. The Nine Tails lay quietly in the sage's arms, watching Shashu with trepidation. The pressure this man exerted was even greater than that of Hashirama. Within him, the Nine Tails was entirely sealed, its senses confined. Perhaps it was the manifestation of the Sage of Six Paths he had summoned, but that mattered little now. The Nine Tails was content nestled in the sage's embrace. Shashu concentrated intently. The Nine Tails had disrupted his perception, so as a precaution, he decided to test again. Once the Nine Tails departed, chakra surged within him like the tumultuous yellow river. Shashu felt an endless well of energy. Taking a deep breath and employing the technique of ultimate freedom, he expanded his perception. He traversed molecular realms, atomic realms, ultimately reaching the quark level. In this microscopic world, where even an electron microscope would struggle to observe, Shashu could see with ease. With the aid of ultimate freedom, his perception was magnified not merely 1,000-fold, but but possibly billions of times. After confirming that the mark upon his hand had been untouched, he chose to cleanse the Sage of Six Paths imprint with chakra, smiling as he spoke. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. Being cautious is wise. The sage replied. Without hesitation, Shashu proceeded to erase the sage's aura in his presence, absorbing the mark into himself. At that moment, a notification echoed in Shashu's mind. He was astonished that the technique bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths could capture the system's attention. Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the laws of space. New task unlocked. Please check, host. Task. Beloved one. The system's rewards were typically substantial, and Shashu could not suppress his joy. Yet, he did not linger in the system's announcement. Turning to the Sage of Six Paths, he said, I have indeed received this technique. Thank you. In exchange, it is yours. Thank you, the sage replied, accepting the Indra chakra from Shashu. With that, he prepared to depart. The technique of ultimate freedom has now become a fleeting moment for him, lasting merely half a minute before his chakra is depleted. To restore his chakra fully, it takes Shoki a full minute. Nevertheless, half a minute is sufficient. At that moment, Shoki narrowed his eyes, his imposing aura swiftly locking onto the figure of Kurojitsu a kilometer underground. What? Kurojitsu, sensing the ominous targeting, gasped in alarm. In a frenzy, he attempted to escape, the ground around him erupting in waves of earth. In the presence of the Sage of Six Paths, Shoki adeptly utilized his abilities, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had already descended underground, colliding directly with Kurojitsu. The expression of shock lingered on Kurojitsu's face as Shoki flashed a broad grin, revealing his teeth. The eighth gate of Duinjia, the Death Gate, open. Boom. The surrounding earth shattered, as if on the brink of collapse. Shoki seized Kurojitsu by the neck. Only at such speed could he catch this slippery eel. In the next instant, Shoki returned to the Sage of Six Paths, Kurojitsu in tow. He is your brother. You should deal with him. The Sage of Six Paths was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing he had underestimated Shoki. As Shoki opened the Death Gate, he felt his life force burning away continuously. At most, he had 3 minutes before he would perish, quite literally. Rumbling. It was at this moment that the ground began to tremble. Meanwhile, Konoha was engulfed in chaos. An earthquake? Quickly, take cover. Do not fear, Lord Shoki is here. Amidst the commotion outside, Shoki couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he needed to temper his power. With the force he had just unleashed, annihilating the entire Konoha would not have been a challenge. The Sage of Six Paths, observing Shoki's smug demeanor, shook his head. You did not capture him. Huh. He is right in my grasp. Shoki exclaimed, looking at Kurojitsu in his hands, suddenly at a loss for words. It was merely a body left behind by Kurojitsu. Well, Shoki grinned, dropping the false Kurojitsu to the ground. He really can run. I have faith in you. If anything arises, just call for me. I must take my leave now, as my research is not yet complete. The sage waved his hand, addressing the nine tails in his arms before departing. Stay with this person. Consider him as me. I do not keep pets, Shoki quickly retorted. The Sage of Six Paths, like a mischievous elder, dismissed Shoki's protest with a laugh, tossing the nine tails onto Shoki. Then, farewell. The nine tails, eager to retain the sage's company, soon found that he had vanished. Returning to their senses, both Shoki and the fox exchanged looks of disdain. Shoki, resigned, had no choice but to care for this fluffy, plump creature. Then, with a thought, the death gate he had opened remarkably reverted back, as if nothing had transpired. Kurojitsu, having narrowly escaped, was thoroughly shaken. He had never anticipated Shoki possessing such formidable strength. Madara was certainly no match for him, nor was he. Unless Madara activates the Six Paths mode, he stands no chance. Just as Kaguya was about to convey this message to Madara, she discovered that he had already activated Tsunade. Jiraiya, let us advance. All right. Hiruzen, alongside Jiraiya, was besieging the aged Madara, a mere insect, not even worthy of my attention. With a thunderous roar, Madara's chakra erupted violently, resembling a blossoming flower. The terrifying surge of chakra swiftly repelled the youthful Jiraiya and the middle-aged Hiruzen. Ultimately, the elderly Madara was forced to relinquish Tsunade. Without Kaguya's protection, he only recognized the presence of these two when they were already upon him, a profound humiliation for him. He felt compelled to cleanse this disgrace with their blood. However, they each possessed means to evade this impending onslaught, including the current Tsunade attack. Madara's Tsunade descended from the heavens, while the two formed hand seals. Senjutsu. Earth Binding Technique. Earth Release, Hidden Earth Technique. The colossal blade of Susanoo plunged deeply into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to radiate outward. Miraculously, Jiraiya's small abode survived under such circumstances, and he emerged from it. Hiruzen, however, fared less favorably, hidden beneath the earth. He was shaken by the residual force of the Susanoo's blade, unable to suppress a cough of blood, his face contorted in discomfort. Is this truly Uchiha Madara? Jiraiya gazed at the distant figure, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Hiruzen coughed, and Jiraiya hurriedly supported him. Uchiha Madara's power undeniably exceeds this. In his youth, Hiruzen had witnessed Madara's might, a memory that lingered vividly. At that time, during the battle against Hashirama at the Valley of the End, villagers watched from a distance of 20 kilometers. Despite such a distance, they could see Susanoo clashing with the Great Buddha. The spectacle had left countless spectators in awe. Even spies from other villages transformed into obedient little rabbits upon witnessing it. Until Madara fell by Hashirama's hand, and Hashirama succumbed to illness, their deterrent power waned, allowing his generation to dare wage war against Konoha. Returning to the present, Hiruzen observed the aged Madara, noting that his Susanoo stood merely 50 meters tall, a stark contrast to the complete form that towered at 500 meters. Hiruzen managed a feeble smile, though I cannot fathom how he has survived. Madara's strength is undeniably diminished. He has grown old. Otherwise, we would have perished the moment we crossed paths. Jiraiya, gazing at the enormous Susanoo, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Just how terrifying was his former strength. Even the chakra of the elderly Madara was sufficient to make Jiraiya and Hiruzen's legs tremble. Heaven knows how invincible he must have been in his prime. I am curious how you have found your way here. But never mind, Madara remarked indifferently upon seeing Hiruzen. Even in the throes of illness and the weariness of age, he remained undeterred in his intention to vanquish both Jiraiya and Sarutobi. Their ranks were simply not comparable. Thus, the moment had come. Uchiha Madara coldly extended his hand, feeling the surge of chakra within him once again. This time, he was determined to obliterate the two men and subsequently retreat into hiding. However, his meticulous plans were thwarted by the interference of Rope Tree. Haha, even if you are Uchiha Madara, such arrogance is unwarranted. Jiraiya boomed, laughter echoing as he swiftly formed hand seals. Sage Art. Harry Kazashi Technique. His hair transformed into a spiky porcupine-like form, thrusting toward Madara, a maneuver that even Hanzo would momentarily evade. Susanoo, such a large target, Madara mused, wholly unconcerned about missing his mark. Yet, he chose not to engage in further banter, activating the power of his Rinnegan. Planetary devastation. What? The needles he had launched now reversed course, hurtling back toward Jiraiya. Sarutobi, sensing impending doom, attempted to pull Jiraiya away. But it was too late. Jiraiya was pierced, transforming into a porcupine himself, letting out a choked gasp. Sarutobi was also drawn in. He hastily summoned the Monkey King. Yet for reasons unknown, his chakra surged forth sluggishly. He could not muster even a single technique. In the next instant, a massive boulder crashed down upon him, leaving him grievously injured. With a mere gesture, Madara had dispatched both a seasoned Jonin and a near-Kage-level ninja. Even with his diminished strength, he was not to be trifled with by these two. Humph, Madara scoffed, gazing at the colossal sphere gathering above. Pointing downward, the stone orb embedded itself deeply into the earth. Without assistance, the two would surely perish here. At that moment, Kurizetsu dared to emerge slowly from beneath the ground. Madara, we have been discovered. I understand that we must deliberate on future matters with great caution. Madara's expression darkened as he regarded the stone sphere. My sensory abilities have significantly waned. I could not even detect two insignificant beings. Finding a successor is of utmost importance. Kurizetsu nodded in agreement. Madara, do not provoke that boy, Rope Tree, from Konoha. His strength has surpassed yours. Madara's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kurizetsu. Compared to my peak, how does he measure? Not weaker, but stronger, came the reply. For a moment, Madara fell silent, taken aback by the formidable power of the boy he had drawn into this fray. He held Kurizetsu's words in high regard. Nevertheless, Madara was unperturbed. As long as he could find a successor within his lifetime, instilling in him the concept of hatred, and bestowing upon him the Rinnegan to activate the rebirth of deities technique, by that time, Rope Tree would surely have succumbed to age. After exchanging a few more words with Kurizetsu, Madara resolved to leave Konoha altogether, seeking refuge in an unknown part of the world. The world was vast, and Madara would surely find a place to conceal himself. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the two within the sphere. Rope Tree would utilize the Edo Tensei technique. Even if Jiraiya and Sarutobi perished, he could extract valuable information from their lips. To prevent such a scenario, Ban resolved to extract the souls of the two individuals. Through the art of summoning, he conjured a half-dead rain ninja, who writhed in agony. In the next moment, Ban grasped his hand, activating the Rinnegan while simultaneously transmitting chakra and forming seals, ultimately controlling the ninja's vocal cords. The rain ninja uttered, sealing technique, Shiki Fujin. In an instant, a colossal figure of death loomed behind him, a great hand reaching towards the orb. This technique, once invoked, would result in immediate demise. Yet Ban feared not. He sought a scapegoat for this very purpose. In truth, his subsequent quest for a successor followed the same rationale. Kurizetsu could not help but admire Ban's ruthlessness, for only he could assist Kurizetsu in resurrecting Kaguya. With a hum, the Shinigami brandished its blade, ready to seize the souls of the two. However, the space behind Ban warped unexpectedly. Was the commotion not enough? The forest fell into a chilling silence. Shoju erupted with the steam of the dead gate, delivering a devastating kick aimed directly at Ban's head. The space contorted, gas compressed to extreme levels. In an environment of high temperature and pressure, the gas was instantaneously transformed into a solid state, reaching plasma form, commonly referred to as fusion. With a single kick, Shoju unleashed an energy equivalent to countless atomic bombs, clearly intent on annihilating Ban. Ultimately, just as Ban could only catch a fleeting sound, Shoju's hardened physique, akin to taut steel, released an immense amount of energy. Kurizetsu stood in stunned silence, observing this scene unfold. At Shoju's astonishing velocity, Kurizetsu could only watch as the kick hurtled towards Ban, unable to move even a fraction at the 6 pads level of speed. What kind of power does he possess? Kurizetsu pondered in shock. Shoju's leg finally made contact with Ban's head. Ban's eyes flickered, unable to muster even a semblance of shock. It was akin to a grand fireworks display, as his head crumbled like a shattered chocolate sphere, disintegrating piece by piece. Bones were slowly torn apart under the immense force of high-energy physics, and this power extended from his head throughout his entire body. Ban's aged form began to rip apart, wherever the energy reached, transforming into a gaseous state. Eventually, when Shoju's leg struck the ground, the earth belatedly began to tremble. Ban's body exploded into fragments, scattering in the direction of Shoju's kick. All of this transpired within mere microseconds, even milliseconds, 1/1,000,000th of a second. In such a brief span, Shoju completed the motion of his kick. A second later, the air finally reacted. Boom! An explosion emanated from Shoju's center, radiating outward. Countless violent energies surged towards the direction of Shoju's kick, clearing the surrounding trees. The area within dozens of kilometers was uprooted, while even farther away, flames ignited spontaneously. The shockwave followed in rapid succession. The devastation wrought by the strike was monumental, toppling entire edifices and uprooting vast swathes of terrain. In the direction faced by the rope tree, the destructive force extended for several hundred kilometers before finally abating. A distance akin to an arduous journey spanning over 10 hours by subway. Such terror. In a fantastical realm, the rope trees would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable. Upon unlocking the Death Gate and subsequently activating the ultimate freedom technique, the level of destruction reached unprecedented heights. The rope tree began to comprehend why battles in Dragon Ball necessitate restraint. Unleashing full power could obliterate a planet in mere moments. The surroundings morphed into a veritable hellscape, as earthquakes and tsunamis began to brew, releasing the very essence of dread towards the rope tree. The unfortunate figure struck directly by the rope tree was reduced to nothingness, its soul irrevocably torn apart in the spatial distortion. Resurrection was rendered impossible. The sheer magnitude of the power was overwhelming. The rope tree chuckled hollowly, gazing at the headless black imprint left behind, a visage reminiscent of a nuclear blast. A single kick unleashed a force akin to a nuclear explosion, an unparalleled feat indeed. Yet, this was a technique that drained his entire life force. After executing it, his demise was certain. In hindsight, the sacrifice seemed worthwhile. As for Kaguya, she had managed to elude capture, escaping with remarkable swiftness, befitting an alien from the Otsutsuki clan. The manner of her retreat was distinctly different. The rope tree grimaced, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, they were in proximity to Konohagakure. seizing the moment before the effects of the Death Gate waned. The rope tree beheld a sight akin to Konohagakure ravaged by Pain's Shinra Tensei. Only a section remained shielded by red chakra, forming a protective barrier, evidently. The Nine Tails was still present. Upon witnessing this, the rope tree smiled warmly, realizing that the Nine Tails was not entirely without merit. In light of the extensive devastation, it was reassuring to see that his offspring had not diminished, and he even possessed a means of saving progress. Utilizing the reincarnation of heaven technique, he initiated a time reversal. The rope tree successively employed two techniques. First, resurrecting the inhabitants of Konohagakure, and then resetting his own status to a previous save point. During this interval, he appeared in the Land of Whirlpools, his chosen save location. To his surprise, he found that he could traverse the expanse of an ocean to reach it. After marveling at the power of the save feature, he hastened back to Konohagakure. Though it may seem slow, his speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he reappeared above the village, where he found streets populated by a multitude of citizens who had perished and then returned to life, their expressions clouded with confusion. The rope tree remained unfazed. Having successfully dealt with Madara, he let out a profound sigh of relief. There was no greater joy than this, at least for the foreseeable future. He could focus on expanding his family and enhancing his strength. With Madara gone, Kaguya retreated into obscurity, continuing her seclusion. Following the rope tree's intervention, Konohagakure commenced its rebuilding efforts. He boldly proclaimed his triumph over Uchiha Madara, instilling a sense of trepidation among the neighboring great nations. Faced with financial constraints that hindered his ability to raise a family, the feudal lords sought to suppress the rope tree, compelling him to comply with their demands. There seemed to be no alternative. He effortlessly eliminated all the feudal lords of the Land of Fire, subsequently becoming the new ruler of the realm. From that moment on, Konoha village transformed into the serene garden of Shingshu, a reality he accepted with satisfaction. However, after the assassination of the lords, within a month, other nations unanimously sought to dispatch their ninja villages to attack Konoha and the Land of Fire. Yet, their ninja villages were reluctant to oppose Shingshu, resulting in the immediate demise of those ineffectual lords. Shingshu commended their actions, for he believed that the nobility should indeed be treated thus. The leaders of each ninja village were no longer mere commanders of specialized forces, but had ascended to become sovereigns of entire nations. Following his confrontation with the Rain Ninja Village, Shingshu resolved the troubles of the Hokage world entirely. Each day was filled with feasting, revelry, and the pursuit of strength, to the point where his visage bore a constant smile. Simultaneously, he discovered that with the elevation of his lineage, his own capabilities were also ascending. There was no longer a need to learn ninjutsu. He began to study the divine arts of the Otsutsuki. Furthermore, Shingshu delved into the intricacies of transplanting the Byakugan bloodline, ultimately obtaining the Otsutsuki bloodline in its truest essence. After 10 months of uninterrupted focus on governance and personal affairs, he dedicated one day each week to fitness with the women, embodying the essence of a true victor in life. However, he soon realized that his strength had reached a plateau. Over the span of 10 months, engaging with approximately 70 women each week, he had sown his seeds among an estimated 700 girls. With his enhanced physique, virtually all of them bore his children, and the number of offspring rapidly escalated from 100 to 800. As the progeny multiplied, he received 8 successive enhancements, drastically amplifying his power. Listening to the melodious sounds of his historical records, his spirits soared with joy, finally affording him a period of stable development. Population reached 200. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 30. Population reached 300. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 30. Population reached 500. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 40. Acquired Tri-Body Technology. Strong Interactivity Materials. Population reached 700. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 40. Population reached 900. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 40. Population reached 1200. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 50. Acquired Active Skill, Illusory Slayer. Population reached 1500. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 50. Population reached 1800. Reward: Otsutsuki Bloodline 10. Constitution 50. Successfully self-fused with Byakugan Bloodline. Otsutsuki Bloodline, fully integrated. Achievement unlocked. Creator God. Reward: Divine art, great power returns to self. At this moment, even if Kagaya Otsutsuki were to appear, she would be utterly incapable of posing any threat to Shinshu. He has transformed into the complete embodiment of Otsutsuki. His lineage far surpasses that of the Sage of Six Paths, even eclipsing that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He possesses the purest bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. The children of the rope tree are born with the prowess of high-level shinobi, and with only a modicum of training, they attain the caliber of shadows. Rope tree himself has become increasingly handsome, exuding an undeniable charisma. Anyone who encounters him cannot help but bow in reverence. Rope tree has reflected on the gains from these 10 months of stable development. Firstly, the Otsutsuki bloodline has advanced directly from a mere 10 to a complete 100. He has also acquired the technology of the triad, a method for creating the most resilient material in the cosmos, known as strong interaction material. Even Rope Tree's current might cannot shift this material through sheer force. The only way to alter its properties is through divine techniques. This left Rope Tree bewildered, as things began to feel increasingly surreal. Nevertheless, he accepted it with joy. Furthermore, he has obtained the ability known as the Fantasy Killer. By employing this power, anyone touched by his right hand will have their abilities erased, regardless of their nature. Any phenomenon that defies reason will be obliterated by this capacity. Even Rope Tree himself, upon touching his own body, would find his chakra and all accumulated divine techniques dissipate into thin air. However, once the contact is withdrawn, everything would revert to its original state, which was quite alarming to Rope Tree. The realization that this ability could potentially obliterate him was daunting. Undoubtedly, this was yet another divine skill. Currently, within the world of Naruto, no one dares to challenge Rope Tree's supremacy. With his vigorous promotion of ninjutsu, even ordinary individuals have acquired some semblance of shinobi arts. Coupled with the modern technological marvels created by Rope Tree, the productivity of this world has seen a tremendous surge. Under the influence of Rope Tree's power, there are virtually no individuals left to starve. Moreover, Rope Tree encourages researchers to delve into interstellar technology, seemingly steering toward the prospect of space travel. Rope Tree even suspects that he has altered the very essence of Naruto's narrative into a cosmic saga. However, these musings are merely a form of entertainment after meals. In summary, Rope Tree has completely graduated from the world of Naruto. Thanks to his influence, Konoha has evolved into a sprawling metropolis. The Senju compound still retains its former charm, with vibrant flora and fauna. As children from the Uzumaki clan play alongside his own offspring, the area has expanded significantly, resembling a grand royal city. Rope Tree is quite nostalgic at heart. "My husband," Chao Yang exclaimed, embracing Rope Tree, a gesture he has grown accustomed to. He gently kissed her forehead and inquired, "What is it?" "My husband. Do you know what this chubby fox eats? It has always been picky, and we have yet to feed it." His wives gathered around the nine tails, playfully teasing it. The creature appeared adorably plump and fluffy. "Do not come near me. I refuse to consume your offerings. Tailed beasts do not require sustenance. Come on, just take a bite." The nine tails trembled, surrounded by his wives, its rotund, furry form eliciting affection. Let every person who touches it sing its praises. The glimmering, lustrous fur is a testament to the happiness of the nine tails. "Humph, even my dear Yaya consumes this, so why can't you take a bite?" Inazuka Asahi, hands on her hips, approached the nine tails. Immediately, she showcased her unique talent and offered the creature a bone. Upon witnessing this, the large dog barked and snatched the bone away. "I shall not consume dog food. But why does the fox refuse to eat? I am the nine tails." "Oh, what is so remarkable about having nine tails? I have a husband to support me." Asahi scooped up the nine tails and cradled her in her arms, petting her affectionately. The nine tails felt a wave of despair. "Ha ha ha, do not bully the nine tails." Shoju couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain his amusement. The once formidable nine tails, who had struck fear in the hearts of many in the early days of the Naruto saga, had now been reduced to a mere pet in his household. Just then, a waft of azure smoke emerged. The Sage of Six Paths appeared before Shoju. The wives, unfazed, wandered off to play with the nine tails, who darted around the house in a frenzy. This peculiar old man was a familiar face to Shoju. They had grown accustomed to his presence. "Shoju, you must remain vigilant. The Otsutsuki clan will soon arrive. Do not worry. I possess sufficient strength to deal with them." Nevertheless, he had never witnessed the Otsutsuki clan's methods. As they were kin of his mother, caution was indeed warranted. There are still a full 100 years until the Otsutsuki clan descends. Shoju remained unperturbed. During this time, how many children could he father? Not to mention, there were system tasks to provide him motivation. After bidding farewell to the Sage of Six Paths, Shoju turned his gaze to the long-stalled task. Special task, beloved one, choose a girl to be your target. Upon success, based on the difficulty of the pursuit, you will receive abundant rewards. After having children with her, additional rewards will be granted. Task requirement, master the power of space. Achieve the level of Super Shadow. Your current strength, Sage of Six Paths level, pursuing a target has always been challenging for Shoju, as he typically sought girls who were mutually interested. Their interactions consisted of fitness sessions, followed by resource sharing and brief companionship, creating a relentless cycle devoid of genuine emotion. He had long forgotten how to court a girl. Shoju gazed at the task, feeling somewhat awkward for the first time, after so long without normal interactions with girls. He began to perceive them solely in terms of utility. This wouldn't he do? He quickly shook his head. To pursue a girl, he must rid himself of such notions. In truth, this task was indispensable for him. Elevating his strength was paramount, for he knew that what lay ahead was far beyond what he had encountered thus far. As an experienced traveler, he was finally living the life of a hero. In his previous journeys, he had either been trapped in the realm of the main god, stuck in endless reincarnation, or lost within the Cthulhu mythos, each ending in tragic demise. It was uncertain when this group would come knocking. Having finally found joy, Shoju was determined not to relinquish it. In any case, he should first assess who his potential targets were. In the realm of captivating characters, one encounters an array of charming girls, including Tornado from One Punch Man, Bulma from Dragon Ball, Nami from One Piece, and Shatiya from Overlord, among others. Ultimately, Shoju settled on a singular girl, one who would be his initial target. You have selected your beloved, Aribade. Target's world location, Overload. Difficulty of conquest, 5. 5 being the maximum. With a smile, Shoju glanced at the mission details. His audacity to undertake this task was largely attributed to the remarkable abilities he had acquired. Divine skill, power returns to oneself. This skill allows you to exert control over beings weaker than yourself, altering their thoughts and achieving the status of a true deity. Note, this ability may only be utilized once per day. In essence, this skill enabled Shoju to command those whose strength fell beneath his own, compelling them to submit to him, potentially even transforming them into his beloved. However, should their power exceed his, the skill would be rendered ineffective. Shoju boldly opted for the most challenging target, the Overlord, confident in his capabilities. If necessary, he could simply employ spatial manipulation to make a swift retreat, leaving no trace behind. Yet, a frustrating limitation presented itself. The system only provided him a directional cue, without activating a portal for his passage. Fortunately, this minor inconvenience was hardly a hindrance. Shoju's current strength allowed him to independently open portals. With merely a coordinate, traversing dimensions became a trivial endeavor. His prowess was that of a Six Paths level, endowed with the ability to traverse most worlds with ease. Moreover, Shoju's strength was continually on the rise, promising far greater power in the future. He was a person who never shied away from showcasing his abilities. If faced with adversaries, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Employing any cunning tactics necessary, no matter who they were, Shoju would never confront them head-on. To date, all who opposed him had met their demise. Naturally, in this new world, Shoju intended to maintain his formidable style. If it weren't for the concern of unforeseen circumstances, I would not be departing so hastily, he mused, shaking his head. One must be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. Otherwise, I could linger a while longer in the world of Naruto, where no time constraints bind me. However, the looming threat of the Kagaya clan's premature arrival or other troublesome entities weighed heavily on his mind. Should they prove more powerful than him, he would find himself at a complete loss. Thus, Shoju's future strategy involved oscillating between two worlds. If ever he found himself on the brink of death, he would promptly utilize his save function to escape, a precautionary measure indeed. With determination, Shoju tore open a rift in space with his bare hands. Before him lay a world bathed in clear skies, a stark contrast to the fantastical mist surrounding him. This was his destination, yet it was not the realm of Aribade. In the year 2138 AD, the human world underwent a revolution, culminating in an explosive surge of energy. Accompanying this surge is an unprecedented explosion of technology, materials science, and even high-energy physics. Moreover, There exist tools that swiftly strip away the value of the lower classes, culminating in a thorough stratification of society. With artificial intelligence replacing human labor, the direction of the world has become exceedingly obscure, especially on the eve of impending extreme warfare. In response, capitalists devised a remarkably simplistic solution, significantly alleviating the resistance of the underprivileged. First, they sought to keep them so occupied that they could scarcely move, let alone contemplate their circumstances. Second, they created a game capable of fulfilling nearly all desires, catering to the spiritual fantasies of the lower classes. With these two prerequisites in place, the first manifestation in human society was the emergence of grueling labor, resulting in a rising number of fatalities from overexertion. Following this, a new game emerged to address the prevailing conditions, offering spiritual solace to the downtrodden. This game, known as Yggdrasil, named after the Norse world tree, is set within a dystopian realm. It was the pioneer of open virtual worlds, launched 12 years ago, and its debut was marked by an unprecedented influx of players. It is through this game that the world has irrevocably transformed into a cyberpunk landscape, where both body and spirit are wholly manipulated by colossal corporations. Should anyone dare to resist, the only fate awaiting them is to be obliterated by laser weaponry. Simultaneously, the severe industrial pollution has rendered the lower districts into a haze of smog, while the affluent above breathe in fresh air. Within the chasm of wealth and status, even under the same sky, the air they inhale is not one and the same. It is truly repugnant, and thus, I shall extend my assistance. The figure known as Senju bore a smile, uttering no more words. Upon entering this world, the initial act was to shatter this injustice with unparalleled force. This realm has yet to attain a state capable of withstanding nuclear devastation. Senju opened the portal to the death realm and delivered a forceful kick towards this dystopian world. With a resounding boom, the tranquility of this world was irrevocably shattered. Senju then directed another kick towards a nearby building. There was no rationale, no pretext, merely an aversion to the monopolization of class. Explosions reverberated across the globe, as nearly all of humanity witnessed a monstrous entity wreaking havoc indiscriminately. This indiscriminate slaughter continued unabated. With the power granted by the death portal, Senju's speed was akin to that of Superman. His physique and energy surpassed even that of the superheroes in American comics. The planet's surface suffered devastating blows, with a streak of brilliance relentlessly piercing through everything. Just 2 days after Senju arrived in this world, he had already eradicated nearly all of the upper class. These individuals were not without the desire to resist. However, under Senju's formidable might, nothing could stand against him. Regardless of the type of laser gun one wields, none can penetrate the barrier of the rope tree. In essence, this serves as a modest test of the rope tree's own capabilities. After laying waste to much of this world, the rope tree unearthed the Yggdrasil server amidst the ruins. Upon inspection, it astonishingly revealed a connection to another world. Mastery of this server would grant dominion over the truths of that realm. The rope tree could not suppress a chuckle. This peculiar server was precisely his objective. In the original narrative of Overlord, it was through this very device that the flying squirrel traversed into the past. This artifact is undoubtedly a controller of a miniature world. To obliterate a civilization and thereby acquire the governance of a small world, nothing could be more exhilarating. After casually stowing the server into his storage space, the rope tree gazed into the distance. With the power of the Otsutsuki bloodline coursing through him, his strength far surpassed his former self. Even if he were to open the death gate now, it would pose no threat. His chakra could restore itself in an instant. This represents a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, utilizing the rebirth of life technique does not come at the cost of one's existence, a power only available after the 6 paths. The rope tree was naturally capable of such feats. Perhaps it is time for this world to be rebooted, he mused with a hearty laugh, surveying the desolate landscape. Now only inhabited by trembling remnants of humanity. Why not share a bit of morality with those who came before you? He casually remarked, his thoughts crystal clear. Whatever he desired, he could manifest without restraint. Subsequently, the rope tree formed hand seals. With the rebirth of life technique, in an instant, the entire population of the planet began to resurrect. It was as if he had granted them a cleansing. To the rope tree, the fate of a civilization hinged merely on a single thought. He felt an odd sensation, as if he were on the verge of becoming a higher dimensional being. Nonetheless, he remained preoccupied with the affairs of the girls. Personally, he found himself quite fond of such matters. After a brief interlude, the rope tree delved into the crux of his intentions. With the game server in hand, he directly entered this world of traversal, harboring a singular objective: to conquer Yalbed, employing any means necessary. The flying squirrel, akin to one awakening from a dream, soon found that the surrounding NPCs had come to life, now endowed with remarkable powers. As if the game had materialized into reality. By a twist of fate, the flying squirrel became an adventurer in a human town, taking on the name Momo. At that moment, Momo, accompanied by Nabe, strolled leisurely through the medieval town, marveling at the scenery that was entirely unfamiliar from his previous life. The wretched past was one he wished never to revisit. Unbeknownst to him, however, his former existence had already been obliterated by the flying squirrel, leaving no opportunity for resistance. "Nabe, why not check that commission?" inquired Momo. Nabe received an order to undertake the next commission. It was clearly stated that the task involved expelling the forest sovereign. The difficulty level was evidently classified as S rank. The attendant at the counter looked at him and quickly remarked, "My lord, this mission is of S rank caliber. It is not suited for mere bronze-level adventurers." "Humph, I am Momo," the confident flying squirrel proclaimed before all the adventurers in the guild. Instantly, everyone fell silent, as the memories of those who had previously provoked him lingered painfully in their minds. The flying squirrel accepted this commission, not only to establish a formidable persona for Momo, but more importantly, to gather intelligence for Nazarick. With the identity of an adventurer, everything would undoubtedly become much simpler. Just as he was about to articulate this thought, a young man entered from outside, clad in a striking fiery cloak, wearing a wide-brimmed hat adorned with the emblem of the fourth Hokage on the back. "Excuse me, are you still accepting adventurers?" the newcomer asked with a calm smile, lifting his head to reveal bright, confident eyes. Everyone present instinctively held their breath, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. "How handsome," the flying squirrel thought to himself before regaining his composure and turning his attention to Nabe. "If you wish to register as an adventurer, there is no need for such a proclamation. Simply come here to register," Momo stated nonchalantly, a deliberate provocation on his part. In truth, Momo also perceived the young man as powerful and was curious about the strength of individuals in this world. Nabe, standing beside him, broke into a cold sweat, her body taut with tension as she sensed the danger emanating from the stranger. This bug was no ordinary foe. Just as the atmosphere grew tense between the two, the young man shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. "No need, thank you. Flying Squirrel, I have heard your name long before, from Pororochino." With that, the young man calmly bypassed the flying squirrel and registered himself as an adventurer at the front desk. The attendant, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly processed his registration. The flying squirrel nodded in acknowledgement but quickly realized something was amiss, staring in shock at the young man. He referred to him as Flying Squirrel. Moreover, he recognized Pororochino. Could it be that he had encountered a player? The flying squirrel's mouth dropped open, filled with excitement. Yet he remained uncertain of the young man's intentions. Therefore, he maintained his composure. Meanwhile, Nabe, feeling as though she had been stepped on by a cat, swiftly drew her sword to protect the flying squirrel. "Who are you, Caterpillar?" The flying squirrel quickly interjected. "Do not be alarmed, Nabe. Put down your weapon. Are you also a player? I apologize for the earlier offense. I have just arrived in this world and am still unfamiliar with its rules." Upon hearing the flying squirrel's words, Nabe felt utterly ashamed. She had inadvertently put the supreme being in a dilemma. It would be better if she had perished instead. With a heavy heart, she stood beside the flying squirrel. Standing with an air of dignity, she resolved that upon her return, she would undoubtedly take her own life as a form of atonement. There was no need for such drastic measures. After all, we are all victims of fate, are we not? Shoshu turned and smiled, gesturing for Fei Shu to follow. "If you don't mind, let us converse upstairs." Fei Shu was momentarily taken aback, but after mentally preparing himself, he nodded in agreement. The second floor of the Adventurers Guild was designated for confidential discussions among adventurers, serving as the very heart of the guild. Within these walls, everything was safeguarded by the guild's protection. Naturally, this protection was tiered, with soundproof rooms available for adventurers ranging from bronze to steel levels, each offering different privileges. The highest tier not only enjoyed the guild's protection but also that of the state, providing an exceptional level of security. Though both individuals possessed extraordinary combat prowess, they reluctantly settled for a modestly ranked soundproof room. The space resembled a quaint wooden cabin, exuding a rustic charm, albeit devoid of any privacy. Fei Shu produced a scroll and began to ignite it. A soundproof scroll. A wave of peculiar energy surged forth, ensuring that not a whisper could escape this sanctuary. Counter-surveillance scrolls, counterintelligence scrolls, and trap detection scrolls were all cast into the air, igniting one after another, ultimately merging with the environment to create a formidable protective barrier. Shoshu observed Fei Shu's struggle against the air with a hint of amusement, while Nabe watched in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Fei Shu finally spoke. "Are you a player as well? You seem to know Paralysino." Shoshu smiled. "It is common knowledge to establish rapport with one's future father-in-law before courting his daughter, don't you think?" "Indeed," Shoshu replied, eliciting a momentary surprise from Fei Shu, who then scratched his head. "I must admit, I was somewhat flustered upon arriving here. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Fei Shu. And you?" Fei Shu, clad in armor, removed his helmet to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. "In that case, I should be candid as well. Hope I do not frighten you." "No need for concern. My attributes are quite formidable." With that, Fei Shu transformed into his character from the game, donning a magnificent mage's robe and metamorphosing into a colossal, fearsome skeleton. Shoshu was taken aback, exclaiming in wonder, "You can move even in a skeletal form? What is the principle behind that? Can you eat? If I were to become a skeleton, I would surely be lifeless, incapable of moving as freely as you." Seeing that Shoshu was unfazed by his transformation, Fei Shu breathed a sigh of relief. "I am not quite sure how this body can move. It is quite peculiar. By the way, could you refrain from touching my ribcage?" "Humph." Shoshu responded with a light scoff. "It is not that I am probing you, but rather, it's merely a skeleton before me." His curiosity was palpable. "Allow me to introduce myself as Chinsho Shoshu. You may call me Shoshu, as we are both players and should support one another." "Is Mr. Shinju's name derived from the real world?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suzuki Satoru, which is my name from my human days. Let us call me Flying Squirrel. It sounds pleasant that way." "That works." Flying Squirrel nodded, his fondness for Shinju steadily increasing. Simultaneously, he posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. "Did Mr. Shinju also traverse from a game?" "Indeed, when I first arrived, I was utterly bewildered." "Did you not feel any fear, Flying Squirrel?" Shinju affirmed this with enthusiasm, elaborating passionately. Flying Squirrel found a worthy target for his banter and nearly nodded in fervent agreement. At that moment, I couldn't log off. The NPCs had come to life, and I was left speechless. Flying Squirrel then noticed Nabe beside him, clearing his throat to regain his pretentious demeanor. "By the way, Mr. Shinju, you seem quite familiar with Pararikino." "Certainly, we met in a dungeon. After we completed it together, we became friends and had a wonderful time." "Is that so? That is delightful. He often mentions you, saying you are an excellent guild leader." "Really?" "Haha. Unfortunately, due to my profession as a human, I couldn't join Nazarick. I had intended to create a secondary character, but it ultimately fell through." "Is it due to life's demands?" I understand. Under Shinju's fabrications, Flying Squirrel felt that Shinju was truly a kindred spirit. He regretted not meeting him sooner. As for Nabe, she comprehended nothing of their exchange, only recognizing that this insect was greatly esteemed by the Supreme One. Thus, she buried her head lower. "Speaking of which, Mr. Shinju, your guild did not traverse alongside you." Ultimately, Flying Squirrel posed the question he yearned to ask. If a fully leveled guild had indeed traversed here, he would need to prepare for both camaraderie and potential conflict. For the aberrant NPCs within Nazarick might not look favorably upon them. This was the case in the game. Yet in reality, Flying Squirrel felt a sense of uncertainty. However, it was evident that the individual before him, the thousand-handed Shinju, harbored no such intentions. Shinju perceived Flying Squirrel's thoughts with clarity. Fortunately, he had already devised an answer to this inquiry the moment he entered this world. Even contemplating the name of his child with albedo, Shinju was always a man of meticulous planning. "Did your guild traverse as well?" "What a pity, Flying Squirrel. I was outside watching the server shut down fireworks, and in a fleeting moment, I found myself here. But since your guild has crossed over, mine must be somewhere as well. After all, it represents the collective efforts of us all." With a sigh, Shinju immersed himself in the act, realizing he possessed a remarkable talent for performance. This deception ensnared the naive and unworldly Flying Squirrel, who readily fell for it, forming a profound bond with Ain's old gown, the ever-amiable Flying Squirrel. As I quickly grasp the sentiments of Shinju, a wave of sorrow washes over me. Even in the depths of emotion, His mind is constantly triggered to achieve a state of forced calmness. The flying squirrel, who originally held a favorable impression of Senju, now feels a profound empathy towards him. Mr. Senju, you too shall grow, correct? No, I merely hope they will log in a few more times, Senju replied slowly. At that moment, the squirrel's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. If the squirrel possessed a gauge of affection, it would undoubtedly be filled to the brim by Senju's flowery words. However, Senju did not entirely deceive the squirrel. If possible, he would gladly offer the squirrel some benefits. He held the server in his hands, capable of manifesting anything he desired in this world. In simple terms, he wielded the power of an administrator, having arrived in this realm. Apart from the inability to enhance his own attributes, there was little he could not accomplish. Soon, the squirrel reached into the void and retrieved a box. The concept of void storage. Upon witnessing this, Senju felt a pang of envy. After enduring great effort to attain a combat prowess at the level of the 6 realms, the squirrel had it effortlessly from birth. The comparison between individuals could be utterly disheartening. Fortunately, the squirrel was not there to flaunt his abilities. He opened a box, revealing a ring within. This ring was none other than the guild ring, which granted its bearer the right to become a member of the guild. Though there was a tradition of only accepting beings of other species, the squirrel was willing to make an exception during these extraordinary times. He was, after all, fond of accommodating others. Nabai, observing from the side, was taken aback. She yearned to advise the squirrel against such actions. Yet, since this was the decision of the Supreme Being, she had no grounds to intervene. Thus, she lowered her head even further. If Mr. Senju does not mind, would you consider joining my guild before you find one that truly belongs to you? I am the leader of Ain's Ulgaon and possess the authority to extend this invitation. May I have a few days to contemplate this? Senju replied hesitantly, gazing at the ring. The squirrel, understanding the implications, realized that joining another guild would equate to betraying his own. Such an act was utterly unacceptable for individuals like him and Senju. Nevertheless, since Senju expressed a desire to ponder, the squirrel reassured him, of course. But if you do not mind, could you come to Nazarick for a visit? Senju's conflicted expression softened into a smile. Haha, of course, that is not an issue. Without hesitation, this became yet another means for Senju to endear himself to the squirrel. His heart was, indeed, quite cunning. Soon, the squirrel earnestly invited Senju to Nazarick. Senju was untroubled by the prospect of ambush. He possessed ample strength to withstand any treachery. Nabai, on the other hand, felt an indescribable sensation as she watched Senju. A strange feeling surged from her heart. She longed to call out to him, Supreme Being. Even Senju himself did not anticipate that at the very moment the squirrel extended the guild invitation, he had, in truth, already become a member of Ain's Ulgaon. In this realm, even the NPCs exhibit utmost reverence towards Senju. This is an absolute characteristic of NPCs. They cannot harm members of the guild. Senju, oblivious to Nabai's peculiarities, accompanied the flying mouse to his guild. When the flying mouse suggested a visit to Nazarick, Senju could hardly contain his excitement, for it presented the perfect opportunity to encounter Albedo. Although, in the original narrative, she harbored affections for the flying mouse due to her established character traits. The notion of the flying mouse reciprocating such affection was utterly preposterous. He was incapable of bringing happiness to Albedo. However, should Senju step in, he could bestow boundless joy upon her. Naturally, this endeavor would not be without its challenges. The system had designated this mission as exceedingly difficult, primarily due to Albedo's unwavering devotion to the flying mouse, a trait that was immutable. Fortunately, Senju had the means to address this dilemma. He had commandeered a server from his original world, making the alteration of NPC settings a trivial task. Without hesitation, he began to probe into the configurations of the Nazarick NPCs through sheer willpower. Nabai, Shaltir, and ultimately, he laid eyes upon Albedo's name. With a gentle tap, the information pertaining to Albedo materialized before him. Upon glimpsing her character's specifications, Senju's expression soured. The complexity of her design rivaled that of an elaborate online novel, leaving one to ponder the mental state of her creator. Most notably, nearly half of Albedo's attributes pertain to adult themes. The prospect of procreating with Albedo sent a shiver down Senju's spine, as he feared it might lead to an overwhelming transformation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and scrolled down, hoping to find at least a modicum of affection directed towards her favored individual. Gazing upon the character illustration of Albedo, Adorned in a silken gown and resembling a fallen angel, Senju steadied his resolve and prepared to modify the final attribute, eternally devoted to the flying mouse. My apologies. Flying mouse, he silently uttered, then promptly set about making the necessary changes. At that moment, the system issued a warning. Warning. The considerable difficulty of this mission arises from albedo's inherent attributes. Once modified, the difficulty will significantly decrease, proportionate to the adjustment made. Current difficulty, 5. Senju was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would be impervious to exploitation, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, adhering to the original difficulty level suggested a tenfold chance that he might invest himself without achieving the mission's completion. Of course, Senju could choose to abandon the task entirely and return to the world of Naruto, where he could continue to strive for fatherhood with his wives, feeling no pressure whatsoever. After much contemplation, he resolved to amend the setting, albeit without oversimplifying it. If he were to alter it to mere affection, albedo would undoubtedly shower him with her attention, rendering the mission's difficulty a trivial one, devoid of challenge. As Senju moved his fingers, he found himself the center of attention, as he had never experienced romantic affection before, and all the girls gravitated towards him. Those who were indifferent to him kept their distance. Coincidentally, Senju was curious to test the extent of his charm. After all, he possessed looks comparable to Wu Yanzu and a presence akin to Jie Cho, undeniably handsome. In terms of appearance, Senju harbored a certain confidence. If he truly could not win her over, he would have to revise his approach with a heavy heart. A stream of peculiar data flowed from his mind, revealing unseen changes occurring within this world. The parameters for Yabled were also adjusted. Slightly favorable impression towards Senju. The previous inclination towards the flying squirrel was now supplemented. Slightly favorable impression towards the flying squirrel. At present, both stood on equal footing. Task difficulty reduced. Current difficulty, 4. Rewards slightly diminished, although the rewards had decreased. The reduction was minimal and should not pose a significant issue. Moreover, this was merely a first attempt. Senju's cheeks flushed slightly as he felt a twinge of awkwardness. How could he, having been with so many girls, still feel as if he had never encountered a woman? He quickly mocked himself, reminding himself not to act like a little boy. He was seasoned in battles. Senju-san, what's the matter? Upon noticing Senju's restlessness, the flying squirrel inquired with concern. It's nothing. Nothing. Oh, is this Nazarick? Wow. Senju swiftly shifted the topic, gazing at the colossal structure before him, unable to suppress an exclamation. What lay ahead was a vast graveyard composed of castles, with the true Nazarick concealed beneath. The flying squirrel nodded indifferently. I have heard that there are mechanisms within Nazarick that no player can breach. How did you manage that? Such strength is unprecedented. I've never encountered such tactics in PvP. Senju promptly lauded Nazarick. The flying squirrel beamed with delight. This is confidential, but since we are already this close, I suppose it's all right to share with you, Senju-san. Listen to me, he exclaimed excitedly, recounting the mechanisms of Nazarick as if they were cherished treasures. He had come to regard Senju as a confidant, pouring out his feelings for the guild. Senju became a receptive listener, absorbing each detail and occasionally affirming the flying squirrel's words, resulting in bouts of laughter and nostalgia from him. After all, in 12 years, Senju was the first person willing to lend an ear. The flying squirrel touched his nose, though he no longer had one. I apologize for being so verbose, Senju-san. It's fine. How wonderful it would have been if you could have played together with me when you launched your server. The flying squirrel couldn't help but raise his head and speak. Indeed, all my friends have gone, Senju reminisced, reflecting on a time long past. In his youth, he was captivated by a game, engaging in guild battles and shouting alongside his brothers through the night. Until one day, the friends list gradually faded to black and white, never to illuminate again. It's all right, at least I am here. No matter what you wish to do, I will support you. Senju made a heartfelt promise to the flying squirrel, patting him on the shoulder. If you encounter any difficulties, my brother, I shall undoubtedly assist you, even if it requires traversing realms, he said earnestly. The flying squirrel nodded, touched by his sincerity. Nabi stood by, captivated. She had not anticipated that the flying squirrel could be so loquacious. Perhaps this was the essence of human connection. Initially, Senju may have been drawn solely by his interest in Yalbert, yet he had come to recognize the flying squirrel as a true brother. Soon, they arrived before Nazarick, where several furtive figures emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing the flying squirrel, they hurriedly approached and knelt before him. Supreme One, you have returned. We welcome you, Supreme One. Long live the Supreme One. The entourage displayed expressions of overwhelming joy, as if merely seeing the flying squirrel were an extraordinary honor. Resuming his regal demeanor, the flying squirrel raised a hand and spoke sternly. No need for formalities. I have brought a friend back with me. If you would be so kind, please relay this news to everyone. Yes, they all replied, casting a glance at Shengshu, their hearts swelling with respect. In no time, the group of creatures vanished from Shengshu's sight. Upon sensing their presence, Shengshu was astonished to discover that these creatures possessed the strength of ordinary jonin. While they were significantly weaker than him, it was remarkable that, in Shengshu's perception, there existed countless monsters of such power. The thought was terrifying, indeed. Were they to be cast into the world of shinobi, it could unleash a bloody tempest. Fortunately, he was not born into this realm. Otherwise, the children would scarcely have been born before facing dire peril. Although they were NPCs, it was peculiar that they exhibited sentience, prompting him to maintain a corresponding image. As he spoke, the flying squirrel turned to Nabi. I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential, Nabi. Of course, Lord Ains. Nabi responded, bowing deeply. She suddenly felt that contemplating self-harm would be a grave disrespect to the Supreme One's trust in her, quickly dispelling such thoughts. Unbeknownst to the flying squirrel, he had averted a significant crisis. Due to Shengshu's rejection of the guild ring, neither he nor the flying squirrel could instantly teleport to the throne. Coincidentally, Shengshu wished to explore Nazarick, so the flying squirrel began to serve as a guide, presenting the wonders of Nazarick as if in the role of a tour guide. If the other guardians were to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Supreme One, how graciously you escort a human through Nazarick. The trio descended along the darkened path, conversing as they walked. In truth, the first 3 layers of Nazarick are inhabited by lower-tier native monsters. However, after testing, it appears they harbor no desire to attack me and treat me with considerable respect. It seems that monsters born within the guild's territory come with an inherent loyalty. Quite splendid indeed. Haha. By the way, I wonder if there are many level 100 NPCs among them as well, and if they have come to life as well. I wonder if they can be operated like players. They have indeed returned to life. Here stands one before us. The flying mouse, regaining his composure, gazes ahead. Before him, a demon appears, bowing with utmost politeness and grace. This is Demiurge, affectionately referred to as Little D, who is often overwhelmed by an intense imagination to interpret the flying mouse's actions. Demiurge is my dear friend, and he too has been reborn in this world. You must treat him with kindness. That is an order. The flying mouse gestures towards the rope tree, genuinely apprehensive that Demiurge might unleash an assault upon him. Most of this group of NPCs possess negative moral values, displaying a complete lack of friendliness towards humans. To everyone's surprise, Demiurge swiftly accepts this premise. He bows low to the rope tree and, after paying his respects, elegantly inquires, as a guest from afar, especially one who is a friend of Lord Ains. I must ask, why do I find you so remarkably familiar? Demiurge cannot suppress the question that arises in his heart. From the very first moment he laid eyes on the rope tree, a profound respect surged within him, which he found quite peculiar. The rope tree responds, gazing quizzically at Demiurge. I am not certain myself. My apologies, please forgive my ignorance. Could it be that you have employed some form of mental magic, manipulating my connection with Lord Ains without my awareness? After voicing this thought, Demiurge clenches his fists tightly, his eyes sparkling like diamonds. This is a manifestation of his fury. He yearns to suppress his reverence for the rope tree, yet he finds himself utterly incapable of doing so. At this moment, Demiurge feels as though he is suffering immensely. Could it be that you are already a member of his guild? The rope tree, noticing Demiurge's inner turmoil, cannot help but inquire of the flying mouse. Let me check. Without hesitation, the flying mouse accesses the permission panel to investigate. Upon arriving in this world, most of his abilities were rendered unusable. Yet his most fundamental skills remain intact. Ultimately, the flying mouse discovers a particular entry. Indeed, the rope tree feels a wave of exasperation. But he turns to Demiurge and states, it is likely due to my ascendance as the Supreme One that you regard me with such deference. Do not be rude, Demiurge. Consider the rope tree as myself. We have fought together as comrades in the game, and the establishment of Nazarick owes a part of its success to the rope tree. He is certainly among the Supreme Ones, yet not counted among them. Upon hearing this, Demiurge quickly comprehends the significance of the handsome youth before him. Not only is he a companion of Lord Ains, but he is also a divinity who has contributed to Nazarick. Enlightened, he deeply bows his head, relinquishing his internal conflict. So, you are Lord Ains' comrade, Lord Ropetree. How impolite of me. With his heart unburdened, Demiurge becomes remarkably compliant. The Ropetree gazes at the flying mouse in astonishment, not expecting such an explanation from him. The flying mouse gives a subtle nod, and although he lacks eyes, the Ropetree understands his intent. He privately conveys his thoughts to the Ropetree. Shengshu, I express my sincerest apologies regarding your membership in our guild. However, it is indeed beneficial to establish a firm foothold in this realm. Thank you, Flying Squirrel. Shengshu promptly conveyed gratitude to Flying Squirrel. Let us, together, seek out our companions in this world, as if it were merely a game. Ha ha. Indeed. Shengshu responded with a smile, suggesting that Flying Squirrel should visit him when time permits. Your place? We shall discuss that later. For now, show me around. Very well then. Their mental exchange abruptly ceased. Demiurgos was also introducing Shengshu's origins to every monster they encountered. This is the esteemed ally of Lord Ains, a participant in the Divine War. And you must address him as the Supreme One. Lord Shengshu has made tremendous contributions to Nazarick, and upon our arrival here, he re-emerged to restore Nazarick to its former glory. Almost every creature that heard Demiurgos' words sparkled with admiration. We welcome the Supreme One. We honor the Supreme One. Long live the Supreme One. Each creature was filled with fervor, especially when such news was proclaimed by the Guardians. Even Shengshu was taken aback by this unexpected fervor, seriously questioning whether he had stumbled into a cult. They regarded Shengshu, this newly emerged Supreme One, with utmost reverence. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village, Shengshu had never experienced such treatment. He quickly sought to reassure them. No, there is no need for such reverence. Let us simply maintain a normal superior-subordinate relationship. There is no need to be so excited. However, upon hearing this, they only grew more exhilarated, each one beaming with joy, incessantly referring to him as the Supreme One. Observing Shengshu's bewildered expression, Flying Squirrel nearly burst into laughter. At last, someone was experiencing the same predicament as he had. In an effort to quell their excitement, Shengshu remained silent as Demiurgos began his introductions. As a result, this air of mystery only seemed to enhance his authority in their eyes. Leaving Shengshu in a state of exasperation, he finally understood the hellish situation Flying Squirrel had endured. If he did not maintain an air of dignity, how could he possibly meet their expectations? Nazarick's great tomb. The other guardians also approached to meet Shengshu. Upon learning that there were other Supreme Ones beyond the great tomb, they respectfully greeted him within their respective domains. In the World Tree game, this guild stronghold, derived from a dungeon, adhered to a tiered structure. The Great Tomb of Nazarick was originally a wilderness dungeon in the Yggdrasil game. After the aberrant guild Ains Olgaun occupied it, this 6-tiered dungeon was transformed into a 10-tiered fortress, each level possessing its unique characteristics. The first to third tiers comprised tombs. The fourth tier housed an underground lake. The fifth tier featured icy rivers. The sixth tier was a jungle. The seventh tier contained magma. The eighth tier consisted of wastelands. The ninth tier boasted royal suites. And the 10th tier was home to the throne. At the forefront stands the foremost guardian, renowned in equal measure, Shaltir Bloodfallen. She is the protector of the first to third levels of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, created by her dearest friend, Peroroncino, and possesses a unique penchant for necrophilia. Essentially, she is akin to an NPC of the blood-sucking Flying Squirrel. The squirrel, often perplexed by Peroroncino's incessant discussions of age, finds himself entangled in this peculiar situation. Having traversed dimensions, he harbors some affection for Shaltir, yet she yearns to eliminate him on the spot. Ah, Lord Ains. A figure clad in a soft, black evening gown suddenly leaps onto the Flying Squirrel's waist. Her skirt billows grandly, the upper portion adorned with lace and ribbons, while her hands are enveloped in long lace gloves, revealing almost no skin, a true embodiment of Gothic elegance. Her silver hair cascades to one side, leaving her face unobscured, and her deep crimson eyes radiate a bewitching delight. At just around 14 years old, her youthful visage encapsulates both cuteness and beauty, a veritable paragon of allure. This too reflects the XP of Peroroncino. The Flying Squirrel, nearly swept away by the encounter, hurriedly pushes Shaltir aside. Not like this, Shaltir. We have esteemed guests arriving. Reluctantly, Shaltir turns her gaze, catching sight of the figure of Rope Tree. As a true ancestor of vampires, her instinct should compel her to exhibit a thirst for blood upon seeing a human. Yet, inexplicably, she feels only a sense of reverence towards Rope Tree. Demiurge swiftly elucidates the matter, prompting her to react accordingly. Salutations, Exalted One. She swiftly kneels, displaying utmost respect. Oh, there is no need for such formality. The flying squirrel will eventually belong to you. Rope Tree chuckles lightly. Upon hearing this, Shaltir cannot help but tug at her skirt, a peculiar blush gracing her cheeks. Thank you, Exalted One. The flying squirrel's mouth agape. He is met only with awkward laughter from Rope Tree. In truth, Shaltir is also one of the mission objectives. The likelihood of her being chosen by Rope Tree is significantly diminished, primarily due to the fact that should he pursue her without employing special means, he would likely find himself depleted in a very literal sense. After all, she is a vampire, with Rope Tree possessing Yaldabaoth and the flying squirrel having Shaltir. It is a match made in perfection. With her, one is bound to revel in delight. Wait a moment, but I lack the means. Create one yourself. The flying squirrel and Rope Tree, now familiar as old friends, stroll off into the distance, while Demiurge nods in acknowledgement. The power of Lord Rope Tree is unfathomable. You must not allow any other thoughts simply because he is human. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. How could that be? Lord Rope Tree is the Exalted One. That is good to hear. Shaltir gazes at the retreating form of Rope Tree. His handsome visage, though failing to ignite her desires, nevertheless fosters a certain fondness in her as she witnesses the scene unfolding between him and the flying squirrel. Thus, a wave of goodwill is established on Shaltir's part. In the fourth layer, the subterranean lake, a treasure trove of rare flora and precious minerals lay scattered throughout. After a brief tour, Demiurge mentioned the presence of a guardian, whom they could not meet due to special circumstances. Upon understanding, Shuju proceeded to the fifth layer, the glacial expanse. True to its name, this realm was indeed a frigid wasteland, where snow fell despite being underground. Its vastness and dimensions challenged Shuju's perception, without the protection of chakra against the biting cold. Relying solely on his physical resilience, he would likely succumb to the ice within a few decades. The temperature here hovered around -100 degrees, nearly cold enough to freeze the very air into liquid. Terrifying, indeed. Initially, the flying squirrel had intended to assist Shuju, seeing that he had not cast any cold-resistant magic. However, upon witnessing a spell he had never encountered before emanating from Shuju, he realized that this individual was of a unique vocation. Instantly, the flying squirrel's trust in Shuju deepened. Soon, the guardian of this layer, Cositas, a figure embodying the spirit of a warrior and a strong sense of justice, approached Shuju. After Demiurge recounted Shuju's non-existent glorious deeds, Cositas was profoundly moved but posed a question. Forgive my impertinence, but your Exalted One, you are merely human. Is it truly possible for you to possess such power? If it is not too much to ask, I would like to witness it firsthand. Might there be an opportunity for such an experience? I would be immensely grateful. Demiurge turned a shade of green with anger. Cositas, this individual is the Exalted One, a comrade of Lord Ains. How dare you question Shuju's capabilities? Yet, Shuju discerned the underlying implication in Demiurge's words. He too believed that Shuju did not match the strength of the Exalted One, thinking that humanity lacked such power. However, now that he was a friend of the Flying Squirrel and a member of the guild, Demiurge refrained from doubting Shuju, choosing to accept the Flying Squirrel's words as truth. Confronted with this situation, Shuju resolved not to evade the challenge. He stepped forward, extending his hand towards Cositas. I understand your sentiment. However, you are welcome to test me and see if I am truly as feeble as you presume. Then it would be my honor to oblige. My apologies, comrade of Lord Ains. Cositas stepped forward, drawing his weapon. Truth be told, he had long harbored an inexplicable respect for Shuju, but this respect had morphed into skepticism. As a true warrior, Cositas yearned to ascertain whether Shuju was indeed the Exalted One in every sense of the term. As he unsheathed his blade, Shuju assumed a stance and confidently declared, I will allow you 3 strikes. Upon hearing this, both the Flying Squirrel and Demiurge were taken aback. It is worth noting that Cositas was renowned for his hand-to-hand combat prowess, ranking among the best in Nazarick. To withstand 3 strikes? What audacity and strength he possessed. Demioskis began to believe that Shuju truly wielded godlike power. As for the flying mouse, it was in a constant state of contemplation, assessing whether Shang-Chi was sincere. Upon receiving a definite affirmation from Shang-Chi, it could only suppress its inner anxiety and sweat for him. The bystanding attendants and monsters all turned their gazes towards Cossitz. Supreme Sovereign, my apologies. It roared, and then, with a hint of hesitation, directed the blade in its hand towards Shang-Chi. Observing this, Shang-Chi merely smiled gently, extending 2 fingers. Do not worry, simply unleash your full strength. Clang. Accompanied by the resonant clash of metal, sparks flew between Shang-Chi's fingers. An unexpected occurrence took place. Shang-Chi managed to firmly catch Cossitz's blade using nothing but his 2 fingers. It is worth noting that even Centurion-level players would struggle to achieve such a feat against Cossitz. Yet here was Shang-Chi, effortlessly moving his fingers. Cossitz was utterly astonished. Even if he were to hold back, that strike could have obliterated the very earth beneath them. He noted that the snow beneath Shang-Chi's feet remained undisturbed, indicating one undeniable truth. Shang-Chi possessed the power to utterly crush him. The Supreme Sovereign was indeed a hero. Cossitz acknowledged his defeat. Without uttering a word, the massive insect-like form of Cossitz slowly knelt to the ground, submitting to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi felt a tinge of disappointment. Was it over already? No, I have fully grasped the disparity between us. Cossitz exhaled a breath of cold air, speaking cautiously. Very well. Shang-Chi replied, shaking his head. Initially, he had been tempted to teach Cossitz a lesson, but given his recognition of the situation, he bore no ill will. I forgive your disrespect. Shang-Chi waved his hand nonchalantly. In Cossitz's multifaceted eyes, there was a profound sense of reverence for Shang-Chi. He was completely convinced. Demugos shared the same sentiment. Shang-Chi truly possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly a comrade of Lord Ains. He was indeed the Supreme Sovereign. Continuing onward, Shang-Chi aimed to become acquainted with the surroundings, paying no heed to the group of monsters. After thorough assessment, his prowess was sufficient to contend with these Centurion-level NPCs. As long as he held the controller of this world, the game server, Shang-Chi need not worry about world-class items. In the game of World Tree, there existed certain items endowed with immense power. Some of these items even possessed the capability to delete accounts, an exceedingly formidable ability. The price of such an item typically ranged in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, few were willing to utilize them. With the game server in his possession, even though he could not freely manufacture such items, he could remain immune to their effects, yielding equally gratifying results. Below were the other 2 guardians, Demugos introduced. Shang-Chi glanced up at the sky. Despite being underground, there was a vast expanse of night sky above them. The flying mouse, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "This sky is the product of everyone's labor, but I have witnessed a true night sky, and it is far more beautiful than this illusory one." Shang-Chi nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, within that cyberpunk realm, the denizens of the lower echelons could scarcely glimpse the sky, obscured as it was by an atmosphere heavily tainted by pollution. However, now, they are able to witness it in all its glory. The Tree of Strings has effectively rebooted the entire world, and I trust that they shall emerge into a brighter future. The Tree of Strings chuckled. Let us hope for such an outcome. The flying squirrel raised his head, yet he harbored little hope. Soon, 2 ebony-skinned children leapt down from the arena above. Both were dark elves, possessing exquisite beauty. One child, clutching a staff and clad in a short skirt, shyly lowered her ears like a bashful maiden and greeted, "Hello. New Supreme Overlord. I am Mare." Beside her, the more vivacious child, with ears perked up, interjected, "Mare. What do you mean by new Supreme Overlord? It should simply be Supreme Overlord." "Oh dear. My apologies, Yala. I shall correct myself next time," Mare exclaimed. Demagogus, standing nearby, introduced them to the Tree of Strings. They are both of the dark elf lineage, guardians of this region. Ah, how adorable. The Tree of Strings smiled and affectionately patted their heads. I wonder how I shall educate my own children as they grow. The 2 little ones couldn't help but raise their heads in curiosity, asking, "Supreme Overlord, do you have children too?" "Ah," the Tree of Strings waved a hand. Brushing aside the topic, "There's no need to dwell on that. Just know that I stand with you. You may simply call me Tree of Strings in your everyday interactions, without formality." Yala and Mare, taken aback, quickly responded, "How could we dare? You are a comrade of Lord Ains. Supreme Overlord." Indeed. Their adorable display brought a smile to the Tree of Strings' face. However, Both children soon found themselves grappling with a question. Is the Supreme Overlord human? Mare was reprimanded not to pose such inquiries. Just as Yala was about to admonish Mare to refrain from such questions, the Tree of Strings spoke naturally. You need not feel pity for me simply because I am human. Pursue your missions as per your own convictions. That is the responsibility bestowed upon you by Nazarick. Upon hearing these somewhat solemn words, both children perked up their ears, while Demagogus was profoundly moved. You too, should you not express your gratitude for the Supreme Overlord's wisdom? Thank you, Supreme Overlord, for your guidance. Thank you, Supreme Overlord, for your guidance. The Tree of Strings nodded, wishing that his presence would not disturb the existing order. In the future, he might need to rely on the Flying Squirrel for mutual support. Maintaining a formidable presence is indeed a commendable choice. The foes that the Tree of Strings would face would not merely be the Otsutsuki clan. Upon witnessing the Tree of Strings' broad-mindedness, the Guardians began to reassess their views on the human race, or rather, their perceptions of the Tree of Strings himself. Initially, they harbored a sense of discomfort regarding the sudden emergence of the Supreme Being. However, with a few words from Shangshu, all unease dissipated like mist. Feishu also remarked with a sense of admiration that Shangshu was indeed more suited for this position than he was. As for Shangshu's origins, Feishu merely stated that they were friends during their human days. The Lich, after all, was transformed from humanity, and this revelation astonished the Guardians. Each Guardian speculated about Shangshu's true age, utterly shocked that he had lived for such an extended period. They had silently excluded Shangshu from the human race in their minds. Demiurgos descended, ultimately arriving at the guild's headquarters, the throne room. Here, a figure awaited in quiet anticipation. She was Yalbed, the overseer of the Guardians, managing all their affairs. Lord Shangshu, Demiurgos introduced. Shangshu's gaze fell upon Yalbed, who stood adorned in a pristine white gown, her expression a gentle smile imbued with an inexplicable aura of sanctity. A stark contrast to her original race of succubi. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her irises shimmered with a golden hue, resembling exquisitely carved jewels. She was, without question, a paragon of beauty. 2 devilish horns adorned her temples, and black angelic wings graced her waist. The horns lent an almost masked quality to her divine smile. Around her neck, she wore a necklace that glimmered with golden light, reminiscent of a spider's web, extending from her shoulders to her chest. Her slender hands were encased in gloves that glistened like silk. She stood gracefully, awaiting Shangshu's arrival. Upon his entrance, she bowed elegantly, offering him the respect due to a sovereign. Supreme Being, Lord Shangshu, Yalbed is here to pay her respects. She intoned with a voice so cultured it could captivate any man. Shangshu was undeniably moved. There was no doubt that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. The mastery of her allure was indeed formidable. Regaining his composure, he thought of the diligent girls back in the village, nurturing their children, and gradually found his tranquility. He casually gestured to Yalbed, saying, "Rise. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Shangshu. I will work alongside Feishu to manage the guild." "Indeed, Feishu," Yalbed replied, bowing her head respectfully. None could fathom the thoughts swirling within her mind. Yet Yalbed herself was acutely aware. The moment she laid eyes on Shangshu, she felt an undeniable attraction. A fluttering sensation surged from her heart. She initially sought to invoke her feelings for Feishu to counteract this burgeoning affection. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself drawn to both Feishu and Shangshu with equal fervor. Curse it! How could I possibly harbor feelings for 2 supreme beings at once? What audacity do I possess? She raged inwardly, her tumultuous emotions eventually subsiding after a time. Rope Tree gazed upon her visage and smiled. Henceforth, he would dedicate himself to contributing to Nazarick. Indeed, Yalbed exclaimed promptly. Demogorgos also nodded, finally introducing the steward, Seabass. He is the head of all the maids and, like us, a level 100 NPC. A well-dressed elder bowed respectfully to Rope Tree. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to inform your subordinate. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your requests. A flicker of unease glimmered in Seabass's eyes, for after all, Rope Tree was merely a human. His strength had yet to be perceived by all the Guardians. Only Demogorgos and Cocytus were fully aware of Rope Tree's formidable nature. Nonetheless, Rope Tree harbored no intention of reminding them. After much contemplation, Ropetree concluded that contributing a modicum to Nazarick before relocating his wife and children here would be quite agreeable. He now had over 1,000 children, and the Leaf Village could no longer accommodate them. This visit, aside from strategizing with Yarbed, had birthed another objective for Ropetree. Nazarick would serve as an excellent secondary stronghold. Ropetree wished to avoid any formidable adversaries who might, without hesitation, obliterate his family with a mere ripple of power. While resurrection was possible, what of the psychological scars it would leave on his children and wife? Ropetree resolved to linger in this world for a while longer. Once his weekly ammunition was fully stocked, he would return to the Leaf Village to continue his blissful and fruitful life. This would not impede his plans in any way. In his previous life, Ropetree could not have fathomed such a day. He found himself in a situation where he was utterly depleted. Reflecting on this, he could not help but chuckle, covering his face in exasperation. After introducing all the formidable NPCs of Nazarick, the flying mouse began to enlighten Ropetree with the information he had gathered. Firstly, this was an unknown world, and it appeared to harbor a group of dangerous foes. The current aim of the flying mouse was to venture out and gather intelligence, utilizing the adventurer Momo's identity to gain renown, thereby acquiring more information about this world. This notion was not erroneous. Indeed, greater emphasis on intelligence was essential. The significance of information had already been imparted to Ropetree by his previous self. Once intelligence was gathered, they would surely see through the underlying truths. However, Ropetree did not intend to adhere strictly to the established norms. Flying Mouse, I have decided to undertake a bold venture. You may remain in a state of cautious development for a time, and when I am ready, we shall reconvene. Ropetree, what do you mean? I intend to venture forth and establish a nation, laying down roots in this world. What? Even the flying mouse could not suppress his shock. Ropetree, however, showed no signs of surprise. He was a person who could never remain idle. I shall first create a faction, which will greatly assist us in understanding the intelligence of this world. Ropetree stated calmly, yet the flying mouse was inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. These seemingly nonchalant words had shattered the psychological defenses of the flying mouse. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, Ropetree, what did you do before? In the past, I served as the village chief of a small hamlet, which gives me confidence in this endeavor. There is no need for concern. The notion of establishing a nation is merely a pretext to gather individuals for intelligence gathering, far less severe than you might imagine. Upon hearing such words from Shengshu, Feishu's heart eased slightly. He had almost believed that Shengshu was genuinely intent on founding a nation, potentially throwing the world into chaos. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to caution. Although I perceive this world as weak, it is possible that numerous perilous adversaries lurk in the shadows. We must exercise utmost caution. We are uncertain of their sentiments towards us in Nazarick, but they are unlikely to be favorable. Having once nearly abandoned the world tree, Feishu was acutely aware of the animosity human players harbor towards alien players. There was a time when he almost relinquished his gaming pursuits due to such malicious actions. Had it not been for Tachimai's timely assistance, it is uncertain if he would have found himself in this realm. In other words, despite the unique racial skills and high racial levels that alien players may possess, they often face hostility from human players. The developers are quite clever, knowingly placing alien players in an unwelcoming environment while still enticing Feishu to play as one. He admired Shengshu's audacity, reminiscent of those canine-headed brothers who, upon logging in, are often met with a desire from others to eliminate both them and their avatars. Yet, they must persist diligently in honing their abilities. In response to Feishu's concerns, Shengshu regarded them as trivial. He had long understood the structure of this world. Do not worry, Feishu. I have confidence in my abilities. Should circumstances prove dire, I possess a miraculous escape technique. Is that true? Indeed, this miraculous technique is known as the time capsule, which allows one to disregard spatial constraints and return freely to Nazarick, an item of world-class significance. Upon hearing this, Feishu's expressionless skeletal face relaxed slightly. However, he quickly added, "Yet, I fear the inhabitants of this world may harbor considerable malice towards us. There is no cause for concern. I am human, and that suffices." Shengshu reassured, patting his chest. Despite Feishu's desire to continue offering advice, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps Shengshu's approach is indeed the most effective means of comprehending this world. Furthermore, considering that this realm is predominantly human territory, Shengshu's safety would be significantly assured. unlike that of alien players, who are often met with hostility. After careful contemplation, Feishu ultimately acquiesced to Shengshu's proposal. If possible, he wished to avoid losing this kindred spirit. From his treasury, Feishu retrieved a world-class item intended for self-preservation and handed it to Shengshu. It was the map of mountains and rivers, capable of forcibly creating a labyrinth, perfectly suited for stalling time. Should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, this item would serve him well. Shengshu gazed at the rolled-up map, momentarily taken aback. Yet he nodded in acceptance. To be candid, it has only been a few days since the two first met. Yet the flying squirrel willingly offered a world-class artifact to him. This gesture undoubtedly solidified Shinju's desire to forge a friendship with the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel is truly a rare and invaluable companion. I understand now. Let us embark on our exploration as if we were newly venturing into the wilderness, engaging in guild wars along the way. Senju smiled at the flying squirrel, completely unbothered by his skeletal visage. The flying squirrel smiled in return, affirming that he would continue with the original plan to become a top-tier adventurer and gradually gather intelligence. There were no objections. After a brief private discussion, the flying squirrel and Senju publicly announced their plan to the Guardians. As the newly appointed supreme being of Ainzul Gaon, the comrades spoken of by the flying squirrel were regarded with utmost importance by the Guardians. In their eyes, the flying squirrel had battled for years, even slaying deities beneath his feet. As his accompanying comrade, Senju undoubtedly contributed alongside him, fighting for the world like other supreme beings, albeit not joining Nazarick due to his human identity. Now, all the other supremes had abandoned them, leaving only the flying squirrel. Thus, the flying squirrel welcomed Senju back into their ranks. In their hearts, Senju quickly garnered a commendable reputation, and the Guardians willingly pledged their loyalty to him. Upon learning of Senju's intention to venture forth, Albedo naturally began to arrange matters on a scale befitting a supreme being. The Guardians gathered in the throne room. To realize our guild's ambition of world conquest, I have resolved to embark on a journey to establish a nation. This is also part of our intelligence-gathering efforts, and we will ultimately reunite with Senju. The Guardians below spoke in unison. Lord Senju, it is unwise. The outside world is still fraught with peril. If necessary, we Guardians should venture out to explore the surroundings. We should not place a supreme being in jeopardy. Lord Ains is already in enough danger. We cannot allow Lord Senju to face the same risks. I agree, Albedo echoed, sensing the imprudence in Senju's plan. Yet her affection for him rendered her unable to voice a refusal. Nevertheless, she silently expressed her disapproval of Senju's intentions. Only Demiurge bowed his head, fervently contemplating the deeper meaning behind Senju's actions. According to the flying squirrel, he was certain that Nazarick should remain anonymous during this phase, covertly gathering intelligence. Yet, Senju sought to venture out to establish a nation. Oh, I see. Demiurge exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. What have you understood? Pray, share your thoughts, Senju inquired, taken aback. In truth, while Lord Senju intends to establish a nation, the purpose extends far beyond mere nation building. Lord Senju's actions harbor 4 profound implications. Senju was momentarily bewildered. When did the establishment of a nation ever carry 4 profound meanings? Before he could articulate further, the flying squirrel placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging Demiurge to continue. Albedo, possessing a similar intellect, was also deep in thought, pondering what those 4 profound implications might be. Demiurge did not keep everyone in suspense. He spoke directly, inciting a sense of eagerness in Shoju. The primary objective of Lord Shoju's nation-building endeavor is to establish a connection with Lord Ains. Once Lord Ains ascends to the pinnacle of adventurers, he can leverage this status to bolster Lord Shoju's reputation. Demiurge spoke with a measured tone. The flying squirrel could hardly fathom that Demiurge would weave him into the conversation, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. The other Guardians nodded in agreement, affirming that the 2 supreme overlords had indeed considered every angle. I, too, share this sentiment, agreed Albedo, echoing Demiurge's thoughts. Am I not correct, Lord Shoju? Demiurge's tail swayed gently, seemingly seeking validation for his insights. With no other recourse, Shoju acquiesced, affirming, indeed, your intellect is commendable, Demiurge. Demiurge quickly responded. My intellect pales in comparison to that of the supreme overlords. Your willingness to heed your subordinate's voice fills me with immense pride. He bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding reverence. which further illuminated for Shoju the significance of the supreme overlord status. Perhaps the collective loyalty of the denizens of Konoha could not rival the fidelity exhibited by Demiurge at this moment. Shoju chuckled lightly. There is no need for such modesty. Your wisdom is evident for all to see. Now let us discuss the other 3 points. Assuming a natural demeanor befitting his station, Shoju gestured gently to Demiurge. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Demiurge gradually articulated the second point. The purpose of Lord Shoju's nation building is also to draw out potential adversarial forces and pave the way for Nazarick. Shoju appeared bewildered. Why would he seek to provoke hostile entities? Fortunately, Demiurge did not keep him waiting long, swiftly providing the rationale. Due to his race, Lord Shoju can establish a nation in the human realm without inciting excessive hostility. Should any potential enemies take note of Lord Shoju, it would not be due to his lineage. Thus, we could eliminate them in one fell swoop. Demiurge's remarks implied that once Shoju established his nation, he would attract little attention as a human. Consequently, those who would assault this realm would naturally be the lurking foes. Indeed, however, does this not pose a significant risk? The Guardians debated among themselves, while a smile crept across Demiurge's lips, his excitement palpable. Precisely. Thus, Lord Shoju can implement the third plan. What? Shoju was taken aback. Once the potential enemies are drawn out, it would allow for the insertion of spies, as the Supreme Overlord would undoubtedly bring a Guardian to accomplish this grand endeavor. The Guardians could clandestinely assist Lord Shoju, seizing the enemy's power entirely. They would act as spies, covertly aiding Shoju in conquering his foes. The final point, and perhaps the most crucial, is that Lord Shoju is preparing for world domination, which is precisely why he conceived the notion of nation building, correct? Demiurge wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, his gaze eagerly fixed upon Shrouded Tree. In response to Demiurge's fervent stare, Shrouded Tree could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, Demiurge, I have not misjudged you. Shrouded Tree wholeheartedly concurred with Demiurge's sentiments. In truth, he found himself utterly bewildered. When had his ambition transformed into the desire to conquer the world? He merely aspired to establish a foothold and turn this territory into a vassal of Nazarick. Suddenly, anxiety gripped Shrouded Tree. Nearby, the flying squirrel was equally astonished, discreetly messaging Shrouded Tree with a query. Is everything truly all right? Perhaps, Shrouded Tree mused. Upon hearing Demiurge's proclamation, nearly all the Guardians experienced a surge of exhilaration. Their faces were alight with excitement and anticipation. To conquer the world, we shall undoubtedly assist the Supreme One. Pray, allow us to serve your every command. Even death holds no fear for us. We are resolute in ensuring the Supreme One's dominion over the world. Yes. A cacophony of voices echoed around. Shaltir lowered her head deeply, while Demiurge knelt in reverence. Aura and Mare followed suit, their youthful faces brimming with enthusiasm. Shaltir's eyes reflected a yearning for Shrouded Tree, mingled with awe. Seabass quietly knelt, ever prepared to offer his life for Shrouded Tree. Cositus knelt upon the ground, already envisioning battles to come. Alongside Shaltir, 7 Guardians collectively bowed before Shrouded Tree and the flying squirrel. The battle maids outside the door also silently lowered their heads, mentally preparing themselves for the Supreme One's grand designs. Shrouded Tree's mind was a tempest of confusion. For now, let it be thus. You may withdraw. When I require your aid, I shall summon you to seize the world and wage war across the lands. Shrouded Tree clenched his fist and gestured for them to cease. Even without any halo effect surrounding him, he instilled a sense of trepidation in all the Guardians. The flying squirrel observed quietly and murmured, "Does the village chief truly possess such authority?" Shrouded Tree merely smiled at the flying squirrel, indicating for them to withdraw. The Guardians nodded in agreement, followed by another fervent pledge. Within the Supreme One's chambers, after returning with the flying squirrel, Shrouded Tree could no longer contain himself. Flying squirrel, wait a moment. How do you suppose I should conquer the world? Shrouded Tree covered his face, unable to bear his own pretentiousness. Boasting is momentarily gratifying, but leads to an inevitable downfall. In the world of Naruto, he was capable of conquering merely the land of fire. Moreover, due to the change of leadership, the entire country was in a state of slight upheaval. Shrouded Tree possessed no innate talent for governance. One step at a time, he thought. Though it seemed his ambitions had indeed grown too vast, the flying squirrel could not help but interject. Alas, it seems we have no choice but to proceed. Shrouded Tree sighed, resigned to the notion of conquering the world. This realm, in comparison to the Naruto universe, boasted considerable strength, with numerous characters capable of posing a threat to Shrouded Tree. And not just one. Transforming this place into a secondary stronghold would undoubtedly require great effort and care. The Flying Squirrel. Can you share with me the intelligence you have gathered? The Rope Tree glanced at the Flying Squirrel, pondering how to operate effectively. The Flying Squirrel nodded and promptly produced a scroll. This contains the map I know. You may reference it. The Rope Tree quickly immersed himself, beginning to study it. As the initial step in exploration, this is often the most crucial. Holding the scroll, the Rope Tree ventured alone to the conference hall. The Flying Squirrel was currently positioned in the kingdom, striving to establish prestige as the adventurer Momo, yet conquering this nation was not feasible. The Rope Tree tapped his fingers, studying the map. He soon shifted his focus to the empire on the opposite side, based on the Flying Squirrel's information. This empire possessed formidable combat strength among humans. Thus it should not be the first target. However, the Rope Tree was aware of the original storyline. In his memory, the humans of this nation were rather weak. The so-called Blood Emperor was utterly ineffective, devoid of any hope for a turnaround through sheer force. Logically, seizing the empire directly would be a wise choice. Yet one must be wary of other nations seizing the opportunity to launch an attack here. The Rope Tree wished for his efforts not to be in vain. Occupying this place may be simple, but truly taking control would be exceedingly challenging. Just as the Rope Tree pondered slowly, a soft voice floated in from outside the door. "Lord Rope Tree, may I enter?" The voice was melodious, imbued with a hint of sanctity. The Rope Tree glanced towards the doorway and distinctly saw a pair of jet-black wings. His heart stirred, and without lifting his head, he replied, "Come in, Yalbed." "Yes." Yalbed stepped forward gracefully. Upon seeing the Rope Tree bent over his desk, her heart was thoroughly moved. Initially, she had felt conflicted, but at that moment, her hesitation dissipated. She had approached this supreme being with a wary attitude, yet after witnessing the Rope Tree's capabilities, she found herself drawn to him. Moreover, though it might seem disrespectful, she preferred the Rope Tree over the Flying Squirrel. The Rope Tree understood that Yalbed's visit at this time was largely due to his alterations to the narrative. However, he did not expect her to be so proactive. Was she attempting to reverse engineer his intentions? The Rope Tree quickly shook his head. Likely a mere formality, just one of life's 3 great illusions. Regaining his composure, Yalbed gently sat beside the Rope Tree, gazing at the map as she spoke softly. "Lord Rope Tree, do you wish to conquer the Empire?" "Indeed, it is an excellent choice." "Yes, the Empire is undoubtedly a promising entry point." "Lord Rope Tree, I have a request." Before the Rope Tree could finish, Yalbed interjected. What is your request?" "If it is within my power, I shall fulfill it." The Rope Tree remained composed, even as he detected the fragrance emanating from Yalbed. As he scrutinized the Rope Tree's handsome visage, her gaze gradually became entranced. "If possible, could you take me along on this endeavor? I possess the most formidable defenses of Nazarick. The tasks assigned to Lord Shoju are exceedingly perilous, and I wish to ensure your safety." "Ha ha, as long as you do not find me bothersome, that is sufficient." Lord Shoju chuckled softly, casting a glance at Albedo. No, how could that be?" Before Albedo could utter more, Shoju gently patted her shoulder. Rolling up the map, he stood and made his way directly to the door. "Soon, I shall commence my actions, and you shall be there." Shoju had no desire to linger in conversation with Albedo. He had already conceived a remarkably straightforward strategy to conquer the Empire. In his excitement, he paid little heed to anything else. Having witnessed numerous dragon-slaying techniques, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanquish a dragon. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to rest. "Lord Shoju," a voice called out, and Albedo could no longer contain herself. Breathing heavily, her face flushed. Due to her demonic heritage, a mere spark of affection in her heart would ignite into an overwhelming passion, especially when it came to Shoju. "A human? What is it?" Shoju turned in surprise. In response, he received a tender kiss and a gentle embrace. "Lord Shoju, as a contributor to Nazarick, you have not abandoned us." Albedo was profoundly moved. Overwhelming tears streamed down her face as she pressed against Shoju. Shoju, bewildered, gazed at Albedo. "Wait, speak seriously. Do not converse in such a manner." Albedo, overwhelmed by her feelings, implored, "Please forgive my rudeness, for I am utterly enamored with you." Shoju attempted to struggle, but he found that even after 2 centuries of arduous training, He could not break free unless he resorted to the 8 gates of Duanjia. What a troublesome power. Naturally, Shoju could not open the gates. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered under his breath. Albedo grasped his hands, gradually leaning closer. Their cheeks nearly touched, and her exquisite visage left Shoju momentarily speechless. Albedo, what are you doing? Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed from outside the door. Demiurge appeared at the entrance, rushing in. Upon noticing this, Albedo hastily rose to adjust her attire. Shoju took the opportunity to regain his composure, offering an awkward smile. Calm down, Demiurge. How can I remain calm? What if you were to be harmed? We have only you and the flying squirrel as our supreme beings. Humph, Demiurge, mind your own business. How could I possibly harm Lord Shoju? Albedo's face turned crimson, and Demiurge was taken aback for a moment before understanding dawned on him. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, I see, but you must obtain Lord Shoju's consent. He is not your toy? I am quite aware of my boundaries, Albedo retorted, her displeasure evident. She then looked towards Shoju, wanting to say something, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Recalling her previous fondness for the flying squirrel, guilt washed over her. She quickly covered her face and dashed away, her complexion still aflame. As Jiraiya departed, Shengshu Lao Air gradually regained his composure. He bore no ill will toward Xiao Di. It was merely a matter of timing. Very well, Demiurgos. You may take your leave as well. Observing the situation, Demiurgos hastily interjected, Lord Shengshu, if you wish to realize your ambitions, you must include me in your plans. My actions need not be ostentatious, nor do they require a multitude of supporters. How can one establish a nation without a degree of fanfare? Shengshu responded, momentarily taken aback by Demiurgos's fervent contemplation. Unable to restrain himself, Shengshu promptly pushed him out the door, gesturing dismissively as he did so. Your understanding of my deeper intentions pleases me greatly, but I trust that you will refrain from informing the other guardians of this matter. By the way, the incident with your Beta was purely accidental. With that, Shengshu closed the door, locking Demiurgos outside. Demiurgos looked back at Shengshu, visibly moved. I understand, Lord Shengshu. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After dismissing the troublesome Demiurgos, Shengshu finally found a moment of personal solitude. While the guardians were well-meaning, their excessive concern for the Supreme One could be overwhelming. Yet, perhaps this was not entirely a negative trait. It simply made them prone to anxiety at times. At that moment, the system issued a timely notification. Ding! Successfully courted your beta. Congratulations on receiving a reward. Training system. Without further ado, Shengshu claimed his reward. To be honest, he had not anticipated such simplicity in obtaining it. Previously, his attempts to win over a girl had relied solely on flattery. Yet now, since his arrival in the world of Naruto, nearly all the girls had shown keen interest in him without any coaxing. Unable to resist, Shengshu gazed at his reflection in the mirror once more. He resembled a movie star, both in physique and appearance. Just the sight of him could easily render a girl helpless. Being exceptionally handsome diminished the thrill of the chase. Shengshu recalled a saying he had heard long ago. People are born with varying levels of inherent value, be it intelligence, wealth, or beauty. Good looks often afford considerable advantages. While many advocate for inner beauty, who can resist a combination of charm and gentleness? People's fondness for cats is largely attributed to their aesthetic appeal. In truth, cats do not possess intelligence comparable to dogs. It is their allure that captivates. This principle undoubtedly applies to humans as well. Shengshu shook his head, running his fingers through his hair as he set down the mirror. Enough of this self-admiration. What reward has the system bestowed upon me? His gaze swiftly fell upon the reward allocated by the system, which was notably generous. It aimed to enhance Shengshu's strength in proportion to the magnitude of his ambitions. The only drawback was that, unlike other systems often intertwined with life and death trials, this one allowed Shengshu to grow stronger while indulging in a life of leisure, hastening his journey toward success. This, however, resulted in Shengshu relying solely on his existing advantages. Unless one possesses the capability to decisively vanquish the opponent in a single strike, there exists a substantial likelihood of being bested by an adversary of comparable skill, much like the character Kurizetsu, who possesses a speed equivalent to that of the Six Paths. Even a nuclear explosion would struggle to catch him, and Shoju would find himself at a loss against such a foe, should he dedicate more time to honing his abilities. Perhaps he could effortlessly capture Kurizetsu, preventing his escape. Ultimately, The crux of the matter lies in Shoju's inadequate practical combat experience. However, it is equally true that he has yet to encounter an opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his full potential. Yet, a glimmer of hope has emerged. The new feature bestowed by the system has left Shoju exhilarated. Training system. You can practice in worlds you have experienced, facing all opponents. Even those you have not encountered can be practiced against. Upon completion of each training session, rewards in the form of nutritional compensation will be automatically granted. Varying by difficulty. Based on current strength, difficulty is automatically categorized into 15 levels. You may train twice daily. Before Shoju appears a luminous screen, drawing his gaze. At the top, 3 worlds are distinctly displayed. Naruto World, Overlord World, Cyberpunk World. Coincidentally, these are the very 3 realms Shoju has visited. He selects the Naruto World, eager to observe for a moment. To his surprise, a series of formidable figures unfurls before him, akin to a scroll. Regardless of whether Shoju has encountered them, the images are vividly lifelike, even showcasing opponents from various timelines. Kakashi Hitaki, Team 7 Era, Difficulty 1, Dan Kato, Current World, Difficulty Tsunade Senju, Current World, Difficulty 1. Upon glimpsing his dear sister, Shoju's expression shifts. It has been some time since he last checked in on her. Perhaps he should find a moment to visit with a gift. He cannot help but chuckle and shake his head. In pursuit of strength, he is utterly occupied. He will return to see her when he can. As for engaging in combat, that is unequivocally out of the question. The difficulty is too low to present any challenge, and Shoju is not a person driven by madness. He continues to lower the difficulty level. Soon, some rather formidable adversaries materialize. Hanzo the Salamander, Current World, Difficulty 2. Third Raikage, Current World, Difficulty 2. Cursed Mark Sasuke, Orochimaru Era, Difficulty 2. Shoju is somewhat taken aback to see even Sasuke appear. It is worth noting that in his current timeline, Sasuke has yet to manifest. Yet, the system has automatically listed him among the contenders. Shoju's interest is piqued, prompting him to select Sasuke. The system promptly emits a notification. Ding. Preparing to enter the training system. Please ensure the absolute safety of your physical form. 321. Wait a moment. Entering here does not entail a pause in time. As Shoju comes to this realization, he finds himself in Nazarick. His head tilted as he lies upon a table. Upon regaining consciousness, he is confronted by a precipice, flanked by 2 waterfalls. Beneath him lies a pool of water. The peculiar-winged Sasuke stands before him, sword raised. Itachi, today marks your demise. The system issues another alert. The training system strives to faithfully replicate the opponent's character, conditions, and advantageous terrain. Within this simulated environment, death is not permanent. Your avatar has been modeled as Uchiha Itachi. Be advised that your abilities remain unchanged. The realism is quite impressive. Shinshu clenched his fists and smiled. In every respect, this training system is impeccable. Before him, the figure of Sasuke appeared strikingly lifelike, far removed from the mere semblance of a robotic mannequin. Suddenly, a playful spirit overtook Shinshu, prompting him to address the virtual Sasuke. Sasuke, hear me out. I have my reasons. Reasons? What reasons could you possibly have? You who slaughtered your entire clan. You dare utter such words? Sasuke roared, rising to confront him. With a swift motion, he unleashed his Chidori toward Shinshu. Unfortunately, to Shinshu, the attack seemed agonizingly slow. He scrutinized Sasuke's features. The expression of vengeful determination and the nuances of his muscular movements were nearly indistinguishable from that of a real person. This training system indeed aims for practical combat. Shinshu nodded in appreciation, realizing he could unleash his full potential. With that, he casually threw a punch, delivering considerable force to Sasuke's head. In an instant, Sasuke was incapacitated. Training concluded. Nutritional points awarded. 1 Constitution. When Shinshu regained his senses, he found himself awakened once more, with a slight enhancement in strength. Before him stood a swarm of assassination arthropods, eagerly attempting to rouse him. I'm fine, just a brief nap. Shinshu reassured these monstrous bodyguards, each possessing elite Jonin capabilities. At this moment, Shinshu pondered. It seemed that entering the training system caused his physical form to temporarily fall into slumber. Exiting the room, he exchanged a few words with Demiyugos before retreating to his chamber. Sasuke, unsatisfied, sought a more formidable foe to claim greater rewards. This time, Senju boldly opted for Kagaya Otsutsuki, fully prepared for a fierce confrontation. The two engaged in a brutal exchange, their clash threatening to obliterate the very essence of their surroundings. Just at the brink of disaster, Kagaya unleashed a bone attack that struck Shinju's head with incredible precision and speed. In the moment Shinju activated the Death Gate and aimed a kick at Kagaya's side, he met his demise. The bone technique possessed the deadly trait of instant kill, leaving no opportunity for time reversal, resulting in his immediate death. Training completed. Difficulty 5. Duration 2 minutes and 1 second. Training attempts remaining 0. Shinju could scarcely believe that, sharing the Otsutsuki bloodline, he had failed to endure even 2 minutes. It was undeniably disheartening. Nevertheless, this experience compelled Shinju to temper his expectations, preparing him for future challenges. This single battle had granted him considerable experience, and he resolved not to rely blindly on the ability of time reversal. The archival ability could prove fatal in encounters where their strengths were closely matched, demanding utmost caution. The inability to utilize skills effectively is frustrating. In the event of severe injury, the save ability activates automatically. However, in cases of instant death, there is no recourse. Following the conclusion of the training, Shinju embarks on his official mission. Just before setting off towards the Empire, Flying Squirrel pulls him aside into a room, adopting a serious demeanor. Shinju, he remarks, based on your appearance, you seem to be a laid-back player who chose to abandon the game after reaching level 100. I apologize for my bluntness, but I must inquire. Shinju, taken aback, is uncertain of Flying Squirrel's intent and nods along, as he is entirely unfamiliar with the game's mechanics. That's about right. I met Paralesino online a long time ago and played for a while. I came to check it out upon hearing the server would shut down, and here I am. He explains. His words raise no suspicion in Flying Squirrel, who nods and poses another question. What is your attribute specialization? Are you a mage, a warrior, or perhaps an offensive or versatile type? Could you possibly be a proponent of balanced attribute distribution? Perhaps, Shinju replies. Upon hearing this, Flying Squirrel's expression shifts subtly, though his skeletal features betray little emotion. Typically, balanced builds suffer significantly in terms of MP. They generally possess 10 fewer points than other builds. In the game world tree, there are no means of recovering MP, not even through items. Once your mana is depleted, your performance in certain battles diminishes greatly. Given this, Shinju, you must take heed. Flying Squirrel advises, guiding him as if he were a novice. While venturing into the Empire, maintain constant vigilance and do not let your guard down. Shinju nods silently. But Flying Squirrel continues. In times of peril, retreat immediately to Nazarick. Do you possess any teleportation items? Some require time to activate, and certain adversaries can employ attacks that disrupt teleportation. You should be aware of how to handle such situations, right? Do you have any spatial unlocking items? Additionally, some foes may use decoys to divert your attention and approach stealthily. Do not let their strength deceive you. Truly, Flying Squirrel's foresight is remarkable, as he considers every potential scenario. Yet, he harbors doubts about Shinju's journey, feeling an overwhelming urge to convey everything necessary. It's all right. I've invested quite a bit of money into the game. Shinju chuckles reassuringly. Hearing this, Flying Squirrel's anxiety lessens slightly. In the early days, when data planners were reckless, numerous overpowered pay-to-win items emerged, and even in the future, few items could rival them. With that in mind, I feel reassured. Shinju finds himself in disbelief, pondering why this game could possibly fail. It would be a disservice to the community if it did not. After a tearful farewell from Flying Squirrel, Shinju feigns hesitation before the various guardians. Ultimately, he selects Yalbed to accompany him on his journey. The Flying Squirrel led Yalbed into a secluded chamber, where he recounted tales of yore, urging her to be vigilant regarding the safety of the rope tree, ensuring that it remained unscathed. To counter potential threats from world-class artifacts, the Flying Squirrel equipped Yalbed with a formidable staff designed for siege, imbued with immense destructive power. Disguised as a handmaiden to the rope tree, Yalbed ventured forth, while the rope tree masqueraded as a weary adventurer en route to the Empire. With tears in his eyes, the Flying Squirrel bid farewell, continuing on his own mission. The Empire stood as one of humanity's most formidable nations, distinct from the kingdom, which relied on militia forces. Within this realm, 80,000 knights formed 8 distinct knightly orders, each knight meticulously honed through considerable wealth and time. Moreover, the Blood Emperor frequently oversaw these orders, deploying them to eradicate nearby monsters and quell insurrections, thus maintaining a well-ordered dominion. In this nation, adventurers found little opportunity, as the Empire absorbed most security tasks without charge. Coupled with the Adventurers Guild's demand for independence from state authority, the plight of adventurers became increasingly perplexing. Generally, they would refrain from setting foot in the Empire. My Lord Rope Tree, it appears the commencement cannot unfold as we initially envisioned, Yalbed remarked, gazing at the desolate Adventurers Guild before her. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Yet it does not impede our endeavors, the Rope Tree replied, observing the path traversed by the carriage and taking in the medieval ambience surrounding them. Remaining in this manner held no adverse consequences for the Rope Tree. One might as well consider it a leisurely excursion. According to the original narrative, the Blood Emperor ascended to power after purging the nobility and suppressing rival factions. The Rope Tree's objectives closely mirrored those of the Flying Squirrel: to become an adventurer, garner a measure of renown, and subsequently leverage her strength to incite discord between the nobility and the Blood Emperor. When tensions reached a boiling point, she would eradicate the Blood Emperor and, with the backing of the nobility's reputation, proclaim herself as the new sovereign. What she sought was a traditional legitimacy, a rightful claim to power, which would allow her to avoid the incessant bloodshed while preserving the fundamental structure of the state, even granting her the freedom to withdraw from governance. This vision aligned perfectly with the Rope Tree's aspirations. As a testament to her potential admission into Nazarick, she felt compelled to contribute meaningfully. A living and breathing nation resonated harmoniously with her ambitions. Occasionally, a formidable faction could provide substantial assistance, much like the alliances she forged in the Village of Leaves, which compelled the third Hokage to deliberate cautiously. It was only when she had attained sufficient strength that he dared to act against her, serving as a clear testament to her influence. The same principle applied in this world. The 100-level NPCs of Nazarick each possess powers that are nothing short of extraordinary. This implies that they are all exceptionally formidable beings, each excelling in different aspects of strength. Such an influential force could not possibly be overlooked by Shengtian, especially given their unwavering loyalty. Even after acquiring the exalted title of Supreme Being from the Flying Squirrel, Shengtian remained diligent, prioritizing the welfare of Nazarick. Moreover, the realm of Nazarick is replete with enchanting beauties. Although most belong to a rather peculiar category, such as albedo, it seems the path of adventurers is not destined for us. Regrettably, we arrived at an inopportune time. Lord Shengtian, do you possess any clever strategies? Albedo inquired, eager to heed his command. Albedo, currently embodying the role of a nun specializing in healing, stood serenely beside Shengtian, though she felt a heightened restlessness compared to anyone else. The mere opportunity to stand by Shengtian's side filled her with joy, particularly in their intimate one-on-one setting. Shengtian casually began, since we seek to gain renown, there are, of course, methods beyond merely adventuring. Those with exceptional abilities cannot remain inconspicuous, and a slight elevation in notoriety will soon have the nobility seeking us out. Forgive my ignorance, but what method do you propose, Lord Shengtian? Albedo queried, pondering the various ways to enhance their fame. She could conceive of 7 strategies: gaining access to the kingdom's upper echelons, demonstrating overwhelming strength, becoming a wanted criminal, among others. Albedo was ready at a moment's notice to undertake these tasks upon Shengtian's command. However, Shengtian's next statement completely disrupted her thoughts. Let us sell apples. He smirked, gazing at Albedo as his hands playfully encircled her waist. Sell apples? How could that possibly elevate our fame? Albedo mused, perplexed and unable to fathom how such an endeavor would garner recognition. Ultimately, she decided to relinquish her thoughts, allowing Shengtian to embrace her slender waist. Embarrassed yet curious, she responded, I shall follow Lord Shengtian's lead. Their playful interaction appeared to onlookers as that of a deeply affectionate couple, lost in their own world. Shengtian, having successfully captivated Albedo, was determined to take the next step, bringing forth a child. After all, his rewards were contingent upon her. Albedo, what name do you think would suit our child? Shengtian asked candidly. Albedo, caught off guard by his directness, could hardly contain herself. Lord Shengtian, what is it? Are you hesitant? He inquired with a smile. No, certainly not. Yarbed shook her head vehemently, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Whatever the adults desired, Yarbed was determined to fulfill, even if it meant bearing a child. Observing her expression, Shengshu could not help but tease her, gently tapping her nose as one would with a beloved spouse. "You truly are something," he remarked. Yarb was on the verge of tears, having faced rejection from the flying squirrel too many times. She had feared she would be equally overlooked by Shengshu. To her astonishment, he seemed genuinely concerned for her, immediately broaching the topic of wanting her to bear children. Yarb tugged at her waist, inquiring, "Lord Shengshu, do you wish for me to conceive a child here and now? Do you desire twins or triplets?" She was able to store the essence of the Lord's vitality and absorb it meticulously amidst the bustling streets. Her cheeks were flushed as she spoke such audacious words, reminiscent of the wild parties Shengshu had hosted in the courtyard. It was impossible not to exclaim at her boldness. Yet, the gravity of Yarb's words was indeed quite daring. Perhaps it was best to postpone such discussions until the evening. Shengshu swiftly gestured for her to calm down, reiterating, "We are currently on a mission. I have yet to demonstrate how to sell apples to conquer the empire." Upon hearing this, Yarb's demeanor returned to normal, although admiration filled her features. "Yes, Lord Shengshu." Her face radiated an enduring smile of happiness. For the first time, she felt she had surpassed Shatia in some regard. It was truly splendid. Initially, Shengshu intended to take Yarb to a stall and begin selling apples, allowing her to witness the true nature of deception. However, their pleasant endeavor was soon interrupted by a group of audacious ruffians. "You two, wait a moment. How dare you set up a stall on our turf without paying protection fees?" One particularly brash thug with yellow hair approached, flanked by a gang of idle miscreants. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. I've changed my mind. This beauty is far too precious for this brat. Let us have some fun." He cackled, his laughter brazen and unrestrained. The other merchants around them could only seethe in silence, fearing the consequences of confronting these thugs. Although these ruffians appeared lackluster, they were, in fact, offspring of nobility who relished in bullying the merchants. Otherwise, they would face a brutal beating. As the merchants braced for the worst, a particularly impatient thug reached out towards Yarb with a frantic demeanor. "Ha! You need not follow this kid. I guarantee you a night of unparalleled pleasure." He laughed lewdly, exuding arrogance. Accustomed to their brazen behavior, they believed nothing could go awry. Yarb was filled with disgust. Had Shengshu not been by her side, these scoundrels would have long faced her wrath. In that moment, her fury reached its zenith. Shivering from head to toe, Shoju presented an air of indifference, which only emboldened the ruffians further. Meanwhile, Yalbert prepared to collaborate with Shoju to enact this performance. Unfortunately, Shoju had no intention of playing along. His woman was not someone these miscreants could toy with. "To pose before me? Do you possess the capability?" Shoju chuckled softly, then drew Yalbert close, gently admonishing her not to sacrifice herself. Should anyone bully her, she was to retaliate. Yes, nestled in Shoju's embrace, Yalbert found herself momentarily lost in thought. Soon, a cacophony of wails erupted from the group of petty thugs. Pop, pop. Their bodies began to explode spontaneously, screams filling the air. My hand. My hand. Ah, help, help." One by one, in front of Shoju, these individuals burst apart, starting from their limbs and culminating in their heads exploding. The scene was horrifying. Yet not a drop of blood splattered upon Shoju or Yalbert. Yalbert was utterly astonished. The unparalleled power of Shoju was indeed beyond her comprehension. She hadn't even witnessed him strike, yet all those men met their demise. Wha? Quick, run. Insanity. Sheer madness. He actually killed them. The nearby merchants, witnessing the scene, grew increasingly terrified. These were noblemen. They had not anticipated Shoju would slay them. Although they could not discern who had acted, it was evident that Shoju was responsible. Ultimately, among the 7 ruffians, 6 had their heads explode, leaving only one left as a mere stick on the ground, wailing in agony. It was indeed a significant overkill to deal with such trifles. As expected, the gruesome spectacle quickly attracted the attention of the Imperial Knights. A contingent of knights hastened towards the scene. Upon witnessing the tableau before them, they could scarcely believe their eyes. On the medieval streets, stalls of merchants remained uncollected on either side, while red stains adorned the signs, and a large pool of terrifying blood lay in the middle. Severed limbs and broken arms were strewn about, with one wretched figure in the center crying out for salvation. "Save me! Help me!" This scene resembled a hellish purgatory. Even the knights, donned in their sturdy armor, felt a chill in their hearts. Standing amidst the bloodied ground was a couple radiating affection, clearly the perpetrators of this chaos. The knights swiftly drew their swords, directing them at Shoju. You two dare run amok in the Empire? Surrender immediately, and you may receive a lighter sentence. Yet, the knight's booming voice could not conceal his trepidation, particularly as Shoju's profile appeared all the more enigmatic in the fading sunlight. They were utterly unable to gauge Shoju's strength, especially with a girl resembling a nun assisting him. The knights realized that the individual before them was undoubtedly extraordinary. Watch closely, Shoju addressed the knights nonchalantly, picking up a bloodied apple from a stall. My apple can revive the dead and turn bones to flesh. This scene left many knights utterly perplexed. Yalbed found herself unable to comprehend Rope Tree's intentions, completely lost in thought as she nestled in his embrace. Help, help! The wretched figure, with limbs fractured, was forcibly restrained by the blood-stopping methods of the tomb's wheel. Only then could he call out for the knights to arrive. Regret consumed him. Had he known, he would never have associated with such a group. Encountering a creature of this nature was beyond his worst fears. Yet, his ordeal was far from over. The demon approached him with a smile, holding an apple in hand. No, don't come closer. But without a word, Rope Tree thrust the apple into his mouth. What is your name? Eat. Rope Tree insisted, forcefully pushing the fruit into his mouth. This brutal act caused his remaining good teeth to be swallowed whole. He cried out in despair, frantically refusing, yet he could only allow the apple to be shoved down his throat. Even the Night Brigade, having arrived at the scene, could not have anticipated that Rope Tree would continue his assault on the victim. Stop! They all shouted in unison, drawing their swords to slay Rope Tree. At that moment, a miraculous transformation occurred. The ruffian's limbs began to mend, seemingly growing anew. As he wept, hands and feet sprouted forth, and teeth emerged, lying in a pool of blood as if nothing had happened. This was, of course, not the apple's doing, but rather the manifestation of Rope Tree's abilities. He realized that his kaleidoscopic Sharingan was not devoid of power, its capabilities were merely subtle. His left eye enhanced all healing effects, while his right eye facilitated restoration. It was deceptively simple, yet profoundly extraordinary. Even the deceased could be revived by his hand. The sight of this ruffian's sprouting limbs astonished many knights, leaving them in a state of disbelief. What? They suddenly recognized that Rope Tree was far from ordinary. Their movements slowed, and by the time they comprehended the situation, Rope Tree had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a living advertisement. After completing his task, Rope Tree held Yalbed close. Lord Rope Tree, must we not eliminate them all? In Yalbed's mind, those who brandished weapons against the Supreme should be swiftly dealt with. Yet, Rope Tree simply made his escape, leaving her utterly perplexed. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Let him promote my abilities. As long as they know I can restore life, countless powerful individuals will seek me out." Oh, I see. It's about creating a reputation? Indeed. Upon hearing Rope Tree's affirmative response, Yalbed's complexion flushed with warmth. This was the first time she felt she could keep pace with his thoughts. Lord Rope Tree, your insight is truly remarkable. One could not deny that Rope Tree's actions appeared meticulously orchestrated, earning Yalbed's admiration. Meanwhile, Rope Tree wished to hand her a manual titled The Actor's Self-Cultivation, a testament to his adaptability and resourcefulness. Originally, he sought to elevate his reputation by advertising miraculous cures for the deceased. The allure of extraordinary treasures invariably attracts those who covet them. The apple that promises healing with a mere bite was certainly among such wonders. That evening, the upper echelons of the Empire were stirred by the emergence of an unprecedented and unheard-of advanced healing artifact. No one dared to believe in its authenticity. On that night, the two paid no heed to the rumors circulating outside. Yalbed was cradled in Shoju's arms, surrendering to his whims, yet her smile remained unwavering. My lord, my lord. Yalbed clung tightly to Shoju's neck. Do not speak. Shoju chuckled. That night was destined to be one of wakefulness. As Yalbed remarked, it was exceedingly simple for her, as a succubus, to achieve her desires. Moreover, what remained could serve as sustenance or contribute to procreation. My lord, how many children do you desire? Just one will suffice. Shoju replied, displaying a look of reward, his pale face concealing a hand over his waist, fingers indicating a singular number. Truly, as a succubus, she nearly overwhelmed him with her fervor during the night. Noticing his state, Yalbed hurriedly fed him the porridge she had prepared that morning. I apologize, Lord Shoju. I cannot help it. Succubi possess a unique allure over humans. It is simply inescapable. Fortunately, the system rewards arrived as promised. Congratulations on completing the strategy task. Distributing rewards. Task difficulty. 4 rewards. For standard enhancements, 2 epic level skills. Before Shoju could fully comprehend the rewards, they were already granted to him. Constitution, 40. Chakra adaptability, 20. Constitution, 40. Chakra adaptability, 20. Constitution, 40. Chakra adaptability, 20. Reward, epic level skill equivalent exchange. Constitution, 50. Chakra adaptability, 40. Reward, epic level skill world tree magic. Shoju's bones began to resonate, and his muscles contracted, ultimately rendering him more proportionate. Yabled, unaware of the transformations occurring within Shoju, sensed a remarkable change in him, attributing it to her pregnancy with his child, hence the perceived elevation in his prowess. A gentle smile graced Yabled's lips. Only Shoju understood the extent of Yabled's formidable nature. Her performance the previous night nearly turned the tables on him. Her strength was formidable, a testament to her mastery in physical defense at level 100. However, having completed the strategy task and received a substantial boost in cultivation, Shoju's strength had doubled. If another encounter were to occur, Yabled would undoubtedly find it challenging to contain him. Shoju's current baseline strength now surpassed hers. Of course, he harbored no intention of competing with his wife. Yabled, how do you feel? Shoju asked with a mischievous grin. Very well, splendidly. Yarb displayed a genuine smile of happiness on her face as she gently caressed her belly. Gazing affectionately at Shoju. Lord Shoju, I will certainly take good care of the child. Shoju nodded, yet simultaneously shook his head. From this moment on, we shall regard ourselves as husband and wife. You may call me husband, or my lord, or even little Shosho if you wish, it matters not. Yarb gasped in shock and quickly replied. How can this be? Lord Shoju, you are the supreme one. I cannot overstep such bounds. This, I cannot accept. She bowed her head deeply in reverence. Shoju felt a wave of frustration, yet there was little he could do but gently pat her head. If that is the case, you may call me as you please. A smile returned to Yarb's face. After offering her some comfort, Shoju redirected his attention to the system's rewards. The physical rewards were merely the most rudimentary of benefits, wholly inadequate in comparison. The true rewards lay ahead. Since his arrival in this world, Shoju's combat prowess had been derived from an array of peculiar abilities. Naturally, he placed great importance on what was to come. Unlike before, this time there was a reward for chakra compatibility. Uncertain of its significance, he straightforwardly inquired, System, what is the purpose of chakra compatibility? Shoju was quite oblivious to its implications, having felt no discernible changes in his body. The system promptly provided an explanation. A vivid screen materialized before him, displaying, when chakra compatibility reaches 10, all ninjutsu can be utilized. In the image, a figure resembling a traveler appeared at the center of the screen. Although Shoju sensed that the individual possessed only fire-type chakra, they were able to execute water-style techniques. Shoju began to grasp the potential of this ability. When chakra compatibility reaches 20, the aforementioned effects are enhanced. This was easily comprehensible, merely a matter of improved understanding. However, the subsequent information gradually confounded Shoju. When chakra compatibility reaches 50, any bloodline limit can be utilized. The scene shifted, seemingly featuring a different individual. Shoju detected that this person possessed no discernible lineage, yet they activated the Sharingan before his eyes. To his astonishment, it was a 3-tomo Sharingan. This was utterly absurd. Shoju faintly sensed that chakra compatibility was indeed extraordinary. The system continued its exposition. When chakra compatibility reaches 70, the effects are further enhanced. In the imagery, the individual's Sharingan had transformed into a Mangekyo, exceedingly implausible. Yet, this was merely at 70. The rewards Shoju had acquired were at 100, promising capabilities beyond his imagination. When chakra compatibility reaches 80, the ability to utilize bloodline collections is granted. In the visual, it appeared as though another person had emerged, extending their palm, from which a gray bone, the size of a finger, materialized. Shengshu was utterly astonished, feeling an immense power emanating from the bone. Was this not the infamous Gongsha Huigui? In previous drills, he had met his demise at the hands of this very entity. Shengshu found himself utterly helpless, forced to endure 2 strikes before exhausting his revival opportunities and succumbing to defeat. Most disconcerting was the fact that any abilities he possessed were utterly ineffective against the Gongsha Huigui, although his right hand bore the capacity of the Fantasy Slayer. The Gongsha Huigui, felt as though it were a form of antimatter conjured by bare hands. The fantasy slayer could only eradicate entities that defied the laws of science. Yet it was inconceivable that Kagaya's Gongsha Huiguei conformed to such laws. Shengshu could hardly believe it. Furthermore, it might be that his lineage did not align with Kagaya's Otsutsuki bloodline. He possessed the ability to transform individuals into fruit and consume them whole. Yet he lacked the capability to wield the Gongsha Huiguei. For the first time, Shengshu felt his progress was insufficient. However, the matter at hand was now resolved. In Shengshu's eyes, the adaptability of chakra was far more terrifying than the previous two challenges. He endeavored to condense the Gongsha Huiguei in his palm, and as his chakra was significantly drained, a fragment of gray bone, no larger than a fingertip, materialized in his hand. Upon contact with any object, it would bring forth silent annihilation. Shengshu was deeply shaken. This minuscule piece of Gongsha Huiguei consumed an amount of chakra equivalent to that of a small Susanoo. Reflecting on how Kagaya recklessly discarded bones in the training system, he felt the disparity between them was insurmountable. Truly, there are greater beings beyond mere mortals, and formidable foes exist beyond the heavens. He marveled at the fact that this was indeed an enemy of level 5. With a discreet motion, Shengshu crushed the bone in his hand as if it had never existed in this world. At this moment, he harbored an intense yearning for power. The system's demonstration was far from over. Chakra adaptability has reached 100. You may wield any magic, martial arts, ninjutsu, and all imaginable powers. On the system screen, no figures appeared this time. Instead, there was a simple puppet, suggesting that no one had ever attained such a realm. The system could only depict this phase's might through a rudimentary figure. The puppet could effortlessly unleash magic and even execute techniques from fantastical realms, provided one understood their operational methods and effects, without any hindrance. It could even perform special laws, such as halting time, creating deadlines, and even perfectly replicating a death note. This scene left Shengshu utterly astounded. His knowledge could not possibly comprehend such heights, yet the system had undeniably broadened his horizons. One could say that Shengshu had acquired the potential to achieve such feats. What he lacked was merely an accumulation of instructional texts on various techniques. It seemed imperative to gather such teachings. After the demonstration concluded, Shengshu was truly overwhelmed. His strength had not drastically increased, yet it bestowed upon him boundless potential. Moreover, the world tree magic perfectly enabled him to harness this newfound ability. He is now capable of wielding chakra to conjure magic directly, without the need to study the intricacies of magical energy. 8th tier magic, the Fire Dragon Thunder. Shoju raised his hand slightly to test his prowess. Instantly, the room was filled with a resounding crack of electricity, as a crimson bolt of lightning crackled in Shoju's grasp, emitting tiny arcs of electricity in all directions. Yalbi-eyed was utterly astonished, gazing at the scene in a trance. Indeed, Master Shoju could not be compared to those lowly humans, able to effortlessly summon 8th tier magic. Upon closely comparing the differences between Dragon Thunder and Thunder Release, Shoju discerned that the lethality of Dragon Thunder was evidently superior, with a complexity of operation that surpassed even S-rank ninjutsu. Wizards, it seemed, were far more adept at scholarly pursuits than ninjas. Quite impressive. Shoju casually extinguished the Dragon Thunder in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. Yalbi-eyed remained silently by his side, not uttering a word. Countless pieces of knowledge regarding world tree magic naturally flooded his mind, including several buff spells. This effectively filled the gaps in Shoju's capabilities, rendering him remarkably versatile. He could either unleash his might through explosive transformations or tread the path of explosive power. Once his energy was expended, he could simply revive and charge forth to unleash his power once more. When all else failed, he would bellow to activate Susanoo, summon a colossal mech, or employ would release. If that proved insufficient, he would resort to using the reincarnation eye recklessly, attempting to seize his opponent's abilities and render them powerless. His strategy was fundamentally based on sheer tenacity. Yet, such a scenario could be unraveled by individuals of immense offensive strength. For instance, Kagaya could relentlessly wear down Shoju, leaving him utterly defenseless. With the acquisition of world tree magic, Shoju might now engage in combat with a semblance of strategy, striking with calculated intellect to leave his opponents in disarray. Upon examining the array of buffs offered by world tree magic, he found them to be truly comprehensive. Information concealment, instant death immunity, one-time attack resistance, lethal attack resistance, minor teleportation, trap spells, and the fundamental enhancement of physical capabilities, among others. However, Shoju had not forgotten another ability, equivalent exchange. This power allowed him to expend his chakra or matter to acquire a specified substance, with the amount of chakra consumed determined by the rarity of the material. Shoju immediately recalled the technology he had obtained. The water droplet from the three-body problem, the most formidable substance capable of penetrating all. It could even pierce the sun effortlessly, and when colliding with a neutron star, it would emerge unscathed. Shoju could not achieve such a feat. The only celestial bodies capable of sanctioning it were the enigmatic black holes and certain terrifying massive entities. Yet, this was merely a probe. The most crucial material was that of strong interaction force. What might it be like for substances bound together by infinite force? Before Yalbiaide's gaze, Shoju activated his ability, equivalent exchange. Drawing upon the knowledge within his mind, he meticulously constructed every property of this material, detailing the arrangement of each atom. At that moment, Senju felt an intense heat engulfing his entire being. His chakra was depleting at an astonishing rate, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. After a brief while, having exhausted all of his chakra, equivalent to the total chakra of half the population in the Naruto world, a peculiar substance, about the size of a palm and remarkably smooth, materialized before him, shimmering in silver. As Senju reached out to grasp it, the object seemed to evade him, sliding away effortlessly at the mere shift of air. Even when he made contact, he could not secure it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use the universal heavenly anchor to hold it firmly in his grasp. This scene left Yalbiaide utterly dumbfounded. Yalbiaide, why don't you try to break this stick? Senju chuckled, wishing to tease her. Lord Senju, this stick, don't worry about that. Just give it a try. Upon taking it, Yalbiaide found herself unable to even hold on to it. The stick darted around wildly, and she chased after it persistently. Haha. Senju couldn't help but chuckle, while deep in thought. Each time he accomplished a task from the system, the rewards were extraordinarily bountiful. Had he continued diligently procreating, he would have likely felt utterly drained, requiring at least a year and a half to reach such a level, with at least 2,000 or 3,000 offspring to show for it. Achieving this caliber through a single task was indeed addictive for Senju. Simultaneously, he began to ponder the origins of the system. He wondered if it was a privilege exclusive to transmigrators. Each time he met a grand demise, he would be reincarnated. This time, he just happened to become a member of the Senju clan and received such a powerful system. In previous lives, Senju sometimes lacked a golden finger, and even when he had a system, it was often one that obliterated rather than aided. A system as generous as this one was truly rare. Senju had some understanding of how this phenomenon operated. It was entirely symbiotic. The system influenced the original storyline through the host's activities, acquiring peculiar energy in strange ways, a portion of which was then utilized to empower the host. It was akin to an anemone that parasitically resides on a crab. The crab, while hunting, often misses its prey or gets embroiled in fierce battles. The anemone, though possessing formidable capturing abilities, moves with extreme slowness. Thus, their union forms a symbiotic relationship, with the crab responsible for killing while the anemone controls the situation. The host acts as a mobile crab, occasionally hunting, while the anemone augments the crab's ability to incapacitate its foes, while also sharing in the spoils. The relationship between the system and the host mirrored that of the crab and the anemone. However, this particular system seemed somewhat different, as its expenditures appeared to far exceed its income. As if attuned to Senju's thoughts, the system leisurely presented a new task. Strategy Task 2, Beloved 1. Strategy Task 2, Beloved 1. Choose your beloved to pursue. Depending on the difficulty, you may receive divine rewards. Note, this task's difficulty is rated 5, with an additional system log as a bonus. Senju glanced at it and quickly grasped the situation. The system log serves as a repository of all past information within the system. Clearly, this is a trial for Senju. Should he achieve a level 5 in his next conquest task, he will earn the system's acknowledgement. If he fails, it is likely that he will continue to lead a life of relative ease, much like he does now. Senju pondered. A difficulty rating of 5 equates to his current challenge against Kaguya, requiring a level of victory that is undeniably formidable. However, it is not a matter of life and death. He is merely attempting to win over a girl. Suddenly, Senju felt that this task might not be insurmountable after all. He decided to set this mission aside for the moment, opting instead to accompany Feishu in her development. After all, he had yet to fully acclimate to his own abilities, and recklessly pursuing a task could result in more losses than gains. Master, I cannot grasp this material. It is remarkably elusive. Yalbiide was already in a state of panic, perspiration beading on her forehead as she struggled to hold onto the highly interactive material, which slipped away at the slightest touch. Even the gentle breeze seemed to cause it to roll away. Haha, that is quite normal, Senju chuckled heartily, choosing not to tease Yalbiide any further. Instead, he resolved to first familiarize himself with the abilities he had just acquired. Let me see if this property is indeed as formidable as it is said to be. With ease, Senju summoned the stick to his hand, and witnessing his effortless command, Yalbiide could not help but feel a swell of admiration. Master Senju is truly a mystery, yet undeniably powerful. From the moment she laid eyes on him, her heart was irrevocably his. Unbeknownst to Senju, her thoughts were far removed from his own as he concentrated on the stick, testing its reputed indestructibility. Yalbiide, remain here, I shall step out for a moment. Before she could respond, Senju formed a seal, saving his progress in the room. In the next instant, a crimson vapor erupted from him. However, having opened the gates of death numerous times before, this activation was not as violently ferocious as the first. Instead, it exuded a dense aura, calm and steady, with power that was significantly more refined than his initial reckless usage. This enhancement was a product of experience. Yalbiide instinctively felt a profound fear upon witnessing Senju after he opened the gates of death. It seemed as though a fearsome beast, rather than a mere human, stood before her. Senju firmly grasped the stick, opting to fly directly into space to avoid detection. Yalbiide barely registered the swift motion, and by the time she regained her senses, Senju had vanished. Moments later, Senju stood in the vastness of space, gazing down at the world tree below. He casually selected a nearby satellite, alighting upon it to rigorously test the capabilities of the material. Before doing so, Senju first bestowed upon himself a series of enhancements to maximize his physical destruction potential: Radiant Emerald Body, Blessing of Physical Limit Destruction, Infinite Barrier, Essence of Life, External Path of Physical Protection, Advanced Complete Potential, Extraordinary Intuition, Sanctification of the Flesh, Indomitable Spirit, Clairvoyance, Dragon's Power, Celestial Aura, Penetration Enhancement, Essence of Mechanics. In a realm of magical triad stages, the World Destroyer emerged. Layers of buffs enveloped the figure of the rope tree, rendering him resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a disco ball pulsating with erratic brilliance. The effects of these enhancements were undeniably profound. He felt his physical strength surge to more than double its previous might. He even entertained the notion that a single strike could lead to the obliteration of this satellite. Exploding stars were not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, various destructive buffs had been activated, marking him as the true harbinger of devastation. As the rope tree positioned the staff before him, the vast expanse of the cosmos lay behind it. The sphere of the world tree occupied half of his field of vision. Gently, he prodded the ground beneath him, and with a resounding boom, he felt a tremor reverberate. The planet began to disperse outward, shattered fragments transforming into meteors that plummeted into its core. A colossal crater manifested on the planet's surface, with lava radiating from the rope tree's center, creating a scene both tranquil and terrifying. With but a mere touch of his finger upon the planet's exterior, this satellite, comparable in size to the moon, suffered half of its surface's annihilation. The enormity of this power left the rope tree momentarily awestruck. Should such force be unleashed upon the world of shinobi, it would not merely spell disaster for life, but could very well precipitate a mass extinction event. Indeed, venturing into the cosmos proved to be a judicious decision. Within this space, he could unleash his full potential without concern. Turning his gaze to the staff, which floated before him, he recognized that the power of the Rinnegan would amplify in tandem with his own strength. Suddenly, a tremendous gravitational force locked onto the staff. The large boulders that had been destined to drift toward the planet were immediately drawn back by this gravitational pull. Even the tides of the World Tree's planet surged hundreds of meters high, rivaling the most formidable of tsunamis. The tectonic plates, oceans, and rotation of the planet were all influenced by the rope tree's might. The entire planet exhibited signs of gravitating towards him. This was the extent of his current prowess. Should he exert his full power, he could even attract a celestial body. However, in the next instant, a brilliant light erupted from the surface of the World Trees planet. As a magical array manifested, thwarting such gravitational allure. Simultaneously, he sensed a gaze observing him. A mere glance sufficed for the rope tree to dismiss it, redirecting his focus entirely to the staff before him. With a mere fingertip capable of shattering half a satellite, he pondered whether his fist could shake this material. With unparalleled strength, he unleashed a blow of astronomical magnitude upon the staff. The impact sent ripples through the fabric of space, shattering order. The prying gaze was obliterated by the force of his strike. The nearby satellite, caught in the aftermath of his punch, was propelled at great speed into the depths of space. Yet, the staff, which bore the brunt of the full force of the rope tree's strike, remained eerily silent. It did not budge, emit heat, nor exhibit any change, resembling an immovable solid body, steadfast and unyielding. The rope tree was astounded. The force capable of shattering stars could not even fracture this rod. In truth, the strength of the rope tree may not even amount to a mere fraction of the neutron star's gravitational pull. If even a neutron star could not contend with such material, how could the rope tree possibly break it? Truly, it was invincible. Even if cast into the sun, this material would not absorb heat, forever remaining at absolute zero. The rope tree's thoughts stirred, conjuring a fragment of black bone, which he hurled towards the material. In the next moment, the rod turned to ashes. Was it a case of one object subduing another? The rope tree was utterly astonished. Witnessing such a resilient substance dissolve before the bone, he suddenly felt that the destruction of his Tsunade was not an insurmountable loss. Fortunately, he had now mastered this technique and could return the favor in kind. In the vastness of space, the rope tree gazed at the satellite he had sent flying, drifting into the depths of the cosmos, and could not help but marvel. This was indeed his first grand display of power. Only after engaging did he comprehend the sheer magnitude of his destructive capacity. It was certainly not something that an ordinary Six Paths level could rival. He had undeniably ascended to the realm of star-shattering might. The rope tree felt an immense ease, his face illuminated with joy. Soon, he would surpass Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the time required would not be long. His old bones were finally beginning to limber up. Now, it was time to seek benefits for Nazarick. To establish this place as a second stronghold for his wife and daughter, the rope tree felt that spending a little time was inconsequential. More importantly, the flying squirrel had provided him with significant assistance in conquering Yerbed. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with the flying squirrel at the outset, who graciously offered him membership in the guild, he would likely have never even caught a glimpse of Yerbed by now, let alone attempt to conquer her. It could be said that this relatively effortless campaign owed much to the flying squirrel's influence. He felt compelled to contribute to Nazarick in some manner. As for the humans of this world, the rope tree was indifferent. How the flying squirrel chose to treat them was their own affair. For the rope tree, managing his territory within the Naruto world was success enough. The time was drawing near. Gazing upon the colossal planet, hope filled the rope tree's eyes. In the future, should he encounter foes he could not defeat, he could take refuge here. With that server in hand, he could modify most of the circumstances within this realm, effectively seizing control of this small world. By now, the rope tree could be considered a sovereign of this world. This was the finest achievement he had attained independently, aside from the system. With a mere thought, the small satellite that had been flung away seemed to revert to its previous state, returning to its orbit as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, after his chakra had nearly exhausted, the rope tree momentarily vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the familiar rental where he practiced with Yerbed. The rope tree felt a slight unsteadiness beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, the entire room appeared to be swaying. "My lord rope tree, where have you been? I was terribly worried about Yerbed just now." Upon her first glance at the rope tree, she hastily exclaimed, uncertain if it was due to the recent enemy assault that the ground continued to tremble. The rumbling was incessant. Responding to her words, the rope tree promptly opened the window. The impact he had brought did not dissipate. A formidable earthquake wreaked havoc in this vicinity, a calamity that echoed across the globe. This was a quaint dwelling along a medieval street, with vast imperial castles looming in the distance. As the tremors intensified, the distant structures began to undulate like waves, an utterly terrifying sight. Strangely, the heart of the empire, the capital, seemed largely unaffected. The rope tree discerned immediately that a magical barrier enveloped the central royal city, ensuring its stability amidst the violent quake. Magic, indeed, is wondrous. The Earth Dragon turns. The Earth Dragon has awakened. Help! Help! Yet beneath the royal city, tranquility was non-existent. In the wake of the dreadful earthquake, countless small houses crumbled into ruins, burying numerous citizens beneath the debris. Even the very building where the rope tree stood succumbed to the cacophony, collapsing under the relentless pressure. Rubble cascaded upon the rope tree, prompting Yalbert to hastily shield him. While it would inflict no harm, it would certainly soil his garments. As for the humans nearby, she had no desire to even glance at them. Their fates were of no concern to her. The rope tree, however, merely summoned the power of the reincarnation eye, his finger elegantly beckoning. Meteorite fall. A gravity-infused sphere materialized, drawing all surrounding debris upwards into the sky. Those trapped beneath began to gasp for air. With another hand gesture, a stream of pure spiritual energy cascaded from above, mending their wounds. Those who had sustained severe injuries, yet remained alive, gradually revived. The rope tree ceased his efforts at that point. They were merely restored to life. This was the healing magic derived from the world tree, highly effective indeed. Observing this scene, Yalbert promptly engaged as well, realizing the rope tree was saving lives. Without the need for words, she began to employ some elementary spells to heal the wounds of the injured. Intuitively understanding the rope tree's intent, she reassured the rescued. Fear not. Divine beings are here to save you. Do not worry, with me nearby, your lives are secured. The crowd, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, turned their gazes towards the rope tree's position, where stood a gentle-faced nun and a strikingly handsome adventurer. The populace gravitated towards the rope tree, seeking the comfort of safety. His actions were swift, and the number of those he rescued continued to rise. Adventurer, oh my, thank you for saving my life. I thought I was doomed. I am eternally grateful for your mercy. Many regarded the rope tree with admiration and reverence, while Yalbert feigned indignation towards those expressing gratitude, declaring, "The rope tree is our divine savior. It is indeed a blessing that he is willing to rescue you. Yet you fail to express your gratitude? In the heart of Yalbert, it is only right that this benevolent figure, Senju, should be revered and that they ought to dedicate their very lives to him." The reprimanded individuals mostly changed their countenance at her words. Senju quickly gestured his hands dismissively. "There is no need for such reverence, Yalbert. I am not a deity. I am but a mere mortal, an ordinary citizen, and there is no need for such fervor. My lord Senju, you must not speak thus. You are indeed our deity, our faith," Yalbert earnestly proclaimed, adopting a posture of piety. The other ignorant citizens, witnessing this, genuinely believed that a divine being had descended to save them. Coupled with Senju's evident abilities beyond human capacity, they bowed in reverence, treating him as a true god from the heavens. "O great deity, please bless our families," they implored. I shall surely worship you for generations to come." Some even offered all their wealth as gifts to Senju. Senju, helplessly declining their offerings, noted Yalbert's satisfaction with the situation. After saving the citizens of the empire, Senju became acutely aware of the magnitude of his own power. What had merely been a casual test of capability had inadvertently triggered such catastrophic disasters. No wonder the people of his homeland regarded humanity with disdain. A mere action could incite such calamity. Senju sighed, acknowledging that since acquiring his strength, his life had indeed flourished in ways he could not enumerate. The onlooking citizens flocked to him, revering him as if he were the sun surrounded by stars. Yalbert's incessant promotion of Senju as a god only amplified his renown. Throughout this calamity, Senju's continual acts of salvation allowed the ordinary populace beneath the royal city to witness true miracles. In stark contrast, the powerful mages within the empire merely clustered around the emperor, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. Yet, accompanied by the masses, Senju navigated through the violent tremors as if treading on solid ground. Even buildings teetering on the brink of collapse were effortlessly caught by him. The hearts of the people, once laden with dread, found solace in following a deity. Indeed, nothing could harm them. Wealthy merchants and church officials, recognizing Senju's extraordinary capabilities, suddenly comprehended the truth behind Yalbert's assertions, which they had previously doubted. Some keen-eyed mages discerned that the dark orb suspended in the air possessed magical properties exceeding the 6th tier. Such magic could not be wielded by mere mortals, but only by gods, legendary beings. They were profoundly astonished and thus joined this remarkable procession. Amidst the earthquake's devastation, Senju appeared as a divine being. manifesting a miraculous path through the chaos. Those yet to see Senshu's visage, upon hearing of the divine protection ahead, foolishly followed. Furthermore, the rumors disseminated amongst the crowd, with tales of Senshu as the embodiment of divinity gradually spreading. A colossal procession, spanning 10 kilometers, traversed the entirety of the royal city. Yet, it is precisely such a group that the divine entity, Senshu, possesses the ability to ensure they remain untouched by harm. A myriad of visible miracles has sown a seed of reverence in the hearts of the populace. The name of the tree god gradually resounded in all directions. As he walked the path of salvation, Senshu neither soared nor sprinted, he merely walked, providing aid wherever he ventured. Each evening, as the group of disaster survivors rested, they awoke to find an additional day's rations for each person the following morning. Their faith in the leader of this band grew, believing him to be a divine being. This benevolent endeavor persisted for half a month, as Senshu advanced like a messenger of the divine. He neither rejected nor accepted the offerings from his followers, while Yalbert, with a countenance full of compassion, continually recounted the identity of Senshu, her exquisite beauty leading many to believe fervently. Only such a woman could truly be an angel, it seemed. After rescuing these people and traversing 20 miles each day, some chose to depart after receiving help, while others, unable to endure the journey, left as well. Those who remained chose to follow and worship Senshu. This experience exposed Senshu to a diverse array of humanity and gradually enlightened him on the intricacies of establishing a faith. Ultimately, 50,000 individuals accompanied Senshu to a remote location near the Nizhalic Great Tomb, nestled within the mountains. In their presence, Senshu utilized materials from the mountains. Wood was fashioned into beams, and stones were hewn to form walls, while the furnishings within evolved through the use of his chakra. Remarkably, every household among the followers was equipped with standard appliances such as color televisions and refrigerators, albeit lacking electricity. For Senshu, crafting technological products posed no challenge. After all, these items were merely mundane objects, composed of various elements. With the knowledge of the Trisolarians residing in his mind, he could effortlessly create them. If he could fabricate droplets of water, producing color televisions and refrigerators was a trivial endeavor, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. This congregation had truly transitioned into modern villas. Yet, this was only the beginning. The construction of the city continued unabated for approximately 7 days. On the first day, houses were erected, and walls were built to thwart monstrous incursions. The second day saw the creation of furniture for daily living and leisure. The third day brought forth various modern factories, providing employment and enabling self-sufficiency. On the fourth day, electrical appliances and transport vehicles were manufactured to facilitate an easier life within the city. The fifth day yielded a power plant, granting the populace autonomy in electricity. The sixth day saw the establishment of libraries, both large and small, equipped with translating fruits, containing knowledge on agriculture, military engineering, maintenance, construction, and openness. On the seventh day, firearms and ammunition were produced, along with vast expanses of fertile land, empowering the citizens to safeguard their homes and distance themselves from the threat of beasts. The only structure not constructed by the deity was the church belonging to the divine. Some were puzzled, but upon reading the singular doctrine within the texts, their hearts raced with a profound tremor, as if a crimson heart beat fervently within them. Could such a doctrine truly exist in this world? A seed of communism was thus planted in the hearts of these naive individuals. Until future generations, it shall blossom into a grand tree. The city is named Red. The rope tree is revered as a deity, with a central church erected in its honor, from which numerous other churches of various sizes radiate outward, drawing countless devotees daily. This seems to contradict the original intent of the rope tree in seizing the empire. However, it does not betray the founding purpose of the rope tree, thus allowing the situation to unfold as it has. Frankly, all of this stems from the rope tree's unintentional actions. He had never anticipated that his initial goal of attracting nobles for healing and engaging with them would unexpectedly transition into a religious establishment, largely thanks to the influence of Yalbert and her attire. The rope tree, with no choice, accepted this turn of events. This calamity soon subsided, and the populace returned to their tranquil lives. The only change was the emergence of a large city named Red to the west. Traders entered, utterly astonished by a world that the empire itself could not provide. During this period, Yalbert consistently assisted the rope tree in establishing his image among the faithful. The rope tree repeatedly emphasized that he should not be regarded as a deity, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Yalbert gazed in wonder at the electrical devices, eyes wide with curiosity. "My lord, what are these?" she inquired. "They are advancements," the rope tree replied succinctly before immersing himself in construction once again. At this initial stage of development, the city had yet to achieve self-sufficiency. Destruction is simple, but creation is arduous, and understanding the rope tree had finally grasped. After nearly a month of tireless effort from him, the first crops began to flourish, and trade with the outside world expanded significantly. The city had acquired sufficient capacity to attain self-sufficiency. Now, within each household, there exists a Bible dedicated to the rope tree, a sacred object revered in their homes. This news swiftly reached the ears of the empire's high officials. Within the imperial capital, the Blood Emperor was reviewing memorials. As a ruler bearing such a title, he was far from inept. He had single-handedly devised strategies to purge all nobles, resulting in a staggering number of executions that earned him his fearsome reputation. While the Blood Emperor was engrossed in his work, he stumbled upon a piece of information that piqued his interest. A large city had emerged on the western border of the empire without prior notification. He summoned his scouts, and a team of 7 elite members presented themselves before him. "Have you heard any tidings of this city? Has any reconnaissance been conducted?" "Your Majesty," one replied, "we have investigated, and it is merely a city of foolish commoners dedicated to a church. It possesses no real capacity for resistance. Indeed, nothing remarkable. There are neither mages nor warriors. Such a city will likely perish soon without the Empire's protection." Since the Blood Emperor discovered this city, he has always felt an inextricable connection between its emergence and the upheaval of the Earth Dragon a month prior. The surrounding populace has also been engaged in discussions regarding the appearance of deities, which has piqued the Blood Emperor's interest. In his recollection,
occurrences of this nature tend to pose a significant threat to the Empire's dominion. While he harbors no fear of a burgeoning religion,
he is apprehensive about the potential emergence of formidable individuals within that faith who could endanger imperial rule. As it stands, it appears there are none. As the Blood Emperor, he possesses the regal fortitude befitting his station. His decision not to dispatch troops to eradicate this city is, indeed, his greatest act of mercy. Given this, he intends to summon the individual responsible for founding this city for a private audience. His disdain towards the city stems from its apparent lack of formidable military strength. Yet, he finds himself intrigued by the individual capable of constructing a settlement to accommodate thousands within a month. This charlatan must possess considerable prowess. Securing their allegiance would undeniably serve as an invaluable enhancement to the Empire's military might. At that moment, the Blood Emperor's mentor, the venerable guardian of the Empire, the aged Archmage Furuta, appeared beside him. Furuta possessed power rivaling that of the legendary 13 heroes and wielded 6th-tier magic, representing the pinnacle of human sorcery. With a smile, Furuta inquired of the Blood Emperor, "What are your thoughts on this city?" The Blood Emperor felt a twinge of trepidation towards the elder, fully aware of his relentless pursuit of knowledge. Yet, as his teacher and source of confidence, he steeled himself to respond. "I believe it to be merely a rabble, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of my empire's iron heel. A city lacking a strong leader can only be subjugated by others," he replied lightly. In truth, he was indeed convinced of this, having witnessed numerous such instances over the years. The Archmage Furuta merely chuckled, his 2 lightning-like white hairs quivering. "I suspect their strength may far exceed your estimation. The ability to swiftly assemble a cadre of refugees amidst the calamity of the Earth Dragon's upheaval indicates a level of cunning and power surpassing your own. Encountering such an individual, even the Blood Emperor may find himself at a disadvantage," he remarked with a teasing grin. The Blood Emperor did not bristle at the elder's words. Instead, he probed further. "If it were you, esteemed teacher, how many tiers of magic would you require to achieve such a feat? To construct a city capable of housing thousands within a month?" Without hesitation, Furuta responded, "Only 2 5th-tier spells would suffice. First, one would employ the 5th-tier spell Blessing of No Hunger to ensure the refugees do not suffer from starvation, allowing them to toil tirelessly to erect the city. Subsequently, using the 5th-tier spell Territorial Protection would deter lower-tier beasts from approaching the settlement, supplemented by some 4th-tier spells for construction. Thus, a city could indeed be established within a month." Furuta spoke with unwavering confidence, certain that a city could be constructed in such a time frame. However, He added with a remark that such a city would immediately crumble into dust upon encountering a formidable opponent, ceasing to exist. How absurd, he thought. In his perspective, the architects of this city were merely seeking to possess a piece of land to comfortably sustain themselves, rather than pursuing such an endeavor. It would be wiser to join the empire directly. Neither resources nor knowledge could ever be compared to such trivial pursuits. Is it not a challenge to ascend to the grand stage? The Blood Emperor stated calmly. Indeed, Faluda nodded in agreement with the Blood Emperor's assertion. Yet, one must not underestimate the adversary, for he is at least a fifth-tier mage. Strangely, I have never heard of such a figure. You are so immersed in your studies. You old fossil, the Blood Emperor retorted with disdain, eliciting a hearty laugh from the elder. I see, he chuckled as he departed, seemingly indifferent to the Blood Emperor's words. Nevertheless, Faluda's remarks undeniably ignited a competitive spirit within the Blood Emperor. Placing his finger on the table, he began to tap incessantly. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned a contingent. This was his dedicated diplomatic team. Indeed, a city of 10,000 could be deemed a small nation. However, as it resided within his territory, the Blood Emperor could not afford to be complacent. By my side, I shall not allow others to slumber in peace, he declared, even if the adversary were but an inconsequential ant. You are to deliver a message to this city, demanding their allegiance to the empire. Otherwise, we shall declare war and launch an assault. Yes, responded the diplomats, clasping their fists in acceptance of the Blood Emperor's command. At that moment, within the resplendent palace, a smile graced the Blood Emperor's lips. With a dual approach of internal and external strategy, he was certain the mage would soon acquiesce. Should he refuse, annihilating the opposition would pose no significant challenge. After executing his plans, the Blood Emperor felt invigorated. He drew back the curtains and gazed at the sky. A bright moon illuminated the heavens. How peculiar, he mused. How long has it been since I last beheld the moon? He called upon a nearby attendant and inquired, Has the moon grown considerably larger? Have you ever seen such a sizable moon? Your Majesty, the moon has always appeared this large. The Blood Emperor looked up at the luminous orb, pondering. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. How could anyone possibly bring the moon closer? Such thoughts were merely whimsical conjectures. Within Nazarick, the flying squirrel was taken aback. Have you truly established a city already, Xingtong? Is it possible to have done so in such a short span? The flying squirrel could not restrain his astonishment. Xingtong's speed exceeded his wildest expectations. Initially, he believed it would take Xingtong at least several months to accomplish the monumental task of city building. Yet, how long has it been? Merely a month, and Xingtong had constructed a fully operational city. The implications, both in terms of engineering and practical execution, were indeed staggering. Only a person with at least a primary education, like the flying squirrel, would find it impossible to achieve this. His greatest accomplishment to date was merely capturing a large hamster alongside Nabi. Rope Tree glanced at the battle made nearby and inquired, What activities have you engaged in with the flying squirrel during this period? Upon hearing this question, Nabi's eyes unconsciously brightened slightly. She feigned indifference and addressed Rope Tree with utmost respect, stating, In response to your inquiry, my Lord Rope Tree, Lord Ains has established considerable prestige in Yalangt and has captured the Forest Sage King. He is now a renowned adventurer. The expressionless battle maid, Nabi, proceeded to explain to Rope Tree, seemingly taking credit for the flying squirrel's achievements. I understand. I shall join you at my earliest convenience to expedite the process of nation building, Rope Tree remarked. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel felt an overwhelming urge to retreat into a corner. After all, he was merely an adventurer, far removed from Rope Tree's ambitious endeavor of establishing a city. Lord Ains has worked exceedingly hard, and Nabi can see that. Rope Tree couldn't help but smile, recognizing that this maid was indeed a girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Flying Squirrel, it appears that your progress has been quite smooth, Rope Tree said with a smile. The Flying Squirrel did not exhibit false modesty in this regard. We have exerted our utmost effort in gaining fame, and fortunately, the results have been commendable. By the way, I have recently heard rumors about the tree gods circulating in the town, supposedly originating from the Empire. Do you have any knowledge of what the tree god is? It wouldn't happen to be a world-class boss, would it? The Flying Squirrel expressed a hint of concern, knowing that in the World Tree game, species bearing the title of god are typically world bosses. Such formidable beings usually require hundreds of level 100 players to hunt down. The thought of such a terrifying creature emerging in this world prompted the flying squirrel to contemplate retreating underground and never resurfacing. Upon hearing the flying squirrel's words, Rope Tree's eyes twitched. Having once been closely tied to the tree god in Konoha, it seemed that this connection persisted in this realm as well. Albedo, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, saying, "Lord Ains, the tree god you refer to is none other than Lord Rope Tree." The flying squirrel was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Rope Tree, repeatedly expressing his astonishment. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. Rope Tree recounted the events that had transpired on his end, and the flying squirrel marveled at how effortlessly the faith of humans could be established. "So our Rope Tree has become a deity as well? Ha ha ha." The flying squirrel could not restrain his laughter, his skeletal face filled with derision. Rope Tree sighed in resignation. He noted that since the flying squirrel had also been acknowledged as an ultimate being, his demeanor towards outsiders had shifted from that of a regal figure in the original story to that of a more approachable uncle. Enough of that. Rope Tree rolled his eyes and playfully pinched his bony cheek. "If you were to display your bony form to humanity, it would surely terrify them." Ha ha. The flying squirrel couldn't contain its laughter, leaving Shang-Tsu perplexed. It seemed that Shang-Tsu's arrival had indeed lightened the mood for the flying squirrel. The Guardians, observing the interaction between the two, were moved. Long ago, when the supreme beings of Nazarick were still present, they conversed in a similar manner. Unfortunately, in this day and age, only two of the supreme beings remain. The Guardians sighed in their hearts, reluctantly acknowledging that those departed might never return to Nazarick. In that moment, tears welled in their eyes. After playfully tussling with the bony figure of the flying squirrel, Shang-Tsu noticed that the atmosphere was shifting. "Why are you all crying? Is something amiss?" asked the Guardians, led by Demiurge, with tears in their eyes. "We are moved, for the first time. We feel as though the supreme beings have returned to our side." Seabass added, "We shall never forget that time." Shaltir declared, "I will surely find the Supremes and restore the glory of Nazarick." Oriole retorted, "You wish to find them first? I shall be the one to locate the Supreme Beings." Shaltir shot back, "You little one, be careful. I might just report you to the Supremes." Mare interjected, "Everyone, please quiet down. We will certainly find the Supremes." Albedo insisted, "Let us not speak of anything else. Are not the Supremes right here before us?" "How rude you are." Cositus affirmed, "Indeed, the two Supremes are before us." Within Nazarick, the battle maids, the servants, and the monsters all turned their gazes toward the two figures. Then, a chorus of voices rose in unison. "We are willing to die for the supreme beings." Faced with such a scene, the flying squirrel feigned composure, while Shang-Tsu remained calm and assured. "I promise you, Nazarick will be absolutely secure and will endure forever in this world," Shang-Tsu stated softly. In truth, the Guardians, along with the maids, expressed this allegiance upon witnessing Shang-Tsu's contributions to Nazarick. It was a formal vow, affirming that Shang-Tsu was their supreme being. Previously, to them, Shang-Tsu had merely been an outsider, lacking a sense of intimacy. But at this moment, Shang-Tsu stood on equal footing with the flying squirrel. The Guardians no longer felt confusion regarding Shang-Tsu. This new supreme being had become someone worth their utmost protection. The flying squirrel observed this scene and began to grasp the underlying sentiments. With a wave of its hand, it addressed them. "All right, you may withdraw. There is no need for excessive sentimentality. Nazarick has many matters awaiting our attention, and you must not become complacent." "Yes, yes." A harmonious response echoed in unison. The flying squirrel finally sighed in relief. The tree of ropes revealed a smile, a serendipitous reward for his grounded efforts. The collective strength of Nazarick is indeed far more precious than that of a mere Konoha. These NPCs, once they acknowledge him as their master, would willingly embrace death for him. After this encounter, the tree of ropes approached the flying mouse once more, harboring an unfulfilled ambition. "Flying mouse, let us temporarily set aside our urban plans. The paramount task now lies in establishing your reputation as an adventurer." The tree of ropes understood well the significance of a powerful reputation. In the realm of warfare, his name, Senju Rope, resonated with authority, bestowing upon him numerous advantages. He recognized the vital importance of one's persona. The reputation of a strong individual is, to a large extent, synonymous with their persona. Once a persona is firmly established, it is inevitable that others will flock to them. Thus, in this world, the number of those willing to assist the tree of ropes would inevitably increase. In Konoha, He ascended to the position of Hokage swiftly, relying on his battlefield renown, the support of various ninja clans, and the affection of several commoners. At that time, no one dared to challenge him. This exemplifies the clever utility of a well-crafted persona. The flying mouse, however, seemed to struggle to grasp such concepts. He hastily waved his hand, saying, "What I have accomplished is hardly of great significance. The true importance lies with your city, Rope. It can provide intelligence that far surpasses the value of an adventurer's reputation. Flying mouse, your assertion is misguided. While a city is indeed vital, the image of a strong individual is equally indispensable." "What do you mean?" "Quite simply, let the city develop autonomously. Should any insurmountable issues arise, I shall resolve them swiftly through teleportation magic. My goal is to join your team, Flying Mouse, and to subtly reshape my image." The Flying Mouse began to comprehend the Tree of Rope's intention. He expressed a desire for the name Senju Rope to evoke the image of a hero rather than merely that of a city mayor. The Flying Mouse wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. After all, what purpose would it serve for a mage wielding a grand sword if not to impress? With this realization, the Flying Mouse found it difficult to contain his enthusiasm and ultimately acquiesced to the Tree of Rope's request. "Very well, let us together make our mark. Outside, I shall go by the alias Momo, as you heard earlier. Indeed, I too shall adopt a pseudonym." Thus, they prepared to journey to the town. Recently, the Tree of Ropes had discovered a native potion of this world. The supply of potions in Nazarick was dwindling, and if they could extract the techniques from this realm to replenish their stock, future concerns would be alleviated. A look of incredulity crossed the Tree of Rope's face. "Nazarick has over 100 million red potions, does it not?" "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, there is never a shortage of potions, Rope." "How true that is." Shu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was a prudent measure, albeit a tad premature. In a fleeting moment, he began to ponder what alias he should adopt while venturing outside. However, he wrestled with indecision for quite some time, never quite able to settle on a choice. Shu was, after all, plagued by a chronic inability to name things. Eventually, he turned to Flying Squirrel and inquired, "How did you come up with the name Momo?" "I could use your insight." Without a moment's hesitation, Flying Squirrel replied, "Because it's incredibly convenient." Shu grimaced. How could Flying Squirrel's reasoning mirror that of a certain someone? He inhaled deeply, resolving to utilize a name already at his disposal. Before long, he conjured up an idea. "I shall be called Ban." A smile crept across his lips as he spoke. Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement, affirming the name's simplicity and clarity. Thus, in the guise of an adventurer, Shu would henceforth be known as Ban. To be candid, Shu held a considerable admiration for Ban. Had Ban not been outpaced in development and swiftly dispatched by him, he would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge in the future. By adopting his name, Shu hoped to embody the formidable presence Ban represented. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that at present, he was merely an arrogant lecher, significantly overshadowed by Ban. Aside from having a slight edge in power, there was little else to commend him. With a wistful reminiscence of the fallen Ban, who had barely made an entrance before meeting his demise, Shu began to deliberate on the sort of staff he should equip. As an adventurer, one must, of course, have a vocation. Shu identified himself as a healer, dedicated to the art of restoration. Accustomed to a life of conflict, he found that sometimes the act of healing others could be a commendable choice. Soon, amidst a plethora of gear, he selected a staff and attire befitting his role. "Will you be able to equip that?" Flying Squirrel inquired, ever considerate. Adorned with a wizard's hat and a flowing black robe, Shu grasped a wooden staff, its center embellished with a golden gem, resembling a sorcerer from the Middle Ages. Nonetheless, Shu was quite pleased with his appearance. "This is the Staff of Light and the Wizard's Robe. They allow you to wield all healing magic freely and enhance its efficacy. However, only a level 90 mage can don them," Flying Squirrel remarked, unable to contain his disbelief. "You look more like a berserker than a mage." Shu chuckled, responding simply, "Because I invested in it." This straightforward declaration left Flying Squirrel momentarily speechless. Before long, clad in his new attire, Shu, accompanied by Flying Squirrel and Nabii, set off towards the town to showcase their prowess. Predictably, Yalbert expressed a desire to accompany them. However, Shu firmly declined. The reasoning was straightforward. "You should focus on recuperating at home. I will handle any matters that arise." He proclaimed this in front of all the guardians, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. directing their gaze towards Yalbert. Yarb spoke with a mixture of emotion and concern. No, Lord Shoju. As one who serves the Supreme Being, even if I were to bear your child, my foremost duty is to ensure your safety. Having Nabe by your side is more than sufficient. Shoju replied casually. Then, to the astonishment of the flying squirrel, he gently kissed Yarb on the cheek, leaving all the guardians wide-eyed. After bidding farewell with that kiss, Shoju followed the flying squirrel towards their destination. Within Nazarick, the guardians encircled Yarb, unable to contain their curiosity. Yarb, did you seduce Lord Shoju? Shouted Shaltir, incredulous. How could you take the initiative when Lord Shoju is so handsome? This is unforgivable. Demogulthus adjusted his glasses, contemplating how to assist in ensuring Lord Shoju's lineage. Kosets began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, Lord Shoju's child? Oh, I must hold him and raise him as his servant. What a splendid life that would be. I must realize this dream. It would prove my unwavering loyalty. Aura inquired, Yarb, what exactly have you done? What has caused this transformation? Upon hearing Aura's question, Yarb's spirits soared as she smiled and replied, since we are both women, it is not inappropriate to share a few words. She whispered something into Aura's ear, causing Aura's ears to flush crimson and her cheeks to burn with embarrassment. Nearby, Mare quickly interjected, does Lord Shoju wish to take my sister as a concubine? If that is the case, sister, you could contribute a little. Mare's words were abruptly cut off by Beura. Surely, Lord Shoju, being so wise, has no interest in me. Aura glanced at her own modest figure, recognizing that she resembled nothing more than a young girl. At 90 years old, she was still merely a youthful standard among dark elves. If Shoju were to know of Aura's thoughts, one could only speculate on the consequences. The other maids gazed at Yarb with envy, wishing they could carry Lord Shoju's offspring. Yet, nearly all understood that this was nothing more than a fleeting fantasy. Such privileges belonged solely to the guardians, leaving the maids without such benefits. Demogulthus, eager to speak further, suggested, perhaps we should consider having Lord Shoju father several more heirs. Wouldn't that solve many issues? However, his proposal was met with immediate backlash from the women. Yarb was the first to respond. What do you mean by several more? The first one is already me, Yarb. Sakya chimed in, asserting that such matters should not be dictated by a single person, but rather should be a collective endeavor. Even the typically vivacious Aura sat quietly. Her cheeks flushed as she pondered whether this course of action was indeed appropriate. Demugos, for the first time, grasped the essence of women's affairs and recognized that men ought to refrain from interjecting. He found himself ensnared in an awkward predicament, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Women are often perceived as unreasonable, and it is difficult to envision how Shoki could possibly manage this group of girls. Were Shoki aware of the situation, he would undoubtedly remark that to govern the hearts of young women, one must silence them with love, in every conceivable sense. The farce in Nazarick continued unabated, while outside, Shoki's adventure was just beginning. Look, it seemed that Momo's party had gained an additional member. Was it a man or a woman? It appeared more masculine. Wielding a priest's staff, could he be a priest? The presence of his wizard's robe, coupled with the air of mystery that Shoki maintained, left the onlookers momentarily unable to discern his gender. This ambiguity was precisely what Shoki desired. The effect was satisfactory. Such an enigmatic aura would surely provoke curiosity among the crowd. Consequently, there would be no need for Shoki to exert himself. He could effortlessly achieve his objectives. While Shoki reveled in this covert delight, he suddenly spotted something extraordinary emerging from a stable. A colossal, furry hamster, towering at least 3 times the height of a person, was sitting within the stall. Its tail, unlike that of a typical hamster, resembled a whip. Upon catching sight of Momo, it became animated. My lord, it squeaked. Bounding out of the stable, Flying Squirrel quickly composed his expression and explained, this is Hamzu, the forest sage I mentioned to you earlier. Isn't that just an oversized hamster? Shoki gazed at the magnificent creature before him, his hand instinctively stroking its chin. Hamzu, though slightly resistant, murmured, my lord. Who is this? Please refrain from petting me so comfortably. Ooh. Had Flying Squirrel not been present, Hamzu would likely have rolled over in delight. He is Ban. My dear friend, treat him as you would treat me, Shoki instructed. Indeed, my lord. Hamzu purred contentedly as Shoki continued to stroke him. Nabel observed this scene, momentarily at a loss for words, her perception of Shoki shifting once more. The onlookers in the street gasped in admiration. Truly, he is a friend of Momo. How brave to touch the forest sage. One exclaimed, "Yes, I dare not even glance at such a formidable creature." Another added, "What a magnificent being. Does anyone know his name? I wish to speak with him." A female adventurer blushed and inquired. Shoki's presence had taken on a remarkable stature in this rough and tumble world. It is truly a radiant presence. Anyone who lays eyes upon the rope tree is invariably awestruck. The rope tree, however, remains indifferent to such admiration. Beside him, the flying squirrel harbors feelings of envy and jealousy. Being handsome certainly has its advantages, as evidenced by the throngs of admirers who seem eager to shower him with affection. It is no wonder that Jiraiya has succumbed to his charm. The flying squirrel reflects on his own situation, realizing he is merely a shadow of what could be. He lacks both the stellar aspirations and the desires typically associated with humanity. In fact, he feels distinctly human in none of the ways that matter. The thought crosses his mind to perhaps utilize some means to rekindle the essence of human experience. Soon enough, accompanied by the rope tree, they take a stroll with Senju. Most adventurers quickly grasp that Momo has a priestly companion by his side, prompting them to approach and forge connections. The flying squirrel, without hesitation, steps forward with a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, the rope tree stands quietly in the background, observing the unfolding events with a stoic expression. This only amplifies the intrigue surrounding him, further enhancing his burgeoning reputation. Nevertheless, such fame is but a facade. To achieve true recognition, one must earn it through deeds. At that moment, a boy with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle approaches with a cheerful demeanor. He addresses the flying squirrel, inquiring, "Mr. Momo, have you accepted my task?" The flying squirrel nods in acknowledgement. This boy is the apothecary, Jiraiya, whom the flying squirrel intends to assist. This time, the task at hand is indeed his mission. "Mr. Momo." Upon seeing the flying squirrel, Jiraiya initially beams with joy before turning his gaze toward the rope tree. "Mr. Momo, who might this be?" he queries with curiosity. The flying squirrel responds with ease, "He is my friend, Ban. He has joined me in the pursuit of adventure, as he found solitude rather dull." The flying squirrel fabricates a casual backstory for the rope tree. In Jiraiya's eyes, this boy clad in black, shrouded in layers, undoubtedly possesses considerable strength, for he stands alongside Momo, a formidable adventurer who has tamed the forest sage. "To be candid, I have returned to request both of you to assist me in gathering medicinal herbs, as my previous supply has been exhausted." The watermelon-haired boy smiles shyly, casting a discreet glance at the rope tree. The latter, with his strikingly elegant demeanor and handsome features, inevitably leaves a favorable impression on Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to the rope tree, Jiraiya's admiration grows, yet he remains intrigued by the matter of potions. In the future, his children may require such elixirs. He possesses resurrection coins and certainly lacks for potions. However, his offspring will be different. As they mature, which could be near 1,000 or even 2,000 children, these potions will prove invaluable. The rope tree is not neglectful of his progeny. He is indeed invested in their upbringing. In fact, he employs wooden avatars to accompany them in their growth, ensuring they recognize the presence of their father in their lives. However, with the passage of each week, the Tree of Ropes retracts its wooden avatars, reclaiming their memories, and tirelessly recreates over 1,800 replicas to continue accompanying them. Thus, the tree possesses a profound understanding of its progeny. Of course, the ability to assimilate these memories is merely a fundamental operation for a being of the Six Paths caliber. There is little to boast about in that regard. The current situation appears somewhat grim for the tree. Previously, enhancing its power merely required engaging in procreation with the girls, but the difficulty has markedly escalated. Following 4 enhancements from the last system's quest, the number of offspring required for a standard upgrade has reached an astonishing level. Number of clan members, 1854. Number of clan members required for the next power enhancement, 600. It now demands 600 individuals at once. The tree can only endeavor to do its utmost. Each week, it remains occupied, continuing its tender interactions with the girls. Naturally, the wooden avatars cannot partake in such affairs. The tree personally attends to these matters, with the avatars serving merely as instruments to maintain familial bonds. Ultimately, the wooden avatars will return to the tree's side. Presently, the tree dedicates 1 day each week, at most, to indulge 500 girls, with stored energy sufficient for 70. Initially, the tree envisioned that if resources were limitless, It could procreate as many children as desired. However, it has become evident that the reality is far more complex. The endeavor of earnest procreation proves to be a challenge even greater than defeating Kaguya, an unimaginable predicament. The tree contemplates that having around 1,800 wives is quite sufficient, as caring for more would be overwhelming. The rhythm of procreation will continue at this pace. The tree does possess some foresight for the future. The system's requirement for a multitude of children to advance to the next level is not without reason. Once all of the tree's offspring mature, each will inherit 1/3 of the Otsutsuki bloodline, with some possessing half of the tree's own strength. With such capabilities, regardless of gender, they will assuredly thrive. When they reach the age for marriage and childbirth, they will likely double the clan's numbers once more. At that point, as sons beget grandsons and grandsons beget great-grandsons, the clan's population will experience exponential growth. According to the system's rhythm, each phase brings a threefold increase in numbers. Given this exponential growth, even if the tree were to have only a little over 100 children, the future could see thousands of clan members, a truly staggering figure. Wait a moment. The tree suddenly realizes that the developmental cycle of this system appears to be measured in years. In less than 10 months, it has surpassed even the most prolific stallions. Achieving a count of 1,800, has it directly ascended to the level of the 6 paths? At that moment, a voice called out, pulling the tree back from its reverie. Ophelia gazed at the tree with concern, worried by its sudden lapse into introspection. Can the rope tree truly be entrusted with escorting them to procure medicinal herbs? Yet, as Ophelia turned her gaze, she spotted the flying squirrel, and much of her apprehension dissipated. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Mr. Momo was present, there was little to worry about. My apologies, I was momentarily distracted, Rope Tree remarked. The flying squirrel, unable to contain itself, nudged his waist and chuckled. What were you pondering? Merely contemplating my harem, Rope Tree replied, scratching his nose with an awkward laugh. Their banter piqued the curiosity of Nabi, who stood nearby, fully aware of their relationship. Although it was their first meeting, their camaraderie had already blossomed. The fact that the Lich, a being of immense age, exhibited such concern for the human, Rope Tree, intrigued her. Could it be that humans truly possess the capacity to live for such extended periods? She found herself pondering this, knowing well that a Lich can exist for thousands of years, perhaps even achieving immortality. After jesting with the flying squirrel, Rope Tree turned his attention to Ophelia, who held considerable value in his eyes. If he could nurture her as an apothecary, his future offspring would be spared the worry of untimely demise. Presently, Rope Tree's only vulnerability lay with his children and wives. Should anyone threaten them, not only would his strength wane, but his heart would also suffer. A man with a home bears weaknesses, a truth that applies to even the strongest of men. Thus, Rope Tree urged, Ophelia, I believe that is your name. Is it not? If possible, we should expedite the completion of this task without further delay. Yes, of course. Ophelia responded promptly, suppressing her inner thoughts. When Rope Tree spoke, his natural commanding presence became apparent, rendering his voice both sweet and tinged with a hint of menace in Ophelia's ears. Yet, she quickly corrected herself. Please wait a moment. What's the matter? Inquired the flying squirrel. I forgot to bring the vials for the medicine. I must have left them in my room. My grandmother organized my things and placed them there. I can't believe I overlooked it. Please wait for me while I retrieve them. Ophelia exclaimed hurriedly. Very well, go ahead. We shall wait for you here. Rope Tree nodded slowly, momentarily struggling to recall the narrative of Ain's old gown. He knew that in this world, particularly formidable individuals were scarce, if they existed at all, and certainly none capable of besting him in a one-on-one encounter. As for the plot of Naruto, that was a tale he had repeatedly revisited, nearly etched into his very bones. Rope Tree, unfazed by Ophelia's plea, watched as she dashed off to fetch the vials. Beneath the night sky, the trio awaited before the cart, with Zong assisting quietly, munching on a large watermelon. After a while, Ophelia had yet to return. The flying mouse and the Rope Tree sensed that something was amiss. The Rope Tree furrowed his brow and inquired, Momo, where is Ophelia's home? It is nearby. Merely a few hundred steps away. A few hundred steps, and it has taken this long to retrieve the vial? Has something happened? The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken truth in each other's eyes. There is something sinister afoot. The Rope Tree and the flying mouse promptly set off toward Ophelia's residence, with Nabi following closely behind. Ophelia's home was, in fact, the only apothecary in the town. It was relatively easy to locate, requiring little effort. They soon arrived at Infilia's abode. The flying mouse tentatively knocked on the door and called out, "Infilia, are you inside?" There was no response. Acting decisively, the flying mouse kicked the door open, revealing a dimly lit space where an oil lamp flickered softly. Yet, there was an unsettling silence within. At this moment, 7 minutes had elapsed since Infilia had mentioned fetching the potion bottle. "What is that smell?" the rope tree asked, covering his nose as a pungent stench wafted from within. "The scent of the undead," the flying mouse remarked, sensing that the situation was dire. Clad in armor, he charged into the room. Indeed, the sight before them compelled the rope tree to frown. Several bodies, appearing to be adventurers, lay motionless on the ground. Among them was a girl dressed in men's clothing who seemed to have endured unspeakable torment in life. Her eyes had been brutally gouged out and stuffed into her mouth. The flying mouse shuddered imperceptibly, momentarily transfixed by the gruesome scene. He then crouched down to examine their conditions. They had all been slain by sharp instruments, the assailant's speed having been remarkable enough to abduct Infilia. Utilizing a simple detection tool, the flying mouse quickly discerned the unfolding events. "Do you recognize them?" the rope tree asked, glancing at the lifeless forms on the ground. "I have only had a brief acquaintance with them. I am not particularly familiar," came the response. The rope tree could not help but chuckle softly, having already perceived that the flying mouse harbored some feelings for this group. Though the rope tree did not know their identities, he resolved to investigate further. Just then, an elderly woman arrived and gasped at the horrific scene within the shop. "What is this, Mr. Momo?" She quickly turned to the flying mouse, who was still crouched before the bodies. "Step back a bit. There is danger here." Infilia had lived with his grandmother, who was now confronting the dreadful sight. Before she could utter a word, the bodies that had lain still suddenly trembled and rose unsteadily to their feet, emitting ghastly growls. Their grotesque appearances prompted her to scream, "Zombies! Is this a necromantic summoning? How repulsive!" The flying mouse was equally incensed, for the actions of the perpetrator were utterly reprehensible. If he were to apprehend the individual responsible, retribution would surely be exacted. This adventurer team, after all, shared a bond with him. "Hold on. Do not slay them just yet," spoke the vine tree, clasping his hands together. "Would release." Blossom tree descend. With a crackling sound, several slender branches emerged from the ground. Unperturbed by the oncoming zombies, the vine tree formed another seal. The horde of undead was ensnared by the branches, rendered completely immobile. The flying mouse was taken aback. He had never encountered such a technique even in the game. The vine tree wielded it with remarkable ease. Yet, this was merely the beginning. "Allow me to test the efficacy of this technique," the vine tree declared, raising his staff towards the zombies. Incantations flowed from his lips, culminating in an eruption of radiant light from his staff. Final purification. The flying mouse's eyes widened. This move was a rare skill typically reserved for advanced clerics, capable of purging all negative states in adverse conditions. It possessed formidable destructive power against the undead. To his astonishment, the vine tree was able to cast such a spell. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, the once deceased adventurers, now zombies, were bathed in holy light. Not only were their wounds healed, but their zombified state was also lifted. They collapsed peacefully, as if merely fainting. "This technique appears quite effective," the vine tree remarked with a smile. The rewards bestowed by the system were indeed extraordinary. Its practicality was undeniable. The vine tree could now wield all the magic of the world tree, including the unique spells of the flying mouse's class, without any restrictions. There were no limitations, and class distinctions were rendered meaningless. It was akin to possessing a cheat. He could employ these powers at will, provided he had sufficient chakra. "Ban, do you possess this technique as well?" The flying mouse could not help but inquire, having initially intended to dispatch the zombies swiftly, granting them a hasty burial. To his surprise, the vine tree not only healed them without hesitation but even restored their severed limbs. After all, disabilities and blindness were also considered negative states. Swiftly remedied by this effect, the flying mouse was profoundly astonished. Meanwhile, the vine tree remained exceedingly modest, wearing a smile that was difficult to decipher. "I merely invested a bit," he replied. Once again, the flying mouse was left exasperated. Just how much had the vine tree truly invested? It was as if he had drained the entire card pool of the game. How could one possess such overwhelming power? From what the flying mouse understood, the vine tree possessed a template rivaling that of a berserker, alongside the ability to utilize an array of magic. He was far from an ordinary player who had merely reached level 100. He resembled a true powerhouse. I am now quite curious how you came to know Paralysino. Ban. The flying mouse could not help but cover his face, exclaiming, "It was merely in the course of discussing H that I inadvertently added a friend. Can such a thing truly be articulated?" Ha! The two couldn't help but burst into laughter again, and the flames of anger within the flying mouse diminished slightly. He found himself increasingly appreciative of Senju as a friend. Now, with the adventurer team having been rescued by Senju, all that remained was for them to recuperate for a while. Beyond that, there were no significant issues. In contrast, there was Infilia, the individual they were tasked with escorting. Had he been abducted, it would not only be a grievous blow to Momo's team, but also a considerable embarrassment for Senju. He was determined not to embark on a venture that would end in failure. At that moment, the elderly Infilia, witnessing such a miraculous event, trembled as she turned to Senju and softly inquired, "Are you from the Teaching Nation?" "The Teaching Nation? What significance does that hold?" Senju shook his head with a gentle smile. "What you should focus on now is your grandson, dear lady." Upon Senju's reminder, Infilia's grandmother quickly regained her composure. Indeed, the most pressing concern should be her grandson. She could hardly bear to envision a future without Infilia. He was her only grandchild. Infilia's grandmother promptly declared, "As long as you are willing to rescue Infilia, I am prepared to offer whatever you desire." The flying mouse chuckled at that moment. "The price I require is beyond your means. Then what do you seek?" "I seek everything you possess." At this proclamation, Infilia's grandmother's eyes widened in disbelief. Her pupils quivered, and all she could perceive were the imposing figures of the flying mouse and Senju. To them, she, as an apothecary, was not irreplaceable. In fact, she could be entirely substituted. The flying mouse was merely inclined to assist Infilia due to her age and her greater experience compared to him. Otherwise, neither Senju nor the flying mouse would engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain. No one wishes to partake in a losing venture. Once Infilia's grandmother had affixed her signature to the contract, the flying mouse nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the contract is sealed. The one who defaults shall be consumed by the flames of hell. Anything, as long as Infilia can be saved. Such is the heart of a parent. The elderly woman spoke with a voice laden with emotion. Fortunately, Senju offered a comforting word. "Do not worry. Working with us will not leave you at a loss." Soon after, the flying mouse, Senju, and Nabe arrived in a vacant chamber where the flying mouse began to unveil his intelligence warfare tactics. He patiently elucidated to Senju. Intelligence warfare is often of paramount importance. As long as we can discern the opponent's weaknesses prior to the guild's engagement and devise a response, no adversary, no matter how formidable, poses a challenge. Even against opponents stronger than oneself, possessing intelligence can ensure that they cannot withstand our might. This is the power of information. Senju nodded in agreement, firmly believing that one should not presume that sheer brute strength can render all obstacles insignificant. Intelligence is indeed the most formidable weapon. Have you not witnessed how, during the Gulf War, the United States demonstrated the sheer power of intelligence through a meticulously executed operation? Each missile was precisely aimed at the most vulnerable points, blinding the enemy's vision, choking their throats, and crippling their legs. Relying solely on advanced technology, they triumphed over a million-strong army that resembled a torrent of steel. This principle is equally applicable in our world. Nothing surpasses the significance of intelligence. Soon, the flying squirrel began to unveil scrolls, showcasing the expertise of a professional intelligence analyst, leaving Nabe, who was clutching a scroll nearby, utterly astonished. The collective number of scrolls amounted to dozens, including a fair share of high-level scrolls. Spreading out a map, the flying squirrel commenced his display of skill. After their earlier observations, they noted that their insignias had been confiscated, yet the valuable items remained untouched, even though they had all been revived by Ban. The flying squirrel turned to Nabe and inquired, "What do you think is the reason for this?" Nabe, her eyes wide with embarrassment, replied, "I sincerely apologize. I am unaware." The flying squirrel did not keep them in suspense, promptly explaining, "That is because, just then, both the flying squirrel and Shungtree received a simultaneous message in their minds. They instinctively placed their hands to their ears. This was a message from an NPC. A charming voice echoed in their minds. "Lord Shungtree, Lord Ains, I have important matters to report. Is it Adoma?" The flying squirrel continued, "I am rather occupied at the moment, We can discuss this later. I am busy now, Adoma. I will bring you some bugs to eat when I return. Xingqi responded simultaneously. Adoma, one of the battle maids, also known as Bug Sister, appeared as an exceedingly cute girl dressed in delightful gothic attire, beloved by all. Nabi listened attentively. The flying squirrel replied, If I have time later, I will contact you. Adoma. Adoma responded in kind, Understood, but please contact Lord Yalbed directly at that time. I take my leave now. Both responded in unison. Adoma's simultaneous call to both of them was a sign of the great Tomb's recognition of Xingqi, which brought a slight sense of comfort to Xingqi. Although curious about Adoma's message, it was best to prioritize their current matters. The flying squirrel nodded and swiftly resumed his intelligence operations. After setting aside the initial scrolls, he produced another scroll, tossing it to Nabi without a hint of regret. He proceeded to share his conjectures. The insignias they had lost were likely trophies from a hunt, cherished as mementos. Yet, this very act had left them vulnerable. They had indeed reached the end of their path. Targeting is straightforward. Nabi, no need for further explanation, right? Nabi nodded in agreement. I understand. The flying squirrel was not finished. Before Xingqi, he revealed 2 more scrolls. Considering the possibility that the opponent may utilize tracking detection, it is essential to employ deceptive intelligence and counter-detection measures for self-protection. The expression on Xingqi's face gradually contorted. When it comes to outsmarting the air, one must pay close attention to the movements of Feishu. This is fundamental. The art of intelligence warfare demands utmost caution. As Feishu spoke, he rummaged through his belongings for scrolls. Nabai watched with wide eyes, captivated by Feishu's performance. Meanwhile, Xingqi silently counted how many scrolls Feishu had pulled out. To deal with a trivial adversary, Feishu produced the scrolls he had initially prepared. A total of 13 scrolls lay resolutely on the table. This should suffice, Feishu declared with satisfaction. Xingqi genuinely wanted to exclaim that this was far from merely sufficient. It was overwhelmingly adequate. After all, possessing such an arsenal was nothing short of invincible. Feishu was indeed the epitome of caution. This statement was no exaggeration, yet Xingqi did not resent Feishu's vigilance. With such a teammate, there was no need to worry about others acting rashly. Xingqi felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. In contrast, Xingqi appeared more brash, constantly seeking to assert his presence, starkly different from Feishu's understated demeanor. While Feishu was compelled to display his prowess, Xingqi actively sought to impress. The disparity between the two was quite pronounced. Once the scrolls were prepared, Feishu commenced his demonstration, aiming to enlighten Nabai and impart some knowledge. This time, Nabai was to ignite the scroll. Naturally, Feishu's primary concern remained Xingqi, hoping he too would absorb this knowledge. My combat prowess may not rank among the elite players, yet my victory rate is remarkably high, attributed to the power of intelligence, Feishu stated candidly as the performance officially began. Concerning the opponent at hand, this would suffice. The individual capable of tearing insignias was likely not formidable. Nabai commenced. Nabai nodded. Having realized that being in the presence of these 2 supreme beings had indeed taught her a great deal, her perception of Xingqi had fundamentally transformed. He too was undeniably supreme. With this mindset, Nabai ignited the scroll. A magical scroll was cast into the air, burning to ashes from start to finish, followed by a dazzling display of magical luminescence, deceptive intelligence, counter-detection, reconnaissance, comprehensive tactics. Xingqi observed this spectacle of fireworks with a bemused smile. However, since the adversary dared to abduct Infilia, Xingqi deemed it necessary to issue a stern warning. After all, Infilia had been taken right before their eyes. The opponent's speed was remarkable, suggesting the presence of teleportation spells. Otherwise, with Xingqi's perceptive range, he would have sensed the opponent long ago. After completing the series of scrolls, Nabai pointed to a location on the map, declaring, Lord Momo, Lord Ban, are right here. The 2 gazed intently. Upon examining the location, Xingqi, having done his homework, quickly understood its significance. This location is likely a cemetery. The flying squirrel nodded, affirming that indeed, this was the graveyard. The adversary would be situated here. Using the clairvoyance and crystal screen to allow me to observe as well, the flying squirrel remarked. Together, these 2 scrolls would create a screen effect. Nabi nodded in agreement. As the 2 scrolls were consumed in flames, both the rope tree and the flying squirrel simultaneously beheld the internal situation. There, Infilia adorned a peculiar ornament upon her head. completely stripped of her garments. Surrounding her was a throng of undead, and the flying squirrel instantly recognized the caliber of this magic. 7th tier magic? Exercise caution, rope tree. The flying squirrel became earnest, directly reminding Rope Tree by his true name. Rope Tree also steeled himself, nodding seriously, embracing the flying squirrel's fervor. Very well. Let us proceed to investigate. 7th tier magic indeed seemed beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, warranting a modicum of caution from the two. Yet, Rope Tree found himself more inclined to express exasperation over the fact that from the moment Infilia was abducted to the revelation of her being stripped, no more than 15 minutes had elapsed. The swiftness of these individuals was remarkable. Fortunately, thanks to the flying squirrel's presence, their own pace had not lagged significantly. What began as an ordinary task to acclimate Rope Tree to the adventurer's milieu swiftly transformed into a fervent extermination mission, targeting the very individual who had abducted Infilia, who dared to disturb the sovereign's domain. Rope Tree resolved to impart a lesson upon them, aiming to mend the wounds inflicted upon his spirit. It appeared that this culprit was nearby. Observing the scene on the screen, the flying squirrel formed a judgment. Nabi inquired, "So, my lord, shall we employ teleportation for a surprise attack, or shall we initiate an aerial assault?" The flying squirrel disapproved, responding with gravity, "Do not speak such foolishness. If the adversary is prepared, we would suffer a significant setback. Moreover, having amassed so many undead, they must be planning something grand. Therefore, when we rescue Infilia, we shall also eliminate these undead, enhancing our reputation in the process." Nabi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards the flying squirrel brimming with admiration. Truly, such thoughts belong only to the supreme. Rope Tree felt chastised. His favorite tactic was to teleport behind others for a surprise strike or to fly before them and unleash a fierce beating. This time, he acknowledged the wisdom imparted. The Uchiha Madara, who met his end upon arrival, would have applauded. Nevertheless, the flying squirrel's words were indeed astute, and adhering to his counsel would not be a misstep. That said, time was of the essence. Infilia remained in their grasp, taken right under their noses. The flying squirrel stated calmly, yet a notion gradually surfaced within him. He approached the door, opening it and declaring, "We are ready. Infilia is anxiously awaiting us ahead. What have you come to know?" "Ah, the adversary's stronghold resides within the graveyard. Is my grandson there as well?" "Indeed, there lies an army of the undead," the flying squirrel stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Infilia's countenance shifted dramatically. For the common folk, the undead are nothing short of a nightmare. Even the weakest of the undead possess the power to slay a multitude. They are certainly not foes she could contend with. An army of the undead? How could that be? Despair engulfed Grandmother Infilia. Against such formidable enemies, surely he would abandon the endeavor. The news of an undead army reaching the kingdom would necessitate an influx of elite soldiers to combat them. These undead soldiers are hardly less menacing than natural disasters. Grandmother Infilia felt hopeless, convinced that the flying squirrel would undoubtedly refuse such a perilous task. After all, no one wishes to risk their life for such matters. Yet, the flying squirrel nonchalantly declared, "The undead army is not the issue. The crux lies in confronting their creator. Let us pay him a visit. Furthermore, the undead may well surge forth from the graveyard. You must inform the townsfolk and the town's defense forces. We shall proceed to the graveyard at once." Grandmother Infilia could not suppress her furrowed brow as she inquired, "Do you possess a means to overcome the undead army? Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death?" The flying squirrel smiled, gesturing to himself. "Isn't this sufficient? What bravado!" The Rope Tree barely awarded the flying squirrel a score of 90, if not a perfect 100. "Well then, farewell." The Rope Tree patted the flying squirrel's shoulder, chuckling. With that, the flying squirrel departed, and the Rope Tree followed with his staff in hand. Nabi merely cast her a glance before promptly trailing behind. Only Grandmother Infilia remained, her face a portrait of shock. Watching the trio recede into the distance, she murmured, "What manner of individuals are they?" Yet, she quickly regained her composure, hastening to notify the townspeople and the town's defense forces. With Momo's assurance, she naturally held faith in him. Presently, he was a well-regarded adventurer in this town. The graveyard. A somewhat larger full moon hung in the sky. The town's guard. A wall stood erect, with soldiers armed with long spears standing by. In this world, due to the high mortality rate, the emergence of the undead in graveyards necessitated such vigilant soldiers. One soldier, feeling somewhat relaxed, remarked, "Today is remarkably quiet." Another soldier joined in, chatting about the recent lack of conflict with the Empire, and that few had perished during the recent upheavals, suggesting that the undead had dwindled in number, allowing them a moment of respite. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down the soldiers' spines. "Wait a moment, is there something stirring?" One soldier exclaimed. "Haha, don't scare me. Stay quiet. Something is indeed amiss." Upon hearing this, the soldiers stationed there focused intently. Soon, a cry of alarm echoed from above. "Hey, you all! Look at this!" exclaimed the scout. The soldiers below hurriedly ascended the walls to gaze down at the cemetery. To their horror, an endless tide of the undead began to emerge from beneath the graveyard. The sheer number was enough to instill a deep sense of dread at a mere glance. What? This? The soldiers could barely maintain their grip on their weapons after seeing the innumerable undead. They stood on the walls, their vision completely filled from left to right, front to back, by the relentless horde. An infinite wave of corpses unfolded before their eyes. Panic soon set in among the ranks. The commander quickly instructed, "Quick! Inform the higher-ups and request reinforcements. We must hold this position at all costs. We cannot allow this horde of the undead to ascend." Without hesitation, a soldier mounted his horse and galloped away to seek help. Meanwhile, those stationed at the walls could only feel a chilling fear as they stared at the advancing army of the undead. With a deafening roar, the undead, sensing the presence of the living, began to claw their way upward, emitting terrifying growls. A putrid stench wafted from below, overwhelming the soldiers on the walls with fear. They hurriedly thrust their pikes at the relentless undead climbing towards them, but for every one that was pushed back, several more took its place. A staggering sight indeed. The commander, drenched in cold sweat, realized he did not wish to perish here. He promptly issued a new command. "No, the numbers are far too great. We cannot contend with this. Retreat, immediately retreat." Just as the soldiers were about to abandon their posts, a figure appeared before them. This newcomer was accompanied by a formidable beast, a burly adventurer, a handsome youth, and a weapon-wielding maid. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, but soon noticed the insignia of their ranks displayed upon their necks, copper badges. Yet, the badges offered little solace. The commander quickly asserted, "You need not be here. Retreat to the town and join the other soldiers in resisting the undead. The numbers here are overwhelming. You cannot hope to face them." "Whether we can face them is not merely a matter of words," replied the smiling figure. "Open the gates. We shall handle this." The agile creature leaped down and addressed the soldiers. The commander retorted sharply, "Open the gates? Are you jesting? You have seen the numbers of the undead outside. Do you seek death?" Had they been faced with steel-grade adventurers, the soldiers might have opened the gates without question. However, before them stood only those of copper rank. Although they appeared well-equipped and robust, who could ascertain whether they were merely a facade? The commander could not afford to take such a gamble. "How does this concern me?" The agile creature sighed. "It is merely a horde of the undead." The flying mouse leaped gracefully, effortlessly soaring over the city wall to the other side. "Huh!" it exclaimed with a fierce shout, brandishing its twin swords and sweeping arcs, instantly clearing the vicinity. In a mere exchange, the undead soldiers were utterly vanquished, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. The soldiers stood in astonishment, witnessing through the gates as the flying mouse wreaked havoc among the legion of the undead, akin to slicing through vegetables. If they were to be thrown into this fray, they would scarcely endure a second. "My lord Momo, I have come to assist." Nabai mischievously called out the name Momo, soaring to the flying mouse's side with her flight ability. Shengtong, not idle either, shook his head. "It seems my presence is unnecessary, yet I shall lend my support." He chuckled, entirely unfazed by the throng of undead. With a leap, he advanced forward. A series of radiant lights illuminated the area, incinerating all undead in their path, leaving not even a remnant of bone. "Master, please wait for me." Kazuki hurriedly followed suit. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. "What manner of individuals are these?" they murmured incredulously. The legion of the undead seemed utterly trivial to them. "Quickly, report this to our superiors. How could these be mere bronze-tier warriors? The dark warriors alongside the radiant priests? No, they ought to be the dark heroes juxtaposed with the heroes of light. You shall remain here to guard. The rest of you, request reinforcements," he commanded, promptly assigning a few to secure the area while dispatching horses to relay the situation. Wherever the trio tread, no undead could withstand their might. The flying mouse wielded its swords with astonishing vigor, a fact not lost on those who knew it to be a mage. Could a mage's basic attacks be this formidable? Nabai unleashed her lightning magic, clearing vast swathes with a single strike. The flying mouse, seemingly intoxicated by the thrill of battle, cast a powerful magic buff upon itself, physical enhancement, speed increase, and a boost against the undead. The dual swords carved through the foes with the ease of harvesting wheat, swiftly emptying entire regions. Shengtong, wielding his staff, cast spells while gleefully supporting the flying mouse. Haha, Momo, don't just watch, see how I bolster your power. Ultimate physical enhancement. 9th tier magic, void creation, sacred body, speed boost, fortress, rapid acceleration. 9th tier magic, maximum attack enhancement. The flying mouse's speed became terrifying, nearly matching that of a max-level warrior player. Unable to contain itself while cleaving through the undead, it quipped, "Ban? Have you exhausted the entire game's resources? Why don't your buffs stack?" The flying mouse understood that the buffs bestowed by Shangtong were the most potent, typically requiring an entire guild to achieve. As a result, the Tree of Ropes simply added what was needed. With a flick of his staff, he shattered the skull of an undead creature that attempted to ambush him, laughing heartily. "Never mind. MO, just indulge yourself." The flying squirrel nodded in agreement, transforming into a colossal spinning top amidst the entire undead army, leaving desolation in his wake. He soared through the air with sheer exhilaration, experiencing the essence of a warrior template for the first time. The flying squirrel was overwhelmed with excitement and charged into battle without hesitation. Nabai observed this scene from the sidelines, her heart racing. Is this the unparalleled synergy among supreme beings? Truly unparalleled. Subsequently, the Tree of Ropes approached her. "All right, Nabai, it's your turn to revel as well." With a final magical blessing, he bestowed upon her a rapid surge of unlimited MP, constructing magical enhancements and defensive barriers. The 9th tier magic resulted in an extraordinary amplification of her power. Instantly, a series of spells enveloped Nabai, elevating her fundamental attributes by several magnitudes. Nabai, living up to the Tree of Ropes' expectations, unleashed a crackling bolt of lightning, akin to a divine retribution. Vast expanses of land ignited in fierce flames. The Tree of Ropes could not help but gasp at such a remarkable augmentation. However, for him, this enhancement was but a trivial matter. Aside from a few buffs, they were mere toys, largely due to the Tree of Ropes' own formidable strength. These spells held little effect on him. Until his power reached an invincible level, he was content to assume a supportive role, subtly concealing his true capabilities. After all, disguising himself required minimal effort. Should an adversary perceive him as merely a support, intending to eliminate him first, they would be met with a beaming smile from the Tree of Ropes before being dispatched with a single punch. One could only wonder what thoughts would cross their mind in their final moments. Thus, the undead army posed no challenge to the trio, barely qualifying as a challenge as they carved a bloody path toward their objective. Nabai and the flying squirrel instinctively guarded the Tree of Ropes, allowing him to experience the novelty of being protected, which he found quite enjoyable. Is this what a guild battle feels like? Not bad at all. Upon clearing the area, the beleaguered Senju, besieged by the undead atop a tree, finally descended. Senju, nestled on Nabai's back, murmured softly, "I truly apologize for being a burden to our lord. Please refrain from moving too much. I'm too soft and slippery to hold on to." Nabai could only respond with silence, flying through the air while carrying the fluffy creature. After all, Senju was a pet of Ain's and could not be neglected. Ultimately, just before reaching the enemy's stronghold, Senju was placed atop a tree. The trio continued their triumphant journey, yet not everyone was in high spirits. A squad encircled one individual, numerous chantcasters surrounding him. One of the subordinates whispered, "Lord Karjit, we have company." Karjit, a gaunt old man radiating the aura of the undead, gazed into the distance. The flying squirrel, bearing a massive sword and adorned with an array of buffs, approached him with purpose. "At last, I have found you, you fool." In the depths of the flying squirrel's mind, this individual was the architect of the demise of the adventurers' party. Surely, the undead army within the graveyard must also be his doing. Kadjit regarded the flying squirrel with a somber expression that revealed nothing. "Adventurers, you possess considerable skill to have made it this far." "Huh, what a splendid night it is, Kadjit." Upon hearing this, Kadjit cast a bewildered glance at his subordinate, who had unwittingly uttered his name. The subordinate, equally astonished, had not anticipated that the flying squirrel would pay heed to such details. Fortunately, Kadjit chose not to pursue the matter further, as he regarded the three before him as mere corpses. And to the dead, nothing merits concern. Such a delightful evening. And you squander it on these tedious rituals, the flying squirrel remarked with a hint of disdain. In truth, he was already seeking information about Kadjit. Oblivious, Kadjit replied. Whether it is suitable for a ritual is my prerogative. Speaking of which, who are you? I am Momo, an adventurer here to slay you, the flying squirrel reiterated. The voice from beneath the helmet was indeed reassuring. Shengtong, gripping his staff, observed the negotiation. For him, the prospect of lurking in the shadows while others engaged was a novel experience. Were it up to him to negotiate, he would undoubtedly dispatch Kadjit without a second thought. But at this moment, he refrained. The flying squirrel brandished his sword, declaring, "You have a companion who wields a sword. Do summon them forth." Upon hearing this, Kadjit could no longer remain composed. Clutching a spherical object, he spoke. "You are mistaken if you think you can dictate terms. Come forth. It is time for you to act." "Ah, so you have managed to investigate those corpses quite adeptly. How amusing." A woman with a smile emerged from the shadows, regarding Shengtong and his companions with a faint grin. "You." Kadjit could not help but flinch, realizing yet again that this individual was causing trouble outside. "What can I say? I simply enjoy doing so," the woman replied calmly, her hands resting casually, as if no one in this world could stand against her. After all, she was one of the heroes of this realm, a being far beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. "Since you exhibit such prowess, allow me to know your esteemed names," she inquired, treating Shengtong and his companions with utter disdain. "By the way, I am Clementine," she chuckled lightly. "Though it might be futile, my name is Momo," the flying squirrel stated matter-of-factly. Shengtong smiled. "I have no inclination to assign names to the dead." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Clementine's previously jovial visage. No one had dared to speak to her in such a manner before. This was the first time someone had the audacity to be so arrogant. She regarded Shengtong, unable to resist licking her lips as she gazed at the medallion around his neck, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. "Ah, this young man is indeed rather arrogant, though he is quite handsome." What Clementine implied was that if Shengshu were to perish at her hands, a torment would be inevitable. Shengshu could not suppress a soft grunt. Unwilling to engage in any further banter with her, he was ready to deliver a decisive blow to this person's head. However, Flying Squirrel intervened, urging Shengshu to exercise a modicum of patience, as they still needed to probe for intelligence. Clementine then spoke. "Oh, so your name is Ban? What an unappealing name." Shengshu, disinclined to respond, merely gestured for Flying Squirrel to proceed freely. He stood behind Flying Squirrel, feigning the demeanor of a mage, silently observing the exchange. Soon, Clementine's attention shifted back to Flying Squirrel. "But how did you come to know of this place?" "It is quite peculiar. The answer lies within your cloak," Flying Squirrel replied. Clementine paused, then theatrically clutched her chest, feigning shock. "Oh, you pervert, you rogue." After a moment of exaggerated madness, she regained her composure. "Well, since you are so eager to see, I suppose I shall oblige." She promptly unfastened her cloak, revealing an ensemble crafted from the insignias of slain adventurers. "How about that? Sufficient for you, you lecher?" Clementine could not help but chuckle. Flying Squirrel, uninterested in further dialogue, stated, "Come, let us engage in a duel over there." While gesturing for her to move away, Clementine blinked in surprise before laughing. "Your little team certainly brings me ample delight." Yet, she followed Flying Squirrel without a thought of defeat. Seeing this, Nabi was about to interject, but Shengshu shook his head, dismissing the notion that defeating lesser foes held any amusement. Upon hearing this, Clementine immediately turned her gaze towards Shengshu, genuinely incensed at this moment. "Humph, you, a mere mage, dare utter such words?" She shifted her stance and swiftly launched into action. In a moment of unawareness, Flying Squirrel allowed her to advance, unaccustomed to her newfound agility. He could hardly react before Clementine stood before Shengshu, striking down fiercely. "Ha ha, die, insolent young man." Upon this, Nabi quickly intercepted Clementine's attack, regarding her with icy disdain. Shengshu appeared unfazed, as if a gentle breeze had merely swept by. "TCH, you possess some skill," Clementine remarked, retreating after her initial strike failed. Flying Squirrel, still standing his ground, shook his head. "In that case, it seems there is no option left. You do not wish for a one-on-one duel, do you?" Upon witnessing Clementine's aggression towards Xingqiu, Flying Squirrel was prepared to escalate the situation into a group confrontation. Yet, Clementine, with a dismissive flick of her dual blades, remarked, "Oh dear, I was merely giving this young man a little thrill, nothing more. You intend to kill him, don't you? Let us not beat around the bush. Do you dare to challenge me to a duel, Mo?" Clementine laughed, casting a glance at Flying Squirrel. "Humph, bring it on." The flying mouse snorted in anger, vowing to ensure that Clementine would suffer immensely. Soon, the two departed from the main battlefield, leaving behind Nabe and Xingqiu. "Well then, are you two here to oppose us?" asked the two mages. A smile crept across Kaji's face. He was confident of victory, for he considered himself the nemesis of mages. Nabe quickly retorted, "You are merely an insect, daring to utter such words?" With that, she pulled her hands apart, and a spell took form before her. Dual magic chant. Electric sphere. An electric ball was unleashed. The moment it was released towards the group of mages, a terrifying voltage manifested. In the blink of an eye, the area was engulfed in blinding light, reduced to ruins. Senju silently observed the scene, relishing this rare opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. After the electric sphere struck, all the weaker mages beside Kaji fell to the ground, reduced to charred remains. Yet Kaji stood before Nabe, smirking coldly. "How foolish," he chuckled. Nabe glanced at Xingqiu, who offered her an encouraging look. She couldn't help but close her eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, "If only you could perish as easily as a caterpillar." However, this also meant that Nabe would have to engage Kaji in a fierce battle. In response to Kaji's taunts, Nabe countered, "Foolish? An insect dares to call me foolish? What gives you the right? Is it wrong to deem you foolish for recklessly hindering my plans? Ants that fail to comprehend the essence of true strength will never prevail against me. Let me show you the power of this supreme gem." With that, Kaji raised the gem in his hand, sneering at Nabe. "Arise," he commanded. With a resounding hum, a skeletal dragon roared down from the heavens, landing precisely where Xingqiu stood. Kaji had long harbored disdain for Xingqiu. His penchant for mocking had evidently provoked Kaji's ire. Faced with such tactics, Nabe panicked. "Lord Ban." Meanwhile, Xingqiu rolled his eyes. Reluctantly setting down the popcorn he had just prepared, he gazed at the descending skeletal dragon without flinching. "Ha! Regret your reckless behavior, you insolent brat." Kaji's laughter echoed ominously as the skeletal dragon descended with overwhelming force. Unfazed by this impending onslaught, Xingqiu wore a look of mild disdain. Covering his face, he remarked, "If this is all you are capable of, then there is truly no need for me to exert any power." Aiming at the skeletal dragon, he exhaled a breath imbued with pure force. In an instant, it blasted the dragon into oblivion, dispersing it into smoke. The surrounding dust was swept away, revealing the environment within. Nabe gasped in astonishment, while Kaji could hardly believe his eyes. In one breath, the skeletal dragon was vanquished. How astonishing! How could this be possible? Who might you be? Kaji was rendered speechless by fear. In the end, Xingqiu, having grown weary of the game, charged forward with a single punch. This punch was executed with great caution. "I am your father," he declared. With that, Kaji was immediately crushed beneath Xingqiu's might, not much different from squashing an insect. Such overwhelming strength lacked intrigue. Observing this scene, Xingqiu couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, it was only through engaging with Kagaya in the training system that one could find a semblance of excitement. Nabi knelt beside him, filled with admiration. Truly, he was the supreme sovereign. "Let us see how Feishu, or rather, Momo, is faring," Xingqiu said with a mischievous grin, curious about the battle mage's condition. The situation with Nabi concluded too swiftly, leaving Feishu oblivious to the turn of events until the two arrived. Clementine was relentlessly assaulting Feishu, striking fiercely. Meanwhile, Feishu revealed his true form, a skeletal visage. "Just perish in such a humble manner," he mused, as he pressed against Clementine. Yet upon Xingqiu's arrival, he ceased his attack. "Xingqiu, have you resolved it?" she inquired. "He sought to strike me, only to be dispatched in an instant," Xingqiu replied with a resigned wave of his hand. Then turned his attention to Feishu. "What is the matter? Are you not going to finish her?" Clementine screamed in Feishu's embrace. "You and this undead creature are in cahoots. Are you not? Aren't you human?" Xingqiu could scarcely bear to witness this. Just moments ago, she had been so boisterous and aggressive, yet when the confrontation ensued, she faltered. "Upon conducting a brief assessment, I discovered some intriguing aspects," Feishu remarked. Let us discuss this further. I wish to understand this character. Shengshu, feeling a sudden itch for confrontation, recalled Clementine's earlier arrogance. Feishu shrugged and released Clementine. The moment she was freed, she dashed backward with great speed. Still haunted by the near-fatal encounter, she fled into the woods without a backward glance, abandoning all notions of dignity and bravado, consumed by the instinct to survive. However, could she escape the wrath of the master? Shengshu effortlessly seized her. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in her original position. Instantly, Clementine's legs trembled as she gazed at Feishu, who had reverted to his armored form. Clementine shrieked in terror, "What on earth are you?" "Show me the intriguing things you possess," Shengshu replied dismissively. "If you manage to defeat me, you may flee. I beg for mercy. I implore you. I am willing to offer you everything. I possess great value." Clementine's pleas intensified, her dignity stripped away, revealing her true self, a stark contrast to her earlier bravado. Shengshu, disinterested in her words, made a downward gesture. "You can either strike me or perish. Those are your only options." Clementine, upon hearing those words, succumbed to despair. She knelt upon the ground, rendered speechless for an extended moment. The individual before her, standing alongside that skeletal figure, was undoubtedly no ordinary being. Overwhelmed by madness, she erupted into a fit of laughter before plunging a knife into her own heart. Cursed indeed. With those final words, she met her end in the most undignified manner. Shoju rolled his eyes in exasperation. Truly lacking in resolve, let us proceed. We must ascertain the condition of that rascal. Infilia, the flying squirrel nodded and then inquired, "Shoju, do you not feel any sorrow?" "Not at all, fret not," Shoju replied with a smile. The flying squirrel, ever gentle, concerned for his feelings, yet it was a pity that Shoju was no stranger to forcing others to their demise. The last was named Tawanzo, this one, Clementine. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Nabe swiftly delivered a lightning strike to the corpse. As it turned to charred remains, she could not resist a mocking remark. "Such a wretched body, seeking to entice Lord Shoju? What an ugly insect." This battle concluded as Kagit, having moved Shoju, came to an end. Shoju also experienced the thrill of guild warfare for the first time. Soon, within the confines of the hall, the trio located in Philia. He stood stark naked at the center, adorned with a crown upon his head. Shoju casually draped a garment over him, wishing to spare his eyes from the sight. The flying squirrel, indulging his collecting obsession, examined the crown. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered a lament. Unfortunately, it was a bound item, thus there was no recourse, for the sake of Momo's reputation. This was the only option. The high-level item was destroyed. With a crack, the crown was shattered into glistening fragments. The flying squirrel also caught in Philia, marking the conclusion of this skirmish. The pitiful little hamsters still dangled from the tree, which Shoju ultimately retrieved. These were matters for another time. When news spread that Momo's squad had eradicated the undead army and cult members, the entire fortress town erupted in commotion. For a time, the town was abuzz with discussions about Momo. The outcome pleased the flying squirrel immensely. Truly, he had boasted of being Momo to everyone. And now the accolades he received far surpassed his expectations. Even the identity of Momo had ascended to that of a steel-level adventurer. And both Nabe and Ban had risen to this esteemed status as well. This squad had thoroughly established their renown throughout the world. Even the Empire became aware of this small team's existence. Once the fame of this identity had accumulated sufficiently, the flying squirrel resolved to cast all three identities into the city founded by Shoju, thereby fulfilling his aspirations of nation-building. However, another matter arose, compelling the flying squirrel to turn back and address it, an occurrence that had long occupied Shoju's thoughts. This event would serve as a resounding alarm for the flying squirrel, perfectly exemplifying that the things one fears may indeed come to pass. Shaltir had betrayed them. In the space between thrones, Shoju remained stoic, while the flying squirrel stood in silence. Who can elucidate the circumstances surrounding Shaltir's betrayal? Shoju inquired, feigning ignorance. The guardians below articulated their concerns. Originally, as per the plan, Shaltir had betrayed them, and her subordinates were unaware of the reasons behind it. However, Shaltir's current state was indeed peculiar, as she was not present among the ranks of the guardians. "It appears that Shaltir has turned against our Supreme One," Yaldabaoth remarked, pointing to the section designated for the guardians, where Shaltir's row was conspicuously marked in red. "Why would Shaltir betray our Supreme Lord?" Aura could not help but exclaim, incredulous at such a scenario. To defy our Supreme Lord is utterly shameless. Kozitz echoed. Shaltir's actions were baffling. Demiurge furrowed his brow, having been observing the situation unfold. Yet he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Shaltir's betrayal of Nazarick was an unthinkable transgression for all guardians. The fact that she had simply declared her rebellion without any warning was shocking. Amid the chaos below, Rope Tree maintained an air of calm. Silence, he commanded, and the guardians immediately ceased their chatter, bowing their heads in deference. Rope Tree then addressed the flying squirrel beside him, stating, upon our discussion, we surmise that Shaltir may have been controlled, likely by a world-class item. At this revelation, the guardians widened their eyes. They were acutely aware of the rarity and potency of such items, astonished that one could exert control over them so directly. Could you elaborate on Shaltir's current condition, Aura? The flying squirrel inquired. Aura nodded. At present, Shaltir is clad in full armor, standing motionless in place. We are uncertain as to what has transpired, but it seems as if the Supreme One's assertion holds true. She has indeed been controlled. The fact that a guardian could be subjected to control was a bitter pill for all of them to swallow, an outcome they had not foreseen. Quickly, Rope Tree proposed a course of action. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow Shaltir to remain in this state. I shall confront her. Rising from his throne, he addressed the assembly below. Since Shaltir is under control, I cannot stand idly by. I am quite concerned about this matter. If we can revive Shaltir, we may be able to break the control. However, this incident will undoubtedly diminish her standing within Nazarick, and I shall subsequently assign her to the city I have established. This would fulfill my desire while enhancing Nazarick's vigilance. The only drawback, however, was the considerable amount of gold required for Shaltir's revival. Unsurprisingly, Rope Tree's words were met with opposition from the guardians below. This cannot be. Shaltir is dangerous. If the Supreme One is to proceed, please take a guardian with you. Though reluctant to admit it, they understood that Shaltir was formidable in combat. Lord Rope Tree, please reconsider. Demigod is indeed radical. Lord Rope Tree, the race of Shaltir has a restraining effect on you. If you intend to confront her, it is imperative to bring the guardians along. Otherwise, I would rather perish than accept it. The notion of challenging Shaltir proposed by Rope Tree is utterly unacceptable to the guardians. Should Rope Tree meet his demise here, it would be an irreparable blow to them. However, with a mere phrase, Rope Tree quelled their concerns. As your exemplar, if I cannot set a precedent for you, what significance does my role as a model hold? Demigod, there is no need to restrain me. Rest assured, I have my own plans. But, Demigod hastily interjected. Yet, Albedo had already spoken. Lord Rope Tree, I sincerely hope you will consider this matter with a long-term perspective. Albedo's words momentarily halted Rope Tree's eagerness. Indeed, his current impulsive demeanor does not reflect that of a mature leader. Even if there exists a solution, the pace must be tempered. After pondering for a moment, Rope Tree nodded. In that case, I shall confer with the flying squirrel regarding our strategy. Indeed, the flying squirrel nodded in agreement. With the pronouncement of two supreme beings, coupled with Rope Tree's willingness to take a step back, the guardians remained silent, hoping that Rope Tree would not act too rashly. The entire Nazarick was thrown into disarray by the news of Shaltir's betrayal. Upon returning to his chamber, the flying squirrel was unable to contain his seething rage. Who is it? Who has taken action against Shaltir? Who has assailed our Nazarick? He slammed his fist on the table, causing the maid beside him to reveal a look of compassion. The Supreme One cares for them. The news of Shaltir's treachery indeed struck a heavy blow to the flying squirrel. He never anticipated such a calamity would manifest before him. It became evident that his previous actions had been somewhat naive. An inexplicable enemy had now emerged, presenting a challenge he must confront. Flying Squirrel, I have a solution. Rope Tree stated. I have heard that when NPCs from other guilds are controlled, they can return by being defeated and then resurrected. I have discovered that many rules in this world are quite similar to those in the game. We could employ this method in the future. Is that true? Of course. But I have decided to go alone. Do not inform the other guardians. I am confident. Rope Tree's declaration caused the flying squirrel immense concern, yet he insisted, no, I must accompany you in this confrontation. Seeing this, Rope Tree nodded. All right, when I engage with Shaltir, if I find myself in peril, Flying Squirrel, you shall come to my aid. In truth, Rope Tree had no intention of losing. Shaltir was no match for him. His primary objective this time was to establish his authority. Should he succeed in vanquishing Shaltir, the other factions in this world would undoubtedly refrain from frivolously seeking conflict with him. The nation he built should be safeguarded from invasion. The wife and children can finally settle here with peace of mind. Shinju's intention was straightforward. He sought to secure a true second stronghold through this battle, thereby allowing him to strategize further conquests of other maidens based on the circumstances here. This step was absolutely indispensable. Only with a sense of security could they continue to fight. A smile graced Shinju's face. In the conference room, Airbed, Kozitz, and Demiurgos gathered together. I cannot stand idly by while our supreme overlord faces Shatiya alone, Airbed exclaimed, gazing at Demiurgos with a smile. Demiurgos, I have but one question for you. What is your opinion of Lord Shinju? Do I even need to elaborate? Lord Shinju is the supreme overlord of Nazarick, the great tomb, who has silently contributed behind the scenes. Demiurgos responded, deeply moved. In his eyes, all 41 supreme overlords had abandoned Nazarick, leaving only the flying squirrel. At that moment, Shinju's arrival as a friend of the flying squirrel, combined with the squirrel's testimony of Shinju's contributions to Nazarick, became apparent. Shinju had indeed set an example by accompanying Airbed to establish a nation, and everything had been executed remarkably well. Such wisdom and strength profoundly impressed Demiurgos. He held no dissent regarding Shinju's status as supreme overlord. Is that so? It is excellent that you think this way, Demiurgos. What do you take me for? Demiurgos felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at Airbed's probing, angrily sitting down. So, Airbed, you summoned me in your capacity as guardian overseer merely to test my loyalty? Of course not for such trivial matters, Airbed replied. Rather, I wish to inform you that since Lord Shinju desires to confront Shatiya alone, we, his subordinates, must not express dissent. With that, Airbed extended his palm, and a mirror materialized before Demiurgos, reflecting the image of Shinju. Clad in the robes of the fourth Hokage, he stood upon a cliff, facing the mountains with his hands clasped behind his back. The wind rustled past him, causing the Hokage robes to flutter. Before Shinju stood Shatiya, who gazed at him, fully armed and motionless. What? Demiurgos exclaimed in astonishment. Airbed, have you lost your mind? He shouted, rising to intervene. However, before he could take 2 steps, a large blade blocked his path. Kozitz stood in his way, stating, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to pass. As a being of exceptional intellect, Demiurgos instantly comprehended the implications. He clenched his teeth and sat back down, casting a furious glare at Airbed. So this was your reason for summoning me? Airbed smiled in silence, further inciting Demiurgos' ire. What if something were to happen to Lord Shinju, our supreme overlord? What would you do then? It will not happen. How can you be so certain? I have witnessed the prowess of Lord Rope Tree. He is undoubtedly capable. However, as his woman, how could I possibly prevent my man from taking a bold stand? At that moment, Yalbed displayed a conflicted expression. Gently caressing her belly, she murmured, After all, I possess the treasures bestowed upon me by Lord Rope Tree. How could I not? Upon hearing her words, even Demiurgos was rendered speechless. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly sat down. Kozitz, what do you believe are Lord Rope Tree's chances of victory? Demiurgos sought clarity. Beside him, Kozitz exhaled a breath of cold air and replied nonchalantly, 82-18. Lord Rope Tree at 2, Shatiya at 8. What? Yalbed's true concern surfaced as she gazed at her reflection, her heart heavy with worry. According to the information left by my creator, the warrior Kenyuki, I once encountered a phrase stating that among beings of the same level, the constraints of race are exceptionally pronounced, often leading to overwhelming shifts in battle outcomes. Lord Rope Tree belongs to the human race, while Shatiya is a vampire, and there exists a notably severe restraint between the two. Furthermore, Lord Rope Tree is indeed a mage facing off against a warrior. Hearing this, Demiurgos quickly shook his head. In any case, Lord Rope Tree cannot be merely a mage. I can sense it. If that is the case, then let us revise it to 73-27. Lord Rope Tree at 3, Shatiya at 7. This still amounted to a figure that instilled no small measure of unease in both Demiurgos and Yalbed. Yet, they had no words to offer. Left to watch events unfold helplessly. The news of Lord Rope Tree's impending battle against Shatiya had already spread among the guardians of the Great Tomb, with Demiurgos being the last to learn of it. This marked the first time Lord Rope Tree would boldly showcase his strength before the Great Tomb. A moment deserving of ample promotion. However, in the eyes of the guardians, it had transformed into a distressing challenge. Aura gazed into the distance, monitoring Sheisha's location. That fool. How could she be controlled? Now, It seems Lord Rope Tree must kill her. Her tone was flippant, yet it carried a weight of genuine concern. Beside her, Mare held onto his staff. She was far too careless. That's why she's a fool. He lamented. I wonder if Lord Rope Tree can win this battle. He expressed his worry. The victory of the Supreme Ruler is a foregone conclusion, Aura asserted confidently, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. The blatant constraints of race presented before them were enough to make anyone shake their head in dismay. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel stood at a distance, observing the scene. With Seabass at his side, ensuring his safety, the flying squirrel quietly inquired, Is Lord Rope Tree truly untroubled? This battle is not merely a duel. There may well be enemies lying in ambush. If I could use superior magic to lure them out, it would be ideal, sparing Lord Rope Tree from acting as bait. In response, Lord Rope Tree replied with ease, It's all right. I have ways to deal with those ambushers, Flying Squirrel. Would you truly forget my identity as a premium player? Ha ha ha. Yet one must remain vigilant. If the situation becomes dire, it is wise to retreat. For the racial advantages are glaringly apparent. Vampires possess a distinct advantage over humans, boasting a base strength that exceeds theirs by 30 points, along with inherent damage amplification and recovery buffs. In the face of overwhelming odds, retreat is a prudent choice. No one would cast blame upon you for it. In the voice chat, the flying squirrel expressed deep concern, reiterating that even if Shoju chose to flee, it would be entirely acceptable. After all, if Shoju were absent, it would likely be the flying squirrel occupying that position. Confronting Shaltir would undoubtedly impose significant pressure on the flying squirrel, especially given that Peroroncino crafted Shaltir according to a template that completely counters him. Even Shoju would find the situation daunting. The consensus among nearly all in the Great Tomb is that Shoju's chances of victory are slim, as the Valkyrie class possesses overwhelming attributes. Before departing, the flying squirrel detailed Shaltir's skills to Shoju, leaving him quite astonished. Such abilities, if placed within the world of ninjas, could easily surpass several Super Shadow levels. Firstly, there is the pure throwing gun, which can be activated thrice daily. Each guaranteed hit inflicts tremendous holy damage, capable of piercing even a complete Susanoo. The damage dealt rivals that of Dust Release, and should not be underestimated. Then there is Time Rewind, akin to Shoju's own Resurrection Coin skill, also usable thrice, allowing the user to revert to a previous state for approximately 20 seconds after sustaining a grievous injury. Compared to Shoju's extraordinary 3-day duration, this is considerably more favorable. Next is another life-saving skill, the Pure Impact Shield, which can be deployed twice to absorb damage and simultaneously propel enemies away, yet another tool for survival. Following that is the special skill, Heroic Spirit Warrior, which summons a doppelganger with similar attributes and skills to engage in battle alongside the original, while simultaneously providing vampiric sustenance. Shaltir's arsenal of skills is undeniably tailored for one-on-one combat. Within the entirety of Nazarick, none would dare claim they could best Shaltir in a direct confrontation. It is worth noting that Shaltir possesses a resurrection item at her disposal. The mere notion of a Super Shadow pales in comparison to Shaltir's ability to effortlessly breach defenses. Only those of the 6 paths level can truly be regarded as formidable. Currently, Shoju's strength is still classified by the system as 6 paths level. However, he senses that he is on the verge of transcending this tier. Uncertain of what lies beyond, he eagerly anticipates the next level. Let this be my final battle at the 6 paths level, Shaltir. Donning the Hokage robe devoid of any attributes, Shoju strides slowly toward Shaltir. Only by truly immersing oneself in this world can one comprehend that its pinnacle of combat prowess surpasses that of the Naruto universe. Not to mention the existence of world-class items. Even the formidable Shaltir could be restrained by such artifacts. Shoju cannot guarantee that he would remain unscathed when faced with these diverse world-class tools. Fortunately, world-class artifacts are still subject to certain limitations. For instance, these artifacts cannot affect those who possess them, serving as a form of defense. The character known as Rope Tree possesses the Mountain and River Cuckoo map, a world-class artifact bestowed upon him by the Flying Squirrel, thus alleviating his concerns about being influenced by such powerful tools. He gradually approached Shatia, his fists tightening under the watchful eyes of numerous guardians. It had been several days since he last saw Shatia, who stood motionless at the center of a grove, unresponsive and seemingly indifferent to his presence, resembling a true neutral wild creature. Shatia, he uttered, holding his breath before launching a powerful punch directed at her. a blow representing the pinnacle of his capabilities in a normal state, yet without the activation of the Death Gate. A thunderous explosion erupted from the point of impact, with trees around him fracturing as they were propelled into the distance, leaving the area in complete ruin. The shockwave radiated outward, even reaching the positions of the flying squirrel and Yala, who stared in disbelief at such astonishing power. Could such strength truly be within the capacity of a single individual? As Rope Tree delivered his punch, a frown crossed his face, concern creeping in that Kshatriya might have been fatally injured. However, it soon became evident that his worries were unfounded. Lord Rope Tree, ha! You strike me with such pain, Kshatriya exclaimed, her laughter echoing as she emerged from the cloud of dust, having already caught Rope Tree's attention as he turned to face her. With a swift thrust of her spear aimed at him, Rope Tree instinctively grasped the weapon, just as he intended to employ his illusion killer to neutralize the spear. Kshatriya acutely sensed something amiss. She promptly retracted her spear and delivered a kick to Rope Tree. The impact sent him staggering backward, covering a distance of several meters before he could regain his footing. Such strength! A smile involuntarily crept onto Rope Tree's face as he experienced this unprecedented physical intensity. Even the third-generation Raikage could not match Shesha's speed and power, igniting a competitive spirit within him. How did his own strength compare to hers? Kshatriya, your vigor is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Thanks to Lord Rope Tree, I am brimming with energy. Kshatriya laughed heartily, her crimson armor clinking as she moved. The clash of their blades revealed the extent of their capabilities. Time rewind. After enduring Rope Tree's punch head-on, Kshatriya activated her first rewind, fully restoring her injuries. This remarkable recuperative ability left Rope Tree in awe, akin to his own resurrection after opening the Death Gate. Without further ado, they engaged in a series of exchanges, each testing the other's prowess. Rope Tree consciously avoided being drained of energy, while Kshatriya skillfully evaded his illusion killer, both locked in a thrilling contest of strength and skill. In their numerous encounters, the Valkyrie, Kshatriya, has surprisingly gained no advantage. Although Lord Rope Tree is but a human, his strength surpasses even that of Seabass. From where does he derive such power? Kshatriya cannot help but ponder this. The regular combat prowess proves insufficient to subdue Kshatriya. Her defenses are far more formidable than anticipated. Perhaps it is indeed time to unleash the Death Gate? Rope Tree, too, finds himself questioning his strategy. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoes as the terrain around them has been thoroughly ravaged, resembling a barren wasteland devoid of any vegetation. In the distance, a barrier encircles the area, ensuring that the aftermath of their battle dissipates safely. As a level 100 NPC, Kshatriya undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of solo combat. She exchanges blows with Rope Tree, even managing to recover the minor damage sustained thus far. Kshatriya bursts into laughter. Lord Rope Tree, I initially believed you to be merely a facade, but it appears you are indeed a formidable supreme being. However, when compared to Lord Peroncino, you still fall short. This statement, seemingly candid, prompts Rope Tree to cover his face in disbelief. To his astonishment, Kshatriya has spoken the truth. She continues, in this exhausting exchange between us, it is you who will ultimately succumb. Indeed, after realizing that pure physical prowess cannot defeat Kshatriya, Rope Tree acknowledges the strength of this world's combatants. It is time for me to take this seriously. Let us see how this move fares. With that, he begins to weave hand seals. Wood release, flower world, tree descends. Clatter. Intricate trunks, adorned with blossoms, emerge from the desolate ground, each trunk as thick as 100 men, filling the entire area of 20 square kilometers. This powerful area-altering technique is a staple of Rope Tree's ninjutsu, swiftly creating advantageous conditions for himself. Then, as the flowers bloom, pollen falls. Kshatriya inhales the heavily illusionary pollen, momentarily succumbing to a daze. However, she quickly regains her composure and can't help but laugh. Resistance to control attributes. She casts her first spell, rendering the pollen utterly ineffective against her, akin to a gentle breeze brushing her face. In response, Rope Tree once again performs hand seals, directing the trunks to ensnare Kshatriya. The movement of the trees is as if an entire forest has come to life, leaving the guardians observing this clash in awe. Truly, Lord Rope Tree is impressive. Such abilities demonstrate his remarkable strength. What skill is this? I've never seen anything like it, wonders Flying Squirrel, perplexed. Confronted with the binding of wood release, Kshatriya finds herself securely tied, yet she effortlessly breaks free, appearing as though she were never bound at all. In Rope Tree's earlier days, this technique would have been sufficient to instill despair in a Chunin, capable of ensnaring even a level 20 individual. After the formidable emergence of the Rope Tree, the techniques he showcased before Kaguya were effortlessly countered, leaving him utterly astonished. The Floral Realm Tree descended, rendering both binding and illusion functions ineffective. If Master Rope Tree possessed such limited capabilities, then there would be no need for Samartia to hold back. With utmost respect, Samartia proclaimed, and in the next moment, a long spear of pure energy materialized in her grasp. Realizing that hand-to-hand combat would not grant her an advantage, Samartia finally unleashed her unique skill, the pure throwing spear. The spear surged toward the Rope Tree, prompting him to be on high alert. Susanoo Chakra enveloped the Rope Tree as he initiated a teleportation. While activating Susanoo, he simultaneously vanished from sight. The spear, akin to a sentient entity, swiftly traversed space and pierced the Rope Tree. In an instant, it shattered his Susanoo, halting mere inches from his heart. Goodness! The Rope Tree's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the dissipating light. Though initially obstructed by Susanoo, the spear's ability to shatter it revealed its formidable power. In mere moments, the Rope Tree had expended a quarter of his chakra, which would require half a minute to recuperate. Was it truly impossible to defeat Samartia in his normal state? You must exceed my expectations, Samartia. You are the one who surpasses expectations, Master Rope Tree. Yet, Samartia was equally astonished that her pure throwing spear, which boasted a 100 hit rate and immense damage, had been thwarted. It appeared she would need to take this battle a bit more seriously. The Rope Tree formed hand seals, a sage-like visage swiftly manifesting upon his face. Samartia immediately sensed the change within him. Her warrior's instinct urged her to distance herself from the Rope Tree. Not good. Samartia leaped back, but the Rope Tree seized that very moment. Sage Art. Divine Gate. Boom. The Divine Gates descended from above, ensnaring Samartia. Collectively, these gates were sufficient to completely restrain even the nine-tailed beasts, rendering them utterly immobile for a decade if necessary. Pure Impact Shield. Samartia cried out, feeling her skills significantly sealed and realizing that breaking free from this confinement would require 2 seconds. Without hesitation, she employed her control-breaking ability. Crack! The Divine Gate shattered into 2 halves, allowing Samartia to escape, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow, panting heavily. What kind of technique is this? It's utterly terrifying, she exclaimed, but I won't fall for it a second time. Samartia stated coolly, narrowing her eyes. The Rope Tree nodded, acknowledging that it was merely a technique for confinement, albeit one that could only be effectively employed when least expected. Samartia, prepare yourself, he bellowed. Sage Art would clone. From the surrounding Floral Realm trees, countless humanoid figures detached, rapidly taking shape as replicas of the Rope Tree. The sheer number exceeded several thousand. Each possessed half of the Rope Tree's chakra and could utilize all of his conventional ninjutsu. The wood clones surged forth like an ocean, each possessing shadow-level strength, relentlessly unleashing ninjutsu upon Samartia, gradually depleting her vitality. The Rope Tree began to regulate its breathing from the rear. Restoring its entire chakra required merely 2 minutes. As long as the wooden clones could hold out for that duration. Shotya cried out, fiercely stabbing at the incoming wooden clones from all directions. Each strike resulted in the demise of a clone, yet another wave of them, armed with countless ninjutsu, surged forth, leaving Shotya utterly defenseless. Ultimately, unable to endure such torment any longer, Shotya declared, Field of Power. She ignited 10% of her magical energy, creating a complete barrier against the clone's onslaught, though she was rendered incapable of counterattacking. Second stage of magical enhancement, HP recovery. Heroic Spirit Warrior. Shotya summoned a clone, embodying her complete data, wielding her weapon to vanquish the surrounding wooden clones, pressing towards the Rope Tree to interrupt its recuperation. Under the protection of the Field of Power, Shotya's previously dwindling health surged rapidly. When her Heroic Spirit Warrior broke through the encirclement and lunged towards the Rope Tree with a thrust, Shotya smiled. How do you like that, Lord Rope Tree? Am I impressive? Indeed. The Rope Tree, rarely offering praise, acknowledged Shotya, even in sage mode. It struggled against her and was even pushed back. Shotya's prowess was undeniably exceptional. After all the wooden clones vanished, Shotya charged towards the Rope Tree with her Heroic Spirit Warrior. Upon witnessing the Rope Tree's disheveled state, A look of reluctance crossed Shatya's face. If possible, I hope you will abandon this fight. Then, I shall reveal a fraction of my true abilities. This statement bewildered Shatya. The rope tree had yet to unleash its true strength. As the heroic spirit warrior and Shatya approached, the rope tree's eyes suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan. Retreating while extending its hands, the cloak of the Hokage billowed around it, radiating a power akin to that of the divine. Super godly universal pull. Centered on the rope tree, an invisible repulsive force surged towards Shatya, sweeping her and the heroic spirit warrior away. The might of the rope tree's Rinnegan was beyond Shatya's capacity to withstand. Utilizing Shatya as a measure of combat strength, the rope tree had gauged her capabilities to this extent. Next, it would astonish the flying squirrel. Shatya felt as though her entire body would shatter. She had never experienced such a potent assault. Despite the rope tree employing numerous techniques, it still possessed an abundance of unknown magical energy. This was the rope tree's advantageous domain. In this world, magical energy was depleted, and no means of recovery existed during battle. Yet the rope tree could recover. This was the fundamental disparity. As Shatya was hurled away, her delicate cries elicited a fleeting glimmer of reluctance in the rope tree's eyes. However, the current situation was not one for indulgence. The rope tree's gaze sharpened. Universal pull. At the instant Shatya was sent flying, she felt an overwhelming force of attraction pulling her from behind. The combination of both forces threatened to tear her apart. Had it not been for her robust constitution and rapid recovery, she might have met a dire fate. I fear she has long since been reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Such is the formidable power of Lord Shunshu after awakening the reincarnation eye. Lord Shunshu. Oh! Shatya cried out as she was dragged over by Shunshu, her eyes filled with a crimson haze. Enough! Shunshu's gaze twitched as he beheld Shatya in a pitiful state, swiftly ensnaring her in midair. Remain still and do not move. I shall see if there is a way to rescue you. Shunshu lightly tapped Shatya on the head, and she immediately quieted down considerably. He infused her body with yin-yang escape, disturbing her essence, akin to an advanced version of the 6 paths of brightness gate. After being tapped by Shunshu, Shatya's eyes inexplicably cleared. Unbeknownst to Shunshu, her legs began to stir restlessly. He paid no heed to this and promptly summoned a server he had commandeered, intending to adjust Shatya's current state. Indeed, Shatya's infamy was apparent, and Shunshu aimed to rectify her crimson status. The outcome was evident. He discovered Shatya's infamy. Surely, if he could amend this, all would be well. With a hint of uncertainty, Shunshu gazed at the server. To be honest, he found himself unable to strike Shatya further. It seemed he had played enough for now. Just as Shunshu attempted to modify Shatya's infamy, he unexpectedly found that it could not be altered. Furthermore, the server provided him with a notification. This NPC is under the control of a world-class item. To modify their status, one must report to the higher authorities. Controlled by a world-class item, and this wretched server was powerless? For the first time, Shunshu felt a sense of difficulty. Yet it made sense. Players wielding world-class items in the original narrative were either wealthy spenders or tireless grinders combined with wealth. With such players existing, it was no wonder the effects of world-class items could not be modified. Thus, Shunshu recalled the skills he possessed. You can modify the will of those weaker than you. All thoughts and intentions are rooted in righteousness. This was Shunshu's ability. In his eyes, this skill was akin to a strategy cheat granted by the system. Should he encounter an insurmountable girl to conquer, employing this divine intervention to alter her would make her grow fond of him. However, doing so would reduce the difficulty of conquest to 1, essentially abandoning the pursuit. The adage, if I cannot win your heart, I shall alter it, aptly describes this paradoxical skill. Naturally, this ability could also brainwash foes, compelling them to yield entirely to Shunshu, mirroring the unwavering loyalty displayed by the inhabitants of Nazarick to their supreme ruler. Although reluctant to use it, it appeared he had little choice. Shunshu gazed at Shatya, closed his eyes, and began to employ his skill. He was uncertain whether this power could counteract the effects of a world-class item. As Shunshu's consciousness penetrated, in an instant, Shatya's eyes rolled back. Shortly thereafter, she fell into a state of unconsciousness, her lips murmuring incessantly. After Shunshu's manipulation, he purged the anomaly from the depths of Shatya's consciousness, eliminate the effects of her current brainwashing. In the blink of an eye, Shaltir's eyes cleared completely. Shoju withdrew from her consciousness with a slight headache. Alas, The consumption of this ability is exorbitant. It is best used sparingly. After the ordeal, the majority of Shoju's chakra was entirely depleted. Unbelievable. However, the outcome was remarkable. Shaltir was suspended in midair by Shoju's gravity, rendered immobile. Uncertain of the results, Shoju inquired of Albedo, has Shaltir returned? Within the confines of Nazarick, the status of NPCs can be confirmed through the interface, regardless of location. This is why, upon Shaltir's control, Nazarick was able to grasp the situation immediately. Fortunately, Albedo responded, Lord Shoju, Shaltir has returned, and she has broken free from the control. The inhabitants of Nazarick were utterly astonished. First, they were enamored by the splendid prowess displayed by Shoju. Then, the fact that Shoju could dismantle the control of a world-class item left the NPCs in profound admiration. Truly, the Supreme One possesses such capabilities. Even the flying squirrel found it hard to believe. He could not fathom why a world-class item could be released from its control. To break such control, one would typically need to wield another world-class item. Could it be that Shoju expended a world-class item at his own expense to save Shaltir? Instantly, the flying squirrel felt a deep respect. Simultaneously, he was moved within. Initially, he harbored concerns that Shoju merely sought to exploit him. However, Shoju's willingness to use a world-class item to rescue Shaltir was enough to dispel that notion. He now regarded Shoju as a true friend, a genuine member of the guild. As the guild leader, he recognized Shoju as a valued member. Henceforth, no matter what transpired, he would rush to Shoju's side without hesitation. Shoju, unaware of their thoughts, merely recognized that he had been somewhat forceful with Shaltir. Are you all right, Shaltir? Upon receiving Albedo's confirmation, Shoju cradled the princess in his arms. Her form was delicate, and the youthful visage gazed up at him, eyes filled with both shyness and guilt. Lord Shoju, I did not mean to attack you. I am truly despicable. How could I have acted so? As she spoke, Shaltir began to weep in Shoju's embrace. Yet, held by him, she lacked the courage to request punishment, for that would be a sign of disrespect towards the Supreme One. I implore you, Lord Shoju, to punish me, Shaltir cried, feeling that without retribution, she could never forgive herself. Observing her distress, Shoju inquired, do you recall the events prior, Shaltir? In the original narrative, Shaltir, upon being slain, resurrected. Having forgotten the preceding events, it remained uncertain whether Shoju's effects were more potent than resurrection itself. Shaya shook her head in confusion and said, I do not recall. All that remains in my memory is the battle against Lord Rope Tree. Upon uttering these words, a wave of self-reproach washed over her. She quickly added, I beseech Lord Rope Tree to punish me. Otherwise, I shall find no peace. Shaya spoke softly, her eyes already bracing for the finality of death. Although Lord Rope Tree was gentle, she had dared to trespass upon the majesty of the Supreme Being, even launching an attack against such authority. Despite being under control, such actions were unbefitting of a guardian. Shaya was acutely aware of this. Very well, I shall administer your punishment, Lord Rope Tree replied, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the young girl in his arms. Before revealing his true form, she remained a charming maiden. Of course, Yalbed was equally so. Rope Tree realized he had become increasingly playful. Let the Supreme Being exact his punishment. Shaya curled up in Lord Rope Tree's embrace, motionless, awaiting her fate. The punishment he devised was astonishing. He set her down to stand before him, his countenance stern, as he mobilized his chakra to its fullest extent. With his fists clenched, he began to gather energy. If punishment was to be given, it must be the strictest. In this world, a harsh rule was indeed necessary. How else could one command respect? The tenderness shown to Shaya was merely a fleeting moment, as she sensed the perilous aura emanating from Lord Rope Tree. The imminent threat of death loomed over her. Yet, a serene smile graced her face. Long live Lord Rope Tree. Long live Lord Ains. Long live Ainsul Gown. May martial prowess endure. The guardians all bore expressions of reluctance, yet none questioned the outcome. To defy the Supreme Being naturally led to such a fate. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel grew anxious, hastily relaying a message to Rope Tree. Rope Tree, do not. Yet Rope Tree disregarded the plea, launching a powerful punch toward Shaya. In her eyes, the fist loomed larger, and should it connect, her head would likely explode. But she cared not. Her own mind had become a burden. A look of relief spread across Shaya's face. Since Lord Rope Tree intended to establish his authority through her, she embraced it willingly. At the last moment, Rope Tree transformed his fist into an open palm, exhibiting astounding control. Under the passive effects of the ultimate freedom technique, he not only spared Shotya from harm, but also enveloped her in his embrace. Without any hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her, igniting her CPU, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief at the visage of Rope Tree. A collective sigh of relief escaped the Guardians. The flying squirrel could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Indeed, Rope Tree was not the kind of being to act cruelly. This embrace did not last long. Rope Tree soon released Shotya, a smile adorning his face as he gently spoke. Then I shall punish you by making you my woman for all eternity. How does that sound? This punishment is quite severe. You shall spend your life in pursuit of me. Are you willing to accept this punishment? The sweet yet perilous voice of the Rope Tree resonated in Shaltir's mind. Meanwhile, the other Guardians and even the flying squirrel bore witness to this scene, each reacting in their own unique manner. Aura, how gentle Lord Rope Tree is. That fool Shaltir is truly fortunate, remarked Albedo, feeling relieved that Shaltir had not met her demise at the hands of the Rope Tree. However, upon observing Shaltir's reaction, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Dimarugos adjusted his glasses and commented, Lord Rope Tree indeed embodies compassion, but Shaltir being so easily controlled is unbecoming of a guardian. I must address this upon her return. Kosets exclaimed, Lord Rope Tree, you truly are formidable. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Mare added. The flying squirrel, standing beside Seabass, wore a smile, thinking, this is good. This is good. I was genuinely worried that Rope Tree might actually kill Shaltir. It seems my concerns were unfounded. Seabass nodded respectfully, you are right. Shaltir's cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her small fists, gazing in awe at the handsome visage of the Rope Tree. I am willing, she exclaimed. With a smile, the Rope Tree gently patted her head. This act of affection rendered Shaltir's cheeks even redder. May I inquire, Lord Rope Tree, what is it that you wish for me to do next? Should I accompany you to sleep? Shaltir boldly uttered, her face already a shade of deep crimson. To her, the notion of companionship in sleep merely implied being by his side and receiving gentle head pats. In certain respects, Shaltir remained quite innocent. After all, she had yet to experience intimacy, even with her vampire brides. At most, she would tease them, inciting their embarrassment, but nothing beyond that. There is no rush, the Rope Tree replied, shaking his head, a smile gracing his lips. A hint of disappointment washed over Shaltir as she lowered her head. Bowing deeply to the Rope Tree, Lord Rope Tree, I am devoted to serving you for a lifetime, treating you with the same reverence as I would Lord Perorancino. Such words were indeed unexpected. Maintaining his persona of someone acquainted with Perorancino, the Rope Tree embraced Shaltir. It is truly regrettable that that fool Perorancino did not come along. I would never relinquish you to that simpleton, who talks endlessly about H yet has never made an attempt. Shaltir, perplexed by the Rope Tree's words, could discern the hints of regret regarding her creator's absence from this world. Deeply moved, Shaltir's devotion to the Rope Tree intensified, dancing amidst the web of lies. She awaited the moment when those lies would manifest as reality. For the Rope Tree, this was indeed the essence of survival in this world. Lord Rope Tree, you are too gentle, Shaltir cried, burying herself in his embrace, overwhelmed by the discomfort of being controlled. Now, as she expressed her true feelings in the warmth of the Rope Tree's hold, it served as an affirmation of her commitment to him. Of course, aside from Shaltir, even Nazarick acknowledged the Rope Tree's actions. Even if his identity was revealed by the flying squirrel, the latter had no knowledge of him at all. The Guardians willingly followed Shang-Chi, who was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. It could be deemed a double victory. Yet, this was not the end. A series of notifications resonated from the system. Congratulations, host, on completing the strategy task. Conquer Shaltir. Current difficulty, 1. Reward, level 100 NPC creation scroll. To Shang-Chi's astonishment, the system had bestowed a reward. Even though he had not accepted this strategy task, the system automatically granted the reward. This was indeed a display of friendliness. The acquired item was equally remarkable, a level 100 NPC creation scroll. This implied that Shang-Chi could create his own NPC within Nazarick. A level 100 NPC. It signified that within Nazarick, Shang-Chi would possess a faction that would unwaveringly support him. A level 100 NPC could match the combat prowess of Shaltir. Shang-Chi's thoughts raced. Since the difficulty level was set to 1, his own strength had not augmented. He merely received a scroll for a level 100 NPC. Nevertheless, this reward was sufficient to delight Xingtree. It represented the opportunity to effortlessly create a being nearing the strength of a 6-path level entity, potentially utilizing a world-class item. The prospect of a level 100 NPC rivaling the power of a 6-path level was an enticing reward indeed. After offering a few comforting words to Shaltir, Xingtree led her back to Nazarick. In the throne room, the atmosphere remained as solemn as ever. All the guardians knelt before the flying squirrel and Xingtree, bowing their heads sincerely. Concurrently, the flying squirrel convened a meeting. Due to Shaltir's control by a world-class item, we have decided to distribute world-class items to all the guardians currently outside. The guardians below nodded in agreement. The flying squirrel then began to call out names one by one. Demiurge. Demiurge's subordinates are present. What is the progress of your reconnaissance within the kingdom? To what extent have you infiltrated? Can you provide me with a brief update? In the past, the flying squirrel would never have posed such inquiries. However, since Shaltir had been compromised, the flying squirrel grew anxious. He believed that there were indeed individuals monitoring Nazarick. Otherwise, they would not have specifically targeted Shaltir. Had this situation not been resolved by Xingtree, he would have been at a loss. Demiurge promptly responded affirmatively. My Lord Ains, I have thoroughly investigated the kingdom's interior. If you wish to see, all the documents are here. These are the complete intelligence I have gathered. Demiurge respectfully presented a dossier containing the information he had procured through various means. The flying squirrel held considerable trust in Demiurge. I shall review it later. For the time being, it is not necessary. The flying squirrel then turned his gaze toward Shaltir. Shaltir, please step forward. Shaltir instinctively trembled, yet she recalled the gentle demeanor of the flying squirrel. In the presence of the Supreme One, she approached Lord Ains with utmost reverence. Lord Ains, do you recall anything from before you were controlled? I do not remember. All I can recall are the memories of my battle with Lord Ropetree. Upon hearing this, the flying mouse exhibited a look of disappointment. It would have been beneficial to know who the enemy was, yet he found himself at a loss. Subsequently, with a smile, the flying mouse addressed Shaltir, saying, Shaltir, if the opportunity arises, why not accompany Ropetree for a little outing? Perhaps consider it a date? Is that truly permissible? Shaltir gazed at the flying mouse in astonishment, expressing her immense gratitude. Ropetree turned towards the flying mouse, his mouth agape. The flying mouse, wearing a mischievous grin, prompted Ropetree to silently close his mouth. Meanwhile, Albedo nearly ground her molars in disbelief. Shaltir, standing on the platform, revealed a victorious smile. However, the thought that Albedo was already carrying Rope-Tree's child extinguished even her fleeting sense of triumph. Following this, the flying mouse announced something that left all the guardians in disbelief. Addressing them, he proclaimed, I intend to relinquish my position as leader to Ropetree, for I believe he is far more suited for this role than I. The flying mouse spoke calmly, casting a glance at Ropetree. Indeed, Rope-Tree's capabilities surpassed those of a mere company employee. In terms of both strength and leadership, Rope-Tree outshone him. In response to this revelation, all guardians bowed their heads in silence, for the flying mouse was the leader of the Supreme Ones, and he wished to pass this mantle to Rope-Tree. They, as guardians, held no authority to comment on the matter. No, flying mouse, you should remain in this position and manage things for me. Rope-Tree chuckled, waving his hand in refusal. Simultaneously, he regarded the flying mouse with gentle eyes, saying, You are suited for this role. I am merely a carefree figure, not fit to oversee Nazarick. You understand. Upon hearing this, the flying mouse promptly closed his mouth. He was well aware that Rope-Tree had his best interests at heart. If he were not the leader, although still a supreme one, his status would be diminished compared to before. It was akin to the difference between a boss and an executive. Both are unreachable figures for lower-level employees. Yet if given the chance to cultivate a relationship with the boss, no one would choose the executive. This was the distinction. Comprehending Rope-Tree's intentions, the flying mouse nodded and ceased to pursue the topic. He reminisced about their initial encounter, recalling the pact they had made. Both sought to find their respective companions, and thus, they temporarily joined forces. However, after several days of investigation, the flying mouse began to sense that his companions might no longer exist in this world. Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope in his search, which could be seen as the flying mouse's obsession. Well then, if that is the case, there is nothing more to be done. He chuckled, and Rope-Tree patted his shoulder. As everyone gathered, Rope-Tree inquired of the guardians below. What do you think of adding a new companion to our ranks? All heads turned to him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lord Ropetree, are you about to create something? They exclaimed in unison. Oh, I shall witness the creation of the Supreme Being with my own eyes. We, as creations of the Supreme Being, are truly honored to behold such a spectacle. The Guardians gasped collectively, their excitement palpable. Flying Squirrel was particularly taken aback. He longed to inform Ropetree that the NPC levels in Nazarick had been exhausted, leaving no further options. Yet, he hesitated, sensing that Ropetree possessed some extraordinary and rare premium items. Thus, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, waiting to see Ropetree's next move. Flying Squirrel, please present the guild staff, Ropetree requested. Without a moment's hesitation, Flying Squirrel retrieved the precious artifact and handed it over to Ropetree with a sense of assurance. By all means, he replied. Ropetree nodded in gratitude before extracting a scroll from his spatial pocket and affixing it to the guild staff. In the next instant, radiant light burst forth, enveloping the throne room in an enchanting fragrance. A luminous screen materialized before the assembled crowd. Ropetree, what is this item? Flying Squirrel nearly gasped in disbelief. He was aware that such items existed in the game that could expand the NPC levels of a guild, but they were exceedingly rare. Even his companions had to exert considerable effort to acquire a level 50 item scroll. Yet here was Ropetree with a scroll capable of summoning a level 100 NPC, a notion that seemed utterly implausible. Flying Squirrel pondered that the only explanation for Ropetree's circumstances was his status as a super premium player. What kind of guardian do you think I should create? Ropetree asked within the throne room. All the guardians bowed their heads respectfully, yet their attention remained fixated on the radiance emanating from the guild staff. They could sense that under Ropetree's guidance, a being akin to themselves was likely to emerge. It was unfathomable to witness the Supreme Being crafting a guardian, a scenario none of these guardians had ever anticipated. Flying Squirrel, equally astonished, had not expected the item to be usable after their transition. However, upon witnessing Ropetree's confident demeanor, any lingering doubts within him dissipated entirely. He then began to contemplate what kind of NPC would be most suitable for Ropetree, recognizing that this would represent a level 100 combatant. Ropetree understood that his actions were laying a foundation within Nazarick. The precautions he had taken were still insufficient. In the event of the worst-case scenario, where Flying Squirrel might oppose him, it was imperative to have a guardian in Nazarick that could support him. Naturally, such a situation was highly improbable. Yet Ropetree remained vigilant. Flying Squirrel, however, was unconcerned with such matters and instead felt elated for Ropetree, who was about to possess a guardian of his own in Nazarick. The guardian should be tailored to Ropetree's preferences, I believe, Flying Squirrel suggested earnestly. Ropetree paused for a moment to reflect. What type does he truly favor? In other words, how does he wish to interact with his guardians? The establishment of character traits is evidently paramount. Most of the members within Nazarick, in fact, are rather juvenile adults, each one exhibiting a pronounced sense of chinibyo. The instance of flying mice adopting the guise of Mammon to flaunt their prowess serves as a testament to this. The characters they have devised are, of course, entirely detached from reality, each possessing a vivid individuality. As I ponder the various races of the guardians within Nazarick, Ropetree gazes downward at them. Demons, succubi, vampires, insect kings, dark elves, there seems to be one type missing. The flying mouse curiously looks at Ropetree, who, captivated by the shimmering colors emanating from the guild staff, inquires, what type do you feel is lacking? Ropetree believes it is already quite comprehensive. We are missing the furry variety, he promptly exclaims, suddenly struck by inspiration. In this alternate world, how could one possibly overlook beast-eared girls? Certainly, Nazarick is not devoid of beast-eared girls. However, there are none among the guardians. Instantly, a smile graces Ropetree's face. Beast-eared girls? The flying mouse is taken aback, astonished by Ropetree's revelation. Yet, Ropetree's enthusiasm ignites, and he immediately begins to take action. Then it is decided, our race will be canine beastmen. With a grin, Ropetree begins to shape his creation. Amidst the colorful glow, a figure begins to materialize as he imbues her with skills. In terms of combat prowess, Ropetree does not require an NPC solely dedicated to fighting. Take Shaltir. For instance, she is an adept guardian focused entirely on battle, having been allocated her combat capabilities appropriately, establishing herself as the unrivaled champion of Nazarick. Yet, even the formidable Shaltir falls short before Rope Tree's dual reincarnation eyes. Should Rope Tree activate the Dead Gate and employ the ultimate skill, Shaltir would never touch him. It is noteworthy that within the training system, even Kagaya Otsutsuki would only manage to restrain Rope Tree with a gravitational force akin to that of the sun, enabling her to strike him with a technique that transcends space. Without limiting Rope Tree's movements, it would be impossible to land a hit on him, such as his extraordinary nature. In conclusion, Rope Tree believes that a guardian with overwhelming combat power is not particularly necessary. Regardless of how exceptional their combat abilities may be, they cannot compare to his explosive prowess. On the contrary, Rope Tree places greater value on another aspect, intelligence. Once intelligence reaches its pinnacle, one could possess the sagacity of Ain's Old Gown, or Demigra, or even Pandora, the son of Bone King. Such a level of intelligence could indeed upheave the world, even if one possessed merely the strength of an ordinary individual. In ancient times, it would undoubtedly forge a great emperor. This is the terrifying potential of maxed-out intelligence. Rope Tree is aware that he is not as clever as Demigra and his ilk. Hence, the presence of a strategist becomes exceedingly vital. Rope Tree begins to meticulously allocate points to enhance the intelligence of his guardian. A level 100 NPC is formed by the confluence of race and class levels. In other words, while a higher race level may confer initial strength, it becomes increasingly inconvenient during later stages of character development. Conversely, both humans and canine beastmen begin with a base level of 0, affording Shenxu a considerable opportunity for growth. Naturally, Yalbed and Demigos, the two most astute individuals present, cannot solely allocate their attributes to wisdom. They must also consider their combat capabilities, as they need to defend against players. Shenxu, however, harbors no such concerns. At a full level 100, in the presence of all guardians, Shenxu fervently allocates a class attribute, Scientist level 100. Despite possessing knowledge of the tri-body technology, he has yet to fully grasp its complexities. With the support of the guardians, Shenxu need not exert himself in research. Amidst the thrones, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped nearly all the guardians. Yalbed and Demigos, the two most intelligent individuals in attendance, simultaneously recognized Shenxu's ambition. Indeed, it is intelligence that enables survival in this world. With a light chuckle, Shenxu began enhancing the skills of his guardians within his capabilities. Except for the attributes inherently granted by race upgrades, he allocated all points to scientific research. It is uncertain whether a certain condition was triggered, but as Shenxu maximized the scientist attribute, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. All attributes of Berserk Beast transformation enhanced by 100, attack speed increased by 1000. Upon achieving the ultimate target blueprint, the scientist can unlock all technologies without obstruction. Craftsmanship allows proficient use of all self-manufactured tools. Material mechanics, the cornerstone of civilization's advancement, capable of crafting any material at will. But this was not the end. Energy utilization, all manufactured machines achieve 100 energy efficiency, with no losses whatsoever. Classical mechanics, capable of discerning the direction of applied force and rapidly analyzing the ensuing results. Quantum mechanics enables the study of quantum uncertainty, reaching the pinnacle of scientific inquiry. Knowledge reserve, acquainted with all the knowledge of the creator, Shenxu. Learning instinct, can continuously enhance oneself, transcending the NPC growth limit. This cascade of skills left Shenxu wide-eyed. He could comprehend the implications of these abilities. He had created a truly complete scientific talent. No, it was more than just a scientific talent. This entity represented a force capable of propelling a civilization forward, one that could even independently establish a new civilization upon maturation. In essence, all the knowledge accumulated in humanity's evolutionary journey had been made accessible to this figure before him. For her, it was merely a fleeting moment. She could instantly utilize this knowledge to swiftly resume her research, delivering a terrifying scientific advantage. Hence, in a moment of whimsy, Shenxu aptly bestowed upon her the name Thousand-Hand Morning Wonder. Like a miracle in the morning light, it evoked awe and admiration. With her assistance, Shenxu no longer needed to worry about technological advancements. The long-standing enigma of trisolar technology could now be entirely directed by her. Buzz. Upon confirming, a burst of colorful light erupted, and the system presented a notification. Tribe Member 1. The NPC crafted by Shenxu was surprisingly recognized as a tribe member by the system, which further reassured him. The figure slowly opened her eyes. She possessed an unremarkable physique, yet her wisdom was anything but ordinary. A pair of adorable dog ears gently swayed atop her head, and unlike the dog-headed maids of Nazarick, her cheeks bore a more human-like appearance. Beneath her handsome visage, soft fur subtly trembled, and her orange-yellow eyes gazed in the direction of Senju, her diminutive and charming form evoking a sense of affection. Simultaneously, she emanated a delightful fragrance, and as she wagged her tail, her pale yellow fur was irresistibly endearing. She looked towards Senju and called out softly, Father. After speaking, Chinchi naturally nestled against Senju, displaying an affectionate demeanor. The flying squirrel dropped its jaw in astonishment. Yet, Senju merely scratched his cheek, thinking, I completely regard her as my daughter, ha ha ha. Gazing at the furry figure in his arms, Senju accepted the situation quite swiftly. He adorned Chinchi in a lovely dress and chuckled softly. You have just been born. Let us introduce you to your companions. They are all guardians of Nazarick. Witnessing a being materialize before their eyes, all the guardians felt a profound respect arise within them. Shatya was the first to wave at Chinchi, saying hello. I am Shatya, the wife of Lord Senju. Should I call you Miss Shatya, godmother? Chinchi blinked and inquired. Seizing the opportunity, Shatya retorted, I am the wife of Lord Senju. Yalbed proudly puffed out her chest, casting a glance at Shatya. All right, Senju interjected, stepping forward to separate the two girls who seemed on the verge of a quarrel. Demagolgas expressed his admiration, observing Chinchi. From her innocent gaze, he sensed an unprecedented pressure. No wonder Lord Senju is so formidable. I can feel that her wisdom surpasses my own. Kozitz nodded, stating that witnessing Lord Senju create Chinchi was an unparalleled honor for them. Seabass was equally ecstatic, exclaiming, Your greatness is evident to all. Aura and Mare also looked on at Chinchi with curiosity. Lord Senju's strength is unfathomable. Were we not birthed in a similar manner? Their little faces flushed with a faint blush, filled with excitement at the current situation. Senju gently nudged Chinchi forward. She was not a newborn in the truest sense. From the very beginning, Chinchi possessed fundamental knowledge. You need not feel constrained. Treat her as a guardian. There are many things you must teach her, he laughed heartily. Senju felt invigorated by this system reward, which once again proved substantial, enabling him to create a versatile researcher, an invaluable treasure beyond any reward imaginable. It is precisely for this reason that Rope Tree found himself in an extraordinary state of elation. Alone, he could at most create a few electrical devices and provide a limited amount of energy, which would soon diminish. Even if he endeavored to impart modern knowledge to others, it would still be insufficient. It was akin to a drop in the ocean, and he could not fathom how long it would take to reach a contemporary level. This held true whether in the world of Naruto or in the current realm of Bone Emperor. However, the situation had now undergone a complete metamorphosis. Perhaps it would only take the singular effort of Morning Wonder to usher the entire world into modernity. This was precisely Rope Tree's aspiration for his creation, his utmost hope. Yet, the surprises did not end there. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred once again. The system recognized that the Morning Wonder conjured by Rope Tree still belonged to the lineage of his kin, and thus she was deemed to possess Rope Tree's bloodline. The more progeny, the greater the fortune. In the next instant, a remarkable transformation enveloped Morning Wonder. Her eyes gradually morphed until they ultimately achieved the state of the Rinnegan. She was overwhelmed and inexperienced in such matters, nervously exclaiming, Father, I sense an inexplicable power surging from within me, unlike strength or magical energy. What is this? True to her scholarly nature, her words left Rope Tree perplexed. In the following moment, an uncontrollable repulsive force emanated from Morning Wonder, compressing the bodies of everyone present. Rope Tree glanced with delight, astonished at how swiftly the power of the Rinnegan was activated. A miracle indeed. Although the other level, 100 NPCs could withstand this repulsion, they still struggled to breathe, their strength pale in comparison to Rope Tree's. However, one could glean from the current display the immense power that lay within. Remaining unperturbed, Rope Tree pressed an acupoint on Morning Wonder, sealing her Rinnegan, much like he had done with his second daughter, Shia, decisively restricting their abilities. Until she amassed sufficient strength, the seal would remain intact. Well then, should you encounter danger in the future, this power will naturally unseal. Of course, I believe there is nothing in this world that could threaten your life. As long as you are within Nazarick, you can rest assured. Thus, the turmoil caused by Shaltir subsided. Rope Tree successfully gained a formidable ally and daughter. In the ensuing month, Nazarick rejoiced in the birth of Morning Wonder. They bore witness to a pivotal moment in Nazarick's history, experiencing the scene of the Supreme One's creation firsthand. No one was untouched by this profound moment. Simultaneously, Morning Wonder was cherished as the youngest sister of Nazarick, greeted with smiles by all who encountered her. This was only natural. After all, she was brought into existence by Rope Tree, effectively contributing to the foundation of Nazarick. No one could feel anything but joy in this regard. Meanwhile, the Guardians simultaneously gathered intelligence while guiding Morning Wonder through the wonders of Nazarick. Meanwhile, the Flying Squirrel continued his grand endeavors to become Mammon, striving to earn some gold for Nazarick. After a month of diligent effort, Senju was capable of accomplishing numerous tasks. Shatiya found herself expecting a child from Senju, and in turn, received a reward from the system, namely the knowledge pertaining to the Dyson sphere manufacturing technique. This information naturally passed into Shinju's hands and was subsequently relayed to Chinchi. The gestation period for the succubi mirrored that of humans, lasting 10 months. Yalbert also began to reduce her activities, spending each day enveloped in bliss. During this period, Shinju maintained frequent communication with his wives, returning to the world of Hokage weekly to retrieve memories from his wooden clones, savoring a night of intimacy before releasing them once more. Though this routine was somewhat exhausting, Shinju deemed it a commendable choice. The number of children continued to grow steadily, further augmenting Shinju's strength and expanding his capacity to receive information, eliminating any concerns of being overwhelmed by memories. During this time, Shinju did not neglect his training regimen. He persistently sought out Kagaya within the training system, returning for another round if he did not succeed the first time. Despite his power not increasing significantly, Shinju's combat experience and proficiency were rapidly on the rise. From initially being unable to withstand 3 minutes against Kagaya, he had now reached the point of battling her for 3 days and nights. This marked a qualitative change. Although he would still ultimately lose, Shinju sensed that the day when he could single-handedly defeat Kagaya was not far off. He pondered what rewards the system would bestow upon him at that time. Meanwhile, Chinchi was delving into the study of trisolaran technology, particularly their droplets. Due to her unique abilities, she could seamlessly assemble the materials provided by Shinju without any damage. Materials that would typically disintegrate upon proximity astonishingly coalesced into a singular form. Ultimately, as per Shinju's specifications, they culminated in the creation of a droplet-shaped spacecraft. With this vessel, Shinju would be able to traverse the cosmos with ease and grace. The only challenge remaining was the energy source. Chinchi was already investigating the Dyson Sphere project to harness solar energy. This was so fantastical that it left Shinju somewhat incredulous. At that moment, an unexpected message arrived from the outside world. The Empire had declared war on the nation he had established. This revelation took Shinju by surprise. But there was more. A message from Yura followed. Lord Shinju, the nation you have established is currently under attack by the Empire. What? Shinju furrowed his brow. Why are they launching an offensive, Yura? It was reported that the Blood Emperor sought to eliminate the rebellious forces along the border. How dare he categorize Lord Shinju as a rebel? Was it truly the Empire? Shinju had assumed the kingdom would strike first. Did they not investigate his intelligence? Or did they possess sufficient strength to suppress him? Humph, how ignorant the so-called supreme mortals are. Yura continued in her message. Shatiya is already stationed there. But without your permission, she is uncertain whether to launch a devastating strike against the Imperial forces. Shatiya had matured significantly through these experiences. The Rope Tree offered a word of praise. That will suffice for now. I shall personally attend to this matter. Rising from his seat, the Rope Tree closed the message. He had been living rather comfortably over the past month, perhaps a bit too comfortably. After Shatiya attacked the Rope Tree, she proceeded to the stronghold established in the Red Nation at his request. A few days ago, news reached him that the Empire was on the verge of declaring war against the nation, and he chose to let events unfold as they may. It was indeed wise of Shatiya not to act recklessly. Had it been in the past, she would have likely annihilated the Empire by now, leaving no room for the Rope Tree to command her. Since the Empire dared to assault his nation, they would surely not anticipate the ensuing circumstances. Truly, they are a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. It seems the time has come to seize this territory. A smile graced the Rope Tree's lips. He had initially intended to delay his conquest of the Empire, but unexpectedly, they had come to him. A little lamb daring to provoke a fierce tiger. How foolishly unaware of the meaning of death. The flying mouse was also cognizant of the situation but confidently entrusted it to the rope tree, as he was gradually rising to prominence within the Adventurers Guild. He was on the verge of becoming a renowned figure across the world. This was a critical moment, and the flying mouse did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. The rope tree understood the flying mouse's intentions and was naturally inclined to address the situation. In the Red Nation, the audacity of these scoundrels to so brazenly destroy the private property of the esteemed rope tree was utterly detestable. Shatia gritted her teeth, gazing towards the Imperial army, which was recuperating in the distance. Before this army, close to the city, lay a horrific scene of dismembered limbs and flowing blood. These were the fruits of Shesha's handiwork. Anyone daring to attack the city would be instantaneously slaughtered by Shatia, regardless of their location. Yet, when they retreated, Shatia would not pursue them to the ends of the earth, allowing them to escape. The civilians within the city had no means of resisting the Imperial Knights, even with firearms. The Knights were not ordinary foes. Most possessed rudimentary defensive magic, rendering common weaponry ineffective against them. Furthermore, the rope tree had not constructed more advanced artillery, resulting in this complicated predicament. Shatia gazed at the dense mass of the Imperial army ahead, her teeth grinding in frustration, yearning to rush in and annihilate them without a trace. However, the thought of potentially triggering her blood frenzy skill and losing her rationality made her hesitate. She did not wish to repeatedly cause trouble, as the task assigned to her by the rope tree was of paramount importance. In fact, it was he who had insisted she take on this role despite opposition before her arrival at the stronghold. Thus, Shatia approached her duties with utmost caution. Well done. Now it's my turn. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from behind Shatia, causing her to turn with a spark of recognition. Lord Rope Tree, she exclaimed, her admiration for him shining through as her internal turmoil vanished without a trace. With the rope tree's presence, there was nothing left for her to worry about. They beheld in disbelief as the rope tree ascended the city walls. Did you see that? Is that not the dark hero, Momo's companion, the radiant hero, Ban? How could he stand alongside this monstrosity? They gasped in astonishment. Heard it was their team that subdued this creature. Could it be they have claimed it as their own? Quite possibly indeed. Damn it, we have suffered such significant losses due to this beast. What on earth is it contemplating? The strategists within the Imperial army were all in a state of heightened anxiety. They could scarcely fathom that the rope tree would ally with such a creature. To them, it seemed likely that the rope tree had tamed the beast, resulting in such a scene. Nonetheless, this was astonishing enough. Who would have thought he possessed the capability to subdue such a monster? Soon, the Imperial forces dispatched a knight to negotiate with the rope tree. He rushed forth, his visage filled with trepidation, especially as he beheld the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood near the city walls. Lord Ban, I have been sent by the commander to negotiate. Please, do not attack me. The knight approached in terror, genuinely fearing that nearing the walls would lead to his dismemberment, as had happened to most of his comrades. The Imperial army's choice to send him for negotiations was clearly due to his status as an adventurer of considerable renown, standing alongside Momo and Nabe as a hero. They dared to send someone only because of this. Had it been merely Shatya, they would not have sent anyone even if it meant their demise. Gazing at the silhouette atop the walls, the knight felt a surge of dread. Initially, they believed it would be a straightforward battle, but the reality proved them utterly mistaken, and in a most ludicrous manner. Not only the common folk, but also those wielding weapons akin to dark fire sticks, unleashed chaos upon them. In the beginning, lacking protective magic, the first wave of their knight's offensive was thwarted, resulting in severe casualties. The subsequent arrival of magical support alleviated the situation somewhat, as the presence of elementary protective magic allowed them to withstand the attacks from the dark fire sticks. However, when the knights attempted to seize the city, they were met with an unexpected realization. The walls were fortified with an extraordinarily powerful protective magic. They could hardly conceive what kind of sorcery could enable mere bricks to withstand fourth-tier offensive magic. The Blood Emperor regarded this situation with utmost seriousness, augmenting their forces to besiege the city, yet to no avail. For reasons unknown, within the city, there existed an array of black fire sticks, resembling multiple tubes, capable of launching massive metal arrows. Even when enveloped in protective magic, the knights were still torn apart by such onslaughts, as if their armor were non-existent. It was utterly inconceivable. To date, the knight's casualties had already surpassed 3,000. A mere 80,000 individuals were expended in the pursuit of conquering a diminutive stronghold, and yet, the fortress remained unyielding. Consequently, the imperial army adopted a new strategy to besiege the city, compelling its inhabitants to succumb to starvation within its walls. This tactic was one they frequently resorted to when faced with prolonged resistance. However, after a month had elapsed, the city showed no signs of depleting its resources. Waste continued to flow from its outlets, as if they possessed an inexhaustible supply. The empire, left with no alternative, shifted its approach once more. Unable to breach the walls, they decided to offer material prosperity, believing that some within the city would be swayed, ultimately becoming traitors to their own. Yet, the reality proved far from their expectations. The status of the imperial duke failed to captivate the hearts of the city's denizens. The spies sent into the stronghold vanished like stones cast into the ocean, with only a handful returning to deliver intelligence, each departing with a sense of profound disappointment. They conveyed a stark warning to their commander. The resolve of those within was unbreakable, rendering internal subversion impossible. Why such steadfastness, they wondered. Almost everyone who ventured inside echoed this sentiment before departing. The commander, sensing an inkling of suspicion, speculated that perhaps those who entered had instead been absorbed into the ranks of the city's defenders. Before long, the peculiar situation surrounding the fortress captured the intense attention of the Blood Emperor, who dispatched elite adventurers to lay siege to the city. These adventurers, drawn by exorbitant rewards, were not typically inclined to align themselves with any cause. Initially, their assault progressed smoothly. 5,000 knights made their first contact with the walls, preparing to scale them. Suddenly, a young girl clad in crimson armor appeared atop the ramparts. Before they could react, the knights and powerful adventurers near the walls were reduced to mere pulp. The girl moved through their ranks like a demon, leaving a trail of death in her wake. In the aftermath, 5,000 knights lay forever entombed beneath the walls. While the girl continued to stand atop, her pursuit withheld. The church communicated to the empire that this girl was the one responsible for the demise of the previous holder of the coveted title. The empire was instantly gripped by terror, with reports suggesting that the Blood Emperor was losing his hair in desperation. An elite knight halted his musings and gazed upward. The man named Rongshu, hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "What would you discuss with me?" Complying with his superior's request, the knight replied, "Lord Ban, we hope your subordinates will refrain from sheltering this city." Rongshu, taken aback, regarded him with amusement, mistakenly believing that he would acquiesce to such a request. "As long as you do not shelter this city, the empire shall bestow upon you a reward twice that of its current lord, along with a noble title. You are an adventurer, are you not?" The senior knight gazed at Shungtri with a hint of concern, inquiring further. Shungtri, however, erupted into hearty laughter. "You are truly amusing. I shall consider it. Is that true? That is splendid." The senior knight exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Yet, Shatya looked at Shungtri in bewilderment, and as expected, he soon declared, "I believe not." The knight felt as though struck by lightning. "Why is that? Adventurers should not interfere in matters of state, should they? Lord Ban, you are an adventurer, are you not?" The knight, perplexed, offered a subtle hint to Shungtri. His current identity was indeed that of an adventurer. To involve himself in this matter might lead to the revocation of that status. Were it another adventurer, the knight would not have shown such leniency, likely resorting to direct confrontation. However, the individual before him was a comrade of the dark hero Mammon. He dared not show any disrespect. Furthermore, the Crimson Maiden by his side possessed powers beyond ordinary comprehension. Thus, unless he had a death wish, he refrained from uttering any insolent words. Nonetheless, Shatya's displeasure was palpable. "You insignificant insect, how dare you speak to Lord Shungtri in such a manner? Lord Shungtri, please allow me to pin this disrespect upon the walls of this city. Only in this way can we vent our frustrations. Otherwise, he must not be forgiven." The knight felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that his measured words would provoke such a fierce response from Shatya. Yet, for Shungtri, this reaction was entirely normal. The loyalty and dedication of the Guardians were beyond the comparison of these ordinary humans. Shungtri waved his hand dismissively, suppressing the eager Shatya, and turned to address the knight before him. "You have come to negotiate, have you not? Your status is insufficient for such a discussion. Lord Ban, I hold the title of Count within the Empire. I believe my standing is adequate for negotiation. I have stated, you are not enough. Summon the Blood Emperor. At this proclamation, the knight's eyes widened in disbelief. The individual before him was merely a lowly adventurer. How dared he challenge the Blood Emperor? Why is it that you refuse to relinquish this city? What conditions has its lord offered you that the empire cannot meet? Shang-Chi regarded him with a glance, standing at the base of the city, and began to shout fervently, "Insufficient. I am the master of this nation, the king." Shang-Chi chuckled, then waved his hand toward the count below. In an instant, with extraordinary speed, the knight was propelled backward, crashing into the imperial forces before he finally came to a halt. Remarkably, even at such velocity, he suffered no harm. This was precisely Shang-Chi's intention, to ensure that his message reached the Blood Emperor. Originally, he had planned to delay the conquest of the empire, but now it seemed that such a delay was unwarranted. With a gentle utterance, Shang-Chi prepared to thoroughly conquer the empire from this very spot, aspiring to transform it into his own domain. At the same time, he directed his attention towards the amassed army of knights before him, activating his Rinnegan. With a mere wave of his hand, he amplified his voice through magic, proclaiming, "This is the Red Nation, and I am Ban. I am the sovereign of this realm. If you wish to negotiate, summon the Blood Emperor to me. Otherwise, in 7 days, I shall obliterate the empire. This is no mere boast." Boom. The dense throng of knights, amidst their terror, was repelled by Shang-Chi's single strike. Yet, none were harmed. Instead, they surged towards the direction of the empire, heading straight for the royal city. Shang-Chi had effortlessly sent these knights back to the Blood Emperor, traversing thousands of miles. Such power was sufficient to instill a profound understanding of true strength in the opposition. A smile graced Shang-Chi's face. Excellent. The web he had woven was nearing completion. Below, the populace recognized Shang-Chi's figure. A deity. Our god has descended upon the city. Oh heavens! Oh heavens! Ah! The fervent cries of his followers rang out, and Shang-Chi felt a tinge of helplessness upon witnessing this scene. However, it was only natural for them to revere the city he had meticulously crafted. As he gazed down at the city, Shang-Chi was taken aback, for he observed something unusual. Turning to the side, he inquired of Shaltir, "What do you think of the city I have established? Does this nation hold any merit?" Shaltir, already filled with admiration, eagerly responded, "Lord Shang-Chi, the nation you have created is truly magnificent. It is filled with many things I have never seen before, and these humans greatly esteem you. My lord, I believe this is the best outcome. Such sights are not present even within Nazarick." Hearing these words, Shang-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Shaltir's approval was a testament to the city's merit. Moreover, the internal development exceeded his expectations. He surveyed the city and noted signs of modernization emerging within. Shang-Chi was somewhat astonished. The pace of development surpassed my initial forecasts. He had anticipated that it would take several years for the city to fully assimilate the knowledge he had imparted. Yet, in such a short time, signs of modernity had already begun to surface. For instance, there were rudimentary electric vehicles on the streets, an invention he distinctly remembered not having constructed for this city, merely existing as a blueprint. He was astounded by how quickly such prototypes had materialized. At that moment, an elderly man slowly ascended from below. Shaltir swiftly intercepted him, preventing his approach toward Shang-Chi. The old man was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Shaltir's swiftness, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, Shang-Chi instantly recognized him. His lightning-like hair and visage bore a striking resemblance to the Blood Emperor's mentor. "Shaltir, do not be overly agitated. Let us first hear what he wishes to convey." The rope tree gestured for Shatia to release him, and upon her nod, she complied. As soon as he laid eyes on the rope tree, he immediately prostrated himself. "Oh, divine being, are you indeed a deity? Your wisdom and power surpass any existence I have ever encountered in my life. I implore you to accept me. I am willing to sacrifice everything." His eyes brimmed with fervor and admiration as he gazed upon the rope tree, perceiving the immense strength emanating from him. Possessing a unique skill, he instantly discerned the unfathomable power of the rope tree and concluded that he could wield 10th-tier magic. Having spent his life yearning to glimpse the abyss of magic, he regarded the rope tree as a god of sorcery, beseeching him for guidance. Coupled with the arcane knowledge he had acquired within the city, this esteemed master of the Blood Emperor, a venerable figure fervently devoted to knowledge, found himself utterly captivated by the rope tree. "Please, accept me as your disciple." He unabashedly pressed himself against the ground. The rope tree, witnessing such a display, felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could this man, who appeared to be many years his senior, utter such words? Who are you to dare address the esteemed rope tree in such a manner? A mere human? Shesha's demeanor was far from amiable, but she softened slightly at the evident reverence the elders showed towards the rope tree. The old man lay prostrate, burying his head deeply in the ground, fervently proclaiming, "I am a disciple of Lord Ban, the bishop of this city, and the imperial sage, the master of the Blood Emperor, Faluda." Yet, in the presence of Lord Ban, these titles hold little significance. "Lift your head and let me see your face," the rope tree's indifferent voice commanded. Faluda promptly raised his head to meet the gaze of the rope tree, his eyes ablaze with palpable fervor, which did not escape the attention of the rope tree. Indeed, this man was the master of the Blood Emperor, the sage of the empire, even the pinnacle of humanity in this world. With such an individual joining his ranks, the time required to conquer the empire would undoubtedly diminish significantly, representing a substantial blow to the empire. Not bad, the rope tree remarked with a smile. In this world, a human capable of wielding fourth-tier magic was considered formidable, while this individual demonstrated the ability to cast sixth-tier magic, showcasing his exceptional talent. Of course, such talents were trivial in the eyes of the rope tree. "Well, you are somewhat aged," he noted. "Please do not look down upon me. If it pleases you, I shall transform into a lich to continue seeking the depths of knowledge." Faluda humbly replied, bowing deeply. For the sake of knowledge, he was willing to relinquish his humanity and embrace the embrace of the undead. The rope tree marveled at such resolve. There remained individuals in this world bold enough to take such steps. He found himself somewhat admiring the elder before him. Thus, he casually remarked, "If you can assist me in conquering the empire, I shall impart to you the advanced knowledge I possess." Without a trace of hesitation, the man responded, his lips quivering, "I implore you to do so. The empire is merely an illusion. I shall assist you in dismantling it. As for the matter of the tree of ropes, it is akin to selling one's own nation. Such audacity is truly remarkable. Indeed, this is the first time I have encountered someone of such fervor. When you have succeeded in dismantling the empire, do return to me." "Certainly, master. Although you have yet to formally accept me as your disciple, in my heart, you are already a master figure." Faluda spoke with utmost reverence, his flattery leaving Shang-Chi somewhat exasperated. What more could be said? He could only acquiesce to the situation. However, Shang-Chi genuinely required his assistance. Otherwise, he would not have engaged with him at all. Casting another glance at the city, Shang-Chi inquired, "By the way, did you create that electric vehicle down there?" "Indeed. The knowledge of science is far more profound than magic, captivating my very soul. I am utterly enthralled by the pursuit of knowledge," Faluda replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he observed Shang-Chi deep in thought. Shang-Chi, not wishing to keep him in suspense, spoke up, "If you can develop a nuclear bomb, I shall grant you another tome of scientific knowledge." Had Faluda approached Shang-Chi before the arrival of Qinchi, it is likely Shang-Chi would have encouraged him to focus solely on scientific research. Yet, now, with Qinchi present, this elderly man was relegated to menial tasks. According to Qinchi, she was already engaged in the study of nuclear bombs, estimating that she could produce one within 3 days. Thus, Shang-Chi was not overly surprised to learn that it took Faluda an entire month merely to construct an electric vehicle. Upon hearing Shang-Chi's words, Faluda trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Master Ban. Do not call me that. Simply refer to me as Shang-Chi." Yes, Master Shang-Chi," Faluda stammered, quickly nodding in agreement. "Shadia, your presence is required." Shadia, observing Faluda from a distance, redirected her attention to Shang-Chi. "This individual is under the protection of Nazarick. I find him useful to retain. Inform the other guardians that if they encounter him, they must not kill him, and clarify Nazarick's identity." "Understood." Upon hearing this, Faluda felt increasingly convinced that following Shang-Chi was the right decision. A genuine expression of happiness graced his face. "You should return to the Blood Emperor to avoid arousing his suspicions. Forgive my candor, but he may already suspect my defection." Faluda lowered his head, speaking cautiously. "I am aware. You should return as well." Shang-Chi casually dismissed him. Yet, within Faluda's heart, he believed Shang-Chi must be grappling with myriad thoughts. Everywhere, chaos reigned. The Blood Emperor clutched his hair, a frown etched upon his brow as he sat upon his throne. Damn it! Why is this city so difficult to conquer? What is the reason behind it? What if it seeks to attack the empire? The Blood Emperor gazed at the strands of hair falling from his grasp. A sudden wave of nausea washed over him. Has Faluda truly betrayed him? He was acutely aware of his teacher's character and surmised that the latter had likely already defected. The combined forces of the entire empire were at a loss on how to confront that formidable city. Particularly alarming was the message from the Holy Kingdom, stating that within that city resided the Blood Valkyrie, the very vampire responsible for the demise of the nation's most beautiful and powerful. He was at a loss on how to combat such a monstrosity, just as he pondered whether to secretly ally with other forces to unite against the city. He witnessed a dark formation descending from the horizon, landing ominously across the corners of the royal city, accompanied by a cacophony of gasps. I am unable to control myself. Below, is that the royal city? What kind of power is this? We cannot possibly perish, can we? A staggering 1,000 knights plummeted from the sky, landing before the Blood Emperor, who was left in a state of shock. Fortunately, they did not meet their demise immediately. From above, a figure descended even before the Blood Emperor's window. With a cry, he landed directly before the Blood Emperor. It was the high-ranking knight who had previously conversed with Rope Tree. Who are you? Count Ruda? What brings you here? Weren't you dispatched to the front lines? The Blood Emperor, unable to believe his eyes, opened the window to inquire of the knight. At that moment, his guard arrived in a flurry, equally incredulous at the sight before them. The knight, still in shock, responded, Your Majesty, Ban is the master of that city. He has declared himself the sovereign of the Crimson Nation. 1,000 knights were directly sent back to the royal city by him. I too was cast away by an unknown force. What? That is several thousand miles. The Blood Emperor could hardly fathom it. Yet the scene before him left him no choice but to accept the truth of it. What manner of monster is this? The Blood Emperor felt as if his eyes would burst with despair. Rope Tree possessed the power to send the entire Imperial army back to the royal capital with a single blow. The Blood Emperor understood that if he wielded such might, he could also personally descend upon the royal city. The reason for not attacking the Empire directly was simple. The opponent wished to negotiate terms. After a moment of contemplation to untangle the opponent's intentions, the Blood Emperor found himself at a loss for words. There was nothing more terrifying than this. Initially, he believed Rope Tree had relied on some artifact to subdue that vampire. Now, it was evident that Rope Tree needed no such tools. With sheer personal strength, he could uproot the entire empire with ease, without breaking a sweat. The thought of this caused the Blood Emperor to feel increasingly bald with dread. However, since the warning was delivered in such a manner, it suggested that there remained some room for negotiation, preventing outright annihilation. Ultimately, the Blood Emperor clung to a sliver of hope, for Rope Tree was but a human, and as a human, his demands must surely be simple and not insatiable. Whether it be power, beauty, or wealth, the Blood Emperor can satisfy them all. As long as the other party does not seek to annihilate the nation, all terms are negotiable. With this thought, the Blood Emperor could not help but exhale softly. Regardless of the circumstances, the opponent is not a monster, and this alone fills him with immense relief. The Blood Emperor promptly prepared to extend an olive branch to Senju, intent on fulfilling all his demands. Even if it meant rendering him a mere figurehead, as long as he remained the emperor, he was willing to acquiesce to anything. In truth, faced with such an overwhelming disparity in combat prowess, the Blood Emperor's mind was a tumult of confusion. He could scarcely articulate his current state. What he did understand was the imperative to keep Senju content. Beyond that, there was no alternative. Should his overtures of reconciliation fail, the Blood Emperor shook his head. Casting aside the dreadful thought, he reassured himself, insisting that as long as one is human, they would undoubtedly accept his conditions. There was absolutely no doubt. His offers were already exceedingly generous. The Blood Emperor managed a wry smile. At that moment, Faluda also arrived in the capital. Having completed his teleportation spell and witnessing knights descending from the heavens, his resolve to follow Senju only intensified. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to serve that esteemed individual. After driving off the Imperial army single-handedly, Senju's reputation within the newly established nation grew ever more illustrious. Oh, how miraculous! The divine has aided us in repelling the Empire. I once feared for my life, but our faith was not misplaced. The populace felt an immense sense of security. As they faced the Imperial siege, they relied upon the knowledge left by the deity to mount their resistance. Perhaps their actions moved the divine, for soon after, the deity sent forth their messenger to the city. Ultimately, the divine presence itself descended and drove back the Imperial forces. This day would undoubtedly become legendary throughout the nation. forever immortalizing Shinju. It mattered little how that young man would respond. Such considerations were trivial. A smile graced Shinshu's lips, for no matter what the Blood Emperor did, he would never escape Shinshu's grasp. With absolute strength at his disposal, Shinshu could manipulate the situation to his will without any pressure whatsoever. What concerned Shinshu more was the progress of his plans within Nazarick. Utilizing a ring, he teleported back to Nazarick. Shaltir awaited his return, poised to act. Once the city attained a sufficient level of self-sufficiency, Shinshu would establish a one-way connection to Nazarick. She would then have the freedom to leave the city and return whenever protection was needed. It was a gesture of autonomy for Shaltir. Upon returning to Nazarick, Shinshu was greeted by Albedo. "Welcome back, Lord Shinshu. Ha ha ha, you have worked hard." Without hesitation, Shinshu planted a kiss on her cheek, and Albedo offered no resistance. Instead, her face flushed with warmth as she accepted the gesture, realizing that having Lord Shinshu by her side was the greatest joy, and there was no such thing as hardship. Ha ha ha. The rope tree chuckled softly twice, releasing the beauty he had held in his embrace, distancing himself from her intoxicating fragrance. He then inquired about the progress of the flying squirrel's plans. "I believe it is time to merge the two schemes," he stated. The plan he referred to was naturally the one currently pursued by the flying squirrel. The essence of the flying squirrel strategy was straightforward: to elevate Momo's reputation and, through that renown, acquire intelligence. The progress thus far had been remarkably smooth. Once the fame reached a certain level, they could seamlessly integrate into the realm crafted by the rope tree, fortified by both fame and strength. The fusion of these elements would enable the establishment of a vast nation. "Indeed, Lord Ain's plans are advancing splendidly," Yerbiide remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded. "This is most excellent." The rope tree then probed further. "What news do you have regarding matters within the kingdom?" The kingdom, a small nation nestled beside the empire, was where the flying squirrel's notoriety had first emerged. Currently, Dimyux and his associates were diligently gathering intelligence on the kingdom, with Dimyux aspiring to seize this nation as a gift for the rope tree. This had initially been a secret, yet Yerbiide unreservedly divulged it upon being questioned. Upon hearing this, the rope tree inquired about Dimyux's progress. Yerbiide replied with a smile, "At present, Dimyux has no substantial leads. He is engaging with the nobility of the kingdom, but he has encountered some minor complications." "He is facing difficulties?" The rope tree expressed disbelief. After spending days in his company, he found it hard to believe that Dimyux could be thwarted. Of course, they are not significant troubles within this human realm. Someone has taken an interest in him. He is troubled by the fear that these missteps may disappoint the Supreme One, Yerbiide said, her gaze lowered, revealing no secrets from the rope tree. Upon hearing this, the rope tree regarded Dimyux's loyalty with admiration. It was commendable that he was concerned about facing repercussions. Noticing the worry in Yerbiide's eyes, the rope tree waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a minor blunder. I shall not punish him." "Please, continue," he urged, eager to understand the nature of the trouble that had caused Dimyux such distress. Yerbiide smiled and elaborated. "The issue arises from Seabass's end. Lord Ains has commanded an investigation into Seabass, who has defied certain orders due to a human woman inadvertently revealing some intelligence and thus exposing parts of the plan. It seems Seabass has rescued a pitiable soul, does it not? I recall his sense of justice is quite high." Yerbiide furrowed her brow as she spoke softly. "Even so, it is outrageous that Seabass would prioritize a filthy human over the interests of Nazarick." After a moment of contemplation, the rope tree rose, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as his previously playful smile vanished. "In that case, I shall handle Seabass myself. I will assess whether he has truly betrayed us." In truth, the rope tree was already aware that Seabass would never turn traitor. The purpose of this journey was, in fact, to advance the development of the plan. Indeed, Seabass was dispatched to the kingdom to execute a reconnaissance mission, and everything was initially proceeding smoothly. The necessary supplies and intelligence had already been acquired. However, during this process, Seabass witnessed a discarded prostitute on the brink of death. With an innate sense of justice, Seabass could not stand idly by. Thus, he rescued the girl, expending a magic scroll and consuming the filthy child within her, restoring her to a state of purity. This act, however, incited discontent among his combat maid, Solution, who suspected Seabass of treason. The news of a level 100 NPC's betrayal reached the ears of Ains Ulgaun. He could not ignore such a situation. For Seabass's prowess in close combat was unparalleled. His defection would pose an extremely grave challenge for the Great Tomb. Presently, there were only a few level 100 NPCs within the Great Tomb, and Seabass's betrayal would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Nazarick. With the precedent set by Shaltir, no Guardian wished to witness a similar occurrence. As a result, 3 Guardians had already taken steps to address the matter. Demiurge was the principal orchestrator of this endeavor. To prevent Seabass's defection, he brought along the Guardian of the 8th floor, an embryonic angel named Victim. Victim possessed a unique ability. Upon death, he could create a controlled space from which even a level 100 NPC could not escape. Though it had never been utilized before, its effects would be extraordinarily potent. Should Seabass attempt to flee, he would find no avenue of escape. Simultaneously, Cocytus went to subdue Seabass. With 3 Guardians present, they possessed the strength to eliminate Seabass on the spot. The one to pass judgment would naturally be the Flying Squirrel. However, for safety's sake, he would first employ his son, Pandora, to act as a decoy. Disguised as him, Pandora would engage Seabass in dialogue. If Seabass truly resisted, he would not be able to harm the Flying Squirrel. Once the situation had calmed, the Flying Squirrel would then come forth to pronounce judgment on both the girl and Seabass. Due to the suddenness of this incident, Rope Tree was not disturbed, as he was currently focused on the Imperial Army. Yet, unexpectedly, he resolved the matter swiftly and thus chose to join the fray, hastening the advancement of the plan. Given that intelligence had already leaked from this side, the kingdom would undoubtedly make a move. As soon as they displayed any signs of action, Rope Tree would be able to swiftly crush them. At Seabass's location, he stood at the door in his signature tailcoat, gazing at the girl before him, his expression betraying no emotion. The Supreme One was now summoning him. All these troubles stemmed from the girl standing before him, who had been abducted from the shadows of the kingdom's 8 fingers. Seabass, embodying the ideals of the Creator, intervened with justice to save her. He always recalled the Creator's words, "When someone is in distress, it is only natural to offer assistance." It was this very conviction that compelled Seabass to rescue the young girl before him, despite the trouble it brought upon him, summoning the wrath of the Supreme One. He had steeled himself for punishment, even death, for the transgression he had committed. Yet, Seabass harbored no regrets for his actions, for he believed them to be just. Gazing at the girl, he closed his eyes in anguish, chastising himself for his foolishness. He adjusted his collar. Recalling the Creator's teachings, helping those in need is a matter of course, a principle often reiterated by the revered Supreme Lord Ains. Was this destiny a curse? In truth, Seabass aspired to serve the Great Tomb as its foremost guardian, yet his intrinsic values and sense of justice forbade such aspirations. Whenever he witnessed the suffering of the wounded, he could not restrain himself from offering aid. With a deep sigh, he shut his eyes, though his expression remained unchanged. Kiali, the unfortunate girl before him, gazed up at Seabass, her savior. Without him, she might have perished on the roadside. However, Seabass's demeanor was evidently grim, a fact not lost on Kiali. Perhaps this turmoil was a consequence of her presence. Slowly, Seabass addressed her, urging her to take care of herself before stepping through the door. "Must I explain why I am here?" inquired the Flying Squirrel, impersonated by Pandora, addressing Seabass. Lowering his head, Seabass replied, "There is no need, Lord Ains." At that moment, anxiety gripped him to the core. Though he maintained an outward calm, he was drenched in sweat. Seizing the opportunity, Pandora, still in character as the Flying Squirrel, snapped his fingers, intensifying the pressure. "What's wrong, Seabass? You seem quite sweaty," he remarked, tossing a handkerchief to the ground. "Do you need me to wipe your brow?" The discarded handkerchief lay motionless on the floor, and Seabass dared not utter a word. This act signified a grave implication. The Supreme One was truly enraged. He understood all too well what it meant for the handkerchief to be on the ground. Picking it up would equate to accepting a challenge. In other words, should he retrieve that handkerchief, it would signify Seabass's acceptance of a challenge from Nazarick, from the Supreme One himself. How could he possibly do such a thing? "I dare not, my lord," Seabass gasped, his breath quickening as he remained speechless. The guardians beside them tensed, prepared for Seabass's potential betrayal. Meanwhile, outside, Soryu opened the door specifically for this occasion. "I have brought her, Lord Ains," he announced. Upon seeing the individual before him, Seabass was so overwhelmed that he could scarcely utter a word. "Is this the human pet you retrieved, Kiali?" Ains spoke with a calm demeanor. When Kiali beheld the assembly of monsters before her, combined with Seabass's awkward appearance, she found herself momentarily speechless. It was important to note that Seabass had previously claimed to be second only to 42 individuals and a select few others. The gathering of these individuals before her was evidently among that select few. Seabass stood frozen in place, paralyzed by the gravity of the situation. As Kiali perceived the deathly aura emanating from these creatures, she glanced once more at the silent Seabass and resolutely stepped forward. To her, Seabass represented the hope that had saved her. Without him, there would be no present for her. Observing her demeanor, Pandora, disguised as a flying squirrel, could not help but express admiration. You possess some courage to not flee immediately. Kiali approached Seabass, gently clutching his sleeve to summon her own bravery. Meanwhile, Cosette silently blocked the doorway. The atmosphere in the room was thick with an air of impending judgment. Should Seabass dare to rebel, he would swiftly fall. Demiurge, witnessing this, began to invoke a domination spell. "Kneel," he commanded, but his words were interrupted by Pandora's flying squirrel persona. "There is no need for a domination spell. I admire her bravery. Allow her the liberty to be rude in my presence." This statement struck Seabass with greater shock as he awaited his fate. Continuing, Pandora's Ains proclaimed, "First, let me introduce myself. I am Ains Ul Gown, the master of the Seabass standing over there." At this revelation, Kiali stammered, struggling to find her voice. "Oh, okay." Demiurge quietly turned his head, continuing to play along. Pandora, embodying Ains, continued, "Seabass, did I not command you to refrain from drawing attention?" Seabass silently nodded, affirming the command. "Yet you still caused a disturbance for this trivial woman?" He pressed. "It was my short-sightedness that displeased Lord Ains. I sincerely apologize. I shall reflect deeply and ensure that similar incidents do not occur again." Kiali gazed at Seabass, incredulous that such a powerful being could be rendered speechless. Until this moment, Seabass still hoped to protect Kiali, wishing to save her from a grim fate. Meanwhile, at a distance within the guild, the flying squirrel and the rope tree observed this scene. The rope tree could not resist teasing the flying squirrel. "Isn't your son being a tad excessive in judging Seabass?" "Ha ha." He burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. In the scene, Seabass remains oblivious to any abnormalities. It is well known that every supreme being exudes a unique aura, perceptible only to the NPCs within Nazarick. Pandora, however, lacks such an aura, even in disguise. To this point, Seabass has yet to notice this discrepancy, evidently due to his heightened anxiety. Perhaps this is for the best, as it serves as a reminder that we must not provoke too much trouble, lest we attract formidable adversaries. The flying mouse possesses its own insights regarding this matter. Shoju merely wishes to convey that in this world, no entity surpasses this guild in strength. This place is unequivocally a safe haven for Nazarick. Nonetheless, Shoju acknowledges the flying mouse's cautious perspective. Shoju's own nature compels him to be ostentatious. Otherwise, he cannot fully harness the system's potential. Were there a means to be more discreet, Shoju would certainly employ it. As the old adage states, one should amass wealth quietly. Observing Seabass being judged on the screen, Shoju begins to contemplate leveraging this situation to swiftly conquer the kingdom. Having already acquired the rewards available in this locale, his sole remaining aspiration is to establish a foothold in this world and to witness the fruits of his creations. The Guardians, particularly the research outcomes of Morningstar. Beyond that, there is little of value to pursue. Shoju earnestly desires to undertake a higher level 5 quest. Completing this task would earn him the full endorsement of the system, allowing him to enjoy a semblance of stability, unlike his current state. Without the reincarnation eye, subduing Shatya proves to be a formidable challenge. The struggles of procreation are relentless, and he has yet to resolve the issue with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Even Kagaya poses a thorn in Shoju's side. Should an even more powerful entity arise, he genuinely does not know how to proceed. Each day he confronts Kagaya, only to be defeated time and again. It is the practice system that has slightly assuaged his pride. He must rapidly enhance his strength to cope with the increasingly complex challenges ahead. In the world of Naruto, he may currently be invincible, but the future remains uncertain. Even in the Overlord realm, he stands unrivaled, yet the future still holds its mysteries. There will always be those stronger than him. As Shoju observes Seabass during the interrogation, he ponders silently. Meanwhile, the performance on the screen escalates dramatically, maintaining an almost relentless tempo. The flying mouse, portrayed by Pandora, extends a hand and calmly remarks, Enough, Seabass. Everyone makes mistakes, and I forgive you for this trivial error. Thank you, Lord Ains. Kiali quickly salutes. Upon hearing these words, Seabass breathes a sigh of relief, believing the matter would pass. Yet, in the next moment, Pandora's portrayal of the flying mouse delivers words that strike him like a thunderbolt. However, the mistakes one commits must be rectified. Kill her, Pandora commanded. Seabass stared at him, his mind a blank slate. He then turned his gaze towards Kiali. The raccoon and the rope tree before the screen could hardly contain themselves. Pandora's cruelty was excessive. Hiss, killing her now would be futile, yet to maintain authority. There was no alternative. I can only hope that Seabass does not harbor hatred towards me. The raccoon, with a pained expression, covered his head. He never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Yet, as the ruler of Nazarick, he could not intervene at this critical juncture to prevent what was about to transpire. He could only allow the events to unfold, and at most, apologize to Seabass afterwards. Seabass's pupils widened, helplessly gazing at Pandora's portrayal of Ains. Raising his hand, Pandora's Ains spoke slowly. Seabass, do you consider yourself a loyal hound to the Supreme Ones? Or do you believe that self-awareness is the true path? Seabass was about to respond, but was immediately countered. You need not answer. Let the outcome speak for itself. Upon hearing this, Seabass understood that the matter was reaching its conclusion. He turned to Kiali, who initially appeared startled, then met his gaze with a resolute expression. Since Seabass was compelled to end her life, she accepted her fate without remorse. The atmosphere in the room reached a new crescendo. Seabass's subsequent actions would determine his loyalty to Nazarick. Thus, all the guardians tensed, their eyes fixed upon him. Seabass clenched his fists, gazing at Kiali. He remained silent, uttering not a word, but expressing his depth of emotion through his penetrating gaze as he prepared to strike. In the next moment, boom, Seabass unleashed a powerful punch towards Kiali, a blow that would ensure her swift and painless demise, leaving no trace of suffering. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Kiali, the situation took yet another unexpected turn. Thud! Cosets extended his limb, intercepting Seabass's strike with unwavering strength, preventing any harm from befalling Kiali. Seabass was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Seabass, stand down. Pandora's raccoon quickly interjected, turning to Cosets with an inquiry. Cosets, could that attack have killed this woman? Cosets exhaled a cold breath, acknowledging that he found even that blow taxing to withstand. Indeed, it would have surely ended her life. It would be strange if an attack capable of inflicting damage could not vanquish such a frail being. Kiali slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Seabass with despair. Though she had mentally prepared herself, she had not anticipated the brutality with which Seabass would execute her. She quietly moved closer to Cosets. At that moment, Pandora, in the guise of the flying mouse, began to mediate the situation. Very well, I shall ascertain that Seabass's loyalty is indeed heartfelt. Your efforts are commendable, Seabass. Indeed, it was then that Seabass comprehended the truth. This was merely a test. Had he not delivered a sufficiently powerful blow to Kiari, he would have been deemed a traitor. Conversely, if he struck with a fist that symbolized unwavering loyalty, all would remain well. Seabass's respect for the flying mouse ascended to new heights. Of course, this entire performance was orchestrated by Pandora. To exit the stage, he continued, let us proceed to the next topic. Your activities have afforded us ample intelligence. Vacate this location and return to Nazarick. As for the disposition of this woman, well, execution is not the preferred choice, but it is not entirely out of the question. Dimigul, I shall first escort Wektum back to Nazarick. Very well. Dimigul handed Wektum over to Pandora. Subsequently, having completed his role, Pandora executed a graceful turn and departed the scene. This left Seabass feeling perplexed. Why was it that even the Supreme One could not make a decisive choice? Before he could discern the flaws in this performance, Pandora's exit quelled the turmoil. This prompted Rope Tree outside to comment sarcastically. There's no need for you to test your subordinate's loyalty now. It's truly a one-stop service. The flying mouse merely offered an awkward smile, at a loss for words. Seabass stared blankly at Pandora's retreating figure, yet he felt a twinge of relief. It was indeed fortuitous for matters to conclude in such a manner. He could not envision a more favorable resolution. Seabass finally grasped that the flying mouse had been portrayed by Pandora. The mastermind behind it all was likely Dimigul. Standing before him, with an impassive expression, Seabass turned to Dimigul and said curtly, she is quite fatigued. I shall escort her to rest, if that poses no issue, Demigul? You are correct. Thus, Seabass was able to lead Kiare away. After they had walked a distance, Seabass regarded Kiare and spoke of his earlier near-violent action. I do not intend to apologize. Kiare felt an urge to weep, but Seabass's subsequent words quelled that desire. However, had I acted differently, this outcome would not have transpired. Lord Seabass. Seabass turned to her and stated, "You should live happily in the world of humans. Lord Ains can manipulate memories, erasing all unpleasant recollections, allowing you to carry on." Kiare, her voice tinged with tears, asked, "And what of Lord Seabass's memories? Let my memories be erased as well. I apologize for burdening you with unwelcome recollections. What constitutes an unpleasant experience? Only by following Lord Seabass can I attain happiness. There exists no alternative. I do not perceive this place as hell. It provides sustenance and shields me from torment. Such is the pinnacle of happiness. Even if granted a fortune, it would merely serve as a plaything, leading me to a fate devoid of tomorrow's sun. Here, I can secure a respectable occupation and remain in the company of Lord Seabass." Seabass, rendered speechless, simply embraced her. I understood. However, one must acknowledge the possibility of death. I shall strive to ensure your survival in Nazarick. Kiali, even in the face of death, Lord Seabass has afforded me an opportunity. Previously, I could only await my demise in despair. I wish to confirm one thing. Do you truly feel no attachment to your current existence? Kiali, I still harbor a desire to see my sister, yet this yearning makes me even less inclined to reflect upon the past. I understand. Seabass gently patted her head, and with that, Kiali could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep. She had thought her tears were spent, that she would never cry again in this lifetime. But now she realized how mistaken she was. Before this gentle man, Kiali felt profoundly fortunate to be alive. She no longer dwelled on past grievances, instead embracing Seabass's waist and reaching up to kiss his lips. Rope Tree silently observed the scene, acknowledging that this was a true lesson in courtship. Perhaps, such skills would prove useful in future challenges of greater difficulty. Seabass returned to the room, turning his gaze to Demiurge. "What troubles you? Your face seems flushed." "Nothing, Lord Demiurge," came the reply. "You need not use honorifics with me." In terms of strength, Seabass was on par with them, and indeed, there was no need for formalities. Kozitz, standing nearby, added, "I feel the same way." After this trial, everyone fully recognized Seabass as capabilities, although he occasionally acted unexpectedly due to his peculiar sense of justice. More often than not, his focus remained on Nazarick. Seabass accepted this acknowledgement. At that moment, a flash of light heralded the arrival of Flying Mouse, who appeared on the sofa within the room. He immediately addressed Demiurge, saying, "It is evident that you tend to worry, Demiurge. I have always believed that Seabass would never betray us." Rope Tree then emerged from his cloaked state, taking a seat beside Flying Mouse, and remarked, "Seabass will not rebel. In fact, I find myself admiring him for this. This is the resolve expected of a man. One should strike decisively against wrongdoing." Rope Tree smiled faintly. Indeed, he had acted thusly. Upon witnessing the abysmal state of the cyberpunk world where Flying Mouse resided, he had obliterated it entirely, leaving no remnants behind. Rope Tree harbored a deep disdain for such matters. Of course, he was not a champion of justice. If he were to engage in such nefarious deeds without jeopardizing his interests, and indeed, if such actions were to confer benefits upon him, it is a clear instance of double standards that even Shoju would acknowledge. After all, what he seeks is merely a life of ease and freedom. I express my gratitude to Lord Shoju. Seabass nodded slightly, thankful for Shoju's willingness to recognize his conduct. Beside them, Demiurge spoke up. "I deeply apologize and express my gratitude to Lord Ains and Lord Shoju for their tolerance of my erroneous judgments regarding the Supreme Ones." The flying squirrel waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, and Shoju similarly shook his head, deeming it a trivial matter. Subsequently, the flying squirrel's gaze shifted to Seabass. "Seabass, your presence here is likely to inquire about the disposition of that human woman. Am I correct?" "Indeed, my Lord Ains." Seabass bowed his head and spoke. In truth, he had come solely to discuss the matter concerning Kiare. At that moment, the flying squirrel began to question Seabass. "So, Seabass, I ask you, what benefits would bringing this human woman back yield for Nazarick? What wealth could she possibly bring to Nazarick?" Everything the flying squirrel contemplated was grounded in the interests of Nazarick. He would not engage in any endeavors that did not serve its benefit. After pondering briefly, Seabass responded, "My Lord Ains, Kiari's presence in Nazarick could enrich our culinary offerings. I hold her skills in high regard. There are few maids within Nazarick capable of cooking, and her abilities would effectively fill this void." Upon hearing Seabass's reasoning, the flying squirrel contemplated seriously. Within Nazarick, the distinction between maids who can cook and those who cannot is stark. He had conducted experiments. Maids adept in cooking could create delicious meals regardless of the ingredients, while those lacking such skills would turn even the simplest dish, like a fried egg, into an inedible, charred mass. It was as if they retained the same skills as during the game, exhibiting no change whatsoever. This outcome was, of course, somewhat unacceptable to the flying squirrel. Did this imply that NPCs were bound to such fixed templates, incapable of alteration? However, the NPCs created by Shoju, particularly Chincho, had altered his perception. Even if she initially lacked culinary skills, through learning, she could master cooking quite well and had promised to develop a machine that would enhance all of Nazarick. Just from this aspect alone, the flying squirrel felt reassured. Now, hearing Seabass present this rationale, the flying squirrel was aware that Seabass wished to retain her. Yet, if this were to occur once, it would inevitably happen again. Should everyone follow suit, Nazarick would soon transform into a sanctuary of mercy, which was utterly unacceptable. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, just as he was about to articulate his reasons for refusal, Shoju interjected. "Can she cook? Well, that is indeed splendid. Let us have the flying squirrel sample her culinary skills. After all, I have yet to share a meal with the flying squirrel, and dining together would be delightful." The flying squirrel, with its mouth agape, was utterly taken aback by the words of the rope tree. It hastily gestured toward its own mouth, eager to express that it could not partake in food, nor discern any flavors. However, given that the rope tree had already spoken, the initially feisty Demios and Saiba found themselves at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement. Kiali, quick to inquire, asked what the two esteemed individuals wished to eat, humbly requesting forgiveness for her modest culinary skills. Demios interjected, asserting that if one must cook, it ought to be done to the best of one's ability. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the esteemed guests. Saiba offered comforting words, advising Kiali to prepare the meal as she would at her best, urging her not to feel undue pressure. The two nobles were quite understanding. Upon hearing this, Kiali fell silent, but the flying squirrel was in a state of panic. With its peculiar constitution, it could neither savor food nor experience any taste whatsoever. Its appetite, along with all other desires, had vanished. How could it possibly appreciate a dish under such circumstances? Thus far, the most delectable sustenance the flying squirrel had encountered was merely a toothpaste-like substance essential for human survival. Regardless of what delicacies were placed before it, it would likely remain oblivious to their flavors. The rope tree had made this particular request to cater to the flying squirrel's plight. Having witnessed the squirrel's already dismal existence, the rope tree could no longer bear to observe its suffering and thus devised this plan. The flying squirrel discreetly pulled the rope tree aside, expressing, "Rope tree, my current body cannot perceive any taste." Anticipating such a revelation, the rope tree had come not only to expedite the resolution of the kingdom's troubles, but also to allow the flying squirrel a glimpse of the world's pleasures. At the very least, it deserved to experience the most fundamental joys. Now, transformed into a lich, the flying squirrel's sole remaining aspiration was to seek companionship. This was, undoubtedly, a treacherous path, and the rope tree wished to prevent it from continuing down such a road. After all, the flying squirrel was a friend whom he held in high regard. "There is no need for you to worry, flying squirrel. Observe what I have here," the rope tree said, producing a vial of potion. The flying squirrel, intrigued, gazed at the vial, which shimmered with a purple hue and flowing luminescence. It was evident that this was no ordinary concoction. "Is this a transformation potion? A tool capable of altering one's race in a brief span? I recall such items are quite expensive, likely equivalent to my monthly salary." In an instant, the flying squirrel's gaze toward the rope tree transformed, recognizing the true wealth of the individual before it. Regardless of the item, this person could conjure it, reaching the level of a veritable doryman. The server was incapable of producing such potions. Its functions were limited to altering terrain, weather, time, and NPC settings, with no ability to create items. The potion in the rope tree's hand was clearly acquired through equivalent exchange. The rope tree utilized merely half a block of gold to exchange for a box of transformation potions, which must be acknowledged as quite costly. However, for the flying squirrel, it was not a significant amount. After all, half a block of gold yielded an entire box. The flying squirrel accepted the potion and, in the presence of all the guardians, slowly poured it into his mouth. This potion, which should have leaked through the crevices of his bones, instead mysteriously merged into the very essence of his being. As a radiant light enveloped him, the flying squirrel's form was reshaped. Nevertheless, his racial trait, the enforced calm, remained intact. He reverted to a human guise, his appearance not particularly striking, merely that of a handsome gentleman. His face bore the marks of time, hinting at numerous experiences that had left their imprints upon him. The guardians gazed in silent astonishment at the sight of the flying squirrel, their minds racing with various speculations about his past deeds. They were not at all surprised that he possessed a human form, for the undead were once human, and the Supreme Being was no exception. However, witnessing the flying squirrel's transformation into a human was indeed an eye-opening experience for the guardians, albeit a fleeting one, as this effect would not endure for long. Conversely, once the flying squirrel resumed his human form, a myriad of expressions danced across his face. Yet, under the influence of the enforced calm, he did not appear overly flustered. A mere opening of his mouth would emit a green glow, swiftly restoring his composure. "Oh, I have truly transformed back into a human," he marveled, touching his face, clearly relishing this novel experience. The rope tree chuckled and remarked, "With this appearance, I believe you could charm the young maidens. This must be your original visage, correct?" "Well, it's slightly different, but still acceptable," the flying squirrel replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the rope tree. "This body is somewhat inconvenient. Let us revert after we finish our meal. You are rather dull, aren't you?" "Dull? Ha ha, very well." The flying squirrel chuckled helplessly, and soon after, Kiali presented a serving of her signature omelette rice to the two esteemed beings at the dining table. The rope tree savored his meal with delight, while the flying squirrel took a bite, momentarily taken aback. When the rope tree inquired about the reason for his hesitation, the flying squirrel nostalgically replied, "Such cuisine is a rarity for me. Ha." His joyful demeanor did not go unnoticed by the guardians, who silently acknowledged Kiali's worth. If she could bring joy to the Supreme, then she possessed her own value. Thus, they were no longer vehemently opposed to Kiali's desire to enter Nazarick. After the flying squirrel thoroughly enjoyed his meal, the rope tree wiped his mouth and made a request of Seabass. "Seabass, should you fulfill one more condition I set forth, I shall permit you to bring Kiali into Nazarick." Seabass approached the rope tree with utmost reverence, bowing as he listened intently. The Supreme Sovereign need not make any promises to their subordinates. The greatest significance of our existence as guardians lies in fulfilling the desires of the Supreme Sovereign. "Excellent. Your awareness is commendable, yet you must also accept the rewards once the task is accomplished. Sometimes, excessive pride among subordinates can lead to displeasure in their master. Indeed, before all the guardians, Rope Tree assigned a task to Seabass. "Seabass, you are to accompany Kiali in maintaining order within the nation I have established, while also identifying areas for improvement, for a duration of 1 month, the same time frame as Shatya. The realms created by the Supreme Sovereign are flawless." Seabass replied once more, "However, no person is without flaws. This is precisely why we, the Supremes, must unite to form Nazarick." This statement silenced Seabass and revealed Rope Tree's humility to the other guardians, who felt a profound respect for his wisdom. Yes, after arranging matters with Celeste, Demirugos outlined subsequent plans to eradicate the 8 fingers of the kingdom and seize control of the underground forces. Subsequently, they would conspire with the nobility in plain sight, instigating a calamity to further elevate Mamon's notoriety. Ultimately, they would consume the entire kingdom. The plan was meticulously devised, with no apparent oversights. Naturally, this task was entrusted to the flying squirrel, while Rope Tree focused on the imperial side. When the moment was ripe, Rope Tree would undoubtedly join Mamon as a companion and commence the performance. For now, his priority lay in the imperial affairs. Accompanied by Seabass and his young bride, he arrived in the Red Country. After offering a few brief instructions to them, he proceeded to find Shatya. Within a villa, Shatya lay beneath the covers, timidly surveying her surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone. Soon, the awaited individual appeared, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She hurriedly stood and embraced Rope Tree. He reciprocated without hesitation, enveloping her in a warm embrace, the softness of her touch spreading throughout him. Shatya, how fares the situation here? He inquired. Blushing, Shatya replied. A messenger has been dispatched from the Empire. Thereafter, the two engaged in playful banter while reporting on the state of the Empire. By the end, Shatyu's eyes had grown hazy with delight.